football.
Best in the league right now. He was awesome.
Reset the tempo.
We're talking about those epic matchups.
Kelsey, good night.
The Chiefs put the hammer down.
And instant classics.
One of the best football games anyone had ever seen.
One punch after another.
That's how we do it.
Sunday morning breakdowns.
They are unstoppable. Huge game today with a lot of implications. I pray for these moments.
And all the inside lowdown.
I still get chills thinking about it.
Unbelievable. Hey, welcome to championship football, baby.
I got to sit down with Meek Mill.
Your team.
We got the whole city behind it. Play after play after play.
It is a touchdown.
Our team.
This is such an exciting time for a fan.
I'm fired up about that one.
Every team.
Touchdown, Tampa Bay.
Let's go!
If it happens in this league,
Football is back in London.
we're all here for it.
Wait till you see this.
What a magnificent ending.
NFL Network. We're here for football.
All right, let's talk individuals and proper performances presented by Intuit TurboTax Live. Cynthia, take it away. What quarterback do you like?
I'm playing the role of Greg Rosenthal. Are you ready? I need a cool jacket. Darn it. Okay, Ben Roethlisberger is going to have fewer than 226.5 passing yards in this matchup. Wah, wah, wah. I told you that the Chiefs are really good at defending those quick passes, and that is what Ben Roethlisberger leverages way too much. So there you go.
Greg, what do you like?
Need more of like an annoying voice, though, Cynthia, to get it. I'm going positive this week. I'm going Jalen Hurts over 199.5 yards. If you haven't watched Hurts a lot this season, he is so much better as a passer than he was as a rookie, and than he was advertised. In the pocket, out of the pocket, touch passes deep. I think he's a lot more talented throwing the ball, and I think they might be trailing in this game, so they'll need to throw.
All right, let's move on to wide receivers. Cynthia, who do you like?
Ooh, well, you talk about trailing in the fourth quarter. I'm talking about Cooper Kupp. 7.5, that seems like a third quarter type of situation to blow past that. So more than 7.5 receptions. Look what Cooper Kupp has been doing. They trust each other, he and Matthew Stafford. This is a secondary that is targetable. So Cooper Kupp, at least 8 receptions. Yes, I don't know why I'm blurry, but yes.
Hawk, what do you think?
Yeah, I'm sticking in the same game, and I'm going on the other side of the ball. I'm going with A.J. Green to have more than 3.5 catches in this game. No DeAndre Hopkins. A.J. Green is going to have to step up, and Kyler Murray is probably going to go to him pretty early. I think he might break this in the first half, to be honest.
It's not a game debut unless Hawk is going for one of his ex-teammates.
Hey, my guys are my guys.
Sharing
okay?
the love. I love it. Cynthia, running backs, who do you like?
All right, well, I'm sticking in the same game that I targeted before, and I'm talking about Sony Michel. The number here is just too low at 58.5 rushing yards. We saw a really good outcome when teams have run against the Cardinals before. Sometimes they play that 44 defense, and they sometimes don't switch it. So I think that that number is just too low. Sony Michel has been super useful, a lot more volume in recent weeks, and so I think more than 58.5.
All right, I got another low number for you. Give me playoff Lenny. More than 58.5 rushing yards versus the Eagles. He has been out for a couple of weeks. He is back from injury. Bruce Arians says that he is going to be the go-to guy. He is not going to be contained at all. The last time they played the Eagles, playoff Lenny balled out. So give me Leonard Fournette more than 58.5 rushing yards. All right, that was proper performances presented by Intuit TurboTax. It is time now for Perfect Pair, ignited by Smirnoff Vodka number 21. All right, we are going, play the jazz music, please.
You know, I can't even hear it, right? It's just in my heart.
It's in your soul, Cynthia.
It never left.
My soul.
It never left. It never left. All right. My perfect pair, I'm going Eagles plus 8.5 at Bucks. All right. They've been keeping a lot of their losses close since the beginning of November. And I also like Jalen Hurts 1 passing touchdown and 1 rushing touchdown, or maybe a little bit more than that. He had 1 passing touchdown and 2 rushing touchdowns when they played the Bucks in Week 6. This guy's just getting better and better as the season goes. I think this game is going to be close. So that's what I like. That's my perfect pair. Hawk, what do you like?
Hey, Rachel, I like a combo myself. Okay, perfect pair. I got the Cardinals plus 3.5. And on top of that, I got Kyler Murray with 2+ passing touchdowns and 1 rushing touchdown. When the playoffs come, you need your big dogs to be big dogs. And that's what Kyler Murray's going to do. And we're waiting to see that big dog all weekend long, baby.
I just wish I had a low voice like Hawk, and then I could follow what he's saying.
You could just say anything, and it sounds provocative.
Cynthia, what's your perfect pair?
Okay, so I don't know about dogs, but I do know that I don't think that the Chiefs have to worry about any dog. Here, a nice, big, huge win for them. And I'm also going to pair that with the fact that the Chiefs are going to win in every single quarter of this matchup. They're not going to let the Steelers take a lead. You talked about maybe we see Chad Henne. Okay, you know how that happens? If you get out to a monstrous lead. Who wouldn't like to see a little Chad Henne here on playoff weekend? So, hey, I think they lead in all 4 quarters.
Love it.
1 L in the 4s. I love it, Cynthia.
Greg, take us out here with a little yaz. What do you like?
Ooh, I like the Cowboys -3, and when the Cowboys are rolling, you know Dak Prescott is.
This is making it comfortable.
All day.
3 touchdowns.
Ooh.
This is a man who he likes the big stage. He's been waiting for it long.
You don't shy away from it, G.
Oh, boy. Well, that was that. That was Perfect Pair, ignited by Smirnoff Vodka number 21. Well done, everybody. Try Smirnoff's Hold the Line Lemonade for a delicious and refreshing cocktail while home gating. Please drink responsibly. All right, next on Game Debut, cut the Yaz. We are talking wild card point totals in more or less. Stick around. Oh, boy.
Super wild.
Hey, you.
You booked a sunny Verbo ski chalet with endless views of snow-covered peaks. A stove that inspires magnificent hot cocoa. And a perfect ski-in, ski-out. But the thing they'll remember forever? Grandpa coming out of retirement to give a few ski lessons. The time to plan your get-together is now. Find it on Verbo.
This is the move right here. Boom. Boom.
My turn. My bag of chips or your crunch wrap?
I think we have different definitions of sharing.
Next time you can divvy it up.
Wow. So generous.
I turned my astrology gift into a business, which I'm sensing will require getting some help on my taxes.
No, I'd love to help. We can reduce your tax bill with quarterly payments.
I knew you were going to say that.
You do your thing. We've got your taxes. Intuit. TurboTax Live.
Don't wait till Super Bowl 56 for a great offer. DraftKings makes you feel like a champion all playoffs long.
Hey, I want my parlay. Oh, yes.
Bet $5 to win $280 if your team wins. That's 56 to 1 odds. DraftKings, an official sports betting partner of the NFL.
GM.
Not the time, Jerry. Not the time.
Hitting the road? Not all 5G networks are created equal. T-Mobile covers more interstate highway miles with 5G than Verizon.
You're simply the best.
T-Mobile, America's largest, fastest, most reliable 5G network.
Listen, you're my friend.
I noticed you haven't really been yourself recently.
Yeah, I feel like something's up.
How are you?
Are you okay?
Is there anything you want to talk about?
I just want to know how you're feeling.
And listen, even if you don't know what to say, I'm here to talk.
No matter what you're going through,
I just want you to know I'm here.
I've got your back. When you want to talk, I'm here.
NFL Total Access. Round 1 is nearly done. Who won and who got stunned? Plus, who has the edge in the final act of Super Wildcard drama? It's the Cards and the Rams. It's across the street. And we've got your access. Total Access. Monday, 6 Eastern.
Today at 9, our crew gets you ready for a wildcard triple header.
This is a big money game.
Plus, Tom Brady reveals what it will take for the Bucs to repeat.
You got to go earn it. That's what the playoffs are all about.
NFL Game Day morning. Today at 9 on NFL Network.
Prescott throwing that way, and that's going to be caught for the touchdown. A little throw over the top. Ball is caught in the end zone. Touchdown!
Goes toward the end zone. Receiver open. Caught ball. Touchdown, Tampa Bay.
Snap throw. Going to Graham in the end zone. He's got it for the touchdown. Here's the snap. Rodgers throws left side. Diving grab. Touchdown!
John's going to throw it on play action. Got a man wide open. Gabriel Davis. Touchdown, Buffalo. Gabriel Davis wide open on play action.
All All right, let's talk totals in more or less. We got the foam fingers back. And Cynthia, why don't you just show us what you're working with today? Okay, never mind. Put it away. What is that?
Listen, this is from Mardi Gras. My best friend gave it to me to borrow, and she got it at Mardi Gras. So Greg should know what this is.
Like
I don't know what it is.
Devil tail or small umbrella.
No.
That's what I'm going with. All right. Let's break down some of these games and choose more or less what we think. Let's start Eagles at Bucks. The total is 45.5. I am going more. I think the Eagles keep this close. I do like the Bucks, but Jalen Hurts put up two rushing touchdowns, one passing touchdown when they played in Week 6. This guy's only gotten better, and it's Tom Brady in the postseason, people. It's Tom Brady against the Eagles, okay? The man holds grudges. Hawk, where are you going last?
I think they're going to run the football a lot for Tampa Bay. They don't have as many weapons on the outside. They have Leonard Fournette. You talked about touchdown Lenny, and same on the Eagles. The Eagles are going to try to run the football because that's the thing that got them into the playoffs. I think the Tampa Bay Buccaneers will do a good job against it, but I still think they'll try, and that'll limit the points.
Playoff Lenny. Cynthia, you like more. What do you like?
I like more because I think that there's going to be because of missing pieces to the Bucks, there are going to be able to be some rushing efficiencies for the Eagles, and then I think the Bucks will have to keep pace, meaning ratchet that up. Tom Brady playoffs. Boom, boom.
Greg, we're going to ignore you and move on to this next one.
Yes,
49ers at Cowboys.
Happens when you're last.
49ers at Cowboys. The total is 51. What do we like? What do we like? I like more. Listen, the Cowboys put up 2 50 burgers out of their last 3 games. Dak Prescott is on one hell of a return tour. This offense is balling out. Greg, why do you like less?
Because I think this Cowboys defense is one of the rare groups that can match up with 49ers in terms of their athleticism up front and in the back. I don't think Jimmy G is going to keep up pace and get enough points. He had two interceptions and a fumble last week, and people acting like he played a great game.
Yep. Torn ligament, chipped bone. No, thank you. All right. Steelers at Chiefs. Over under is 46. That is more or less. What do we like? I'm going less. I don't think the Steelers are going to put up many points. Hawk, why do you like more?
I like more because I think the Chiefs are going to put up a lot of points. And I do think the Steelers will do better than they did last time. Because it's a second time around, they'll be able to fix some things. They have a great coaching staff, game planning. I still think it won't be a close win, though.
All right. Cynthia, what do you like more?
Me? Okay, good. Yes, more. I like more because I think that they get the run game going a little bit more for the Steelers. I couldn't hear you. I'm sorry. For the Steelers. So.
All right. One last game. Cardinals at Rams. The total is 49.5. Do we like more? Do we like less? Lower. Cynthia, you're on the less bummer. Why are you going less here, Cynthia?
I think that we see that Cardinals defense, especially with J.J. Watt coming back, really give some problems. And I think that we see Kyler Murray run the ball so that they take advantage of the fact that when they have possession, they have the more control over the game.
You know, I know the past doesn't exactly result in future results, predict it, but they did go over 60 the last time these two teams played. It wasn't that long ago.
Yeah.
Love these offenses. Ultimately, I trust them more than...
Guys, if there's one Sunday, Monday game to go overtime, is it this one or is it another one?
I kind of hope it's not this one.
I hope it's this one because I'm going to be there.
I might be bringing my kids to it and be like a late night, so let's just get a nice, comfortable game.
Yeah,
OT?
Let's ruin Greg's night. OT. You know I got OT for the Rams and the Niners.
Greg, you might be dealing with some grumpy kids come Tuesday morning. We might be staying up late. Guys, enjoy Wild Card Weekend. I know that I will. We will see you back here next week. Happy football! Oh, Lord.
Shotgun snap, lob down the left sideline. Evans is there. He's got it. That's touchdown, Buccaneers.
Game Day View is back, and we are picking the final playoff matchups of Super Wild Card Weekend, including Eagles, Bucks, Steelers, Chiefs, and 49ers, Cowboys. I'm sure nothing historic will happen when these two teams get together.
Montana looking, throwing in the end zone. Dwight Clark.
And speaking of history, how about a little Monday night playoff game? The Rams host the Cardinals, and in addition to being out of the playoffs, losing coach also has to go a month without pomade. Good luck with that one. Game Day View starts right now. All right, Game Day View is back, and we are picking the final playoff matchups of Super Wild Card Weekend, including Eagles, Bucks, Steelers, Chiefs, and 49ers, Cowboys. I am Rachel Bonetta. We got Hawk. We got Cynthia Freeland at home. We got Greg Rosenthal making some picks. Guys, let's get into this. I am so excited for this weekend. It is going to be so good. We are going to start with San Fran, who is traveling to Dallas to battle the Cowboys. Jimmy G's future is in the balance, and he admits it is on his mind heading into the game. Is that a good thing or a bad thing? We will discuss. Cowboys offense has been on fire lately. America's team favored by 3. How could he like?
I got the Cowboys. I got the Cowboys winning this one big. I got them winning 27-17. I just feel like they outmatched the 49ers from a player perspective. I like the coaching advantage that San Fran has, but the matchup I'm looking at, I'm just looking at Trevon Diggs, and I know he's going to be matched up against Deebo Samuel, who's one of the best football players in the league. And yeah, Diggs has given up some yards and some big plays down the field, but the most important part is that he creates turnovers, 11 in the regular season, and I'll trade that for some of the yards he gives up as a corner to flip possessions, which is so important. And I do expect him to walk away this week with another interception, this time in the playoffs.
Cynthia, who do you like in this one?
Well, I think that it's interesting because I'm threading the needle here because I have a 2-point Cowboys win, 26-24. Deebo Samuel is actually my reason for talking about like what's interesting in this one, because him especially used in the running game, like the receptions and the runs together. Now that makes a really interesting combination. They also, last week, you saw it was exemplified last week. They navigated switching what was going on based on what they were seeing at the halfway mark and totally came back and won that game in overtime. So Deebo Samuel for me, especially, those pitches straight back from like just crazy things that you don't typically see from a lot of offenses, that creativity keeps it really, really close.
I love that. Very close. 2-point win for the Cowboys. Cynthia's got Greg. What do you like?
I've got the Cowboys too. I got to admit, I took them because everyone else has been picking the 49ers all week. And then here we are with the meme alert possibility. Right? Look, only one of these two teams has Dak Prescott, though. And this is why Dak Prescott was given that big contract. It's why Amari Cooper was given those draft picks and the contract. It's why they took CeeDee Lamb. The 49ers have a great defense, but they have one major flaw. That's deep and to the outside. They are dead last in the league against passes of 15 yards or more. I think they've got the right offensive coordinator in Dallas and Kellen Moore to not worry about establishing the run. Just pass deep, stay aggressive all game, and they get the win.
It is pretty fascinating to see how many people love the 49ers in this game. The Cowboys are the smallest favorite of the weekend, only being favored by 3, but I am going Cowboys across the board. Dak Prescott, hell of a comeback this year. This offense, they put up 250 burgers out of their last 3 games. It's amazing. And also, Jimmy G, is he the sign of a trusting relationship that I want to have? Absolutely not, especially with a torn ligament in his thumb and a chipped bone. And he told media, I am very, very, very much in pain. That's not something that I want to buy into. So I'm going Cowboys 28-24. We all have pretty close games. All right. Moving on to this next game, Eagles, who went 4-1 since the beginning of December, take on the king of the postseason, Tom Brady and his Bucks. Eagles defensive coordinator says Tom Brady is a trained killer, so they know what they will have. They know what they're going to have their hands full. Okay, Bucks favored by 8.5. Who do you guys like here, Cynthia? I'm going to start with you.
Well, I like this killer move. 30-20 win for me for the killer, the trained killer. I think Tom Brady is going to look very good in this game despite not having his full arsenal of pass catchers. But I really think the point is it's that he's going to use these quick passes. He's been masterful with them. He has the most touchdowns with them in the NFL so far this season. And I understand it stinks to not have the guys that you came here with, especially Chris Godwin. But you still got Mike Evans. You still got Gronk. And Scotty Miller will step up. That's what Tom Brady does. He figures out next man up. He got that from the Patriots. He brings it down to the Bucks.
Worries me that the model has such a big score here. I got the Bucks winning, but I am threading the needle. I think the Eagles keep this game close because of their running game. And I think the matchup is a lot more advantageous than you would expect. This Bucks run defense in the second half of the season is average in terms of EPA, expected points allowed against the run. And that's a long stretch of play, and they're going up against one of the best running games in the league. The offensive line, Jalen Hurts, especially to the outside. I think this group can maul. I think there won't be many possessions, and I think it's going to be a really fun one on Sunday.
Ooh, Hawk, what do you like?
I'm with Cynthia. I have a big win for the Bucks. I got them winning 24-16. Listen, I think that Mike Evans is going to be the difference maker in this game, and I think it is kind of poetic that it's still going to come down to the one pass catcher that has been doing it for Tampa Bay for so many years. I do think Gronk is going to get a lot of love, and I do think he'll be the number one, and Mike Evans will play the number two as the 1-2 punch in that receiving tandem, and Tom Brady will just keep the train going. He's won with even less pass catchers, so this is nothing to him.
Yeah, I am going Bucs as well because of Tom Brady. Leonard Fournette is coming back. That could be a really nice addition to this team. But similarly to Greg, I think the Eagles can kind of keep this close. They are 6-3 since the beginning of November. 2 of those losses are within 1 score, and then obviously that loss against the Cowboys, which Jalen Hurts didn't even play in. Also, the Bucs haven't even really played anybody that decent in the last few weeks. They've played the Panthers twice, the Jets, and then they lost against the Saints. They were completely shut out. So I think that they might be a little bit rusty playing an actual playoff caliber team. So I'm going Bucs here, but keeping it close with the Eagles. All right, let's talk about this next game. Maybe we keep this one a little bit quick. Big Ben continues
We're quick picking a playoff game.
Farewell Tua. And his next stop is Kansas City to take on Patrick Mahomes and some pretty hot Chiefs right now. A lot of people are on the Chiefs here. They are favored by 12.5. Do the Steelers have a chance? Greg, I'm going to start with you.
No, not much of one. I have the Chiefs winning this game 35-16. Last game they played, Patrick Mahomes left with 11 minutes to go. They were winning 33-3, and Patrick Mahomes said after Week 18, they haven't played a complete game all season. That's how much he disrespects the Steelers. They can play better than 33-3. Love this running game for the Chiefs. To me, that is the key, because this Steelers defense is not like it was in previous years. You can run all over them.
Hawk, what do you like?
Yeah, I'm going Chiefs here, too, 34-20. Patrick Mahomes, I said it earlier, he is still Patrick Mahomes. He has thrown 12 touchdown passes to 1 interception in the last 5 games. He absolutely diced this Pittsburgh team up the way that Greg talked about, and that was without Travis Kelce and with Tyreek Hill only having 3 receptions. This could get ugly, and I hate the fact that we're already 2 big scores in and on our way to a meme alert. That could be catastrophic on social media.
Cynthia, do you have a close game here at all?
Nope, 38-17 for me. I'm sorry.
That was our only chance.
This could be bad.
I want to talk about how Ben Roethlisberger uses quick passes, because he has the most yards with them and the most receptions using them. But the reality is the Chiefs are really good at defending these quick passes. And it's not that Ben Roethlisberger is really great at it. It's just that he uses it so much. That's how he accumulated it, with volume. But Tyrann Mathieu specifically will not let this happen. The Chiefs over this past month have been just absolutely excellent stopping and limiting those quick passes. So this is not a matchup that really favors the things that the Steelers do really well, especially considering, I know they bring up pressure and their defense is great, but it feels like Patrick Mahomes has too many weapons to combat the lack of being able to leverage Ben Roethlisberger's quick passes.
All right, make it a meme alert. I am taking the Chiefs as well, 31-10. Let me just look at what I have written here on my notes. It's just the word nope. And that's it. That's just about it. I feel like a couple of weeks ago we were talking about Big Ben's done. He's not going to play against the Ravens even in this last game. Somehow this team has found themselves in the postseason. I think that they just want to go on vacation at this point. I'm going to go Chiefs here. All right, now this game that we're going to talk about is interesting. Cardinals in LA facing the Rams, who are favored by 3.5. Cardinals have been a bit of a mess lately, only 1 win in a month. Matt Stafford has also been a bit of a mess lately. 8 interceptions in the last 4 games. Who do you guys have more faith in? Hawk, I'm going to start with you.
Oh, man, this was a tough one.
It really is.
Very evenly matched game. I got the Cardinals winning, though, by 3, 29-26. The difference maker to me is Kyler Murray. Listen, I think Kyler Murray is made up of all the right stuff, and I think when you get in the playoffs, you're going to go to the things that make you special. What makes Kyler Murray special is his ability to move around the pocket, throw downfield with a big arm, but again, evade some of these incredible D-line and pass rush that the Rams have. And I think it just comes down to when you're in the huddle, especially in the playoffs, it's going to come down to a play or 2 in this game. And the guys in that huddle want to be able to look at their quarterback and say, if we need a play, we have the guy to get it done. I feel like Kyler Murray does that better than Matt Stafford, so I gave them the edge.
Ooh, Cynthia, who do you like?
+1 to everything that Hawk said, including the winner. I have a 1-point win for the Cardinals. Upset outright in this matchup, 25-24. Kyler Murray, it's worth noting, and I'm basically going to echo everything that Hawk just said, but this year he took a huge step forward against pressure. He has like a 20 percentage point increase in his completion percentage, which is monstrous.
Wow.
Same thing when facing the blitz. Like, this is just a totally different situation for him this season and his ability to really, sorry, pressure. I mean, Aaron Donald, you're coming at me, 3 times this year? That's going to be terrible. But he's able to navigate it, especially because targeting that linebacker level of the Rams is a really big source of strength for teams. So if you can get away from the pressure and leverage the fact that the linebacker level is the weakness, you can do that. And that's what Kyler Murray does really well.
I get Kyler Murry's great, but doesn't the last month matter? This team's been mediocre for a while. I got the Rams winning this game, and it's not that close. 35.
Just lost to the Niners.
Look at that score.
They've both been mediocre.
No, the Rams have beaten some good teams, and they beat the Cardinals way back in week 13 because Aaron Donald was a terror. And when I watch this Cardinals offensive line, that's what's been the difference lately. Not just in the middle, but on the edges, DJ Humphries. Aaron Donald can take over this game by himself, but he doesn't need to. He's got A'Shaun Robinson. He's got Greg Gaines. Von Miller's coming off his best game as a Ram. I love this defensive line. And for the most part, this Rams offense has been getting it done. This Cardinals defense is 23rd in the league over the last 9 games in terms of expected points allowed. That's a mediocre defense against a very good offense. And Sean McVay owns Cliff Kingsbury. I'm not letting you talk, Cynthia.
What is this sign language?
I was sign languaged it.
Wow. You keep on getting cooler.
No, I really
want
to hear you talk, though.
Hawk, you want to respond to that?
I'm just saying, he said the Cardinals have been mediocre. Did he not watch last week's game where they completely dropped the ball against the San Francisco 49ers to get them into the playoffs? I was there. It was even worse in person.
You saw it.
And when you see it up close the way I did,
historically.
Trust me, historically, it gives you a little better insight.
Cynthia, do you want to add one more thing?
Yes, number 1, J.J. Watt. Number 2, I was at that Rams game, and I saw them not adapt in the second half.
There it is. We've seen it, Greg.
Point.
We've seen it.
Greg, I'm with you. I feel sorry for you. I'm gonna join this bandwagon. I'm gonna go Rams 31-28. I'm gonna be at this game, okay? And I am looking forward to the home field advantage that the Rams are going to have because Kelly Stafford is telling all of these Rams fans, don't sell your tickets to Arizona fans. This place is gonna be packed. SoFi belongs to the Rams. And I agree with Greg. I think the Cardinals have not looked like the Cardinals since Kyler Murray got hurt and they lost DeAndre Hopkins, okay? And Matt Stafford's also been struggling as well, but I'm going home field advantage in this one. I'm going to take the Rams. All right, next on Game Day View, which players are going off on Super Wildcard Weekend? Proper performances is after the break. Don't go anywhere. Didn't you know sign language?
Right, they'd kick us out.
Welcome to the next level. This is the all-new Lexus NX with intuitive tech.
Watch for traffic.
And our most advanced safety system ever.
Thousands of families affected by disasters urgently need support. You can help the American Red Cross provide help and hope to families when they need it most. Please donate today to Red Cross Disaster Relief to help people affected by disasters big and small. Go to redcross.org/NFL today. Your support is critical. We can't do it without you.
Microsoft Surface is part of the NFL playoffs. So are superstitions. Swipe lightly with the pen. Get the ball back again. Surface ×2. Touchdown for you. Old Surface turnaround. Defense scores a touchdown. Respect the power of Surface.
If accelerating faster in wet conditions matters, what really matters is they're Bridgestone.
Coach Jared Fast Bolton here with NFL Play 60 Totally Terrific Indoor Recess Fitness Challenge on Go Noodle. We're here to help you get physically active for at least 60 minutes a day. Check out GoNoodle.com/NFL Play 60 and get moving.
Wake up. We got breaking news here, folks.
This is an opportunity you've been waiting your whole life for. I cannot wait to see this one.
Make every morning a good morning.
We are so excited.
Yeah! Boom! Good Morning Football, only on NFL Network.
Former NFL scouts Daniel Jeremiah and Bucky Brooks deliver a front office perspective on the league.
He's got plenty of touch and accuracy. You want someone who's productive and a big physical playmaker.
Move the Sticks, Monday at 3 on NFL Network.
This is NFL Total Access.
It's TA from LA.
If it happens in this league, you'll find it here.
We lead you through every angle.
That's how we do it. Let's go.
He was born to play the position.
Leaping grab, touchdown.
It's your home to all the latest news.
Significant for the entire NFL. Here's how it broke down.
And our home to all your favorite experts.
A lot to talk about with these guys.
Cowboys win!
I'm a believer. I think they got a bunch of game changers.
With in-depth analysis.
I have 24 points projected.
He's starting to expand his vision.
The man is a monster.
They cannot be stopped.
For every team.
If you love football, you should be excited.
Throws it to the end zone, touchdown!
This guy comes up and hits.
Every weeknight.
This is a heavyweight matchup.
And when you need your football fix most, you'll be right at home.
You can't not be hyped for this.
NFL Total Access, only on NFL Network.
All right, let's talk individuals and proper performances presented by Intuit TurboTax Live. Cynthia, take it away. What quarterback do you like?
I'm playing the role of Greg Rosenthal. Are you ready? I need a cool jacket. Darn it. Okay, Ben Roethlisberger is going to have fewer than 226.5 passing yards in this matchup. Wah, wah, wah. I told you that the Chiefs are really good at defending those quick passes, and that is what Ben Roethlisberger leverages way too much. So there you go.
Greg, what do you like?
Need more of like an annoying voice, though, Cynthia, to get it. I'm going positive this week. I'm going Jalen Hurts over 199.5 yards. If you haven't watched Hurts a lot this season, he is so much better as a passer than he was as a rookie. And then he was advertised in the pocket, out of the pocket, touch passes deep. I think he's a lot more talented throwing the ball, and I think they might be trailing in this game, so they'll need to throw.
All right, let's move on to wide receivers. Cynthia, who do you like?
Ooh, well, you talk about trailing in the fourth quarter. I'm talking about Cooper Kupp. 7.5, that seems like a third quarter type of situation to blow past that. So more than 7.5 receptions. Look what Cooper Kupp has been doing. They trust each other, he and Matthew Stafford. This is a secondary that is targetable. So Cooper Kupp, at least 8 receptions. Yes, I don't know why I'm blurry, but yes.
Hawk, what do you think?
Yeah, I'm sticking in the same game, and I'm going on the other side of the ball. I'm going with A.J. Green to have more than 3.5 catches in this game. No DeAndre Hopkins. A.J. Green is going to have to step up, and Kyler Murray is probably going to go to him pretty early. I think he might break this in the first half, to be honest.
It's not a game debut unless Hawk is going for one of his ex-teammates.
Hey, my guys are my guys.
Sharing
okay?
the love. I love it. Cynthia, running backs, who do you like?
All right, well, I'm sticking in this same game that I targeted before, and I'm talking about Sony Michel. The number here is just too low at 58.5 rushing yards. We saw a really good outcome when teams have run against the Cardinals before. Sometimes they play that 44 defense, and they sometimes don't switch it. So I think that that number is just too low. Sony Michel has been super useful, a lot more volume in recent weeks, and so I think more than 58.5.
All right, I got another low number for you. Give me playoff Lenny. More than 58.5 rushing yards versus the Eagles. He has been out for a couple of weeks. He is back from injury. Bruce Arians says that he is going to be the go-to guy. He is not going to be contained at all. The last time they played the Eagles, playoff Lenny balled out. So give me Leonard Fournette more than 58.5 rushing yards. All right, that was proper performances presented by Intuit TurboTax. It is time now for Perfect Pair, ignited by Smirnoff Vodka, number 21. All right. We are going, play the jazz music, please.
You know, I can't even hear it, right? It's just in my heart.
It's in your soul, Cynthia.
It never left.
My soul.
It never left. It never left. All right. My perfect pair, I'm going Eagles plus 8.5 at Bucks. All right. They've been keeping a lot of their losses close since the beginning of November. And I also like Jalen Hurts 1 passing touchdown and 1 rushing touchdown, or maybe a little bit more than that. He had 1 passing touchdown and 2 rushing touchdowns when they played the Bucks in Week 6. This guy's just getting better and better as the season goes. I think this game is going to be close. So that's what I like. That's my perfect pair. Hawk, what do you like?
Hey, Rachel, I like a combo myself. Okay, perfect pair. I got the Cardinals plus 3.5. And on top of that, I got Kyler Murray with 2+ passing touchdowns and 1 rushing touchdown. When the playoffs come, you need your big dogs to be big dogs. And that's what Kyler Murray's going to do. And we're waiting to see that big dog all weekend long, baby.
I just wish I had a low voice like Hawk, and then I could follow what he's saying.
You could just say anything, and it sounds provocative.
Cynthia, what's your perfect pair?
Okay, so I don't know about dogs, but I do know that I don't think that the Chiefs have to worry about any dog. Here, a nice, big, huge win for them. And I'm also going to pair that with the fact that the Chiefs are going to win in every single quarter of this matchup. They're not going to let the Steelers take a lead. You talked about maybe we see Chad Henne. Okay, you know how that happens? If you get out to a monstrous lead. Who wouldn't like to see a little Chad Henne here on playoff weekend? So, hey, I think they lead in all 4 quarters.
Love it.
1 L in the 4s. I love it, Cynthia.
Greg, take us out here with a little yaz. What do you like?
Ooh, I like the Cowboys -3. And when the Cowboys are rolling, you know Dak Prescott is.
This is making it uncomfortable.
All day,
3 touchdowns.
Ooh.
This is a man who he likes the big stage.
He's
been waiting for it long.
You don't shy away from it, G.
Oh, boy. Well, that was that. That was perfect pair. Ignited by Smirnoff Vodka number 21. Well done, everybody. Try Smirnoff's Hold the Line Lemonade for a delicious and refreshing cocktail while home gating. Please drink responsibly. All right, next on Game Day View, cut the yaz. We are talking wild card point totals in more or less. Stick around. Oh, boy.
Super wild.
Buffalo Wild Wings win-win value lineup gives you and your friends more for less. With buy one, get one half off traditional wings every Tuesday. Buy one, get one free boneless wings every Thursday. And $3 tolls every day. Only at Buffalo Wild Wings.
Coach Jared Flash Bolton here with NFL Play 60 Totally Terrific Indoor Recess Fitness Challenge on Go Noodle. We're here to help you get physically active for at least 60 minutes a day. Check out GoNoodle.com/NFL Play 60 and get moving.
I'm dramatically holding this bottle so the light hits it just right and people think, wow, he knows what he's doing, when I'm actually pretty lost with my payroll taxes.
Intuit QuickBooks helps you manage your payroll taxes.
Cheers.
100% accurate payroll tax calculations guaranteed.
This buy one, get one half off, it's offensive. No regard for folks who don't have someone, those who strong-arm their way to the top, only to find they got no one to share the view with. Thank you, Stephen.
Jimmy John's, buy one, get one half off.
Is it okay to call you Mom? Of course you can.
Families affected by disasters urgently need support. Help the American Red Cross provide help and hope to those affected by disasters, big and small. Please donate to Red Cross Disaster Relief.
What if you could use retirement accounts to invest in crypto? With iTrust Capital, you can. iTrust Capital allows you to invest in your favorite crypto assets 24/7 with the tax benefits of an IRA. So instead of paying taxes on your crypto gains every year, you can defer taxes till you retire using an iTrust IRA. Or with an iTrust Roth IRA, you can withdraw tax-free at retirement because you're in this for the long haul. Start investing today at itrustcapital.com.
If you're buzzed and doing this, to make yourself feel okay to drive, ZWX. You're not okay to drive.
YGKLVW. Regular you.
Coming up next, our crew gets you ready for a wild card triple header.
This is a big money game.
Plus, Tom Brady reveals what it will take for the Bucs to repeat.
You got to go earn it. That's what the playoffs are all about.
NFL Game Day Morning, coming up next on NFL Network.
Prescott throw over the top. Ball is caught in the end zone. Touchdown!
Goes toward the end zone. Receiver open. Hot ball. Touchdown, Tampa Bay.
Snap throw. Going to Graham in the end zone. He's got it for the touchdown. Here's the snap. Rodgers throws left side. Diving grab. Touchdown!
Josh going to throw it on play action. Got a man wide open. Gabriel Davis. Touchdown, Buffalo. Gabriel Davis wide open on play action.
All right, let's talk totals in more or less. We got the foam fingers back. And Cynthia, why don't you just show us what you're working with today? Okay, never mind. Put it away. What is that?
Listen, this is from Mardi Gras. My best friend gave it to me to borrow, and she got it at Mardi Gras. So Greg should know what this is.
Like
I don't know what it is.
Devil tail or small umbrella.
No.
That's what I'm going with. All right. Let's break down some of these games and choose more or less what we think. Let's start Eagles at Bucks. The total is 45.5. I am going more. I think the Eagles keep this close. I do like the Bucks, but Jalen Hurts put up two rushing touchdowns, one passing touchdown when they played in Week 6. This guy's only gotten better, and it's Tom Brady in the postseason, people. It's Tom Brady against the Eagles, okay? The man holds grudges. Hawk, where are you going last?
I think they're going to run the football a lot for Tampa Bay. They don't have as many weapons on the outside. They have Leonard Fournette. You talked about touchdown Lenny, and same on the Eagles. The Eagles are going to try to run the football because that's the thing that got them into the playoffs. I think the Tampa Bay Buccaneers will do a good job against it, but I still think they'll try, and that will limit the points.
Playoff Lenny. Cynthia, you like more. What do you like?
I like more because I think that there's going to be because of missing pieces to the Bucs, there are going to be able to be some rushing efficiencies for the Eagles, and then I think the Bucs will have to keep pace, meaning ratchet that up. Tom Brady playoffs. Boom, boom.
Greg, we're going to ignore you and move on to this next one.
Yes.
49ers at Cowboys.
Happens when you're last.
49ers at Cowboys. The total is 51. What do we like? What do we like? I like more. Listen, the Cowboys put up 2 50 burgers out of their last 3 games. Dak Prescott is on one hell of a return tour. This offense is balling out. Greg, why do you like less?
Because I think this Cowboys defense is one of the rare groups that can match up with 49ers in terms of their athleticism up front and in the back. I don't think Jimmy G is going to keep up pace and get enough points. He had two interceptions and a fumble last week, and people acting like he played a great game.
Yep. Torn ligament, chipped bone. No, thank you. All right. Steelers at Chiefs. Over under is 46. That is more or less. What do we like? I'm going less. I don't think the Steelers are going to put up many points. Hawk, why do you like more?
I like more because I think the Chiefs are going to put up a lot of points. And I do think the Steelers will do better than they did last time. Because it's a second time around, they'll be able to fix some things. They have a great coaching staff, game planning. I still think it won't be a close win, though.
All right. Cynthia, what do you like more?
Me? Okay, good. Yes, more. I like more because I think that they get the run game going a little bit more for the Steelers. I couldn't hear you. I'm sorry. For the Steelers. So.
All right. One last game. Cardinals at Rams. The total is 49.5. Do we like more? Do we like less? Lower. Cynthia, you're on the less bummer. Why are you going less here, Cynthia?
I think that we see that Cardinals defense, especially with J.J. Watt coming back, really give some problems. And I think that we see Kyler Murray run the ball so that they take advantage of the fact that when they have possession, they have the more control over the game.
You know, I know the past doesn't exactly result in future results, predict it, but they did go over 60 the last time these two teams played. It wasn't that long ago.
Yeah.
Love these offenses. Ultimately, I trust them more than...
Guys, if there's one Sunday, Monday game to go overtime, is it this one or is it another one?
I kind of hope it's not this one.
I hope it's this one because I'm going to be there.
I might be bringing my kids to it and be like a late night, so let's just get a nice, comfortable game.
Yeah,
OT?
Let's ruin Greg's night. OT. You know I got OT for the Rams and the Niners.
Greg, you might be dealing with some grumpy kids come Tuesday morning. We might be staying up late. Guys, enjoy Wild Card Weekend. I know that I will. We will see you back here next week. Happy football! Oh, Lord.
Shotgun snap, lob down the left sideline. Evans is there. He's got it.
Good pass.
Feeling blessed.
Holy cow.
Never stressed. Got that sunshine on my Sunday best.
The 5th touchdown pass of the night for Dak Prescott.
Got that sunshine on my Sunday best.
That's a good song.
All right, you're looking live at Tom Brady showing up for work on a quest to repeat as champions once again. Try to get ring number 8.
Oh, man, this is the game right here that we have been waiting on down in Dallas. I'm sure the rest of the world will enjoy this day today.
That's like a Zamboni over in Kansas City. Will this be it for Ben Roethlisberger after 18 great seasons? He's going to face Patrick Mahomes and the Chiefs. Can't wait for that one later today.
All right, welcome to NFL Game Day Morning, presented by Intuit TurboTax Live. Good morning, Super Wildcard Weekend Sunday edition. Got my coach, got my playmaker, a humble host will be joining us pretty soon. And guys, we had a great start to Wildcard Weekend yesterday. The nightcap, Bills, Patriots, and how about Josh Allen coming in 2-2 in the playoffs, 2-0 at home. First quarter, no score. Bills opening drive, 2nd and goal, just buying time. I think he was throwing this away, but you know it's going to be a good night.
Was that
when
your
you're throwing it away? And it ends up as a touchdown. Great start for the Buffalo Bills. But they were incredible, guys. Fourth quarter, they're up 40-10 against the Patriots. Now we need a big man touchdown here. Josh Allen, Tommy Doyle, 1-yard touchdown. Bill Belichick. Really nothing he can do right there.
Wow, what a great game that was. Yeah. And you know what? Look at this now. Look at this board. Quarterbacks that have thrown for 5 touchdowns in a playoff game with no interceptions and 4 incomplete passes. This is incredible. Kurt, I see you right in the middle there, you and Peyton. And Josh Allen, what a fantastic performance that he put on. Huh?
Could not have been any better than he was last night. Now let's look at the first game yesterday. Bengals lost 8 straight playoff games going back to 1991. Longest active streak without a win, 30 years. Joe Burrow buying a little bit of time here.
Right here, man.
Great play. Right before he goes out of bounds.
Whistle blew early.
We're going to take a little look. Did you see him there? Is that a touchdown? Is it not a touchdown?
They didn't know.
Inadvertent whistle.
But you know what?
They thought he was out of bounds, man, but it was a great play. And then they was like, no, he wasn't out of bounds.
But there was an inadvertent whistle. And they said, well, it happened after the catch, so it's a touchdown. Fourth quarter, 17 seconds left. Raiders hanging around. 26-19, fourth and goal. You got to go for it.
Yeah, man. Right there.
Interception right there. What a game. Bengals hang on for a 26-19 win. First win in 30 years. All right, fellas. It was a great start to our weekend.
It really was.
Coach, biggest takeaway from the weekend?
Yeah, of course, that Raider game and Bengal game came down to the last play, was fantastic. But I want to talk about the Bills because I don't think anybody in the league would have beaten the Bills last night.
Yeah, they were ready.
They were fantastic.
Coach,
that was the best game that I've seen in a long, long time. They had 7 drives, 7 touchdowns. They didn't punt. They didn't kick a field goal. They didn't turn it over. I mean, they were pretty much perfect on both sides of the ball, right? And that guy right there, Josh Allen, the kid from Fireball, California, 5 touchdowns, and that performance, we just showed the graphic, Kurt. That was the best quarterbacking performance that I can recall since, let's face it, your 2009 game in the playoffs against the Packers. You were fantastic then, all right? But this was fantastic as well. Plus, you just saw him running. He ran for 66 yards. Can you imagine? Plus, it was like 2 degrees.
Exactly.
All right? So this was one for the ages. There's number 13 touchdown for a fat guy, for a 300-pound guy. This year, we set all kinds of records. 13 touchdowns. Number 13.
A record number of big boys, man.
The thick 6? Is that what we got?
The thick 6. Right. Let me tell you something. What my takeaway was. There was some demons exercised yesterday. On both sides, man. Buffalo was like, I'm tired of you guys talking about is it our division or is New England back in it? They wanted to put Michael Myers away for good yesterday. I mean, when you score every time you touch that ball, we want to put you away. And I talked about Cincinnati. Right? And when I was starving yesterday, I used that analogy. I said, if you don't eat breakfast, you're going to be starving for lunch. If you don't eat lunch, you're going to be starving for dinner. But and what is it if you've been starving for 31 years for a playoff victory? You know what it is? They never sat down. That's how crazy that crowd was. They made sure that everybody, that the Raiders couldn't hear. They were jumping off sides. They participated. And I got to give the Raiders some love because they came. It was just what we saw all year. They had a tough early on, but they stayed together. They fought back, and it came down to the last play. Yesterday, I told you they won 6 games on the last play this year. But this year, this game, they came up a little short. So kudos to them for fighting back. But, boy, those some demons exercised yesterday.
And for me, in my storyline yesterday, I was talking about those quarterbacks, the young quarterbacks that were playing in this moment. Could they raise their game and carry their team? And we saw a couple great performances by young quarterbacks yesterday. I mean, obviously, we already talked about Josh Allen.
I thought
incredible.
About you,
is he taking his team and his game to a whole nother level? Because this is what it's about. The legacies are written in the postseason, and he was just incredible, carrying his team every step of the way. And then you got Joe Burrow, and you talked about exercising those demons, but I think we all felt Joe Burrow had that killer instinct in him. We've seen him a number of times in different situations, in big moments, and he always raises up in the big moment. Both of those guys did that yesterday. It's probably the thing that I took away more than anything else.
We got some great young.
You know, Tom Brady won 3 Super Bowls in his first 5 seasons in the NFL, playing alongside our own Willie McGinnis with the Patriots. And now, here we are 20 years after his first ring, and Brady has again won 3 Super Bowls in the last 5 years. As he chases ring number 8, we say hello to Willie McGinnis and Colleen Wolfe in Tampa.
Hello, Kurt. Well, look, the years change, but the conversation stays the same. Tom Brady is back in the playoffs. We know at this point he's basically a witch, and it should be celebrated. I know that you sat down with Tom Brady. We're going to hear from that interview coming up during the show. It was awesome. I'm excited to hear the rest of it. But when you look at Tom Brady, now his 19th playoff appearance. Wow. It's unbelievable, first of all, and really it's just a testament to everything that he's been able to accomplish, that he is having. It's his 46th playoff start, which is just mind-blowing. What is his biggest obstacle, his biggest challenge, though, now in getting back to the Super Bowl?
Well, you mentioned it. He's been in the game for 22 years, so with that comes change and adjustment, and when you look at the team now, it's totally different, right? The weapons at his disposal are totally different. He's not playing with the same guys. There's no Chris Godwin. AB had an interesting departure. He's not there anymore.
Very interesting.
And then when you look at the injuries to Cyril Grayson and some of the other guys, he's got to do it differently. And in our conversation, when we did the interview, he talked about that. He talked about how this is a great opportunity for the younger guys like Tyler Johnson. Rashad Perriman is there now. Keyshawn Vaughn is a guy. Scotty Miller's a guy he trusts that's been there but hasn't had a lot of reps. So he's got to do it different with different personnel groups and different personnel on the field, which he's done before. And it's just an opportunity, like he mentioned.
Scotty Miller was a star for them last year, too.
In the playoffs.
Exactly.
When he needed to be.
Right. So they'll need him for sure. And now, when you talk about this defense that Tom Brady has here in Tampa Bay, they get JPP back. They get Shaq Barrett back. Levante David was activated off IR. But it's the back end that is a little suspect, Willie.
Well, it's been a little suspect because of the inconsistencies, because the guys have been injured. And the pass defense has suffered a little bit. And when you don't have 2 of your best pass rushers up front, you know, in JPP and Shaq Barrett, sometimes they can get exposed. But they got all those guys back. They've been a little consistent. The pass defense hasn't been great. And the defense in general hasn't been as effective as they were last year. So when you talk about change, when you talk about a new year, you have to understand you can't hit a switch and things are going to bounce back to the way it was. So getting guys back, understanding what they need to do to win football games. Todd Bowles is a great defensive coordinator. Hopefully they understand, like, this is it, okay? This is it. You're one and done, and they'll put things together and be back on track.
And we'll get into a lot more of the matchups in this game. Of course, the weather could be a factor. We're getting some, like, 20-mile-an-hour winds blowing through here, a little bit of rain. It's beautiful. It was gorgeous yesterday.
It is football weather.
Exactly. But now we have every single game covered today on location, presented by Lowe's. Let's go inside to Sarah Walsh, who's holding it down inside Raymond James Stadium.
Hey, Colleen. Well, Leonard Fournette will not play today. That's somewhat surprising given that on Monday, Bruce Arians said he looked great, but by Friday, he deemed him a question mark. This is concerning because the Bucs are also without Ronald Jones. So Keyshawn Vaughn, Gio Bernard, Le'Veon Bell will handle backfield duties. The good news for the Buccaneers, Levante David returns for the defense. Over on the Eagles side of things, defensive end, Josh Sweat is a game-time decision. He's had abdominal pain. I can tell you that Tom Brady just came out to survey these wet and windy field conditions. Let's go indoors now. Jane Slater in Texas.
Hey, Sarah, well, injuries aren't an issue for either of these teams heading into this one, which is why one of the storylines this week was the physicality that the 49ers posed for Dallas. Now, if you listen to some of the Dallas players talk about it this week, they seem to get a little fed up with that, frustrated, saying this is going to be a physically challenging game for both teams. And we even had 49ers linebacker Fred Warner on Rich Eisen's show this week saying, you know, if you look at Dallas, they've got stars at every single position. Now to our other star at the reporter position, we go to James Ballmer.
Well, thank you, Jane. Let's go to the Steelers at the beginning of the week. They didn't think they'd have any chance of getting their star wide receiver, Juju Smith-Schuster, back. He was done for the season with a shoulder injury. And then Najee Harris, his question was definitely his elbow and whether he was going to play in this game. Well, he didn't practice until Friday and is going to play. Smith-Schuster shocked everybody coming back from his 3-month absence, practice Thursday, and I'm told will play in this game. For the Chiefs, their backfield is a question mark. Clyde Edwards-Helaire, their starting running back, out with a shoulder issue. His backup, Darrell Williams, questionable with a toe injury. Now let's head indoors to Ian Rappaport.
Always indoors, James. One of the big topics today, of course, is, as we get through the football, is what's going to happen after and where are some of these key assistant coaches going to be coaching in the 2022 season. One of the big-time candidates, Eric Bieniemy, who you're going to see, James, in that game you were at. The Kansas City Chiefs offensive coordinator has several interviews every single season, just one this year. The Denver Broncos are going to interview Bieniemy, a hometown pick, of course, University of Colorado star. Meanwhile, Dan Quinn, the Cowboys defensive coordinator, has emerged as one of the most popular candidates. He has interviews with the Broncos, the Bears, the Vikings, the Jaguars, and the Miami Dolphins. Certainly seems like he is likely to get a job this year. Meanwhile, Byron Leftwich, the offensive coordinator for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, done such a good job with that offense, being groomed by Bruce Arians over the last several years. He interviewed with the Jacksonville Jaguars and has the Bears on tap. On the other side of the ball for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, Todd Bowles, also a very hot candidate, another coach who should probably get a job this year. He has done interviews with the Jacksonville Jaguars, and he has the Vikings and Bears on tap. Kurt?
Now, the Cowboys haven't been to the Super Bowl since Irv brought home his 3rd ring back in 1995. Is this the year they return? We'll let you know how it can happen next.
NFL Game Day Morning is presented by Intuit TurboTax Live. You do your thing, we've got your taxes.
People think unusual circumstances means complicated taxes. But for a TurboTax Live expert like me, it just makes things interesting. So, give us everything you've got.
What if I'm a professional gamer with a ton of expenses?
If they help drive views, let's talk deductions.
What if I'm in a state with no income tax, but my survival videos are viewed in 38 countries?
I can help. And if this is a business dinner, save those jerky receipts. An interesting life can mean an even greater refund. You do your thing. We've got your taxes. Intuit TurboTax Live.
When I break a long run, I'm talking long. That's why I use Old Spice Triple Protection Sweat Defense. Old Spice works harder for longer. Hey, Derek, man, you gonna be much longer. This is gonna be a minute. Derek, quick one. Derek.
Since retirement, I've been trying a lot of new things with Frank's Red Hot. It's the perfect blend of flavor and heat, like me. And it's great on all the recipes I've mastered. I put that on everything.
All that. Look like me, kid.
Jack, I didn't know you could shoot.
Know what else you didn't know? Ring has an alarm.
Ring? The company that created the video doorbell?
Yep, Ring has an alarm. I just plug in the base station, place the motion door and window sensors, then the keypad, connect the app, voila. Now I have professional monitoring.
What's up, Shaq?
And it was that easy. Splackatow!
It's true. Ring has an award-winning alarm. Learn more at ring.com.
Google.
Where the love go? 5, 4, 3, 2, I let one go.
Launches deep. He's got it.
I don't bluff, bro.
Touchdown.
Like a buffalo. Where the love go? 5, 4, 3, 2, I let one go.
This is the last time the Cowboys and the 49ers faced off in a playoff game, and this was a classic, the game that I lose so much sleep over still to this day, Coach. Not because of plays like this.
He had 12 catches.
Yeah, not because of plays like that. And not because of plays like this either. This is, as Emmett, man, that running game. But it's this play. I should have jumped right there.
It's great coverage, Dion.
Oh, man,
Great coverage, Dion.
It's that play right there.
Great timing.
Oh, my God, look at that.
Arm in there at the
That
last
was pass
second.
interference, man. I guess we'll cry about that, but let's go to James Slater for more on today's game.
Hey, Michael, I just got a text that said, I'm pretty caffeinated this morning, but I will never match your energy. The question today is, can this defense match the energy and versatility of this 49ers offense? For context, they've run the ball 500 times this season, and 29% of that has been from non-running backs. In fact, also, when you look at their running backs, they've got a combined 82 receptions. So my point here is they can do it all on offense. Defensive end DeMarcus Lawrence was asked about that this week, and he said rather bluntly, we don't care how versatile they are. He said, we are versatile too. And he says for them, it's all about owning the moment and making sure that they attack. And that sort of energy is why Michael Irvin loves his Dallas Cowboys.
You want to look at your team this week. You want to see, how do I feel about my team going into the playoffs? I felt good about the Dallas Cowboys. I'm bringing that down from heaven. Gave you some good feelings.
Do you see what's happening here? I told you this was going to commingle.
We can do this all night.
And we are looking devastatingly unstoppable.
And this is what I predicted in the Super Bowl preview show. I'll keep the Cowboys over the Chiefs.
Okay. All right, so I'm not even sure I really need to ask after seeing all that. So where do we get it? We get it from you. I mean, you do it every single week. So, all right, it's game day in the playoffs. How you feeling about your boys?
Actually, I do feel real good about this game today. I really do. Because I know I started the week worried about it, but the approach that I know the Cowboys have taken, and I know the kind of conversations they're having, I actually like it because I think they're putting everything right out front. It's not like you're coming into this game, even though you're the division champs and the game's at your house, that you feel overconfident and you feel like, oh, that's all everybody's been talking about. Is that San Francisco's too physical for Dallas. So I think they'll bring their best game. Execution-wise, I'm not worried about that. I'm just worried about matching the intensity of what they're going to have with those 49ers. And
amazing what a few days can do, huh? Because, Monday, you were all worried about this matchup, and now...
Right.
Are you talking yourself into this?
No.
Do you really believe this?
I was honestly worried. And then everybody, are you guys picking the San Francisco 49ers day?
You'll have to wait and see. You're going to have to wait and see.
It'll really help me out if you guys pick the 49ers because everybody's going against the Cowboys, and I think that's the best for the Cowboys. They play better, really, when it's that way.
Yeah, it's going to be a great football game and kind of renew that rivalry that we saw for so many years back when you were playing.
A great rivalry, too, man.
And we got a great game in the nightcap tonight as well. We got Steelers against Big Ben and the Steelers against Kansas City, Patrick Mahomes. Right. I know earlier this year it was one-sided, but maybe it's going to be different in Ben's last hurrah. Let's head out to James Palmer in Kansas City.
Well, thanks, Kurt. You mentioned Ben's last hurrah. You're right. This could be the final game of Ben Roethlisberger's illustrious Hall of Fame career. But talking to players in Pittsburgh, it hasn't really been a topic of discussion this week, mainly because they believe if they win, it won't be his final game, so they don't even really want to address it. Now, Roethlisberger joked this week saying, we're 20-point underdogs. We don't have a chance. But his teammates I talked to would disagree. They all said about the same thing about Ben Roethlisberger, but Trey Turner on the offensive line maybe said it to me best. He said Ben might be approaching 40. He might have multiple injuries. His body might be breaking down. But in those gotta-have-it type moments, he still has that rare trait where he goes out and makes a play when one needs to be made. And he did it last week, and it got him into this game.
Barring a tie tonight, the Steelers need to win today, need help from the Jacksonville Jaguars to put them in position to go to the playoffs.
Jacksonville will take over.
Boy, I don't think anyone saw this coming today.
What an improbable victory.
Just win, baby.
It's a touchdown.
They're going to roll the dice in overtime. 4th and 8.
It's caught. I told you. That kick is good. Season saved on 4th and 21.
4th down after 4th down after 4th down.
If these two teams tie, they both get into the playoffs.
The only people in pain are in Pittsburgh.
The Steelers are headed for playoff land.
All right, so we heard James talking there, and Big Ben has been good in the moment when they keep it close, and he's got to make that play or two down the stretch. But I'm going to ask you guys, is that going to be enough first and foremost? And if it's not, do you think Big Ben has one more ride in him where he can just put together one of those unbelievable playoff performances?
Yeah, when they said goodbye to him over in Pittsburgh, I thought that was it, you know. And then all of a sudden, they get into the playoffs here, and here we go again against a team that really dominated them earlier. But you guys played 10 and 12 years in the league. That's a long time. Right. I played 2 weeks in Canada. Anyway, Big Ben played 18 seasons.
18.
There were only 49 human beings that played that long in the National Football League, people. Coach. Okay? So it's a select bunch since way back in Jim Thorpe, okay? 100 years. He's the only guy that in those 18 years has never had a losing season. Are you kidding me?
That is incredible.
Talk about a winner.
That is incredible.
And it's an amazing thing. So today, what they've done lately, okay, remember he had the elbow surgery? He had the elbow surgery a couple years ago. So they started playing different. Instead of those down the field throws, big arm, Big Ben, it's the quick passing game. Right. Kurt, it's the quick passing game. And he was 2.38. His fastest time of throwing the ball was it was fastest in the league this year. Yeah. Well, the only time since Next Gen Stats been charting that was Ben's last year was a little bit faster. So he throws the ball quickly, and they have to do that. Now we'd like to see him throw the ball down the field a little bit more often, right? But that's how they've been playing with Ben in his older years. Peyton Manning had to play a little bit differently in his older years, but he's going to do that again today, and he's going to be efficient with it and stay right in this game.
So, I didn't hear the answer there. I know what he's been doing. Can he give us one more of those games? Yes or no?
Not to win the game. He's not going to win this game. He's not going to win this game, but he's going to go down like Butch Cassidy and the Sundance Kid. He's going to be going down fighting, all right? Shooting.
Well, it's how he gives you one last run. I'm saying he can give you one last run if everybody pitch in and help. You see,
everybody is right.
That's what it's going to take. All these guys in that locker room, and you got to always put yourself in that locker room, all these guys have to come up and talk about this, man, what this dude has meant to this organization over those last 18 years that coaches just talked about, never losing, what he's meant to it, and they will have to somehow say, we're all going to step up. All we're going to do is keep this game close so our soldier, our leader, can have an opportunity to go out on top and win this game late. He can have one last hurrah.
That was a roundabout way of both of you guys saying, nope, he's not going to carry them and give them one of those performances. But hey, who knows? All right, Stephen A. showing up this morning. Stop lying, Michael Irvin. You're on the NFL Network, nervous as hell, trying to talk yourself into something. Yeah, we know, Stephen A. You hear the footsteps. You know what's coming.
Man, I don't know
what can go wrong, will go wrong. What's worse, I'm finally back. Stephen A., we love you paying attention. Yes, we love you staying on our guy.
I tell people to stop suffering from that SA syndrome. We will not falter today.
All right, Tom Brady showing up. Up next, we'll explain how the Eagles can slow down Tom Brady, who will be without two of his best receivers from the regular season and without Leonard Fournette. But he still got Gronk.
Allie, let's roll.
Gotta get some juice, man. It ain't gonna be easy.
Complete. Who else? Gronkowski.
Let's go, Richard.
He has now set the NFL record with the most 100-yard receiving games by a tight end.
I just need 2 more catches to complete the day. One more. Yeah.
Cha-ching. Gronkowski has his catch bonus.
We love our new home. Lots of windows, great light.
But the birds. They're back.
Yes, I hear them.
Uh-oh. Why are these birds so angry?
At least Geico makes bundling our home and car insurance easy.
We save a lot.
I'm going.
Hurry, hurry!
I know.
For bundling made easy, go to geico.com.
Buffalo Wild Wings win-win value lineup gives you and your friends more for less. With buy one, get one half off traditional wings every Tuesday. Buy one, get one free boneless wings every Thursday. And $3 tolls every day. Only at Buffalo Wild Wings.
How bizarre. No annual fee on any Discover card.
There, we need a plan.
I have a plan. Right now, at T-Mobile, customers on Magenta Max can get the new iPhone 13, and T-Mobile will pay for it. I'm talking new customers. I'm talking existing customers like Ronald.
The new iPhone on T-Mobile. Let's do it!
New and existing T-Mobile and Sprint customers can upgrade to the iPhone 13 on us on our most popular Max plan.
Do we have a plan for the second half?
Nah, we're gonna get cream.
But we'll be on T-Mobile.
Highlights, and yeah, more highlights.
Oh, look at this!
We've got you covered with every big play from this weekend's slate of games.
That is unreal.
NFL Game Day highlights, tonight at 7:30 on NFL Network.
Try to keep up with me. Try to keep up with me.
Go to NFLshop.com for a special offer.
Hi, I'm Shannon Storms-Bedore. When we started selling my health products online, our shipping process was painfully slow. Then we found ShipStation. Now we're shipping out orders 5 times faster. And thanks to ShipStation's discounted rates, we're saving a ton. Honestly, we couldn't do it without ShipStation.
Join over 100,000 online sellers who get ship done with ShipStation. Go to ShipStation.com/try and get 2 months free.
Thanks to Scott's Cheap Flights, I'm taking my whole family to Hawaii.
We've always dreamed of exploring Asia.
We just didn't think that we could afford it.
We joined Scott's Cheap Flights, and a great deal to Japan dropped in our inbox.
The flights were so cheap, guess who's going shopping in Paris? My teenagers now officially think I'm the coolest mom ever.
And eat a lot of sushi.
All of the sushi. $176 round trip. $202 round trip. $297 round trip. Thanks, Scott's Cheap Flights.
You had a great facial expression on Sunday. So I want to try to figure out what Bruce Arians said to you.
Might be hard for you to figure it out, but I'll give you a shot.
The first one is, the Rams are losing, or Gronk needs 1 catch for $1 million. Which one was it?
It was A. He was like, all right, they're losing, whatever, 17-3 or 17-0, I found out. And I was like, all right, whatever, let's keep going. We still got to win. Then he came over to me, he's like, hey, 17-17. And I was like, oh, And I saw the picture of that after the game. That was funny as
It is a funny.
All right, welcome back to NFL Game Day Morning. Appreciate you guys getting up with us. Patrick, this morning on NFL Game Day Morning is like waiting to start a meeting because the person bringing donuts is late. Hope Rich Eisen shows up with the Long Johns. Rich?
Oh, God. Yeah.
You show up with the Long Johns? I don't see a box of donuts.
Yeah. You could see I'm not even tucked.
But we're glad you're here. We're glad you made it. We're glad you're safe.
After 18 years, my Ripken-like streak is over, and I didn't have the benefit of having a blackout. Try and just keep this streak intact. So the lights are on.
Wait.
Hello.
More tweets, of course. We're going to get them all day. You know.
What's the next?
Oh, we can do that.
That gives wind underneath Vooch's wings right there.
We couldn't do it without you, Ray. We need to do without you.
Now we're going.
Now we can start.
Yes. All right. Very well done. All right, guys, I got to run. See you later.
See you later. All right, Kurt, do your thing.
The Eagles and Bucks, we all know they played Week 6 on Thursday night in Philly. Jalen Hurts, 2 rushing touchdowns, 1 passing touchdown. But Tom Brady, too much. Nearly threw for 300 yards, 2 scores in Tampa's win. So today's super wild card weekend Sunday opener is a rematch. We send things to Sarah Walsh in Raymond James. Hey, Sarah.
Hey, sloppy conditions, big wind gusts. It is a great day to run the football, and that heavily favors the team that does it better than anybody else. The Eagles averaging nearly 160 yards a game on the ground. The Bucs rank 3rd at stopping it. It should help that they're going to get Levante David back today. Bruce Arians says that the Bucs haven't done particularly well stopping the run recently, and he said it's because guys are bouncing it outside to avoid their big men, Vita Vea and Ndamukong Suh, in the middle. Now, the Eagles will see the return of Miles Sanders. He was been out the last 2 games with a broken hand, surgically repaired less than 3 weeks ago, but he made his coach promise to get into the playoffs so he could return. Both men have kept up their end of the bargain. Now to Colleen and Willie outside the stadium. Guys, I apologize in advance for our weather today.
What is this? I was told that there would be sunshine and there would be palm trees and there would be cocktails and cabanas, but no, it is windy, it is rainy, it is dreary, but that's okay. I think the Eagles like that as well. The weather, it is favorable to run the ball, obviously, in those conditions. But just real quick, back on that Week 6 matchup, this really is a matchup between 2 different teams because you look at the fact that the Bucs beat the Eagles by 6 points in that game, but it was not even close to that. It was about 28-7 in the 3rd quarter in that game. It was torturous to watch the Eagles offense. And so now it's the rematch, and Tom Brady doesn't have a lot of the same weapons that he had at his disposal back in Week 6. So what is Tom Brady's message to the locker room now in the rematch? Put yourself in that locker room since you've been there before with him.
Well, I've heard this plenty of times, especially because it's the playoffs. And the one thing is, whatever we did last year in the playoffs don't matter. Number 1. Number 2 is what we did in Week 6 does not matter because this Eagle team is totally different. They found their identity in their 7-2 run as going into the playoffs. They're a different team. They're physical. They know what they do best. Nick Sirianni, the head coach, understands that. It seems like they were all over the place, early on, trying to figure it out in the passing game, the running game, but now they know that they're a physical team. They're going to beat you in the trenches. They're going to run the football, Colleen, and they're adding a lot of run game.
Yeah, and this run defense for the Buccaneers, they're ranked 3rd, but 4 out of their last 6 games, they've given up over 100 rushing yards and back-to-back weeks to close out the season. But Jalen Hurts, it's not just about him running the ball because, yes, that's how they recalibrated after that Week 6 game, but he can pass the ball too. Should that be a concern, though?
Absolutely. And I know the conditions are a little off with the wind, but the running game, the dominant running game does open up the play action. And if you look at the last 4 weeks, he has been very, very good in the pocket, being more patient, going through his progressions, accurately throwing the ball down the football field to his receivers, and moving the pocket. Nick Sirianni's done also a good job of moving the pocket with some boots and some sprints to get the ball out of his hands to get him comfortable. But when you talk about a quarterback that's developing and throwing the football, he's gotten more patient, and he's done that at a higher level.
And we had seen Tom Brady talking to the grounds crew there inside the stadium. What do you think he was saying there? What do you think they were talking about?
Counts. What type of cleats we need to wear, what's going on. It's going to be slippery. All those little things matter in this type of weather.
The last game against the Eagles, all the Bucs needed to do was show up. The outcome was very predictable, just like the offense. This time around, who knows what could happen? Rich, I'll send it back to you. Great to see you, by the way.
Thank you very much. Really appreciate that. Sounds great. Tom Brady getting ready for this game today. Which home team is on upset alert? Bengals needed all 60 minutes eventually to dispatch with the Raiders, and it felt like the Bills needed 60 seconds to do that with the Patriots. What about today's home team?
At Lowe's, you never have to be finished with your finishing touches, with aisles of ways to refresh and restyle for whatever style you're feeling and prices you're really feeling. Shop the Lowe's Bat Style and Save event now, in-store and online.
We make sit-down chicken, stand-up chicken, backyard chicken, oops chicken, lots of time chicken, no time chicken. If there's one thing we know, it's chicken, chicken, and chicken. More choices, more wow, more to love. Tyson.
The DQ Chicken Strip Basket and Rotisserie-Style Chicken Bites Basket means you've got chicken choices. Because sometimes you want crispy, and sometimes you want unbreaded, or you thought you wanted. Either way, you always win. Get it delivered at DQ.com.
Hey, Dad, you want to invite some friends over to watch the game?
Okay.
I hope to be at our house to watch the football game tomorrow. Come over tomorrow. Hope to see you there.
Bring the game home. Watch Super Bowl 56 in amazing detail when you upgrade to a big Samsung, LG, or Sony TV from Best Buy.
At CDW, we get it's hard to keep employees productive when their work and home lives are busier than ever.
Well, that's why we gave cyborg assistants to everyone in the company. They handle the home part so we can keep working. Delicious.
You know, at CDW, we can design a productivity solution with Lenovo devices that offer fast, reliable connectivity to help your people manage their workloads, with or without cyborgs.
Perfect. Because this guy needs a little work.
For technology that moves you forward, trust Lenovo and IT orchestration by CDW.
With the Game Time app, I got the superstar moment for 60% less than this guy. That's a lot less. Game Time finds you the best seats and guarantees the lowest price.
You might say a great deal just fell into your lap.
Don't say that. Download Game Time now.
Hey, everybody, and welcome to Game Day Final.
Wrap up the day's action with highlights.
Woo! The leap, and he's in.
And reactions from players and coaches around the league.
Oh, they're serious. They're for real.
NFL Game Day Final, tonight at 11:30 on NFL Network.
Wake up. We got breaking news here, folks.
This is an opportunity you've been waiting your whole life for.
I cannot wait to see this one.
Make every morning a good morning.
We are so excited.
Yeah, boom. Good Morning Football, only on NFL Network.
Rocket Mortgage Super Bowl Squares is back. With millions of dollars in prizes, it's the largest official game of Super Bowl Squares ever, and it's free to enter. Every time the score changes during Super Bowl 56, we're going to draw one lucky winner in the square to receive $50,000. Plus, we'll be giving away 2 grand prizes of $500,000 that you could use toward your dream home, one at halftime and one at the end of the game. See rules and enter for free at RocketMortgageSquares.com. On this day in 2015, the Cardinals beat the Packers in an NFC divisional matchup by 6. Aaron Rodgers Hail Mary to Jeff Janis, everybody. As time expired in regulation, did send the game to overtime, but Carson Palmer to Larry Fitzgerald wrapped it up, and Arizona moved on, would fall to the Panthers the next week in the NFC Championship game. That's on this day in history. Cardinals getting set to play tomorrow night across the street. Steve Weich, take it away.
Well, Rich, defensive lineman J.J. Watt, his playing status is still in the air after missing more than 2 months after dislocating his shoulder and tearing a lot of tendons in the process. But in someone I spoke with the Cardinals, they said he has had a strong week of practice and things are trending positively. And that is if he does play, it will be in a limited role in certain sub packages. Now, the Cardinals could also be getting back running back James Conner. He is questionable with rib injuries, but Conner has 4 rushing touchdowns, and he could be joining Chase Edmonds, so the Cardinals could have their full complement of running backs. And for the Rams, they're going to be without their starting safeties, Jordan Fuller and Taylor Rapp. They're both injured, so Terrell Burgess and Nick Scott, they will be starting. Remember Eric Weddle, they just signed him off the couch because he's been retired the past 2 years. If he does play, it would be an emergency or spot duty, Rich.
All right, thanks very much. So, Cynthia Freeland joining us here for Game Theory, presented by Microsoft Surface. Road teams are 10-4 the last 3 years in the wild card. So let me do the math here. That means 2/3 of the road teams have won wild cards the last 3 years. Did I do the math correct? I'm more verbal than
You
math.
did A+.
All right.
A+.
So that means yesterday did not go to type at all. We've got 3 games today, which we'll discuss in a second. You have the road team winning tomorrow night?
I do. I do have the road team winning. I have the Cardinals upsetting the Rams 25-24. So just a 1-point win. This is one of those coin flip situations. But when I look to see Kyler Murray, his ability to exploit some mismatches with those missing safeties that Steve Weiss just told us about, along with some linebacker vulnerabilities, look at what he can do kind of between Zach Ertz, between him, between James Conner if he returns. Those mismatches really give the Cardinals just that slight edge to do the upset twice this season here at SoFi Stadium.
Okay, so then let's return to the here and now today. Which of the teams today on the road can pull off the upset, do you think?
Well, it's a popular opinion, but the San Francisco 49ers do have a 47.4% chance of upsetting the Cardinals to me today. When I look to see the interesting part about this one, it really comes down to, can Dak Prescott stay efficient enough for long enough to overcome this defense and to figure out a way for, you saw the 49ers make a lot of great last week against the Rams, adapted to what they saw on the field. So can Dak Prescott kind of overcome that or no?
Cynthia Freeland with Game Theory to kick off our first hour here of NFL Game Day morning on Super Wild Card Weekend Sunday. Travis Kelce and the Chiefs' journey to a 3rd straight Super Bowl starts tonight in Arrowhead. When we come back, 2 tight ends of note from KC, to say the least. Tony Gonzalez sits down with Travis Kelce for a film session to remember.
When you're a quarterback, maintaining control is critical. Control of the clock, control of the game.
We want you to enjoy Caesars Sportsbook app, and we wish you success.
The Caesars Sportsbook app has the tools to help you set time limits, deposit limits, and spin limits. Please use them.
And if you are ever struggling to control your gambling, please seek help and support by dialing 1-800-522-4700.
You are all Caesars, and even Caesars need to know their limits.
Thank you.
This is your living room / yoga shanty / regional office / and this is the basement / panic room. Maybe what your family needs is a vacation home / vacation home. Find yours on the Vrbo app.
Wing of bat and foot of crow, eagle's egg and seagull's toe, bits of wasp and ooze of fly, soon I too can take to the sky.
Mom, are you still busy cooking?
Well, you're welcome to come and help me a bit, Freya.
Mom, there's no helping you anymore. Don't you know? Red Bull gives you wings.
Microsoft Surface is part of the NFL playoffs. So are superstitions. Swipe lightly with the pen. Get the ball back again. Surface ×2. Touchdown for you. Old Surface turnaround. Defense scores a touchdown. Respect the power of Surface.
We're getting this story out there. We need a plan.
I have a plan. Right now, at T-Mobile, customers on Magenta Max can get the new iPhone 13, and T-Mobile will pay for it.
Upgrade to the iPhone 13 on us.
Baby got back.
Unlimited cashback match. Only from Discover.
Let me tell you about where I'm from.
Where I'm from, the digital divide makes equality nearly impossible.
When I get a job, I'll make $10,000 less than white people with the same skills.
Where I'm from, we overcome. And soon, there will be many CEOs, CFOs, and CTOs that look like me.
The NFL and Pearl Scholars are providing training and access to people often excluded from tech careers because of education inequality. Together, our access can be equal no matter where we're from.
What is driving this willingness to let us in?
For a long time, I think that I was a little bit more of an enigma because I was quiet about my personal life. And I think at some point you just stop giving a about being quiet and say enough is enough. I'm going to use my platforms to speak more candidly and set the record straight on things that need to be straightened out. It's just caring about the things that are important, and my narrative is important.
As for today, the Kansas City Chiefs are playing their first wild card weekend game in 4 years today, which would normally be the mark of mediocrity and frustration, but it's really been quite the opposite. Today, the Chiefs go for their 6th playoff home win during that time span, a remarkable run for a franchise that, as we know, won 0 such games, with Hall of Famer Tony Gonzalez catching passes for them. Prior to the season, the current All-Pro tight end in red, Travis Kelce, sat down with Gonzalez for an NFL Generations tight end chat session.
Football world, what's going on? It's Travis Kelce and my guy, 8'8" Tony Gonzalez.
Glad to be here. Honored you chose me, man. Thank you.
The only answer on the board was you.
3rd and 2. They go underneath. This is Kelce to the pylon. That is a Kansas City touchdown. This kid is quickly emerging on the scene. Travis Kelce.
This is actually my first touchdown in the National Football League.
This is it right here?
This is it right here, baby. Down in Miami. Little shallow cross. I'm reading through the corner to the flat defender. You see this flat defender right here. He's sitting on the hash. He screwed up his rules. He doesn't have me. And from that point on, it was just a read it, run situation.
Yeah.
And just take off, man. There. Just take off. Get a little slippery around the 5-yard line.
That's what you are right there. What you do better than any tight end in the league. When you get the ball in your hands, the savviness and the slipperiness, and I love watching when you get the ball in your hands. It's gone. Loose hips.
My first touchdown, you know what I mean? Hit the shmoney dance, baby.
There it is. Do it.
Green gets time, lost her timing pattern, and Gonzalez comes down with the ball.
This is a corner route. I love it. You can keep it high, you can flatten it out, you can go medium, it doesn't matter. It's one of those things that it's unguardable. And if you can get on the same page with your quarterback, you can't stop this play. Especially when he just throws it up and you say, okay, I'm gonna jump up between you guys and I'm gonna go catch it.
Oh man, this is lovely, man. I'll tell you what, man, that's a hell of a feeling. You go up and boss somebody like that. This play against the Lions is actually it's cool to talk about because it actually worked, but I don't know if I'll ever do this again.
I can't wait to see it now.
Mahomes on a blitz. He's rolling. Mahomes in trouble. Throws back across his body. Oh, and a flip to McCoy from Kelce. Look at this. McCoy in the open field. That was sick.
I try and get physical right here, try and get outside leverage, but everybody, you got the entire flow of the defense going to this side, so nobody is on that backside.
Yeah, and this goes against the rules of a court. What the?
Have Mahomes breaking a rule right here to go across the body late.
Throw it back. You're not supposed to do that. You're not supposed to do this. You know what, though? Having the audacity to do something like this. That's what I've loved about you, watching you, like the dancing and the shenanigans that you do sometimes.
Shenanigans, exactly. Great word for it.
I love it. I love it because you don't become great unless you take those type of chances, and you do it to the fullest extent.
I'm just glad 2-5 was ready for it. Shady, man. Appreciate you making this play legendary, dog. TG, I appreciate you, brother.
Yeah.
Let me pick your brain. Here's some of what makes you the greatest tight end to ever play the game, man. I can't thank you enough, brother.
Yeah.
Today's game, a rematch we all know of the regular season, also a rematch of the first ever Buccaneers playoff game. They played the Eagles in 1979. That day, Doug Williams was the quarterback. Today, it's Tom Brady.
People think unusual circumstances means complicated taxes.
But for a TurboTax Live expert like me, it just makes things interesting. So, give us everything you've got.
What if I'm a professional gamer with a ton of expenses?
If they help drive views, let's talk deductions.
What if I'm in a state with no income tax, but my survival videos are viewed in 38 countries?
I can help. And if this is a business dinner, save those jerky receipts. An interesting life can mean an even greater refund. You do your thing. We've got your taxes. Intuit TurboTax Live.
Buffalo Wild Wings win-win value lineup gives you and your friends more for less. With buy one, get one half off traditional wings every Tuesday. Buy one, get one free boneless wings every Thursday. And $3 tolls every day. Only at Buffalo Wild Wings.
Among my patients, I often see them have teeth sensitivity as well as gum issues. Does it worry me? Absolutely. Sensodyne sensitivity and gum gives us a dual action effect that really takes care of both our teeth sensitivity as well as our gum issues. There's no question it's something that I would recommend.
Huh. Is that true? Geico's been saving folks money for 85 years?
Yep, that's right.
Wait, so if Geico's 85, that makes you...
Are you asking if I'm 85 years old?
I mean, sea turtles live to be 150, so... No, I was not.
Do I look 85?
What? No! You look young. You look young for however old you are.
Geico, saving people money for 85 years.
Thursday, February 10th, the Stars are out in Los Angeles.
We got that magic!
To kick off Super Bowl 56 weekend.
Touchdown!
Celebrate the biggest season ever with host Keegan-Michael Key.
Let me hear you, come on!
Find out who will bring home the game's most prestigious awards.
Makes it look easy!
The Pro Football Hall of Fame.
Keep rising. Keep changing the world.
NFL Honors, presented by Invisalign. Thursday, February 10th at 9/8 Central.
We're all here for football.
Best in the league right now. He was awesome.
We set the tempo. We're talking about those epic matchups. Kelsey, good night. The Chiefs put the hammer down. And instant classics.
It's one of the best football games anyone had ever seen.
One punch after another. That's how we do it. Sunday morning breakdowns.
They are unstoppable.
Huge game today with a lot of implications.
I pray for these moments.
And all the inside lowdown.
I still get chills thinking about it.
Unbelievable. Hey, welcome to championship football, baby.
I got to sit down with Meek Mill.
Your team.
We got the whole city behind it. Play after play after play.
It is a touchdown. Our team.
This is such an exciting time for a fan.
I'm fired up about that one.
Every team.
Touchdown, Tampa Bay.
Let's go! If it happens in this league,
Football is back in London.
we're all here for it.
Wait till you see this.
What a magnificent ending! NFL Network. We're here for football.
Want to stay up to date? Just tell Siri, show me the football schedule.
Show me the football. Oh, yes. Football's getting more fun, huh? Here comes Nickelodeon with their NFL Super Wild Card game coverage. It's the slime line of the year, Mooch.
I love it.
Yes. Niners, Cowboys, two rivals with a lot of slime at stake. In the NFL Wild Card game, you can watch it on Nickelodeon today. Nickelodeon today, yep. Super Wild Card Weekend, 4:30 Eastern, 1:30 Pacific. And apparently they have Nickelodeonified all four of us. There you go, Michael.
Oh, that's cool.
I like it. Can't wait for here comes Kurtz. Me next. There you go.
There.
Mooch, are you jealous I've got mayo and a burger?
Cheeseburger.
Okay, Mooch, what do we got for you, Mooch? Oh, yeah, they slimed you.
Hey.
They slimed you. Okay, Kurt. Oh, they really got
There
Kurt.
you go.
They really got Kurt. A lot of fun.
That's so tight, man.
A lot of fun. That'll be later on today on Nickelodeon. All right, hurry up offense. I need 60 seconds on the clock, and I need you to start, Mooch.
Yeah, I was wrong.
Last three playoff meetings between the Eagles and Bucks, all decided by at least 9 points. What about today?
Less than that.
Kurt, 4 of Patrick Mahomes' 6 playoff wins have been by at least 13. What about tonight?
Yep.
Michael, your Cowboys combined for 50 with the Niners in the 92 NFC Championship game. What about today?
Yep.
Mooch, the Cowboys' last 2 playoff wins have been by an average of 3. Will they win by at least 3 today?
Nope.
Kurt, the Eagles and Bucks have combined for at least 46 in 4 straight. What about today?
Yeah, they will.
Michael, the Steelers and Chiefs combined for 46 in Week 16. What about tonight?
No, they weren't.
All right, Mooch, Big Ben has lost 7 straight playoff games when he's had at least 230 passing yards. Will he have at least as much tonight?
Oh, yeah, he's going to be slinging it.
Kurt, Jalen Hurts had a touchdown pass at Raymond James in the 2017 National Championship game. Will he have more than that today?
Yes, he will.
Michael, the Cowboys are 8-1 when CeeDee Lamb has at least 64 receiving yards this season. Will he have at least 64 today?
He will.
All right, now draw that out. No. Okay. It's been a long time since the Cowboys have sniffed a Super Bowl. Is Dak the man to get them sniffing it again? We'll explain what he needs to do for the Cowboys to advance. Jalen Hurts making that playoff debut today against Tom Brady. Before he does that, he sits down with Kurt to chat about the Eagles' turnaround to this season that got him into this game. And speaking of TV 12, he catches up with WM55, Willie McGinnis, to discuss the playoffs and his future. You'll want to hear what he had to say about those subjects and more, including AB's abrupt exit. Keep your shirts on, everybody. Hour 2 coming up.
Verizon is going ultra, and so is our best unlimited plan ever. With 5G ultra wideband now in many more cities and up to 10 times the speed at no extra cost. And how about a 5G phone to go with it? On us.
Seriously?
Yep, it's our best plan ever. Verizon is going ultra, so you can too.
Since retirement, I've been trying a lot of new things. With Frank's Red Hot, it's the perfect blend of flavor and heat. Like me. And it's great on all the recipes I've mastered. I put that on everything.
Don't wait till Super Bowl 56 for a great offer. DraftKings makes you feel like a champion all playoffs long.
Hey, I want my parlay. Oh, yes.
Bet $5 to win $280 if your team wins. That's 56-1 odds. DraftKings, an official sports betting partner of the NFL.
GM.
Not the time, Jerry. Not the time.
The magic is calling you to a celebration 50 years in the making. Feel the magic everywhere. Share the wonder of new unbelievable sights. Share the light all around you. And see the world you love shine like never before. Join us for the Walt Disney World 50th Anniversary Celebration.
Right about now, we could all use a pancake. And that burger, and that burrito, and IHOP's all-new melts. Yes, please. Wait, or all-you-can-eat pancakes for $5.99? Well, I know where I'm headed. To all-you-can-eat my heart out.
At Lowe's, you never have to be finished with your finishing touches, with aisles of ways to refresh and restyle for whatever style you're feeling and prices you're really feeling. Shop the Lowe's Bath Style and Save event now, in-store and online.
I'm the latest hashtag challenge, and everyone on social media is trying me. I'm trending so hard that hashtag common sense can't keep up. This is gonna get tens and tens of views. But if you don't have the right auto insurance coverage, you could be left to pay for this yourself.
Get Allstate and be better protected from mayhem for a whole lot less.
Welcome to NFL Now. Every weekday, NFL Now has the latest from around the league.
This team is very mentally strong.
Keep pushing each other to get better every day.
I'm sure he's got a point to prove. NFL Now, Monday at 1 on NFL Network.
Just when the biggest season ever couldn't get any bigger, it did. Play NFL Knockout for free all season. Survive 15 questions. Don't get knocked out. And win a VIP trip to Super Bowl 56 in L.A. Play at NFL.com/knockout.
It's a simple game, really. One of moves and counter moves, attack and defense, with a single goal in mind. Checkmate. Football?
Let's go out there like a bunch of crazy dogs.
And chess. Simple games, elevated by genius.
So this is a great chess match, and we have two of the great grandmasters going at it.
Let's go!
Whether you're a rook or a king. Every piece must work in tandem to achieve victory.
Every single play, every chance we get, all for this moment. It's a mindset.
The NFL playoffs are here.
When you was a kid, you'd be like, I'm going to be out there one day.
A Grandmasters tournament.
Do anything and everything.
Each move magnified.
Laser focus.
Strategy paramount.
Play for the guy beside you.
The board is set. The pieces are in place.
The last man standing.
Here begins the end game.
Yet another playoff season for Tom Brady, trying to become the first quarterback to win back-to-back Super Bowls since Tom Brady in the first 2 Super Bowls NFL Network ever covered. And the Dallas Cowboys getting the field all groomed for the 9th chapter, and yet the first since 1994 of the long-standing playoff rivalry between the 49ers and Cowboys. This one to be played in the Jones Mahal. Dak Prescott this season, he came out of the gate like the proverbial house of fire in Tampa in week 1. Feels like 15 years ago, not 18 weeks ago, but such is the case. Dak Prescott with a terrific year in his first year back from an ankle injury. Welcome to NFL Game Day Morning, presented by Intuit TurboTax Live. Rich Eisen, Steve Mariucci, and my Hall of Famers at the end of the set, Kurt Warner and Michael Irvin, for this super wild card Sunday. Some fun, big-time stuff, to say the least. Jane Slater is in Dallas, and we'll get to her in a second. So, Dak Prescott, Irv, his season is now in the books. We were talking about him potentially being comeback player of the year and MVP. I think the MVP has since gone away, and he's got some company in the concept for comeback player of the year. But the here and now is more about what can they do to get to the stadium across the street to play in the big one. Your thoughts on that subject, starting with today's game.
And this has changed because remember I said I don't think I need Dak to be just super Dak because of the defense have been playing well. But in this game, I do. I'm going to need Dak to be super Dak. Dak's 1-2 right now in the playoffs. He's thrown 5 TDs in the playoffs. I don't need that Dak. I need the Dak from last week that threw 5 touchdowns. He's going to have to score early in this game to help that defense. And I know 17 points. They had 17 points. They were down 17 last week, and they stuck with that run game. I need Dak to be super Dak and put up a quick 21 points. So they can help slow down and put more of this game on Jimmy Garoppolo and not just on that run game of the San Francisco 49ers.
And for me, I need Dak to be confident and aggressive. Confident and aggressive. Know exactly what you're seeing. Believe in your eyes. Trust your eyes, we say, and attack down the field. When Dak does that, this is a different team. I don't know why in the second half of the season we've seen kind of some ups and downs, some games where he's more quick to check down as opposed to, as we saw with the Eagles at the end of the year, he was attacking everything that he saw. That to me is what makes Dak different. I've talked about it all year. His second level, chunk throws, attacking the defense, putting pressure on the defensive backfield is key for this Dallas Cowboys team with all their weapons. That's what I need from him in the playoffs.
You guys seem to want some highlight reel stuff from this guy, like the last 2 wins with 50 burgers, you know, and of course he's a human highlight reel in itself. But as a coach, I'm thinking this. Because he needs to be good at the elementary fundamentals of playing the quarterback position today in the playoffs, all right? What do I mean by that? That means he's got to take care of the football, all right? Very elementary, Rich. But you know what? He cannot give the 49ers a short field. He cannot give the 49ers an extra possession. He's got to be perfect at taking care of the football all day long. Number 2, he's got to be good with his timeouts. He's got to save the timeouts for each 2 minutes of each half, all 3 of them. He can't be burning one because we're lined up wrong or we come late out of the huddle. Yeah. What does that mean? He's got to be somewhat of a game manager. Right. He's got to be a game manager that will make those splash plays. But if he doesn't get that other stuff right, he's going to have a hard time against a great football team against the Niners.
So he's got to be confident, aggressive, manage the game.
Right.
He's got to do it all, man.
And be super.
Superman.
You got to be super. He's got,
that's a lot on that.
Hey, wow, put it all together. And
the margin for error is so little in a game like this.
But that's what you need. I mean, we saw it yesterday, right? Both quarterbacks came out, played aggressive, attacked, made big plays, and that's why those 2 teams are going on. Dallas has to do the same thing.
Or just play the game mistake-free and let Micah Parsons wreck the game, which is entirely possible as well.
Yep.
I mean, and then, of course, the 49ers come in, coming off of that incredible game across the street just last week. Jane Slater, last we heard from her, she said she was over-caffeinated.
What?
And
I want to see you do that, Rich.
Well, I think I would pull a hamstring, not going to lie. Jane Slater is in AT&T Stadium. Jane?
Well, you know, listen, I got sidelined this week with COVID. Apparently some of the cheerleaders did. So like Micah Parsons, I just wanted the coaches to know that if they needed me to get in there and do something that I did in high school, I too can do it and stay versatile. But speaking of Micah Parsons, he is going to be an X factor in this game, guys. And it was 49ers offensive coordinator Mike McDaniel who this week said he heard how noisy Parsons was on the field. So after watching the tape, he wasn't exactly surprised by the impact that he has. When I talked to 49ers tight end George Kittle this week and asked him about his impressions of Parsons, he said it's his football IQ, the high motor, but more specifically his tenacity that stands out. And Parsons has truly become one of our favorite sound bites in Dallas when he was talking about the imposing of the will that this offense can do. He said where he's from, bullies get bullied. How's that for some bulletin board material, James?
Well, thanks, Jane. What stands out to Andy Reid about Patrick Mahomes more than anything is that he's always learning. He's always growing. And that's why this year, Andy Reid believes that he has a very good grasp of all the new looks and schemes that have been thrown at Patrick Mahomes. And we know Mike Tomlin's going to really mix it up tonight against Mahomes. And he's heading, hopefully, for his third straight trip to the Super Bowl. Mahomes' recipe in the postseason is this: to increase your intensity, but at the same time, remain loose. And that's what Mike Tomlin believes sets him apart from other players. His low pulse rate, his calmness outside of the pocket. And Rich, when he's making things happen out there to Tyreek Hill or Travis Kelce, that is the biggest concern in Mike Tomlin's eyes for tonight.
Well, Mike Tomlin would love, and this is a different type of moves from James right there. Everybody's got to have your head on a swivel out there today. Look alive. The camera. You're always live. They always told me that when in grad school.
I'm glad you guys showing people that.
Dan Marino, my apologies to you that you have been chosen to point out that not every farewell Hall of Fame game isn't a fairy tale ending to your career. Back in '99, the divisional round, Marino was 11-25, 95 yards, 2 picks, as the Jaguars unceremoniously sent him into his retirement, 62-7. Out in a loss to the Jacksonville Jaguars. I guess that's the, what is that, the ceiling of what you don't want to achieve in your final, or the floor? I don't know what you want to put it, but it's Big Ben's final game tonight. And a couple weeks ago, we saw him have one of his worst games pretty much of his career in terms of production, in terms of the stat sheet, and obviously the loss in Kansas City. So will Roethlisberger help or hurt the Steelers tonight against the Chiefs? What's so funny?
Well, he got to help him, right, Rich? I mean,
what I'm saying is that will his performance or his attempt to try and go out, or the fact that they're trying to lean on him, not going to be helpful for the Steelers tonight?
Yeah, well, he's going to help those guys. He's going to go into the Hall of Fame. We know all that. We're not going to see the Big Ben that went to 3 Super Bowls in his first 7 years, okay? Remember, he took the league by storm. Well, it's not the Ben that's playing today, all right? It's a Ben that has played well this year enough to have 7 game-winning drives that led the league. I mean, he's got 57 in his career. That's second only to Tom Brady, who's played 22 years. So his poise, his leadership, his experience is going to help stay in this game. He knows his limitations. He's going to have to get some chunk plays, yes, but they throw the ball quick. They'll run the ball with Najee Harris, but his experience, they'll lean on him a little bit to stay in this game. It's not going to be easy, though.
It's obviously a tough question, you know, because you don't want to say Ben Roethlisberger is going to hurt this football team, but I do believe the limitations that he has now throwing the football and the way they play football, more dink and dunk, and doesn't seem to have the ability to throw down the field consistently and make those plays. I believe that approach is going to hurt this football team. When you play against the Chiefs, play against this defense, you've got to attack down the field. You've got to make some of those game-changing plays that flip the field, that get you easy touchdowns, and they just haven't done that very much this year. Now, they might throw it up down the sideline a couple times, and they've got some guys that can go up and make some plays. I just don't know if it will be enough based on how Ben has played the last couple years, and maybe more importantly, the scheme and system by which they play.
And so I'll answer it this way. He will do both. He will do both. He will hurt and he will help the team. Like, remember, even last year, you look back, in the Cleveland game, he threw 3 interceptions in the first half. That hurt the team. But he came back and threw 4 touchdowns in the second half. That helped the team, and he's going to do both. They just got to make sure it's when he does what that matters. It's not if he will do it, it's when he does it. And you want to make sure that towards the end of the game, you're in position that if he scores those 4 touchdowns, you win a game. That's what, but he will do both.
It'll be fun to see if Juju plays and plays well.
Oh, he's going
to play the ball, or how will that work out after having?
He was also part of the Dink and Dunkathon last year that you're referring to. You know.
Yeah, but he's where being is most comfortable on third down is with Juju. Just so from that standpoint, that's why I'm sure Juju's like, I want to get back. This is my guy, you know, for his last game. So hopefully that'll help.
Or his potential last game.
They can go out
potential
together.
in there.
Because remember, Juju this may be his last game. His deal's
interesting. The question is what next? We've been focused so much on the Ben Roethlisberger farewell and how long it might last. Ian Rappaport, that the what next hasn't really been at the forefront, but you have it at the forefront. What's next?
Rich, the Pittsburgh Steelers need to figure out who is their next Roethlisberger, who is their next franchise quarterback. And we're going to spend so much time this coming offseason talking about the veterans available who could be had in a trade. I talked to several sources about this over the course of the week. It would be very un-Steelers-like to take a bunch of first-round draft picks and trade it for some veteran. In fact, General Manager Kevin Colbert still in control of the Steelers until likely through the draft. He has only traded a first-rounder for a player one time. Here's the way it is expected to play out. The Steelers, I'm told, are expected to take a quarterback in the first round of this coming draft. Now, they do have 2 quarterbacks on their roster. Of course, we know they have Dwayne Haskins and they have Mason Rudolph. But Kenny Pickett from Pitt is an interesting name to watch here. Of course, this is probably about where he's going to go, where the Steelers are going to pick in the middle of the first round. They also share a facility with him, so, of course, they have plenty of research. Meanwhile, speaking of veteran quarterbacks, I'm told Russell Wilson wants to explore his options in case the Seahawks would like to trade him or would trade him. And, we know last year they were in a similar situation. Pete Carroll at the end resisted, did not trade him. We will see what they decide to do. But at the least, Russ wants to explore. And now let's send it to Sarah Walsh, who's standing by with BA.
Bruce, I know you said it's important to run the football, but now Leonard Fournette has been ruled out. What happened? You said he looked great on Monday.
Yeah, just a little tweak, he wasn't full speed when he really opened up and tried to push off a couple of times. It caught him, so we're just going to be very cautious with him.
The conditions here in Tampa today are very sloppy. They're very messy. You're down a running back. You guys like to sling the football. It's going to be windy today. How does that alter your game plan?
Not too much. I mean, we're very confident in the runners we have, and we do want to run it, but Tom spins it pretty good, so he's been in a lot of bad weather before. It doesn't affect him.
You also spoke this week about how difficult it is to repeat. When you look at the guys in this locker room, what gives you the confidence that this team can do it?
Well, we're a talented roster, and we've proven that. We've got tied for the best record in the league with a ton of injuries, and our guys are resilient. They know how to win, and they want to win.
Bruce, best of luck today. Colleen, let's send it outside to you.
All right, thank you, Sarah. So, Willie, we have some people now behind us, some fans out here braving the winds. But Bruce Arians, I thought it was interesting earlier this week. He said, we're going to score points. We don't know who's going to do it. We don't know how we're going to do it. But we're going to get some points on the board. So they're feeling confident. The Eagles also are feeling confident coming in, winning 4 straight games to clinch a playoff spot. So at this point, how do the Bucs avoid an upset? Because this weather would indicate they have a little bit of a shot here, those Eagles.
Absolutely. And when you talk about the weather, these conditions kind of fit to what the Eagles do, right? They run the ball, they want to be physical, and they want to slow the game down. I also think that Jalen Hurts will have some design plays, right? It's the playoffs. You want to add wrinkles. He'll have some design runs, some design plays. So don't let the Eagles style of what they do in the design things that you're not prepared for overcome you and get going, okay? Also, with the Eagles, when you talk about the design runs and the things like that, don't forget about the play action. I know it's windy a little bit, but still, if we're talking about pounding the football and we're putting guys in the box and we're preparing for that, the short passing game, some of the bubbles, the quick things to get the ball out of his hands, those could be a factor as well.
Yeah, especially with RPOs. We saw Sam Darnold do that against the Bucs, and Bruce Arians said this week, Jalen Hurts, he's a little bit faster than Sam Darnold. So that's a little bit of a problem. But also, the Bucs need to make sure that they continue protecting Tom Brady, too. He was sacked the fewest times in the regular season, and back in that Week 6 game, 0 times the Eagles got to him.
Right, and if you talk to Tom, which, I did in the interview, the one thing he said, don't forget about Fletcher Cox, Barnett, and Hargrave, and those guys. They can still get after the passer. So they got to protect Tom. They got to give him time. Like I said, there's some new nuances offensively at the receiver position and their personnel, so maybe things won't be as crisp as they would like. So they got to make sure that chemistry is there. They may take a little bit more time. But the Bucs understand it's going to look different for them, right? You mentioned the tight ends earlier. They could be a factor in this game. The receivers are a little bit different. And the Eagles are pretty much got everybody. Right. Everybody ready to go.
They're healthy. The Buccaneers, not so much right now. The Bucs do need to utilize their tight ends. Gronk, Cameron Brate, even O.J. Howard, who had his best game of the season against the Eagles. So we'll see what happens out here. What do you guys think? Pretty strong Philly crowd out here. Not going to lie. Don't hate it, Rich. Yeah, I brought all my friends. My family's here behind us.
All right, thanks very much, you two. Patriots-Bills last night, you could tell it was going to be a special night for Josh Allen when he drove the team down the field and then pulled this one out of deep in his bag of tricks. 9 seconds he ran around, and even he said he thought he was throwing it away, but you can't spell Dawson Knox without an X factor.
That's what you call an X factor right there.
And then the Micah Hyde interception to stop the Patriots from countering was remarkable, and the Avalanche just kept going. A thick 6. Thick 6.
Number 13 on the year.
A long night. Every possession for the Bills ended in a touchdown, with the exception of the kneel downs at the end of each half. Well, the end of the game. And then, of course, a kneel down on the kickoff to end the first half. What a night for the Bills to destroy the Patriots and wipe them out. And then this play that everyone's talking about. Give a listen. Whoop. There's a whistle as the ball was whistling in the air to Boyd. They talked about it. You're supposed to replay the down if there's an inadvertent whistle. The conversation is, would it have mattered anyway? They called a touchdown. And would you believe the touchdown was the margin of difference? Certainly when the Raiders went all the way down the field, and a nice pick at the end of the game for Cincinnati. Jermaine Pratt wraps it up. Rich Bisaccia's interim head coaching season, the Raiders' incredible season, comes to an end as Joey Burrow had a terrific game in his playoff debut. So did Jamar Chase, set a rookie record for the team in receiving, breaking Chris Collinsworth's record, by the way, set Super Bowl 16. So the Bengals would go to the Titans if the Chiefs win, and the Bills would head to the Chiefs if the Steelers win. The Bills get a home game with the Bengals coming to their house, and the Steelers would go to the Titans. That depends on tonight's results. Tomorrow night, the Rams will host the Cardinals in that building. Our neighbors across the street got Kyler versus Stafford. Which quarterback do we trust more in the playoff pressure primetime action? The tight, as Michael would call it. That's next.
When you make a same-game parlay bet on FanDuel Sportsbook, you can make this, plus this, then this, all add up to...
No way. No way. No way. We did it. We did it. I did it.
all game long. With FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook, make all your favorite moments of the game add up to one awesome moment. This week, all customers can place any NFL same-game parlay bet risk-free. FanDuel, make every moment more.
Wasn't it? You're never responsible for unauthorized purchases on your Discover card.
Let me tell you, you want to be successful? You gotta hustle. You gotta go the extra mile. Make a name for yourself. Have a firm grip. Always dress for success, and you gotta show them who's boss.
Thanks for coming in. We'll get back to you. Hustle, sure, but for what matters. When you do, it leads to amazing.
Welcome to the next level. the all-new Lexus NX.
This is your Wendy's wake-up call. Start your morning with a better breakfast and get a free drink with any breakfast sandwich. Whatever your favorite drink is, if it comes in a Wendy's cup, it's free. Hot coffee? Free. Diet Coke? Free. Vanilla Frosty-Chino, you have no excuse not to try since it's free. Free. Whatever you do, don't sleep on this deal. Wake up with Wendy's and get any drink in a Wendy's cup free when you buy any breakfast sandwich. Choose wisely. Choose Wendy's.
This is your living room / yoga shanty / regional office / and this is the basement / panic room. Maybe what your family needs is a vacation home / vacation home. Find yours on the Vrbo app.
Monday on NFL Total Access, round 1 is nearly done. Who won and who got stunned? Plus, who has the edge in the final act of Super Wildcard drama? It's the Cards and the Rams. It's across the street, and we've got your access. Total Access, Monday, 6 Eastern.
What does the future of strength look like? It's a personal trainer that assesses your strength and adds weight as you progress. It's dynamic weight that adjusts for you in real time for a more efficient workout. Come on! And it's a roster of coaches that motivates you to get stronger, faster. The future is strength you can feel and results you can see. And you can only experience it on Tonal.
Whoa! Personal foul. What the feezy? You can't use a beard trimmer below the 50-yard line. This is the Waterproof Lawnmower 4.0 by Manscaped. What's the difference? It's got new skin-safe technology to help reduce cuts and nicks. It's powerful, yet gentle, just like me. Dog, I appreciate you. Hey, watch out. I'm not ticklish. Get yours at manscaped.com.
So I had no idea that we face south when we're looking at the camera here on this. You know why we know that?
Why?
Because the sun is rising in the east. Come on, Steve. You know what I mean? Steve watches to the north. Take it away, Steve.
All right, Rich. Well, look, we know Arizona Cardinals quarterback Kyler Murray and Rams quarterback Matthew Stafford are both looking for their first playoff wins. Now, this is Murray's first bite of the postseason apple, and Stafford is 0-3 in his previous playoff games. And look, both these quarterbacks, they started off hot, but have had their issues down the stretch. Stafford 9 giveaways in the Rams' past 4 games. Murray's Cardinals losing 4 of their past 5. And both said this week, it is no time to reflect. In fact, Murray said he's got no fear, no nerves playing in the big games. Quote, I understand the responsibility. I know I have to play well. Stafford, he was more measured, saying the best thing for me is to be the best version of myself and let the chips fall where they may. Now let's take a look at how both of these QBs got here.
Stafford for the touchdown. The talent of Kyler Murray on full display.
What have I become?
An egregious mistake from Matthew Stafford. Murray throws and it's picked off.
How could you possibly trust Matthew Stafford going to the playoffs? He's not a big-time player.
Kyler Murray, boy, it's just discouraging right now.
So, in the last month of the season, Rams won 3 of 4 to take the division thanks to a 1-3 finish, Arizona's only win against Irv's Dallas Cowboys. And as you could see, the touchdown to interception ratio for Stafford has been, that's the 88 you don't want to have, right?
Yeah.
8 interceptions to go with those 8 touchdowns. So the quarterback that's to be trusted the most tomorrow night in that building is?
I'm mooching this one. I'm going back and forth with this one because Kyler Murray, love Kyler Murray. I believe he's going to protect the football better. I think he's got the chance to make those big plays out of the pocket that can be game-changing plays. So, like Kyler in that kind of capacity. If you're asking me inside the pocket and having to make throw for throw, I probably lean towards Matthew Stafford in a situation like that. So I don't really know. I mean, I like both of these guys. I worry about certain things with both of these guys. So, sorry, I am pulling a mooch. I'm saying it right here. I'm pulling a mooch. I don't know who I trust more.
You want me to do this?
Yeah, show me how it's done,
Okay,
Mooch.
I trust Matthew Stafford more.
Okay.
Now, neither guy, hey, both these guys are first pick in the draft. Neither guy has won a playoff game, right? But you know what? I love Kyler Murray, too. He's going to make plays with his legs and his arm. But you know what? Matthew Stafford, this guy had 41 touchdown passes this year, tied your record, right? Good. Second to only Tom Brady. And you know what? This guy has got experience. He's got his go-to receiver, Irv, because D-Hop is not playing for Kyler Murray, and Cooper Kupp is playing for Matthew Stafford. That's the edge.
And that's why I will pick Matthew Stafford also, Coach. It's not necessarily about those quarterbacks, especially in these spots, because, like you said, they haven't had any success in this spot. But the guys that they are throwing the football to now, Wesley and those guys at Arizona, I got to give them credit, man. Those guys, those receivers, Arizona stepped up and made some plays the last couple of games for Arizona, especially in Dallas against my Cowboys. But Cooper Kupp and Odell Beckham, 5 touchdowns in these 8 games. That's more than he had all 3 seasons over there at Cleveland. Well, I'm taking Matthew Stafford.
Well done. I didn't hear what you guys had to say. I'm too busy standing in my golden light. This is just awesome.
That is a beautiful light.
Yes, my golden light. Up next, Tom Brady sits down with Willie McGinnis. There he is, right there. It's
golden light or golden boy.
That's it. Well done, Steve. This may be your best segment ever.
You wanted to play till you were 45. You're 44 now, but you're leading the league in yards. You're leading the league in touchdowns.
5 touchdown passes, Tom Brady today.
Is that number pushed to like 50 now? Like, are you saying, I feel great, maybe I'll go to 50?
You know, I think when I thought about that, that was probably 10 years ago, you know, and now I'm kind of here. So I felt like, man, that was a great goal to set. And, you know, I still have that goal of wanting to get to 45. So, you know, we'll see how it goes. I think I'm just pretty much in uncharted territory.
Hello, Gordon Ramsay.
NFL teams are turning to cold with Tide. Will you?
That will never work.
If it works on NFL jerseys, it'll work for you.
Seriously? Just perfect.
And it'll save you up to $150 a year.
And it's cold.
So you will turn to cold?
Fine, I'll turn to cold. That guy needs to chill out.
Pizza Hut's stuffed crust is the crust that made crust good. Topped and stuffed with over a half-pound of cheese. What are you so afraid of? Loving it? Original stuffed crust, just $12.99. Only from Pizza Hut. No one out-pizzas the Hut.
Some people say, if you want to see America, see it on the 4th of July. But America is just as beautiful on the 4th of January or February. Stripped of its leaves, but not drained of its color. No one experiences a true American winter the same way. But those with the confidence and capability in the all-new 2022 Grand Wagoneer will remember the adventure as long as they live.
It's amazing. He's talking about motorcycle insurance, and people love it. And of course, they love the savings they're going to get with Geico, but it goes beyond that.
You deserve to save.
Heard that before.
You deserve to save.
I know.
I need you to hear me. You deserve to save.
I deserve to save.
I mean, he has a way of making you feel seen.
Bundle car and motorcycle insurance and save at geico.com.
Sheldon, what do you think of our new Pistachios football campaign?
I hate it. Blah.
What is he doing?
I'm storming out.
I'm on the move, always. The M1 Finance app delivers free money management that matches my pace. Invest, borrow, or spend. I maneuver, my money follows. That's why I am one. Get up to $500 when you open and fund an M1 account.
Small business owners know they've got to be prepared for anything. And when you use Constant Contact, prepare accordingly. send this. Let's sell this. Let's win this. With email marketing and more to drive your business forward. Try it free at ConstantContact.com.
Highlights, highlights, and yeah, more highlights.
Oh, look at this!
We've got you covered with every big play from this weekend's slate of games.
That is unreal.
NFL Game Day highlights, tonight at 7:30 on NFL Network.
This is the moment we change it up.
The NFL with Amazon Web Services is using artificial intelligence to create the digital athlete, an injury prevention and prediction tool. Because striving to make the game safer is no longer a what if, but what's next.
NFL Game Day Morning is brought to you by Verizon, the official 5G network of the NFL.
Let's go! Let's go! I said I was going to get you there! Hey, one play at a time! One play at a time.
Now we're just playing ball. They haven't stopped us yet. Go make some tough catches.
Gotta play tougher, harder, tougher, everything.
It's one of the moments right here.
Yeah. Let's go, boys. It's our time.
Wilson, quick throw. And
Let's go. Intercepted. Intercepted by Malcolm Butler. Way to go, baby. How about that, baby?
did it, bro. I love you.
Good job. Let's go to the Super Bowl, baby. What do you think?
I love you, man. What a win.
Great job.
It took every second.
You damn right.
Way to go. You balled out, bro.
That's what we wanted. We're going to do it again. I love you, big dog. Let's go. Let's go.
Well, we finally found something at which Tom Brady is just barely above average. That's playing in the wild card round. Last year's wild card round win to start off his latest Super Bowl championship run got him just above 500 in that wild card round. Of course, you know, when he had a first round bye in a divisional round game, he's very much above average, as Willie McGinnis would know. And then we got a little players only action coming up. What up, Willie?
Yeah, Rich, thanks. It's always good to sit down with Tom, and, you know, we kind of discussed his 46th playoff game. We talked a little bit of Super Bowl, which, of course, he didn't give us a lot, and how things are different now than it was last year. Let's take a look.
What's up, big boy?
What up, Edger?
How you doing?
I'm good, brother. How you feeling?
I'm doing great. All's good.
Tom Brady, you are the GOAT. You are terrific. You are the greatest of all time. Just another day at the office for TB12.
22 years. When you hear that, what goes through your mind?
22 years, it's gone really fast. Man, I can't believe we made it this far. But at the same time, you know, when you're in the moment like we're in now, I'm still thinking about, man, what do we got to do this week to get the job done?
He just keeps looking better and better and better in a Buccaneer uniform.
You wanted to play till you were 45. You're 44 now, but you're leading the league in yards. You're leading the league in touchdowns.
5 touchdown passes, Tom Brady today.
Is that number pushed to like 50 now? Like, are you saying, I feel great, maybe I'll go to 50?
You know, I think when I thought about that, that was probably 10 years ago, you know, and now I'm kind of here. So I felt like, man, that was a great goal to set. And, you know, I still have that goal of wanting to get to 45. So, you know, we'll see how it goes. I think I'm just pretty much in uncharted territory.
You had a great facial expression on Sunday. So I want to try to figure out what Bruce Arians said to you.
Might be hard for you to figure it out, but I'll give you a shot.
The first one is, the Rams are losing, or Gronk needs one catch for $1 million. Which one was it?
It was A. He was like, all right, they're losing, whatever, 17-3 or 17-0, I found out. And I was like, all right, whatever, you know, let's keep going. We still got to win. Then he came over to me, he's like, hey, 17-17. And I was like, oh, you know. And I saw the picture of that after the game. That was funny as
See, I know my brother, man. I can pick up on little things.
I know.
How about Gronk? You guys are constantly making history out there.
Tommy to Gronky. Touchdown, Tampa Bay.
He's amazing. From a quarterback standpoint, you have so much appreciation for a guy like that.
Good pass, dog.
He never in his entire career was like, you know, Tom, why don't you throw me the ball? He's there, he's available, he's going to do whatever we ask him to do, and, you know, he's just a great teammate.
Tommy to Gronky again. That's 2 today.
You lost Chris Godwin to an injury. AB had an interesting departure. Yep. How do you create that chemistry quickly with the new guys that are stepping into these roles?
We've kind of been dealing with it all year to a point, with different guys being in and out of the lineup. And I'd like to think that's made us stronger in some ways in terms of, not losing players doesn't make you stronger, but it allows for other people to get their opportunities that they need.
It's Perriman, Bashaud Perriman, touchdown Tampa Bay.
Were you a little disappointed how the whole AB thing, came about and then turned out?
And we just saw Antonio Brown leaving the field. He had no shirt on.
22 years in the league. I've seen a lot of different things over the years. We want what's best for him, and a lot of people are always there to support him.
You guys do got a big game coming up this week, the Eagles. You guys beat them in week 6.
Yep.
They've been playing great ball. What problems do the Eagles present for you guys?
They limit explosive plays, and they control the ball on offense. They run it more than anyone. They're going to try to eliminate us from throwing the ball over their head. And ultimately, I always feel like we're going to throw it wherever we got to throw it to move the ball. So if they're covering you short, you throw it deep. If they're covering deep, you got to throw it short. They have a really good D-line. They get to the quarterback. They take away some of your quick throws, so they make you hold it, and then they can still get there with their front force.
Intercepted. Tom Brady throws this one way too far.
It's a big challenge. You got to go earn it. That's what the NFL playoffs are all about, and we have, great opportunity to go against a really good football team this week.
Tom, I wish you luck, man. Stay healthy, and I'll talk to you soon, man. I love you, brother.
Thanks. Love you, man. Always great seeing you.
And yours. Always good.
All right, with that, let's head into the locker room for Players Only, presented by Geico. Back here with Willie, and I guess I'm going to have to assume my hosting responsibilities again, because we're talking about repeating as champions, and I got two guys here that were able to repeat. I obviously was not able to do that. But Willie, let's just talk about the challenges that go into it. And you talked a little bit about challenges for Tom Brady in that piece that you just did.
Well, you guys are repeat offenders when you know about getting back to the Super Bowl, right? And just because you return all your players and your locker room as veterans and you've done it a year before, it just doesn't happen automatically. There's change, there's adjustments. You got to look at guys. There's injuries that the Bucs are facing now, and you're facing different opponents. So, what we talked about and what we always talk about, who's been to back-to-back Super Bowls, is the journey is different. There's things that you have to adjust to, and it won't be as easy. You can't just hit a switch and you're going to play the same type of brand of football. So it's tough to get guys to understand that and buy into that when you're playing any games, especially when you're coming into the playoffs a little bit different. Yeah, and one of the things I remember we talked a lot about is through the season, man, we couldn't wait to get that season over with. We just wanted to get to right here, right now, the playoffs. You know what I mean? It's like, man, because well, and Kurt, every time you go into a stadium, you're getting their best game. You're like, man, these not the jokers I just saw on film. These jokers didn't look like that on film. And you're like, man. And then you get to the playoffs, you're like, oh my God, okay, I'm expecting a tough game here. That season was hard because you'll play the worst team in the league, and they'll look like world beaters. And you got to try to match that and win that game. But when you got right here, Jimmy used to always say, this is where we were waiting to get. Let's make sure now we hold on to our belt. Nobody comes and unstrap us. We will hold on to our belt. Right now for the Tampa Bay, today starts if they can hold on to their belt or if they're going to let somebody come in and unstrap them.
Well, and as we've seen with Tampa this year, I've always believed it's about injuries, because when you get to the playoffs, it's about big players stepping up in those big moments. And you want to know, I know Willie is going to be there to step. Yeah. I know Irv is going to be there to step. Now when you're looking around that huddle in those big moments, because every team has them, you're not going to blow out everybody in the playoffs. Okay, are you going to step up and make that play when we need that play to be made? Yeah, we know Tom Brady is going to be ready for that, but you start wondering about the guys around you and how does that affect how things play out in the playoffs, because they're going to need some of those guys to do that.
And I thought, Willie, you asked a pertinent question because you said it's not just about raising those guys' level of play up. It's also about connecting those guys with everybody and making the chemistry work and making sure everybody's on the same page. I think we've seen Tom raise the level of players play up, but boy, now making sure that chemistry all works together is hard.
No doubt. Definitely going to be interesting. Go ahead, Willie.
And also, Mike, you guys talked about it. it's also about preparation, right? Preparation meets opportunity. So Tom talked about, like, these guys get an opportunity. They've been working hard. They get an opportunity to go in. They get a chance to see what they can do. But it is different because if you're facing a defense, they're going to game plan differently. They're not going to respect certain guys. They know you can't really run the ball, or Leonard Fournette's not there to do certain things. So when you got different players that are in the lineup, the defenses and coordinators are going to game plan differently. So you got to understand that. You also got to be really, really good at in-game adjustments because there's a momentum swing. We've seen it all throughout the last couple of weeks and in the playoffs. Those momentum swings that hit, and you got to be good at in-game adjustments. Those new guys coming into the lineup, they got to understand that. It's going to happen fast. Things may change, and their roles may change quickly.
Well, we got the greatest of all time. Can he overcome some of the issues they have and get back to another Super Bowl, Rich?
Well, when Michael was the first analyst I heard all week to say that the 49ers are the team that the Cowboys wanted to see the least, one would have to, if you drill down, say that Deebo Samuel is the player they'd want to see the least on the team they'd want to see the least. That's in Football 101 next.
At Lowe's, you never have to be finished with your finishing touches, with aisles of ways to refresh and restyle for whatever style you're feeling and prices you're really feeling. Shop the Lowe's Bath Style and Save event now, in-store and online.
This is your home. This is your family room / gym, the guest bedroom / music studio, the daybed / dog bed, the living room / yoga shanty / regional office. How did you guys do it? / classroom. And this is the basement / panic room. Maybe what your family needs is a vacation home / vacation home. Find yours on the Verbo app.
Wing of bat and foot of crow, eagle's egg and seagull's toe, bits of wasp and ooze of fly, soon I too can take to the sky.
Mom, are you still busy cooking?
Well, you're welcome to come and help me a bit, Freya.
Mom, there's no helping you anymore. Don't you know? Red Bull gives you wings.
This buy one, get one half off, it's offensive. No regard for folks who don't have someone, those who strong-arm their way to the top, only to find they got no one to share the view with. Thank you, Stephen.
Jimmy John's, buy one, get one half off. Since retirement, I've been trying a lot of new things with Frank's Red Hot. It's the perfect blend of flavor and heat, like me. And it's great on all the recipes I've mastered. I put that on everything.
Hustle, sure, but for what matters. When you do, it leads to amazing.
Welcome to the next level. The all-new Lexus NX.
Families affected by disasters urgently need support. Help the American Red Cross provide help and hope to those affected by disasters, big and small. Please donate to Red Cross Disaster Relief.
Your shipping manager left to find themselves, leaving you lost. You need to hire.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. Indeed Instant Match instantly delivers quality candidates matching your job description. Visit Indeed.com/hire.
Where the love go? 5, 4, 3, 2, I let one go.
Launches deep. He's got it.
I don't bluff, bro.
Touchdown.
Like a buffalo. Where the love go? 5, 4, 3, 2, I let one go.
Some good mojo on this date for the Dallas Cowboys, Good mojo.
Good mojo.
First Super Bowl victory ever for the Cowboys on this day. MVP Roger Staubach threw touchdown passes to fellow Hall of Famers Lance Allworth and Mike Ditka.
Oh, yeah, Rich.
To help lead the franchise to their first Super Bowl win, 24-3 over the Dolphins in Super Bowl VI. Jane Slater, take it away.
Well, Reg,
The girls are out there warming up right now, so it looks like I'm going to stick to my day job here and talk about this game. The Cowboys are going to be really focused on trying to slow down the 49ers all-pro weapon in Deebo Samuel. The challenge for them defensively is typically you've got corner Trayvon Diggs traveling with the team's best wide receiver, but Deebo Samuel lines up in the backfield so much. Diggs jokes a little bit about that this week and said, I can get in front of him. I'm just going to have to line up at linebacker at times. As for Micah Parsons, he said, look, when he lines up in the backfield, you can't treat him as a gimmick. And he's got to be prepared to come down as hard as running backs do. So he will be keeping an eye on Samuel. Kurt, Michael?
Thanks, Jane. Let's put this into football 101, little 13, little 88. And as she said there, this offense goes through Deebo Samuel. And it's hard to figure out where he's going to be because, man, sometimes I watch the film and I'm like, is this dude a running back? Or is this dude a receiver? Or is this dude just a flat-out football player?
That's what he is, Kurt, a flat-out football player.
And with football players, the bottom line is get the ball in their hands and let them do what they do. And so they'll put him outside at times, but they love to throw these wide receiver screens, right?
And
just get him the ball in space and then make those little guys tackle him on the back end. He's dragging people. They got to pull him down by his shirt.
So strong.
But now they're putting him in the backfield here, and the great thing is he's not just a guy that can run outside. He can get between the tackles. He punishes those guys in the secondary, but at the same time, you bring your pads, and he can also hit you with speed and get around the edge and find his way into the end zone, and then you know they're going to have the sneak attack and do some different things. Now we're going to hand it to him. We're going to make it look like that sweep because we know you've got to come up and fill.
And
nice job by Jennings to sell this. He's going to throw a jump pass to the end zone for a touchdown. Irv, I mean, so many different things. I mean, Kyle Shanahan with his mind and a guy like Deebo Samuel with his flexibility. How do the Cowboys stop him?
And I say all the time, man, this dude here, Kyle Shanahan, if he wants, this dude can be in the MVP conversation every year if he wants to, because Deebo Samuel, he has that kind of talent. He leads the league. It's first time ever. He leads the league in yards per reception and yak per reception. So yards per reception, every time I catch it, I'm doing something big with it. But every time I put it in my hands, I'm doing something big with it. A phenomenal, phenomenal talent. That worries me. You know, when a team can run the ball like this, but we talked about it, but has that kind of ability on the outside, him and George Kittle, the Dallas Cowboys got to worry about.
And how it makes it easier for Jimmy Garoppolo, that you don't just have to throw the ball down the field to get big plays. You can do some more conservative things with him so you don't put the ball in harm's way is definitely going to be key for them, Rich.
It all starts today. We're taking you to kickoff of the game in Tampa. Nick Sirianni, the new head coach of the Philadelphia Eagles in his first playoff game as such, trying to dethrone the champs. No big deal, huh? Bold predictions coming up.
Do something great, buddy.
Let me tell you about where I'm from.
Where I'm from, the digital divide makes equality nearly impossible.
When I get a job, I'll make $10,000 less than white people with the same skills.
Where I'm from, we overcome, and soon there will be many CEOs, CFOs, and CTOs that look like me.
The NFL and Pearl Scholars are providing training and access to people often excluded from tech careers because of education inequality. Together, our access can be equal no matter where we're from.
Stephen, did you know anyone with a simple tax return can have a TurboTax Live expert do their taxes for them for free?
That sounds really good.
For a limited time, TurboTax is free for simple returns, no matter how you file.
Boom! I was able to boost my credit score 21 points using Experian Boost.
I boosted my credit score with Experian Boost, and it was free.
Experian Boost has helped millions of people. How can it help you? Boost your credit scores instantly. Free. Download the Experian app now.
Don't wait till Super Bowl 56 for a great offer. DraftKings makes you feel like a champion all playoffs long. Hey, I want my parlay. Oh, yes. Bet $5 to win $280 if your team wins. That's 56 to 1 odds. DraftKings, an official sports betting partner of the NFL.
Jan.
Not the time, Jerry. Not the time.
Buffalo Wild Wings win-win value lineup gives you and your friends more for less. With buy one, get one half off traditional wings every Tuesday. Buy one, get one free boneless wings every Thursday. And $3 tolls every day. Only at Buffalo Wild Wings.
This is your living room / yoga shanty / regional office / and this is the basement / panic room. Maybe what your family needs is a vacation home / vacation home. Find yours on the Vrbo app.
Olukai slippers are so soft, you won't want to take them off. And with that outdoor-worthy sole, you don't have to. The all-around best slippers by Olukai.
Sheldon, what do you think of our new Pistachios football campaign?
Hate it. Blah. Ugh.
What is he doing?
I'm storming out.
Hey, Dad, do you want to invite some friends over to watch the game?
Okay.
Let's just be at our house to watch the football game tomorrow. Come over tomorrow. Hope to see you there.
Bring the game home. Watch Super Bowl 56 in amazing detail when you upgrade to a big Samsung, LG, or Sony TV from Best Buy.
This has been the game plan all year. And it got us to the playoffs. Why change now?
Divisional promo for next. Oh, okay. The squeaky wheel got the grease. Look at this.
Rich, you're not that tall.
This is not.
You are not that tall.
That's a good joke, Kurt.
I think Ian literally got the short end of this stick.
Is he taller than you, Mike? Is he taller than you?
No. Squeaky wheel. That's what Marshall calls me.
Oh, my
Got
God.
the grease. Next week, Saturday and Sunday, divisional playoff weekend shows.
That's so funny.
Big shows. Big shows.
That's so funny.
The following segment is for entertainment purposes only. Viewer discretion is advised. It's time for Bold Predictions, presented by Lexus.
You know what? You don't get, unless you speak up sometimes, right?
They're not
sort of like a bold prediction.
They're not changing it.
We're going to get one of these right in the playoffs? Or
Yes,
what?
we are.
Okay.
I got one today.
Please start us off.
Yeah, well, guess which Hall of Fame wide receiver
Oh, my.
has the record for the fewest
Oh, boy.
receptions in an NFC Championship home game? I'm sorry, Herb. Yeah,
That's not
in
true.
93
That's not a
matchup
true record.
against the Niners.
That's not a
You
real
had
true record.
two
That's not a
receptions
true record.
for
There's no such
23 yards. Way to go, Herb. All right, but don't worry. Don't worry, I got your back, all right? Guess who has the record, though, for the most receptions in a playoff game? Give me one of these.
We know that, Andy.
Yeah, Herb, he had 12 in the 94 championship game, right? Herb, 92 yards and 2 touchdowns. You remember them both, don't you, Herb?
Yeah.
Which one do you like better?
I don't remember the two.
Okay. You don't remember? You won that game. You won that game. You didn't win this one. Okay, so here's the deal, all right?
I remember this.
Today, Niners, Cowboys. Guy named Cedric Wilson. I coached his dad. He was a Niner. Cedric Wilson Sr. is probably going to wear a 49er jersey at the game today, right? And Cedric Wilson Jr. is going to smash your record and have 13 receptions and then and win the game.
Oh, that'd be great.
How about that?
That'd be great. I mean, to win the game. That'd be great. I'll take
with his
that.
dad in the stands, with the Niner jersey
It's
on.
always funny to me after 18 weeks of Mooch coming up with these 50-year-olds on Tuesdays that throwing this many touchdowns. Irv finally goes, that's not a real record. None of these that he breaks are real records. But okay, we talk about weaving the tapestry together, right? Yesterday, my X factor was Dawson Knox, a tight end. Helped me out, went and got 2 touchdown passes. Almost a third. So I got to thinking about these tight ends and weaving this all together, that the record in one weekend for tight end receiving touchdowns is 10, right? Oh, no, I'm sorry, it's 9. Yes. And I'm going to say this weekend, tight ends will get 10 receiving touchdowns to set the record and give us another.
I want to say it's because Uzama had one for the Bengals.
That's right. There you go.
You're saying there's going to be 7 more tight end touchdowns over the next 4 games?
Is that stacking?
8 teams?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
You got a good
it's
head
still
start.
a record. What do you want? You want a couple more?
Yeah.
Let's go 13. What the heck? Let's go 13.
Yeah.
13. GCV smash that record.
Don't let him get you, Santa. Don't let him get you with that Santa Claus.
I
hope it comes right in at 12.
He didn't call you out after a whole nother weekend of 16 more games.
Okay, and mine, since it's his, maybe being Roethlisberger's last moment, we want to try to give him a moment. We hope he gets to ride off on that white horse. But just in case he does not, let's do this. He had 970 passing yards in his last 2 playoff games.
Okay.
That's the most. That's a record. 970 passing yards in a 2-game span in the playoffs.
Jeez.
If he throws for 363 plus yards, he'll get the record.
Based on last year?
For 3 games, out of 3-game record span, 3 games, most yards thrown in a 3-game span in the playoffs. Ben may not get the win, but let's give him one more record on his way out the door. He gets at least 363 yards today, Ben.
That would be great. 363.
There we go.
13 touchdowns.
We'll go 13.
Total.
Come on, tight end.
Very good. Coming up in hour 3, Nick Bosa and the Niners trying to shut down that high-powered Dallas offense. Today we'll talk about the Niners defense against this Cowboys offense. We all know Pittsburgh did lose by 26 just 3 weeks ago in Arrowhead, riding that emotion of the aforementioned Big Ben farewell tour. What about shocking the world tonight? We'll talk about how that happens. The Eagles started 2-5. They won 7 of their last 10 after the coach said, "Are you watering? Are you fertilizing?" They're bringing the water. They're bringing the fertilizer today. Jalen with Kurt coming up.
Can they shock the world? The Eagles.
Come on, Bree.
At Lowe's, you never have to be finished with your finishing touches, with aisles of ways to refresh and restyle for whatever style you're feeling and prices you're really feeling. Shop the Lowe's Bat Style and Save event now, in-store and online.
How bizarre. No annual fee on any Discover card.
Doug. And it's easy to customize your insurance at libertymutual.com, so you only pay for what you need. Isn't that right, Limu? 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 Sorry, 1 sec. Yeah. There he is.
Only pay for what you need.
Liberty, 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 liberty. Since retirement, I've been trying a lot of new things with Frank's Red Hot. It's the perfect blend of flavor and heat, like me. And it's great on all the recipes I've mastered. I put that on everything.
This buy one, get one half off, it's offensive. No regard for folks who don't have someone, those who strong-arm their way to the top, only to find they got no one to share the view with. Thank you, Stephen.
Jimmy John's, buy one, get one half off.
Where else can I go? Got it. You got it. You got it. Where else can I go? You got it. You got it. You got it. Where else can I go? Got it. I'ma say it. You got it. All I seen it. Got it. Got me saying. Where else can I go? Got me got it. You got it.
Go to NFLshop.com for a special offer.
I've got a money mantra. M1 Finance. I invest, borrow, and spend, and my money manifests more. That's why I am one. Get up to $500 when you open and fund an M1 account.
If you watch football on TV, you need Fubo TV. Get complete NFL coverage, NFL Red Zone, plus games in 4K included at no extra charge. Try Fubo TV free at FuboTV.com.
Here comes organic carrots, purple potatoes, and wild sea bass. Wait a minute. Here comes a 5-star meal that's ready in minutes. Here comes the Sunbasket.
We're all here for football.
Best in the league right now.
Your team.
We got the whole city behind us.
Our team.
This is such an exciting time for a fan.
Every team.
Wait till you see this.
What a magnificent ending.
NFL Network. We're here for football.
Monday on NFL Total Access, round 1 is nearly done. Who won and who got stunned? Plus, who has the edge in the final act of Super Wildcard drama? It's the Cards and the Rams. It's across the street, and we've got your access. Total Access, Monday, 6 Eastern.
Let's go. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
I'm ready to detonate. Aim straight, never hesitate. Keep the chains off, I'ma levitate. This is prime time, let me demonstrate. Ready for war, I'm ready to go. I'm ready to charge them all, enough is enough. You see me fighting, know that I ain't letting up.
Let's go! Let's go! This is the place to be.
Everybody coming up. Let's go!
Tom Brady coming to work for yet another playoff season, trying to repeat as champions of the National Football League, taking on the Eagles, who are fielding a Heisman Trophy winner once removed. Yes, the top pick for the Eagles in this year's draft, Devontae Smith. And the Eagles, with Jalen Hurts and Nick Sirianni, have made the playoffs. We're taking a kickoff of that game, which leads to what Michael Irvin flat out called the varsity game yesterday.
Okay.
And he's not just talking up the 49ers. It's all about the home team, certainly. We've been talking about them nonstop all year. Today, no different. Jane Slater kicks off hour 3 of our coverage. Jane?
Well, there are a lot of matchups to talk about today. Mine right now is this and the noise, but I'm also talking about the Cowboys and the 49ers. A lot of great games over the years. The one matchup, though, a lot of us are going to be keeping an eye on today is the one with the two guys wearing the headsets on opposing sidelines. I'm talking about Dan Quinn and Kyle Shanahan. These two coached in the 2016 Super Bowl, and some questions this week about how that familiarity will come into play in this game. Well, when you talk to both of them, they seem to think it was a bit of a wash because they've all changed so much since they worked together. 49ers coach Shanahan, specifically talking about Quinn, said it's definitely a Dan Quinn defense, but he says the coverage schemes are just so different from what he saw when they were in Atlanta. Kurt, Michael?
It is hour number 3 of NFL Game Day Morning, presented by Intuit TurboTax Live, taking it a kickoff of the Super Wild Card Weekend Sunday triple header in Tampa, Florida. Rich Eisen along with Steve Mariucci, Kurt Warner, and Michael Irvin at the end of the set. The San Francisco 49ers defense has been, look, ever since they took on the Rams for the first time, remember that game, that was Monday night game after the 49ers, they started out 2-0, they lost 4 in a row. We're all wondering if the 49ers from 2 years ago could somehow, some way be found.
Right.
That's where they found themselves in that game that night.
Right.
That Thursday night game, they lost in Tennessee. They still looked pretty darn stout as well. Now here they come to try and stop the Dallas Cowboys offense that had an excellent final couple games of the season. Michael, it's all on you outside of that Arizona loss, clearly. But what do you make of today's defense for the 49ers?
And Rich, when we started this weekend, I was talking with you on your show. This is what I was talking about. Because if I look at it, when I look at the game, first thing I say is, San Fran wins both sides on the line of scrimmage. You know, the San Fran offensive line leaning on Dallas defensive line. Dallas defensive line wants to get to the quarterback, not deal with all these runs. But San Fran's defensive line going up against Dallas's offensive line, I think San Fran's defensive line wins that battle because we've seen the inconsistencies of Dallas's offensive line. But I love, even though I know he's a quiet kid, and he was just answering a question that Nick Bosa said what he said when he said, yeah, he got some pretty good tackles, but they're beatable. They're beatable. And that will wake up, not that he need to be waking up, but it will raise up the bear in Tyron Smith. You know, he's been a professional forever, he's been handling it. I know what they're saying to these guys in the locker room, in the Dallas locker room. I know that they're questioning, they're checking these guys and saying, what are you going to do with all these guys talking like this? And I want to see that part show up today.
Anybody else feel like there's some false confidence going over here? That
there's no false confidence.
Every conversation,
no.
He's trying to pump his guys up. I think you're trying to pump yourself up.
I'm telling you what I see, what the seers see.
I know what you're saying.
And what brings the best out of men. We talked about exercising demons yesterday. That's what those teams did yesterday. Right now, everybody's calling the Dallas Cowboys soft chumps. And they got to stand up and show what kind of team they are. And that's what I want to hear. No.
I didn't hear that.
All I did was extrapolate from all the noise this week and gave it to the people one word.
I'll tell you what I
extrapolate.
What you smelling? It's a smell of fear. It's a smell of concern.
Oh, yeah.
Because you said it again. You said it on my show that you didn't want to see this team. You said it.
Right.
Now,
right.
Yesterday you said that every other person would say with a mouth and a pulse.
It's a matchup. I'm talking from matchup standpoints.
You said you wish that the offensive line of the Cowboys, when they were all young, could be that team that shows up today.
Could have that opportunity. Right. And that's what I'm saying. And that's what will show up today. Now, they can't go back to being as young as they are, but you can raise that man up in them that makes them play like they're young again. And that's what I was talking about.
Right, and they're going to have to. I mean, you have to believe that 49ers are beat up a little bit in the secondary, chances to expose them if you can hold up front and attack downfield with those weapons.
That's all.
But that's really going to tell the tale. And we've talked about that in a number of these games, but we know how that works. When you have a good offense, explosive offense in the pass game, it comes down to getting after good quarterbacks consistently up front. And we know the 49ers have the ability to do that, and we've seen them do that in the playoffs a couple years ago. Can they get back to that dominating force up front where it's continually after Dak?
And that's why I said the super Dak. This is where super Dak comes in. Because you got to determine when I got to get rid of the ball fast. If I don't have time, what I got, it's going to be on
So that's
him.
2 yeses on the topic, Bar. Do we have 3? Will they be able to slow down the offense?
Not to scare Irv any further, but this is the best defense in the NFC, okay? The 2 best defenses played last night, right? New England and Buffalo. The 49ers are the best defense. Dallas has not played a defense this good, especially the front 7. Nick Bosa, I don't know if he's talking or not, but you know what? He's had his best season of his life in terms of sacks, quarterback hits, tackles for loss, and Eric Armstead and Fred Warner and Dre Greenlaw's back healthy now. Look out. This front 7 is a beast over there with the 49ers.
All I'm saying, fellas, y'all got it right here. Y'all see it, you hear it. That's all I'm saying. That's all. Listen to everybody. Nobody believes in you. What are you prepared to do about it? Don't let no one come into your house, take your meal, do what you need to do today. I'm not nervous. I'm just telling you.
Oh, he's not at all. He's not at all nervous.
Let's hear it for Irv.
Yeah, that's right. Yes.
That was good, Irv. That was good. Put that on the Jumbotron.
Definitely, whatever you are thinking at home, this is not a man who is nervous or concerned whatsoever. He is brimming with confidence. Whatever you might be thinking, he's cool, like Joe Cool, right? In the AFC wildcard game in '93, yes, sir. Montana, Marcus Allen and the Chiefs beat the Steelers on that day. They'd go all the way to the AFC Championship game before losing to the Bills. Of course, they also met in 2017, where the Steelers beat the Chiefs on field goals alone. James Palmer, they might need a little bit more than that tonight.
Yeah, and they need a lot of T.J. Watt, Rich. He's really the front runner, right, for Defensive Player of the Year, tying the NFL record with 22.5 sacks this season, led the NFL in tackles for loss and quarterback hits, but didn't really get any pressure on Patrick Mahomes 3 weeks ago when these two teams faced each other, mainly because he was dealing with cracked ribs in that game, only played 38 snaps, and teammates this week told me they were actually surprised he even played in that game. Now he's healthy, and Mahomes is ready for a different T.J. Watt. He told me this week he has to count for him at all times, not just the initial pass rush. Because of how relentless T.J. Watt is, he told me he has to keep an eye on him, Rich, even after that initial pass rush. They want to rush him and Cam Hayward just but they will blitz at times. They're not scared to come after Mahomes today, I'm told.
So the recipe. Who's got the recipe for the shocking of the world tonight, Steve?
Well, for Ben, you know what? He can't do it by himself. He'll carry this team on his shoulders, but he needs some help from that run game for sure. Young quarterbacks do, and older quarterbacks need the run game, right? Najee Harris, the rookie out of Alabama, is an absolute superstar, people. He had 1,200 yards rushing this year. He had 74 receptions. He does it all. They got to lean on him against that Chiefs defense. He's got to have a lot of touchdowns. In fact, he's second to only Jonathan Taylor in scrimmage yards. This is the superstar in waiting right now, people, and Ben's got to lean on him.
And for me, it's the magic number of 23. They've got to keep this game right there at 23 because they can score 24 points. I just don't think they can get into a shootout. So whether that's lean on the run game and hand it off so you slow down Patrick Mahomes, whether that's the defense getting after Patrick Mahomes and keeping him on the sideline or getting some turnovers, whatever that is, that to me is the magic number. You've got to play a game where you can keep it close and give Big Ben that one more opportunity. I don't know if he's getting 363 yards, but give him that opportunity to have one drive and possibly finish this thing late.
And you know, I was looking at some of the earlier games, and you go back a couple years ago, because Chiefs been this great offense for a while. This Steelers defense, I think, helped them like 13 points a couple years ago. 13 points. If you can do anything near that, you keep them anywhere near that, and try if you can try. If the Steelers defense can try to get some turnovers early, and maybe get back in their head, and they go back, revert back to what was going on a little bit at the beginning of the year, and then give Ben that last little drive. We talked about it. Ben had 7 game-winning drives this year. Give him that last little drive. That's how we can save the old legend of Ben Roethlisberger.
And then I think you also need to look, if you want to look at the beginning of the year, at the way the Chiefs were losing when they were under 500. 3 straight times. At 3 different points this season, they were under 500. They turned the ball over.
They turned that ball over.
So you got to take it away. I don't know how you do that. You know, obviously T.J. Watt may be coming around the edge, but, you know, there really is Mahomes usually sets the edge wherever he darn well pleases to set it. So, you know, you just got to take it away from Miles Sanders is back. He is healthy. And it's been this run game for the Eagles. That's how they've gotten into the playoffs with Jalen Hurts doing some of that, too. Sarah Walsh, take it away.
Come on, Philly.
Tom Brady begins these playoffs with more postseason victories than every quarterback playing this weekend combined. He's going for his 8th ring. He's won 4 of the last 7, so maybe it's not surprising. He says nothing really changes for him. He says he always gives everything he has, so that doesn't change. He said the urgency goes up, and he definitely can feel the energy increase on the field. Now, the Eagles defense knows it's going to have its hands full. Safety Rodney McLeod said that they have to create indecisiveness in Brady. And to do that, they have to give a relentless effort. Linebacker Alex Singleton said the defense knows they have to create turnovers. That's the only way to get that guy off the field. Rich?
Thanks very much. So, do you remember the movie Die Hard? Yep. Remember that movie? When Hans Gruber tells his henchmen to hit it again? Yeah. That's what it felt like with the Bills last night. The it being the Patriots and Josh Allen being the firing missile. I mean, he said he thought he was throwing it away, but Dawson Knox, the X factor for Kurt Warner, and he had almost 3 touchdowns himself last night. Devin Singletary had 2. How about a thick 6 just to rub some salt in the wind? Tommy Doyle wrapping up the longest night in Belichick's postseason career. The Bills touchdowns on all 7 possessions except for kneel downs. Wow. That's never happened before in the playoffs. Joey Burrow and the Bengals. I know Bengals fans are going to be very upset that we keep showing this play over and over again. Do you think the whistle affected anything here? No.
No, it's the right call. Because the whistle came when the ball was in the air.
Well, the right call is to make them replay the 3rd down.
You're playing, you just...
well, first things first is not to blow the whistle. Yeah. Second thing is that whistle is in the air. The rule says they should have played the down. Now, the league, Walt Anderson said that the whistle came after the catch.
Yeah, after the throw. After the throw, though.
You just need a pair of ears.
So nobody stop.
But at any rate, the Raiders had a chance to tie the game late, but the Bengals defense stood strong. Jermaine Pratt ended the Raiders season, and Rich Bisaccia, what a terrific gig he had as the interim head coach. The Bengals move on. They move on to Tennessee if the Chiefs win tonight. That way we have an AFC championship game from last year rematch in the divisional round, Bills and Chiefs. The Bills fans are going to be rooting heavily for the Steelers tonight because that means they get to come back and have another home game. That would be the Bengals would come into the Bills' house, and the Steelers would keep the Big Ben tour alive and move to Nashville. Okay.
Like me rooting.
There we go.
That's like me rooting for Philly.
You know what this guy looks like? He looks like, you know what? I spoke to Kurt Warner this week, and it's going to be a great chat on Game Day Morning.
I'm ready to go.
That's coming up next.
Hey, go take your spot, young man.
I gave him one of those Irv speeches.
It's playoffs time, America, and it all comes down to this. So I just got one question. Whose back you got when the game is on the line? We got your back. When it's 4th and long. We got your back. When you need a big stop. We got your back. When it's all or nothing. We got your back. Who's got your back? We got your back. It's the NFL playoffs. Whose back you got?
When you make a same-game parlay bet on FanDuel Sportsbook, you can make this, plus this, then this. all add up to...
No way. No way. No way. We did it! We did it! I did it!
all game long. With FanDuel, America's #1 sports book, make all your favorite moments of the game add up to one awesome moment. This week, all customers can place any NFL same-game parlay bet risk-free. FanDuel, make every moment more.
Hello, Gordon Ramsay.
NFL teams are turning to cold with Tide. Will you?
That will never work.
If it works on NFL jerseys, it'll work for you.
Seriously? Just perfect.
And it'll save you up to $150 a year.
And it's cold.
So you will turn to cold?
Fine, I'll turn to cold. That guy needs to chill out. This was a cold call.
Wake up. We got breaking news here, folks.
This is an opportunity you've been waiting your whole life for. I cannot wait to see this one.
Make every morning a good morning.
We are so excited.
Yeah, boom. Good Morning Football, only on NFL Network.
Making your way in the world today takes everything you've got. Taking a break from all your worries sure would help a lot.
Hey, how you guys doing?
Wouldn't you like to get away? Sometimes you wanna go where everybody knows your name. And they're always glad you came.
We're all here for football.
Best in the league right now.
We're here for the Thursday night throwdowns.
What they're doing is really incredible.
That's how we do it. Sunday morning breakdowns.
They are unstoppable.
And all the inside lowdown.
Has to be chills thinking about it.
Your team.
We got the whole city behind it.
Our team.
This is such an exciting time for a fan.
Every team.
Wait till you see this.
We're all here for it.
What a magnificent ending.
NFL Network. We're here for football.
You ever talk to Warren Sapp, he'll tell you one of his favorite accomplishments was closing down Veterans Stadium, beating the Eagles in the 2002 NFC Championship game, and then beating them in the rematch that opened Lincoln Financial later on in the calendar year of 2003. Yep, that's the most recent matchup between the Eagles and Bucs in these playoffs. Jalen Hurts is the quarterback today. It was Donovan McNabb on those days. Big-time game for Jalen Hurts today, and the Eagles, no doubt, in Tampa.
Jalen Hurts, let's see if he can get something going. There's Hurts, he's back. He's doing it. Fires, touchdown! They really came out on fire. Hurts.
He is in such control.
Hurts. What a fight by Jalen Hurts! Beautiful throw by Hurts. 3 rushing touchdowns.
Give me a little more of that.
Boy, that hurts. Boy, did he make magic happen.
Jalen Hurts, #1.
That really, really hurts.
Eagles are known for their vision and tenacity, for their ability to see the possibilities and take down even the largest of prey. As I've watched Jalen Hurts over the last few years, I've recognized these exact same traits. His uncanny knack to see beyond the surface of his circumstances and to rise above every challenge. Well, today, many feel he is facing an insurmountable foe. And although he respects the opponent, he's not intimidated because he's been through this battle before. And no matter how big the goat, this Eagle fully believes he will have his team soaring once again at the end of the night.
Hurts guns it perfectly. He's going to dash. He's going to score.
Jalen, I've seen you do some incredible stuff on the field. But when I hear the name Jalen Hurts, the first things that jump into my mind are character and leadership. Describe Jalen Hurts as a quarterback.
A relentless competitor. Can beat you in a number of different ways.
Fires, Hurts, completes it, touchdown!
He's just never out of the fight. I go out there and I compete at a high level with a relentless mentality, full attack mode all the time. It looks different every week, but going out there and finding ways to get it done.
What a fight by Jalen Hurts! Boy, did he make magic happen.
You guys started 2-5. Do you remember a moment where everything shifted for this season?
Well, they say when Coach gave the roots analogy, like a beautiful flower that is yet to sprout up, it's about to grow and blossom into something special. We've only lost 2 games since then. But I think what's really been beneficial for us is us just buying in and our process and what we believe in and what Coach Sirianni brought here. And I know as an organization, I know as a football team, and I damn sure know personally that we're hungry for more.
Hurts rolling with the football, fires, is caught, touchdown!
So, greatest piece of on-field advice that you've received in your couple years in the league?
It goes back to Lincoln Riley, goes back to Coach Riley. One thing he told me that kind of helped me was, push come to shove, you trust what you see and go out there and play decisively, whether it be running the ball, whether it be throwing the ball. And if you have something on your heart as a leader, be decisive in that as well and say it.
This time it's another quick pitch, and it is Scott leaping for the touchdown.
The Eagles will clinch a playoff berth.
Playoffs are a different beast. You've played in a lot of big games and big moments. Biggest lesson that you take from those moments that you've experienced in your past?
The biggest thing I could tell myself in those big playoff games is just go out there and be Jalen Hurts. You don't have to do anything more. Be you, trust in your preparation, trust in your process, trust in everything that you've done to get yourself to this point, and go out there and trust the people around you. So we're excited.
Come playoff time, you get to play against some of the greatest quarterbacks that our league has. Do you think about that as you enter the playoffs, playing against guys like Tom Brady and Aaron Rodgers?
Well, I have the ultimate respect for all those guys and any guy that is, taking their team to the postseason. Obviously, that's a huge accomplishment. And I've been watching Aaron Rodgers and Tom Brady for a very long time, so the ultimate respect to them. But to be able to compete against them, whoever it is, I'm going to go out there and give it my best.
Hurts again in the gun. Hurts to Scott. Touchdown!
We all talk about the ultimate goal is winning a Super Bowl. How much is that talked about in the Eagles locker room?
I'm not a guy. I don't really do the hypotheticals and stuff like that. But I know for us as a football team, we focus on daily deposits. The rent is due every day, and that's been our mentality. That's been my mentality.
He keeps it, and he runs in. Touchdown.
Taking steps every day, learning, connecting, and building that bond so when we're out there on that field, it's unbreakable.
Great work with that piece, Kurt, as I sit out here in the wind with Willie McGinnis. But Jalen Hurts, he's going to be in the wind, making his first career playoff start across from Tom Brady, who's making his 46th playoff start. So when you look at Jalen Hurts and how he has progressed this season, what does he need to do to make sure this is not only his first playoff start, but his first playoff win?
Well, Colleen, I think the first thing is you see it in the interview when you get a chance to talk to him, that he's got the right mentality. I don't believe the moment is too big for him, even with Tom Brady on the other sideline. This guy steps up and makes plays every time he steps between those lines. I expect the same thing today. Now, they can't fall behind by 3 touchdowns like they did earlier in the year. He's going to have to come out and play well early, but without a doubt, I think he's going to make plays with his arm. He's going to make some plays with his legs, and that may be the most important part of this. Playing man-to-man on the back end, and they leave some seams. Can he break some big plays with his legs?
They absolutely, Kurt, need to have a quick start today. Usually it's a cliche to say that the football team, whoever it is, needs to play a full 60 minutes of football. But in this case, pretty applicable. They have to remember that there's a first half to this game as well. Kurt, thank you so much. Jalen Hurts, of course, a huge part of this Eagles running game that had finished the season atop so many categories. That was such an in-season shift, considering that Week 6 game against the Bucs, there was only one running back run in the first half. So they really shifted and recalibrated things. And Willie, I mean, it's really a strength on strength on paper, but you have to also consider the fact that this Bucs defense, the first 11 weeks of the season, they were #1 in rushing yards allowed per game. But then since Week 6 on, they dropped down to 13th in rushing yards per game allowed. So there is a little bit of a shakiness the second half of the season. So what do you think what do your eyes tell you in terms of the advantage? Who has it?
I always don't buy into numbers, Colleen, because sometimes the numbers lie to you because you got to see what weeks, like you mentioned, these teams are playing really well versus when they're not. And if I had to pick a team with the strength going into the playoffs, it's the Eagles. I think the Eagles have the edge in this football game. Not only that they have a three-headed monster in the backfield with Howard, Scott, and Sanders, but Jalen Hurts is the wild card. He's got 10 rushing touchdowns. Nick Sirianni will have some design runs, some design plays for him that the Bucs probably haven't prepared for. And when you look at his feet as far as out of the pocket throws and some of the things they can do with him with the boots and sprints, I think the Eagles have the advantage because they're already going to run the football getting off the bus. We know that. But it's the design things that they got coming into this game that the Bucs probably won't be prepared for. And remember, Shaq Barrett and JPP are just now coming back into the lineup. So they're not going to be in game shape and be 100% ready to go. And the Eagles, they've been doing this for weeks now, so they're ready.
And when you think back to that last game that they had, the Eagles did not have Lane Johnson in that game. That's huge for those outside runs where the Eagles really do excel. So this week would be a good time for Miles Sanders to get his first touchdown of the season. We'll see if that happens. But for more on the Eagles and their quarterback, let's send it out to Ian Rappaport. Ian.
Thanks, Colleen. You know, it seems every conversation about a rumored trade for a veteran big-time quarterback over the past year has involved the Eagles, from Russell Wilson to Deshaun Watson. Howie Roseman, the general manager, checks in on everything. But look at what has developed in Philadelphia. Jalen Hurts, their starting quarterback, has gone a long way to stating his case that he is, in fact, the franchise guy. And there is a lot to believe in here when it comes to Hurts. You know, Nick Sirianni, the coach, talks about just getting a little better every day. Hurts basically has done that, exactly what his coach has wanted, getting better every game. He has impressed everyone around the team, and there is a lot to like here when it comes to him being the franchise quarterback going forward. I have a hard time imagining the Eagles would be involved in any of those rumored big-time quarterback acquisitions this offseason. And now let's send it to Steve White in India.
Well, thanks a lot, Ian. Look, all told, the Rams have traded 2 firsts, a second, 2/3, a fourth, and 6th-round picks for Matthew Stafford, Von Miller, and Sony Michel. And, of course, they signed wide receiver Odell Beckham midseason after he was released by Cleveland. Those players were not brought here to get the Rams to the playoffs. They were brought here to get the Rams to the Super Bowl. And those players, they seem to understand that. This week, Beckham, who's got 18 catches and 3 touchdowns over the past month, said it is just time to put it all together. Von Miller, who's playing really well, 5 sacks the past 4 games, he said, it's playoff time. This is why they brought me here. And Curtin Mooch, even though we talk about Stafford, 17 interceptions, he does have 41 touchdowns, and the Rams have won 5 of their last 6, of which Michel has been their leading rusher. Guys.
All right, yeah, let's talk about another quarterback, because with the Niners, we've talked defense, we've talked Deebo Samuels, but we're going to talk Jimmy
GQ. And we saw last week, it was kind of like the tale of 2 halves. We had average Jimmy G, and then we had really good Jimmy G. What are we going to see this week, Luke?
All right, yeah, well, coming up next, stick around. Jimmy G. Jimmy GQ.
Buffalo Wild Wings win-win value lineup gives you and your friends more for less. With buy one, get one half off traditional wings every Tuesday. Buy one, get one free boneless wings every Thursday. And $3 tolls every day. Only at Buffalo Wild Wings.
This is why you want Farmers Claim Forgiveness. Your home premium won't go up just because of this.
Wow, that's something.
You get a whole lot of something with Farmers Policy Perks. Get a quote today.
We are farmers. Bum, 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 bum.
We make sit-down chicken, stand-up chicken, backyard chicken, oops chicken, lots of time chicken, no time chicken. If there's one thing we know, it's chicken, chicken, and chicken. More choices, more wow, more to love. Tyson.
This buy one, get one half off, it's offensive. No regard for folks who don't have someone, those who strong-arm their way to the top, only to find they got no one to share the view with. Thank you, Stephen.
Jimmy John's, buy one, get one half off.
You booked a sunny Verbo ski chalet with endless views of snow-covered peaks. A stove that inspires magnificent hot cocoa. And a perfect ski-in, ski-out. But the thing they'll remember forever? Grandpa coming out of retirement to give a few ski lessons. The time to plan your get-together is now. Find it on Verbo.
Verizon is going ultra, and so is our best unlimited plan ever. Mary, welcome to Verizon's new plan with 5G ultra wideband now in many more cities. Cool. Up to 10 times the speed at zero extra cost. Our 5G data is for reals unlimited, no matter how much you use.
Did you just say for reals?
Sorry. Let's put it to work with 6 premium entertainment subscriptions included.
Shh, I'm in the lead.
Go on, watch all you want.
I love this show.
And because a better plan deserves a better phone, how about a new one on us?
Seriously?
Yep, it's our best plan ever. Verizon is going ultra, so you can too.
At Lowe's, you never have to be finished with your finishing touches, with aisles of ways to refresh and restyle for whatever style you're feeling and prices you're really feeling. Shop the Lowe's Bat Style and Save event now, in-store and online.
Introducing the Grubhub Guarantee. Our promise to deliver the food you love on time and give you the lowest price. Or you'll get $5 off your next order.
Hey, everybody, and welcome to Game Day Final.
Wrap up the day's action with highlights.
Woo! The leap, and he's in.
And reactions from players and coaches around the league.
Oh, they're serious. They're for real.
NFL Game Day Final, tonight at 11:30 on NFL Network.
Former NFL scouts Daniel Jeremiah and Bucky Brooks deliver a front office perspective on the league.
He's got plenty of touch and accuracy. You want someone who's productive and a big physical playmaker.
Move the Sticks, Monday at 3 on NFL Network.
Montana looking, throwing in the end zone. It's a madhouse at Candlestick.
The 49ers and the Dallas Cowboys with a right to go to the Super Bowl.
Hunt, touchdown Cowboys.
This team's going to Pasadena.
How about them Cowboys?
We will win the ball game.
Dallas is going to win the NFC Championship. Jimmy said we would win the game.
3 in a row, baby.
Eric Davis picks it off. Touchdown 49ers.
Aikman straight back drop. Goes way down the left side. And Deion Sanders has an interception.
I hope you're stocked up with chips, dip, and cold ones. We're going to be here all day.
Here's a fascinating chess match for today. Kyle Shanahan, dialing up the O for San Francisco, and Dan Quinn the D for Big D. And Shanahan's performance for Quinn's Falcons is what helped get Shanahan the job in San Francisco. And how Quinn dials up the D against Shanahan today might be the gateway to Quinn getting another shot at being an HC in the NFL, which I think he's going to get either way, regardless. But that said, just an interesting fact about today. X factor for today's game is what? Who?
Well, Coach, I got to go with Cedric Wilson, and let me tell you why here. We know Michael Gallup's out. We know Mari Cooper and CeeDee Lamb's going to get attention. This man has to step up, and he's been playing well this year. He has career highs, 45 receptions, 602 yards, and 6 TDs. Last week, week 18, had 119 yards right there. That was another career high, 2 receiving TDs, which ties his career high. He's done that before. But right here, this guy right here, with Michael Gallup out, he has to make the plays, man, because I said earlier, Dak has to be super Dak. He has to be a big part of it.
Cedric Wilson is the focus of Mooch's bold prediction from earlier on. So we're weaving tapestries here
works perfectly
on
together.
NFL Game Day morning. As for Jimmy Garoppolo, the quarterback of the 49ers, what a stellar game he had in the second half last week. When he's good, the 49ers are exactly that. You can see how well he performs there. In their losses, not so much. But let's be honest, man, we haven't seen Trey Lance on the field very much unless Garoppolo's been hurt. The whole idea of giving him some reps during games is kind of history. Take it away, guys.
No doubt. All right. Coach, this is going to be the key. We're going to get Jimmy GQ. We're going to get Jimmy G Wiz.
It's like a showdown almost, isn't it? Yeah, you know, Jimmy G, that guy right there beat the run. His thumb was hanging off all over the place. That was a gutsy performance to go win this game late. This is the fourth quarter. Last drive, under a minute, down by 7, no timeouts. You know what? Chance to win, 0.04%. Are you kidding me? That means it's a long shot. All right, here we go. All right, we're just going to try to get a completion and stop the clock, run out of bounds, right? So he looks over here to Kittle, right? And he says, I don't know if I like it. Jalen Ramsey over there, he bit on it. Reset your feet. I see Deebo Samuel wide open on a busted coverage, and you know that guy can do some damage. All of a sudden, we are in the running. Good job, Jimmy.
And I love that. I love the step up, and I love that he's throwing it outside the numbers. Where he's really struggled is inside the numbers, middle of the field. Here, I know you got pressure in your face. You got to be careful with the football down the middle of the field. Can't be doing this and just kind of throwing it up for grabs. So I like that he attacked outside. Got to be careful when he attacks inside.
Yeah, but you know what? That last drive, there's only 31 seconds, and all these Rams are going, I got him, you got him, no, you got him. Oh, Deebo Samuels, what's going on around here? Two guys end up covering Deebo, two guys end up covering Ayuk, and you know what? He sees this because he's a quick decision maker. Put it in there, Juwan Jennings. We have a tie ball game. Let's go into overtime.
I like it. Rams made a mistake there. Open up the middle. We get a touchdown. But here's what I'm talking about, okay? We've got just what we call an over concept, an in and an under to this backside. Read that outside backer. Don't try to force it down the field. Now, maybe it could have been caught, but the ball's tipped up in the air, and I'm going to show you why that's important. What? Here we go. We come back again. Same concept. Squeeze on the inside. We got the under and the over once again. Here we go. Oh, I almost got away with it last time. Let me try it again. Boom, boom, boom. Tipped up. Interception. Almost costing the game. Got to be careful with those reads inside the number.
Oh, yeah, but let's go into overtime and win this darn thing. Biggest play of the year, 3rd and 6. If they don't make it, they're probably going to lose this game. So we got Kittle over here, and how about Juwan Jennings? We got a little option route. Why don't you just give it to him for a first down on 3rd, break a tackle, let's go into field goal range, and eventually kick the field goal that wins this game. Jimmy GQ, great job, 300
and
yards.
Let's just get the Jimmy GQ. We know how he can play. We've seen him take this team to a Super Bowl. I'm hoping we get that Jimmy GQ.
All right, Jimmy GQ, Jimmy GQ, Jimmy GQ. Rich, take it away, Jimmy GQ.
Jimmy GQ.
I got it. By the way, I liked how the lights went dark when you were showing the bad plays, and the lights went on when
we got good production here. Good production here.
I kind of like the stadium, the theater lighting, too. I liked all of that.
Like a Broadway show.
Well, the lights on, lights
Except
off.
Except our singing was awful.
With T.J. Watt taking on Mahomes and that Chiefs offense tonight. We'll discuss that subject matter when we come back.
It's all about today, and it starts with us. We go as you up front go, so let's go. Big day, babe. I need you on. Okay, let's go. That's all it's left is about heart. How much heart you got? Hey, right here. Hey, it's about heart now.
It's been a pleasure.
It is
and an honor, okay?
That's real.
I love you to death.
It's a touchdown, Pittsburgh. Ben hit the chalk.
You promised, man. You came through, man. You're a champion, baby.
Thank you for everything, Buster.
You hear me?
You healthy? Doing good. Get through this good, huh?
Let's
have fun. Let's do it, all right? Have a good one. Stay healthy, okay?
Throws it back corner of the end zone. Santonio with a touchdown. I don't know how he did it.
Yes, yes.
Big Ben out of the tunnel for likely the last time at Heinz Field.
So thankful and blessed to be able to call this place home.
Happy Hour just got hoppier at IHOP with a menu starting at $6 featuring burgers, pancakes, and more yum yums. So while you can't buy happiness, you can buy hoppiness. IHOP Hour starting at $6.
Don't wait till Super Bowl 56 for a great offer. DraftKings makes you feel like a champion all playoffs long.
Hey, I want my parlay.
Oh, yes.
Bet $5 to win $280 if your team wins. That's 56-1 odds. DraftKings, an official sports betting partner of the NFL.
Jen. Not the time, Jerry. Not the time.
The next generation compounds and Bridgestone tires give them responsive handling at high speeds. We could show you the data on that, or you could just feel the data. What really matters is they're Bridgestone.
Among my patients, I often see them have teeth sensitivity as well as gum issues. Does it worry me? Absolutely. Sensodyne sensitivity and gum gives us a dual action effect that really takes care of both our teeth sensitivity as well as our gum issues. There's no question it's something that I would recommend.
You booked a sunny Verbo ski chalet with endless views of snow-covered peaks. But the thing they'll remember forever? Grandpa coming out of retirement to give a few ski lessons. The time to plan your get-together is now. Find it on Verbo.
Pizza Hut's stuffed crust is the crust that made crust good. Topped and stuffed with over a half-pound of cheese. What are you so afraid of? Loving it? Original stuffed crust, just $12.99. Only from Pizza Hut. No one outbeats the Hut.
What does the future of strength look like? It's dynamic weight that adjusts for you in real time for a more efficient workout. And you can only experience it on Tonal.
All net. Look like me, kid.
Doc, I didn't know you could shoot.
Know what else you didn't know? Ring has an alarm.
Ring? The company that created the video doorbell?
Yep, Ring has an alarm. I just plug in the base station, place the motion door and window sensors, then the keypad, connect the app, voila. Now I have professional monitoring.
What's up, Shaq?
And it was that easy. Splackatow!
It's true. Ring has an award-winning alarm. Learn more at ring.com.
Wendell lives in a bounce house, but he doesn't want to bounce around the internet to save on car insurance. So he uses the Zebra to compare the top companies. Save an average of $440 on car insurance. Compare and save at thezebra.com.
Everybody scream. That's my only thing, yes. I'm a born winner, a Jordan 23. All my people G's until the party ceases. Run it.
Kansas City went from starting that season iffy and slow to winning this year's AFC West 6 in a row. But listen, there's more. The Super Bowl's a Mahomes magnet trying to get to his third straight cut from a goat's fabric. They don't want static. He's a problem if you know Patrick. Only 26 and needs a fitting for a gold jacket. The Chiefs back in their bag, clocking in, no day off. And this is where they're most dangerous when they in the playoffs.
James Palmer, take it away in Arrowhead.
Well, thank you, Rich. Mike Tomlin didn't sugarcoat anything this entire week about how badly his team was beaten by the Chiefs 3 weeks ago, 36-10. And Travis Kelce didn't even play in that game. He missed it due to COVID. Now, tonight, the Steelers' biggest concern with Kelce is in the red zone. All-pro Cam Hayward said it best. Everything runs through him. Our eyes have to be on him. He is the magnet of what they do down there. Now, the Steelers have one of the best red zone defenses in all of football, but Kelce finds so many holes. Obviously, he's a good player. Andy Reid sets him up to succeed. But, Rich, Andy Reid told me the biggest thing is Kelce contributes maybe more than anybody throughout the week about how he's utilized. He understands leverage, understands defenses so well. That plays a major part in him finding space.
All right, let's go on the field, presented by our good friends at Lowe's. What are we doing today, gents?
All right, first, we're going to talk about how the Steelers have to game plan defensively to get after Patrick Mahomes and all the weapons that he has. And it's really going to start with their pass rush. It has to be quick pressure. We know they've got the #1 sacker in the National Football League in T.J. Watt, but they don't want to have to bring extra guys. You want to be able to bring pressure. Right. Or just rush 4 and play on the back end, right? You take away the quick throws, and then you've got to hustle around. Make him move up. Coming from the back end. Don't stop. Constant pressure. Almost had a chance for a turnover right there. In the red zone, same thing. We want to rush 4 and drop everybody else back so they're not getting any easy opportunities. But when you do that, you've got to get the pass rush, force him up in the pocket. We get another sack. Here's what we can't do, right? 4 guys. We're going to put a couple extra guys in. We got 4 seconds. We got 5 seconds. We got 6 seconds, and they're going to get open. Even with all those guys on the back end, Patrick Mahomes gets 7 seconds. You can't do that. You've got to be able to get that quick pass rush and force him to make those quick throws while trying to cover quickly. But you guys talk to me. What are we going to do on the back end? How do you stop Travis Kelce and Tyreek Hill and all those weapons on the back end?
A couple things, Kurt, because you talked about it, that quick pressure, right? That quick pressure, stepping up in the pocket. Because Patrick Mahomes so great, stepping up in the pocket and then slipping out one side. And I think what Pittsburgh, and everybody has to be careful about, and you watch this today, it's those second opportunities between Patrick Mahomes and Travis Kelce. Travis Kelce will come and just run a little stop route, right? And he'll see that quick pressure. And then he'll come out, and Patrick Mahomes will start flowing somewhere, and he'll start running, and he always finds the open spot. You got to watch that today.
You mentioned rush 4, and that's very important. Very few teams will even blitz Patrick Mahomes because he's very good against blitz. So you drop 7, you play a lot of zone. If you can make him hold the ball, you're talking about getting into scramble drill. And that's where they're so dangerous because Patrick Mahomes, he can find you. He can make every throw, and scramble drill is where they're getting half of their yards.
Rich, what are you going to do to him? How are you going to play him on the back end?
I have no earthly idea. We're just roaming around. Are we demoing anything? We're just walking and talking.
Yeah, this is.
We're going to demo you on the escape in just a second, but that is something to pay attention to. You'll see sometimes Patrick Mahomes, when he's not getting guys open quickly down the field, he'll drop his eyes and specifically look for a lane in which he can buy time and either run or get outside, because he knows that's where they make big plays. So don't be surprised as this game goes on, you see Patrick Mahomes drop back and he just looks for that window. See Aaron Rodgers do this sometimes too. Let me get out in space because I like it out there, and that's where I put all the pressure on the defense.
What about this? What if you pretend you're Tyreek Hill and you run down the field today,
the cheetah.
And we're going to throw you. Kurt's going to throw you the ball and see if you can make 2 catches.
Pass rush.
Oh, sure.
All right.
Our second,
ready to go, cheetah?
Yeah, our second level.
Is this a scramble drill?
I'm stepping up and scrambling.
Oh, he's going. He goes. Look at the speed.
Go.
Look at the speed. Oh, you don't want to get one catch.
Yes! Yes! Got it. He comes untucked and everything.
Untucked.
Yes!
By the way, the crowd loves
That's
this.
it.
Sloppy looking catch you got.
Those 4 guys loved it.
This is bad news,
Loved
man.
every minute
All of your fans are here.
Shirt comes out. They love it. Fans love it.
Yes!
I'm untucked. It's terrible.
Those 4 guys over there.
Oh, I caught it, though. Be sure to join the Lowe's home team this season. Go to Lowe's.com/home team to learn how.
That's funny.
Nice.
That's funny.
X Factors.
Nice.
Yes, X Factors. There's Devin White. You can't call him an X Factor.
He's not an X Factor. Dawson Knox is an X Factor.
Who is?
Dawson Knox.
Yes, he was.
Okay, here we go.
Not 2.
Had a way to stay with it.
Shirt coming out. My God, what a mess.
Highlights, and yeah, more highlights.
Oh, look at this!
We've got you covered with every big play from this weekend's slate of games.
That is unreal.
NFL Game Day highlights, tonight at 7:30 on NFL Network.
Welcome to NFL Now.
Every weekday, NFL Now has the latest from around the league.
This team is very mentally strong.
Keep pushing each other to get better every day.
I'm sure he's got a point to prove. NFL Now, Monday at 1 on NFL Network.
At Fisher Investments, our clients know we have their backs.
How do your clients know that?
Because as a fiduciary, it's our responsibility to always put clients first.
So you do it because you have to?
No, we do it because it's the right thing to do. We help clients enjoy a comfortable retirement.
Sounds like a big responsibility.
One that we don't take lightly. It's why our fees are structured so we do better when our clients do better. Fisher Investments is clearly different.
Dion, hand it over. Now, how does that make you feel?
Like a part of me is missing.
Gabrielle?
This Old Spice Fiji hand and body lotion has me smoother than ever.
That's what it does.
What's my safe flight story? My car is more than 4 wheels. It's my after-work decompression zone. So when my windshield broke, I searched for someone who really knew my car. I found the experts at Safelite Auto Glass. With their exclusive technology, they fixed my windshield, then recalibrated the camera attached to my glass, so my safety systems still work. Who knew that was a thing? Safelite has service I can trust.
Safelite Repair, Safelite Replace.
Old Trapper Beefs. Tough snacks.
Out here, nothing comes easy. That's why you gotta be tough. The truck, it's tough. My crew, definitely tough. But Old Trapper taught me the value of tenderness.
Old Trapper. What's your beef?
Oh, it's a puppy.
If the peanut butter in a Reese's could talk to the chocolate, what would it say? You complete me. Should we start a podcast? Who does your ridges?
At Chipotle, this is our best chorizo ever. Charred and grilled with a rich, smoky flavor. It just happens to be made from plants. Everything you love about Chipotle, but 100% plant-based.
Your record label is taking off, but so is your sound engineer. You need to hire.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. Indeed Instant Match instantly delivers quality candidates matching your job description. Visit Indeed.com/hire.
Wake up!
We got breaking news here, folks.
This is an opportunity you've been waiting your whole life for. I cannot wait to see this one.
Make every morning a good morning.
We are so excited.
Yeah, boom. Good Morning Football, only on NFL Network.
Oh, yeah, we'll be talking about this on my show tomorrow. Oh, my gosh, yeah, I caught it. Shirt coming out and everything. Super Bowl. My guests this week, Ed Helms and Eric Stone Street, the actors. Yeah, I've got hands like Jerry Rice. Thanks, Mike. Appreciate that one. Also, in-studio guests, Sebastian Maniscalco and the actress Neve Campbell.
I saw him live. Joe Montana and I saw him live.
Okay.
Yeah. Make sure you ask him about
Mac
that.
Jones could have used me yesterday. I don't know. Mac had 2 touchdown passes. Come on now. So join me for the Rich Eisen Show every day, noon to 3 Eastern Time.
Look at that. What a great grab.
Showing it. Yep.
How many times have we have to see this?
Late host, late hands. Right. Okay. Tom Brady has faced the Eagles twice in the postseason. They just happen to be Super Bowls. He's 1-1 against them, as we know. Last one he faced him in, Nick Foles got him, as did Brandon Graham on Michigan violence. This Gronk Hail Mary almost landed, huh? But, of course, we all know that the Eagles and the Patriots met in the Super Bowl before all that. And that was the last time Brady went back-to-back, which is what he's trying to do starting against the Eagles today. Take it away, Sarah Walsh. Oh, no, pardon me. It's Willie McGinnis and Colleen Wolfe. Hey, Colleen, how are you?
Hey, here we are out here. The sun just came out. The fans are definitely out here. So, yes, the Eagles and the Bucks. Here we are at this game. And listen, when we look at Tom Brady and the Eagles, this is the 3rd time that they've met in the playoffs. It's actually the first time that the Eagles have met the Bucks in the playoffs since 2002. We won't talk about that game. We will not get into Rondé Barber or any of that. Obviously, the storyline for the Bucks is the injuries and who's not available. So who might be the X factor for the Bucks in this game for you?
I'm gonna have to say Scotty Miller. He's the guy who has the most experience, not named, Chris Godwin, Mike Evans, a guy who Tom Brady trusts. And I think that's really, really important. And you look at what he did last year in the playoffs. He stepped up big and made some big plays. He's a guy who works extremely hard. Every time he gets his opportunities, he comes in and he's extremely productive. So I would say if there's an X factor on the offensive side of the ball, it's definitely got to be Scotty Miller.
Yeah, he led the Bucks last season with 15 yards per catch. I mean, he has, I think, 5 of his 6 touchdowns or 30-plus yards, but he's just been a little quiet this season. They'll need him to not be quiet in this game. What about on the defensive side, though?
Wow, I think this game is going to be won in the trenches, so I got to pick some hogs up front with Vita Vea and Ndamukong Suh. Those guys who, they say they got the number 3 rush defense, okay? Now you got to prove it. It's the playoffs. The Eagles are going to run the ball. They're going to have design runs, those traps, those counters, those power runs. You're going to got to come off those double teams, keep those linebackers clean, and they got to be tough. So Vita Vea and Ndamukong Suh, the Hogs, they got to have some love and play big in this game.
Our producer, who is also from Philadelphia, is asking for an Eagles chant. So can we get an Eagles chant real quick? Can we get one? A Go Birds Eagles chant? Oh, that's good. That's great. They're very excited. A lot of Eagles fans out here. Now I'm going to send it back to the studio where it's a little more controlled. That environment there, a sweet little segment called M&M.
Oh, yeah.
Take it away, guys.
It's time now for M&M, Mooch and Michael Mooch. You ready for this?
Let's do this.
All right, here we go. Here we go. More important to the Bucs' success today, Mike Evans or the Gronk?
Okay, now we cannot get into this discussion because I need people out here to understand Mike Evans is a bad man. I love Mike Evans, so when I start talking about other people like Gronk, it's not anything against Mike Evans. But I say it's his Gronk because of the way Tom Brady plays football.
Yeah.
I keep telling you this. Gronk is his inside force.
He's
and especially without Godwin in the middle, he needs Gronk. Last 2 weeks, Gronk led all tight ends, 14 receptions, 252 yards. That's leading all tight ends. Gronk is back to good old Gronk.
Yeah, you're a receiver. You ought to know this. When Godwin and AB or Grayson are all out, you got to have a wide receiver to throw to, right? Mike Evans, he has 8 seasons in a row of over 1,000 yards rushing and 14 touchdowns. All right, give me something good here.
Second and only Cooper Kupp in the National Football League this year. Okay, let me tell you, most disruptive player, Nick Bosa, or Michael Parsons?
Disruptive. Whoa, boy. You know what? Nick Bosa, I got to go with the Niner, don't I? Nick Bosa had his best season ever as a pro this year. He had 15 and a half sacks. He had 32 quarterback hits. He had 21 tackles for loss. This guy's a one-man wrecking crew. And he's strong, and he's playing against Tyron Smith, who's got a knee, he's got an ankle. And let's see how healthy that guy is. Nick Bosa's going to be awesome.
It's going to be great. You know, Nick Bosa, my old high school buddy right there. Not that I went to high school with him, but we are high school alums from the same school. I'm taking Michael Parsons. Do you know Michael Parsons he has over 20 tackles for loss and 10 sacks? Only other guys in the league like that is the guy you just talked about, Bosa and Watt. And both of them are playing much closer than Michael Parsons. This is a linebacker. This is the baddest man in the National Football League.
About that,
Dallas Cowboys.
Okay, all right. Give us your favorite moment in this 49er Cowboy rivalry.
Oh, my God. My favorite moment was walking off victorious in that first championship game back in '92. It was we went into that game. We said we're willing to die for this win, and I felt like I was dying when it hit me like that. But I got right back up, and we kept doing that thing, and we won that game. Yeah, that was my favorite.
Yeah, good for you. Well, I was the head coach in 1997. I remember playing you guys. You came to Candlestick, and yeah, Irv, you had 6 catches and a touchdown, but you know what? We won the game 17-10. And I was going, how about them Cowboys? We got you, man, right there.
That was your favorite moment right there.
I got a lot of favorite moments. But you know what? All right, stick around because coming up next, our own Willie McGinnis sits down with the GOAT, Tom Brady. You're going to want to see more than that. Okay.
We need good Cowboy moments, more good Cowboy moments.
There's a lot of moments.
45. You're 44 now, but you're leading the league in yards. You're leading the league in touchdowns.
5 touchdown passes, Tom Brady today.
Is that number pushed to like 50 now? Like, are you saying, I feel great, maybe I'll go to 50?
You know, I think when I thought about that, that was probably 10 years ago, you know, and now I'm kind of here. So I felt like, man, that was a great goal to set. And, you know, I still have that goal of wanting to get to 45. So, you know, we'll see how it goes. I think I'm just pretty much in uncharted territory.
If accelerating faster in wet conditions matters, what really matters is they're Bridgestone.
This is your living room / yoga shanty / regional office / and this is the basement / panic room. Maybe what your family needs is a vacation home / vacation home. Find yours on the Vrbo app.
Verizon is going ultra, and so is our best unlimited plan ever. With 5G ultra wideband now in many more cities and up to 10 times the speed at no extra cost. And how about a 5G phone to go with it? On us.
Seriously?
Yep, it's our best plan ever. Verizon is going ultra, so you can too.
You and me, partner, we meet center of town, high noon.
Hold on. Nope. Daisy's got last one lessons at noon.
Okay. High 2 o'clock?
I got a spur fitting at 2 o'clock. How's about 3?
I'm getting thrown through a saloon window at 3.
We don't need any more overscheduling, but we could all use more ways to save.
I can squeeze you in between swim class and Kevin's Harper saddle at 3:30.
Thought we was eating beans at 3:30.
Right.
Switch to Geico for more ways to save.
Tell you what about Tuesday?
Our priorities, they've changed.
Hey, Lexus, play my music.
It's not just about getting ahead or the constant grind. It's about knowing what you want.
Watch for traffic.
And focusing on what matters. Welcome to the next level. This is the all-new Lexus NX with available remote park and our most advanced safety system ever.
NFL Total Access. Round 1 is nearly done. Who won and who got stunned? Plus, who has the edge in the final act of Super Wildcard drama? It's the Cards and the Rams. It's across the street, and we've got your access. Total Access, Monday, 6 Eastern.
We're all here for football.
Best in the league right now. He was awesome.
Reset the tempo. We're talking about those epic matchups. Kelsey, good night. The Chiefs put the hammer down.
and instant classics.
It's one of the best football games anyone had ever seen.
One punch after another. That's how we do it. Sunday morning breakdowns.
They are unstoppable.
Huge game today with a lot of implications.
I pray for these moments.
And all the inside lowdown.
I still get chills thinking about it.
Unbelievable.
Hey, welcome to championship football, baby.
I got to sit down with Meek Mill.
Your team.
We got the whole city behind it. Play after play after play.
It is a touchdown. Our team.
This is such an exciting time for a fan.
I'm fired up about that one.
Every team.
Touchdown, Tampa Bay.
Let's go! If it happens in this league,
Football is back in London.
we're all here for it.
Wait till you see this.
What a magnificent ending! NFL Network. We're here for football.
It's a simple game, really. One of moves and counter moves, attack and defense, with a single goal in mind. Checkmate. Football?
Let's go out there like a bunch of crazy dogs.
And chess. Simple games, elevated by genius.
This is a great chess match, and we have two of the great grandmasters going at it.
Let's go!
Whether you're a rook or a king, every piece must work in tandem to achieve victory.
Every single play, every chance we get, all for this moment. It's a mindset.
The NFL playoffs are here.
When you was a kid, you'd be like, I'm going to be out there one day.
A Grandmasters tournament.
Do anything and everything.
Each move magnified.
Laser focus.
Strategy paramount.
Play for the guy beside you.
The board is set. The pieces are in place.
The last man standing.
Here begins the endgame. Okay, yes, sir. Tom Brady knows all about the endgame. He was the one who, basically, to use the checkers phrase, says, "King me." He said that 7 times in his career. Jalen Hurts, in his first career playoff game, trying to one and done Tom Brady and the Buccaneers. Sarah Walsh is there for the first one and done game, potentially for the Bucs in their title defense. Go for it, Sarah.
For all the talk about postseason experience matters, if you go back a year ago, the Bucs had very little of it, yet it all ended with them lifting the Lombardi. So collectively as a group, they have experience. And Jalen Hurts and his rookie receiver, Devontae Smith, could say the same just at the collegiate level. They played in national championship games. Hurts actually lost one here in this very stadium. Bruce Arians this week described Hurts as an unbelievable competitor, a workaholic who he says is throwing the ball very well downfield. That could be a challenge for the Buccaneers, who have just ruled out their starting corner, Sean Murphy-Bunting. Hurts, for his part, says this offense has revolutionized and evolved since their last meeting against the Bucs. He'll have a chance to prove it today, Rich.
Okay, Sarah, that's how we kick off hour number 4 of our program, with Tom Brady playing only his 6th wild card round game of his career. As we all know, he's used to having that bye week divisional round with the old first round bye. Darn near unbeatable. He just over 500 in the wild card round thanks to last year's wild card win all the way to the Super Bowl championship. Hour number 4 of this Super Wild Card Weekend Sunday edition of NFL Game Day Morning, presented by Intuit TurboTax Live. On the air, Rich Eisen, Steve Mariucci, and my Hall of Famers at the end of the set, Kurt Warner and Michael Irvin. So, you know, the idea of running it down the Buccaneers' throat is not really what a lot of teams come in as a game plan to do, because that front 7 is so terrific against that sort of thing. But that would be the way the Eagles have made this game, this playoff season. Is this the recipe for Jalen Hurts and the Eagles to win this game?
You got to do what got you there. And the game plan is for Jalen Hurts to be Tom Hanks. Run, Forrest, run. And you know what? They're first in the league. It'll be a good battle. They've got to run the football, play action pass, little RPO, and some zone read. That got you there. You're the best in the league at it, and it's got to be that way for as long as possible. Don't get into a passing contest with Tom Brady. So stay with the plan as long as you possibly can, and we can have a nice close game, Kurt.
You know, Forrest played for Alabama too, right?
He did. Roll Tide.
Just trying to put all the pieces together.
That's true. I'm going to flip it over on the other side, is that when you play against Tom Brady, and especially with some of the issues they have at running back, you know they're going to throw the football. He threw it all over the yard this year. You've got to get pressure on him. And we always talk about Tom Brady. Not necessarily pressure from the edges. Get pressure up the middle. Fletcher Cox, Javon Hargrave. Those are the guys, to me, that I'm watching. They've got to get a push on Tom Brady, force that pocket into his lap, try to get some turnovers on the back end, which they've been pretty good at not allowing big plays on the back end. But to me, starts with the pass rush. And they haven't got a lot of sacks, but they've been really good at getting pressure on the quarterback. They're going to have to do that all day long, Michael.
And don't buy into the noise. Make them prove it. That's what I would tell the Eagles. Don't buy into the noise. Make them prove it. We keep talking about it, and the noise keeps saying, oh, Tampa's so good against the run. And Tampa was good against the run last year, but we don't know what Tampa's going to be today against the run. I mean, they get back a lot of players from injuries that return today. JPP missed the last couple games. He returns today. Levante David missed the last 3 games. He returned today. Shaq Barrett missed the last 2 games. He returned today. I don't know what kind of condition they are in for some physical football, physical playoff football. I'm going to chug it right down their throat and find out. But I do believe no matter how well you run the ball or how well you do not run the ball, you're going to have to make a play up the field. Devontae Smith's going to have to make a play. Jalen Hurts going to have to make a few great throws up the field, and they'll have a shot. A slow shot, a small shot, just a little bit, but they'll have a shot.
Yeah, Dallas Goedert as well.
Yes. And
Tom Hanks also once started a movie called Philadelphia.
You know?
Are you?
Yeah,
Why do you keep rooting for Philadelphia?
Because
don't like Philadelphia.
Then we may get another game in Dallas.
You got to win this one.
Are you looking past the 49ers? You
got to win this one.
Oh, I thought I was worried. See what I'm saying? See how that thing works? But now I'm looking past it. Oh, God. See what I'm saying? I'm telling you, man. I told you.
So you've got your eyes on the road as well as over the steering.
Watching the whole thing.
Hands at 10 and 2 because you're nervous. Foot on the brake, but also going 88 miles an hour like I did.
I drove 88 miles an hour.
All right. And there we go. This is your card for the Eagles.
There it is.
Home field.
That's why I thought that was great.
You got home field.
Very good.
Really
it's not a plane, that's a bird. That's an
torpedo
eagle,
bird.
Speaking of Dallas, there we go. Dallas Cowboys taking on the 49ers today. Nervous-sided, as my kids would say. Nervous-sided. James Slater, Hour 4 kicks off with this first report from AT&T Stadium.
Isn't that Irvin every weekend, though, on Game Day Morning, Rich? Look, one of the keys in this game is going to be how this Cowboys offensive line does against this 49ers pass rush, specifically how much impact Nick Bosa could have in this one. Mike McCarthy talked about it this week. This is a guy you have to watch. And, you know, I was on this call with Bosa this week that for some reason drummed up a little controversy when he said that the tackles in Dallas are definitely beatable. But he was saying that because he said you have to contain these guys. You have to limit what they can do. Tyron Smith this week talked about the fact that he's dealt with injuries this season as well as COVID, but he feels about as healthy as he has all season. And a healthy Tyron Smith certainly makes Michael Irvin love his Cowboys even more.
You want to look at your team this week. You want to see, how do I feel about my team going into the playoffs? I felt good about the Dallas Cowboys. I'm bringing that down from heaven. Gave you some good feelings.
Do you see what's happening here? I told you this was going to commingle.
We can do this all night.
And we are looking devastatingly unstoppable. And this is what I predicted in the Super Bowl preview show. I'll keep the Cowboys over the Chiefs.
The few, okay, a few beverages in to that devastatingly unstoppable. You know what I'm saying? At the game, that was a great game.
Hey, you know what?
That's when Jimmy got his ring, man, it was incredible.
I thought a few used to mean 3.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
There we go. Okay, so let's just brass tacks it here. The thing that concerns you the most about this day and this game is what?
Okay, and what I was talking about all week. Right. Well, listen, we know this is a running football team, right? So you just say, okay, let's take it out. We stop the run. We can put it on Jimmy G, and maybe that'll really help. But they got George Kittle. and that worries me. They got guys like Deebo Samuel. That worries me. I guarantee you, George Kittle, if you are able to slow down this running game, this dude here will come to play. He plays hard every game, not just in the pass game, but also in the running game. And a guy like this can jump up and bite the Dallas Cowboys if they're not very careful today.
And, yeah, it definitely starts with the run game. That's your biggest concern, is that they've got to sell out and they've got to stop the run game. But then the complementary piece. Nobody better in the league at creating big plays off of play action. That's what Kyle Shanahan does, is he ties the pass game to the run game. So if you're going to sell out, then everything's going to be about stopping the run, stopping the run, stopping the run. That can open up some easy opportunities for play action passes down the field and big plays. So that whole combination right there of Kyle Shanahan is my biggest concern.
My concern, if I were Dan Quinn, the guy named Deebo Samuel, okay? Yeah. He catches, he runs, he throws, he returns kicks, he sells popcorn, he does everything. And then the week's preparation, you put a jersey on that guy, number 19, okay, maybe in red, and you say, this is where he lines up. He's outside both sides, he's in the slot both sides, he's at the eye tailback, he's fly motion, they're moving him all over the place, and this is what he does from each of those locations. It's a lot of preparation. That defense has to know what Deebo Samuels likes to do from all of those alignments. So hard to double a guy that moves around like that.
And you talk about man coverage, and you talk about when somebody's trying to follow him, like maybe Trayvon Diggs, is when you put him in the backfield, it brings a little guy in there, but it brings a little guy into the box, right? And now because you have the ability to run downhill and run your whole run game through the middle of the field, now you've got little guys in the box, and you can create some matchups for yourself in the run game as well.
Not just little guys in the box. Little guys have to get in the mix, because when they put other receivers back there, you don't worry about them handing the ball off to them. They turn around and say, here you go. And now here come the big boys on those little, oh, man.
He's every bit as good as a running back as he is a wide receiver. He's thick, he's strong, and if he ran the ball 20, 25 times a game, he might get 1,000 yards rushing. That guy's spectacular.
He is a spectacular player. So the DFW airport welcoming fans from the Bay Area for this weekend's wildcard. We had just stocked up on tissues at each of our airport stores for your flight home. Oh, my gosh.
Man. They're not worried, Irv. They don't sound worried.
I've never said these words
They don't
before.
sound worried.
Michael, you might want to tell your airport to pipe down. I don't understand.
I know, man.
I've never.
No, they're confident.
No.
That's the greatest airport in the world.
More confident than you are.
That DFW airport, great. I love DFW airport.
Oh, really?
Yeah, because they escort him out when he lands, you know.
Oh, you get
the VIP treatment. They hold planes for him. They hold planes for him.
I love you, DFW airport. Don't listen to this.
Okay.
Don't listen to this. Do you?
Okay.
And keep doing that.
Really, they just did.
I appreciate it. Do you?
They just did. All right. Well, then.
Do you?
What does that mean? What does that mean?
He just told an airport to
do you.
To do you.
Yeah.
1 week ago, the Pittsburgh Steelers had a Sunday that felt like an entire whole year. An overtime win in Baltimore, capping an improbable final month of the season to place them in position to make the playoffs if the Sunday night game hours later didn't end in a tie, a result that then actually did not occur until after 5 quarters of football, and not until Steelers fans do everything not nailed down from their Primanti Brothers greased remote controls to Cordell Stewart bobblehead dolls at their television sets.
Barring a tie tonight, the Steelers need to win today, need help from the Jacksonville Jaguars to put them in position to go to the playoffs.
Jacksonville will take over. Well, I don't think anyone saw this coming today. What an improbable victory.
Just win, baby.
It's a touchdown.
They're going to roll the dice in overtime. 4th and 8.
It's caught. I told you. That kick is good. Season saved on 4th and 21.
4th down after 4th down after 4th down.
If these two teams tie, they both get into the playoffs.
The only people in pain are in Pittsburgh.
The Steelers are headed for playoff land.
What a journey again, a Sunday like a whole year. But now they've got to go to Arrowhead and play the Chiefs. James Palmer, take it away.
Rich, I want to take you back to the beginning of the season when Melvin Ingram was in Pittsburgh and wanted out. Well, Mike Tomlin said we wanted volunteers, not hostages. He's traded to the Chiefs and has changed everything with Kansas City's defense. He allowed a pass rusher to be opposite of Frank Clark, put Chris Jones back on the interior where he's one of the best in all of football. But linebacker Anthony Hitchens told me the biggest thing he did was improve a defensive line that allowed the linebackers now to go make plays out in space. And that's important against Ben Roethlisberger, who gets rid of the football perhaps quicker than anybody else in football, and they rely on their quick passing game. So, Rich, since the addition of Melvin Ingram, the Chiefs have allowed the lowest passer rating to quarterbacks in the quick passing game to anyone in football. So what Ingram has done is directly impact what his former team does best.
So, as you can see, they're salting the seats right now in Kansas City, and they salted away that win over the Steelers in Week 16, lickety-split. It really wasn't much of a game whatsoever. Kurt, take it away about the nightcap.
All right, time for Warner's Corner, and we're going to put these two quarterbacks in the corner, and it's going to be an interesting one, Mooch, because when we think about these two guys, what do we think about? We think about Patrick Mahomes being the guy that throws the ball down the field and makes all those big plays, and we think about Big Ben, who's kind of the dink and dunk, get the ball out of his hands quickly. But I'm going to flip that, and I'm going to say you need to be like the other guy. And that's what Patrick Mahomes has done so well down the stretch. He's not trying to force the ball down the field. Here we got double deep crossers. You love this. Gets man-to-man coverage in the red zone. Whoa, we got zone. I'm not even going to force it. I'm not even going to look at it. I'm going to find my check down. Boom, get it out of my hands, and we'll move the chains that way. Yep. I'm going to see to the left-hand side here, okay? I got a curl here. Yeah, I can hold it and throw the deeper route. I want to do that, but oh, wait. They're chasing in the slot right here. I got my flat wide open. Just take the easy throw. Take what they give us. Again, moving the chains by throwing the ball underneath, and we'll take a look at one more right here. I want to get that shot down the field to Tyreek Hill, my big playmakers, but everybody's dropping there. They're chasing there. My back's out there. Let me just dump it off to my back. Be smart. Make the right decision. That's what Patrick Mahomes has done to complement his defense and why they've been on a roll here lately.
Remember during the season, they kind of went into a little slump, and Patrick Mahomes was playing a little bit up and down and throwing a lot of interceptions. But lately, just what you saw. That offensive line is very much improved with 4 new starters, and he's more patient, not taking as many chances. In the last 5 games, 12 touchdowns and only 1 pick.
And on the other side, we keep talking about Big Ben having to create some of that Big Ben magic that we've seen throughout his career, even though we haven't seen it over the last couple years. Last 3 games, Coach, they only have 3 pass completions of more than 20 yards down the field. Here, we're going to fake the screen because that's what we do. We throw screens. Great throw right here to that second level, reading that corner. Big Ben, he still got this in him, right? Shoot it. Shoot it in there in the hole. To the young tight end, doing a great job right there. All right, here against the Ravens again. Great recognition by Big Ben. Linebacker split. Oh, there's a hole down the middle. Let me put my foot in the ground and drive it right into the hole, up and over. Nice play. And then they got one against the Chiefs, right? It's not easy. They haven't made a lot of them. This one here, get Tyrann Mathieu to jump the guy in the middle of the hashes. Now we're going to throw it up and over. Big guy, go up and make a catch. They are going to need some of those big GCP pass plays in this game, I believe, if they're going to hang around.
They throw the ball the quickest in the National Football League out of necessity, all right? The last 2 years, nobody gets rid of the ball quicker than that guy. He's not very mobile anymore after surgery with his elbow, but that's what they've been doing along with the run game. But I agree with you. They need some GCPs down the field to outscore that bunch.
They're going to have to flip their roles. Let's see if they can pull that off. Now let's head out to Game Day Notebook. Ian, Mike, Tom, take it away.
Well, thanks, Kurt. Jimmy Garoppolo starts for the San Francisco 49ers today. He's going to be playing through pain on that torn ligament in his thumb. They need surgery after the season. But what about the offseason? That really is where it gets interesting. My understanding is the 49ers are still committed to first-round pick Trey Lance as their starter moving forward, which means they're expected to explore trade options for Garoppolo. And for his part, he really seems to be soaking it in and savoring this moment. Don't take my word for it. Garoppolo actually told MMQB earlier in the week that he thought before last game, quote, "This could be it." Expect the same thoughts, Tom, today from Garoppolo.
Ian, Brian Daboll's Bills offense put on a show last night.
Pretty good timing with a couple of head coach interviews on tap today. The Dolphins interviewed Daboll for their head coaching job this morning. The Bears will speak with him this afternoon. Two teams that have young, mobile quarterbacks who surely have seen the work he's done with Josh Allen. Meanwhile, defensive coordinator Leslie Frazier also going to interview with both those teams. He's actually interviewing right now with the Dolphins. We'll talk with the Bears later in the week. One more assistant GM of the Bills, Joe Shane, interviewing for the Bears GM job as well. So it could be Buffalo West in the Windy City, Mike.
Tom, Raiders interim coach Rich Bisaccia, 7-5 down the stretch, unable to add the playoff win on top of it, but Derek Carr coming out after the game and saying this is the right guy for us. He has plenty of company. If you polled that locker room, Rich Bisaccia would be the guy that they would want to be the permanent head coach. But there's still some skepticism amongst those players and others that will wind up being the case, whether it's Mark Davis, the owner, thinking maybe Bisaccia can't keep that up over the long haul, the internal dynamics in the organization, or the fact that maybe he'll want a bigger fish as a head coach for Vegas. So stay tuned. Bisaccia will interview, but unclear if he'll get that gig.
Mike, the future of Bruce Arians is always a topic this time of year. No offense to Bruce Arians, but he's 69 years old, also already won a Super Bowl ring. So is he going to coach next year? It's exactly what I asked Arians during the week, and he told me, quote, I'm coaching till I can't. So, yeah, you can pencil Arians in for next year. What about Tom Brady, his quarterback? Brady is under contract through 2022, and he has shown no signs of retiring at all. May need a new deal this offseason just to help them with a salary cap, but expect him back next season. And now for more on Brady, Willie, take it away.
Yeah, Brady, I got a chance to sit down with Brady once again. At 44 years old, he's not only led the league in passing yards, but he led the league in touchdowns. He's got an opportunity to play this 11th Super Bowl and try to win his 8th. We talked about his age. We talked about the changes and adjustments that's going on in this year. And he has some interesting things to say. Let's take a look.
What's up, big boy?
What up, Andrew?
How you doing?
I'm good, brother. How you feeling?
I'm doing great. All's good.
Tom Brady, you are the GOAT. You are terrific. You are the greatest of all time. Just another day at the office for TB12.
22 years. When you hear that, what goes through your mind?
22 years, it's gone really fast. Man, I can't believe we made it this far. But at the same time, you know, when you're in the moment like we're in now, I'm still thinking about, man, what do we got to do this week to get the job done?
He just keeps looking better and better and better in a Buccaneer uniform.
You wanted to play till you were 45. You're 44 now, but you're leading the league in yards. You're leading the league in touchdowns.
5 touchdown passes, Tom Brady today.
Is that number pushed to like 50 now? Like, are you saying, I feel great, maybe I'll go to 50?
You know, I think when I thought about that, that was probably 10 years ago, you know, and now I'm kind of here. So I felt like, man, that was a great goal to set. And, you know, I still have that goal of wanting to get to 45. So, you know, we'll see how it goes. I think I'm just pretty much in uncharted territory.
You had a great facial expression on Sunday. So I want to try to figure out what Bruce Arians said to you.
Might be hard for you to figure it out, but I'll give you a shot.
The first one is the Rams are losing, or Gronk needs one catch for $1 million. Which one was it?
It was A. He was like, all right, they're losing, whatever, 17-3 or 17-0, I found out. And I was like, all right, whatever, you know, let's keep going. We still got to win. Then he came over to me, he's like, hey, 17-17. And I was like, oh, you know. And I saw the picture of that after the game. That was funny as shit.
See, I know my brother, man. I can pick up on little things.
I know.
How about Gronk? You guys are constantly making history out there.
Tommy to Gronky. Touchdown, Tampa Bay.
He's amazing. From a quarterback standpoint, you have so much appreciation for a guy like that.
Good pass, dog.
He never in his entire career was like, you know, Tom, why don't you throw me the ball? He's there, he's available, he's going to do whatever we ask him to do, and, you know, he's just a great teammate.
Tommy to Gronky again. That's 2 today.
You lost Chris Godwin to an injury. AB had an interesting departure. Yep. How do you create that chemistry quickly with the new guys that are stepping into these roles?
We've kind of dealing with it all year to a point with different guys being in and out of the lineup. And I'd like to think that's made us stronger in some ways in terms of, you know, not losing players doesn't make you stronger, but it allows for other people to get their opportunities that they need.
It's Perriman, Rashad Perriman, touchdown Tampa Bay.
Were you a little disappointed how the whole AB thing, like, came about and then turned out?
And we just saw Antonio Brown leaving the field. He had no shirt on.
22 years in the league. I've seen a lot of different things over the years. We want what's best for him, and a lot of people are always there to support him.
You guys do got a big game coming up this week, the Eagles. You guys beat them in week 6.
Yep.
They've been playing great ball. What problems do the Eagles present for you guys?
They limit explosive plays, and they control the ball on offense. They run it more than anyone. They're going to try to eliminate us from throwing the ball over their head. And ultimately, I always feel like we're going to throw it wherever we got to throw it to move the ball. So if they're covering you short, you throw it deep. If they're covering deep, you got to throw it short. They have a really good D-line. They get to the quarterback. They take away some of your quick throws, so they make you hold it, and then they can still get there with their front force.
Intercepted. Tom Brady throws this one way too far.
It's a big challenge. You got to go earn it. That's what the NFL playoffs are all about, and we have, a great opportunity to go against a really good football team this week.
Tom, I wish you luck, man. Stay healthy, and I'll talk to you soon, man. I love you, brother.
Thanks. Love you, man. Always great seeing you.
Seeing the two of you talk, just chopping it up. You can tell just how great of friends that you guys are, and you outlined it in that piece.
I just got to keep them playing, Colleen. I got to keep them healthy and keep them playing.
You're doing a good job. It's like Weekend at Bernie's soon. He's going to be out there. You're going to just prop him up, but he's still going to somehow be in the playoffs. You outlined in the piece the fact that Tom Brady led the league in completions, in passing yards, in touchdowns, and Eagles defensive coordinator Jonathan Gannon said that he's a trained killer. Their main focus is to just make him uncomfortable in his pursuit to an 11th Super Bowl. So what does it take for him to get there?
Well, I think he's going to quickly have to build chemistry with the new pieces that's on the football field. And like you said, it's an opportunity for those young guys. It's an opportunity for those guys to step into roles that they haven't had a lot of experience in. And with all this experience that Tom has had over the 22 years, he's used to change. He's used to adjustments. He's used to finding different ways to win, Colleen. And other players that are healthy that's been there, like the tight ends that you mentioned earlier, they may have a bigger role, and things may change because of the injuries.
Yeah, well, you think about that Week 6 matchup. Rob Gronkowski was not out there, and he's coming off back-to-back 100-yard games. Now, this Eagles defense is really terrible against tight ends. I mean, so bad, they allowed the most catches and the most touchdowns to tight ends this season. So, yeah, Cameron Brate, O.J. Howard, Rob Gronkowski, those guys are huge here, but also Willie. I mean, when you look at the guys that they are missing, they're missing 2 of their top 3 wide receivers with Chris Godwin maybe out, and then Rojo and Leonard Fournette. Like, how are they going to get this going without all of those guys?
Well, I think Keyshawn Vaughn is going to have to step up. Giovanni Bernard was incorporated, and Le'Veon Bell. Whatever they can get from Lev Bell, they'll do it. And I think these guys understand that everybody's going to have a specific role. In these games, one guy can't do it all. It'll be through committee. So everybody's going to have a specific role and understand that they got to do what they need to do. And when their number is called, make the plays. They've been in this situation before. All these guys are high-level players. Most of these guys won a Super Bowl last year. Lev Bell's played in some big games. Giovanni Bernard knows his role. And Brady will make sure that everybody is scripted and mentally ready to go.
Brady took this team on the road, 3 games in the playoffs, won, and then took the Super Bowl here at Ray J, which I just found out that's a thing, Ray J, which I love, Raymond James Stadium. So now he gets to host a playoff game here and start at least 2 games here if they get the win today against the Eagles. But for more on one of the other matchups we're looking ahead to tomorrow, let's send it out to Steve White, who's standing by in Inglewood, California.
Well, thanks a lot, Colleen. And we know Rams wide receiver Cooper Kupp was named first-team All-Pro this season after hitting the rare receiving triple crown of receptions, yards, and touchdowns. So I spoke to Cardinals defensive coordinator Vance Joseph about facing Kupp, and he said, look, the stuff you see on film, great route runner, the great chemistry with Stafford, especially on 3rd down. But he added that they won't be able to double-team Kupp every play, so they know Kupp is going to get his. But he said the big thing that jumps out is Kupp's run blocking, not just out wide, but when he's lined up next to the tight end or tackle. So I asked Kupp about this, and he said he really enjoys it because for the first time in his 20 years of playing football, he's been asked to do a lot in the run game. So this season, he's been spending time with the offensive linemen off to the side at practice, learning their vernacular and checks and all the blocking combinations. So when it's his turn to join the fray, the offense flows like it's supposed to.
Pretty cool.
Rich?
All right.
That's great, man.
Warner Bowl for sure. All-time Rams quarterback playoff leaders. It's Warner, 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 Warner. As for the Cardinals, it is Warner, 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 Warner.
Kurt. American underdog.
It's a good thing.
American underdog.
It's a good thing the Giants didn't make the playoffs.
You can't ride high around here.
He had to
will
get
cut
you.
your leg
Got
out.
you there. Right back down.
Expert picks presented by Intuit TurboTax Live starts with you, Michael Irvin, who wins Monday night.
Again, I hate picking opposite of Cynthia. She's just so great at what she does, but I just cannot imagine the Rams losing this game after all they did to get right here, bringing in all the people they brought in. So I'm going to go with the Rams here.
Kurt, hold on a sec. I got to cancel Twitter before I make this pick.
No, don't worry about it.
Oh, don't worry about it. Nobody's going to say anything. Why are you guys doing this to me on air? I have a feeling that everybody here is going to pick the Rams, so I'm going to give some love to my second team in the Arizona Cardinals. I think it's going to be a toss-up. It's going to be a great football game. Either team can win, but I'm going to go with the Cardinals here.
Okay. I'm getting this ready for you, maybe. But I'm going to go with the Rams. Home game, experienced quarterback. Cooper Kupp's there. D-Hop's not. Close game, Rams. Rich?
I had both J.J. Watt and Cooper Kupp on my show this week. Thanks to, again, our friends at Westwood One. You're calling the game. I'm doing pregame and halftime of it tomorrow night. Watt said stay tuned. And Kupp is just so darn good. How about Eric Weddle, by the way?
Yeah, crazy. Crazy.
I'm taking the Rams.
Oh,
That's what I figured. That's what I figured.
Okay.
Here we go.
A wolf from the Santa.
But again, you are not wolfing when you throw Cynthia Freeland's projection in. She says it's the Cardinals because of the fact that the Rams starting safeties are down, and Eric Weddle, who's played in 2 years, is going to be playing significant action. The rest of Cynthia's picks and final field reports still to come.
I turned my astrology gift into a business, which I'm sensing will require getting some help on my taxes.
I'd love to help. We can reduce your tax bill with quarterly payments.
I knew you were going to say that.
You do your thing. We've got your taxes. Intuit. TurboTax Live.
Pizza Hut's stuffed crust is the crust that made crust good. Topped and stuffed with over a half-pound of cheese. What are you so afraid of? Loving it? Original stuffed crust, just $12.99. Only from Pizza Hut. No one out-pizzas the Hut.
We're getting destroyed out there. We need a plan.
I have a plan. Right now, at T-Mobile, customers on Magenta Max can get the new iPhone 13, and T-Mobile will pay for it. I'm talking new customers. I'm talking existing customers like Ronald.
The new iPhone on T-Mobile. Let's do it!
New and existing T-Mobile and Sprint customers can upgrade to the iPhone 13 on us on our most popular Max plan.
Do we have a plan for the second half?
Nah, we're going to get creamed.
We'll be on T-Mobile.
When you make a same-game parlay bet on FanDuel Sportsbook, you can make this, plus this, then this, all add up to...
No way. No way. No way. We did it! We did it! I did it!
all game long. With FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook, make all your favorite moments of the game add up to one awesome moment. This week, all customers can place any NFL same-game parlay bet risk-free. FanDuel, make every moment more.
Where the love go? 5, 4, 3, 2, I let one go.
Launches deep. He's got it.
I don't bluff, bro.
Touchdown.
Like a buffalo. Where the love go? 5, 4, 3, 2, I let one go.
When we started our business, we were paying like an arm and a leg for the postage. I remember setting up ShipStation. I think it was just like 1 or 2 clicks. Everything was up and running. I was printing out labels and saving money.
ShipStation saves us so much time. It makes it really easy and seamless. Pick an order, print everything you need, slap the label onto the box, and it's ready to go.
Our cost for shipping, like, we're cut in half, just like that.
ShipStation, the #1 choice of online sellers. Go to shipstation.com/try and get 2 months free.
We're all here for football.
Best in the league right now.
We're here for the Thursday night throwdowns.
What they're doing is really incredible.
That's how we do it. Sunday morning breakdowns.
They are unstoppable.
And all the inside lowdown.
I just get chills thinking about it.
Your team.
We got the whole city behind it.
Our team.
This is such an exciting time for a fan.
Every team.
Wait till you see this.
We're all here for it.
What a magnificent ending.
NFL Network. We're here for football.
Here we go. This knuckles brought to you by Omicron. Here we go. Yeah.
Roses are red. Kurt's really slow. We're on to Buffalo.
The Warner Bowl. Praying hands. So we got to pick, we got to rub, we got to twist, and we've got a demo without a football. Hey, everybody. I've got a microphone attached to nothing.
Gronk spike. Gronk.
Yes! CD Lamb.
Oh! There you go. You said she was over-caffeinated.
Lamb!
Oh! Yes. My golden line.
Jimmy GQ. Jimmy GQ. Do what you need to do today. I'm not nervous. I'm just telling you.
No, he's not at all. He's cool, like Joe Cool. Fun 2 days, 3 games. Jalen Hurts, less than a half an hour to kick off of his first career playoff start as a professional football player. Rachel Bonetta, Cynthia Freeland, take it away.
Thank you very much, Rich. Time for Pick 6, presented by DraftKings Sportsbook. We're going to break down a few more games here happening today. And let's start with the man, the myth, the legend. We heard from him earlier in this show. Tom Brady looks like he's feeling pretty good about this one. What's he going to do today, Cynthia?
I have 294 passing yards and 2 touchdowns forecast for Tom Brady. I think this is going to be a nice passing game. Like you said, maybe it's quick passes, maybe it's deep passes. He's going to take what the defense gives him, and I think the defense gives him some fun to some Scotty Miller situation.
Ooh, I like. Okay, so good little day for Tom Brady there. Eagles at Bucks. Let's talk about this game. Bucks favored by 7.5. Oh, you like a big, nice, chunky win there.
Yeah, 30-20 is my final score forecast. A lot of points, which we like a lot of points.
Yes.
And a nice big win for Tom Brady, and that's a 10-point win. I understand the weather could suggest otherwise, but that's not what the model's forecasting.
And we got to listen to the model at all times because it's always right, or most of the time. All right, let's move on to this next game. Ezekiel Elliott. Zeke says he's feeling good. He is feeling healthy. What does he do today?
61 rush yards, a touchdown, and then 3 receptions for 17 receiving yards for him. I think that his impact on the run game, creating those extra first downs with his legs, is a big key to this game, the game which I think will be the closest on Sunday.
Ooh, don't tell that to Irv. Is Irv even on set anymore? Okay, he's gone, so we can talk about this game. Let's talk about the 49ers in Dallas playing the Cowboys. Dallas favored by 3. What do you like?
I think a 2-point win for the Cowboys, perhaps a little bit more nail-biting than Irv would want to see in this matchup, but I do think that the Cowboys managed to pull it out. This is a tough test for them. Like I said before, it's like 53% for the Cowboys, 47% for the Niners.
A lot of people on the 49ers today. I think Irv's getting a little bit nervous. All right, let's talk about this last game. Patrick Mahomes is trying to get his 3rd Super Bowl. What do you like for him today?
I think 271 passing yards, 2 touchdowns, and 23 rush yards. There is an interception in there, but I think a nice, strong passing situation for Mahomes. It's not going to be the most passing yards we've seen him put up in a playoff game or a recent game because I do think that the run will help them. I think they're going to be controlling the ball at the end of the game.
All right, let's see if Steelers defense gives him a little bit of trouble. Let's talk about this game. Chiefs favored by 11 at home against the Steelers. What do you like?
I like a 13-point win for the Chiefs, 30-17 in this matchup. I think that they're going to get off to a fast start. Travis Kelce, utility there, will be strong, and then they're going to just kind of maybe some Darrell Williams help there as long as he ends up playing. He's questionable.
Thank you, Cynthia. I don't mean to point this out, but she does have books on wine and math, and that is why we love Cynthia Freeland. DraftKings Sportsbook is an official sports betting partner of the NFL, and during the playoffs, new sportsbook customers can bet $5 and win $280 if your team wins. Plus, new fantasy players can play free for your share of millions during the playoffs with your first deposit. Use code GAMEDAY when you sign up. All right, let's head over to my girl, Colleen Wolfe, and Willie, take it away.
Thank you, Bonetta. All right, Willie, everything today has led up to this moment.
Yep.
The wind, the rain, the Pirates on stilts. I mean, all of this really has been a lead up to our game pick. So, who you got for this game, Willie? Your old boy or the Eagles?
I'm going to take the Bucs. I know you don't want to hear that, Colleen, but I'm going to take the Bucs. I think it'll be a slow start. I think the Bucs will start to figure things out and get comfortable after a couple quarters, but it will be a close game.
Okay, well, we're going to have to go ahead and maybe disagree with you here. Listen, I was at the bar yesterday waiting for a little lunch, and there was an Eagles fan there, and the Eagles fan said to the bartender, well, I hope you have enough tissues for tomorrow. And the bartender's like, tissues? He's like, yeah, for all the crying you're going to do when the Eagles beat the Bucs, and this is going to surprise all of you. But I like that guy's energy. Shout out to Philly's finest roofing. I'm going with the Eagles here in a low-scoring game. Unless it's 27-10 and some revenge for that 2002 NFC Championship game. Let's go, Birds! All right, that's it. You know what? Listen, this is not the only game we are talking about today, even though it's the next one to start, because we have every game today covered on location, presented by Lowe's. Let's get out to Sarah Walsh inside the stadium.
Colleen, the Eagles defense wants to put relentless pressure on Tom Brady, and yet they'll be without their defensive end, Josh Sweat. He underwent a medical procedure on Tuesday for a situation the Eagles described as life-threatening. They said credit to him for even trying to come back for today, which he won't be able to do. Meanwhile, the Bucs say they want to run the football, but no Leonard Fournette, no Ronald Jones, and now no starting cornerback in Sean Murphy-Bunting. A lot of adjustments for the Bucs, but the goal remains the same, to become the 9th team in NFL history to repeat as Super Bowl champions. Now to Jane Slater in Texas.
The Cowboys were the #1 team in the NFL in takeaways, Sarah, and if they can do that today, they have a 91% chance of winning the game. If they don't, that number drops to 33%. Let's see if they can do that in this game against the 49ers. Now to James Palmer in Kansas City.
Well, thanks, Jane. Let's stick with turnovers. We know this Chiefs defense is so opportunistic, and they actually change the way offenses have their play calling if they force turnovers early. Does Ben Roethlisberger, in potentially his final NFL game, protect the football? And do we see this Chiefs defense get back on track after the last 2 weeks where they haven't played up to their standards? The biggest emphasis this week, Rich, in Kansas City, improve our tackling and become opportunistic once again.
Yes, indeed. A South Dakota State Jackrabbit, now an Eagle, named after the Cowboys because his dad was a Cowboy fan.
88 club?
Dallas Goedert, an 88 club member. Certainly if he beats the Bucs for Irv and gets the Cowboys a home game.
Yeah, that may get him in if he wins today.
When you're a quarterback, maintaining control is critical. Control of the clock, control of the game.
We want you to enjoy Caesars Sportsbook app, and we wish you success.
The Caesars Sportsbook app has the tools to help you set time limits, deposit limits, and spin limits. Please use them.
And if you are ever struggling to control your gambling, please seek help and support by dialing 1-800-522-4700.
You are all Caesars, and even Caesars need to know their limits.
Thank you.
This is why you want Farmers Claim Forgiveness. Your home premium won't go up just because of this.
Wow, that's something.
You get a whole lot of something with Farmers Policy Perks. Get a quote today.
We are farmers. Bum, 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 bum.
At Chipotle, this is our best chorizo ever. Charred and grilled with a rich, smoky flavor. It just happens to be made from plants. Everything you love about Chipotle, but 100% plant-based.
This is your living room / yoga shanty / regional office / and this is the basement / panic room. Maybe what your family needs is a vacation home / vacation home. Find yours on the Vrbo app.
Old Trapper Beefs. Last bag.
You know there's plenty for both of you.
Ultra, what's your beef?
Verizon is going ultra, and so is our best unlimited plan ever. With 5G ultra wideband now in many more cities and up to 10 times the speed at no extra cost. And how about a 5G phone to go with it? On us.
Seriously?
Yep, it's our best plan ever. Verizon is going ultra, so you can too.
This is the moment we change it up.
The NFL with Amazon Web Services is using artificial intelligence to create the digital athlete, an injury prevention and prediction tool. Because striving to make the game safer is no longer a what if, but what's next.
This has been the game plan all year. And it got us to the playoffs. Why change now?
Mike Evans,
warming him up,
the record holder for every meaningful receiving statistic in the history of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. He's there. Godwin not, Brown not, but Evans certainly is. So is Gronk, so is Brate, so is Howard. Time for expert picks presented by Intuit TurboTax Live. Michael Irvin, Eagles, Bucks. You have the floor first. What do you have over there?
And those Eagles, man, raise up and do something here, because okay, I'm taking Tampa Bay to win this game, even though I'm pulling for a little green.
Yeah, I'm going Tampa here, too. At home, I think they're too good.
Tampa, but boy, it's going to be tough because they're out 2 running backs. Come on, Keyshawn Vaughn's got to start, and 3 receivers, and now Sean Murphy Bunting at corner. They got some injuries, man.
Right.
Tom's going to have to carry this team and will them to victory.
Yeah, but he's done that before.
Yep.
I chose the Buccaneers before the season, Thanksgiving, before yesterday. What do you think? Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. And it's a 30 burger. That's a very large projection for Cynthia right there. She doesn't usually give out those 30 burgers. The varsity, as you like to call it.
Dallas. I want to say it real fast.
No emotional
don't think that I'm
explanation?
nervous or anything, that I go through all of this and oh, you're nervous. No, Dallas will win this football game. You can put it in 3-inch bold headlines. That's what
I think you
Jimmy
said it fast because you thought the more you deliberate about it, you might go 49ers. I'm going Cowboys, too. I believe the home team is going to find a way to get it done, and Dak's going to play well.
My turn?
Yep.
Niners.
Oh, okay, Coach. Oh,
Do I need an explanation?
I would love,
Yeah, we've been explaining this for 4 hours, okay? With Jimmy GQ playing well, with the thumb hanging off. We got Debo, we got a defense, we got a run game, all of those things. We have a hot team that really is 7-2 coming down the stretch. Now, look out. Look out.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, of course you have to give a reason. You're the first person on this panel to choose a road team to win a wild card game. He's looking for the hat right there, Steve. And you know what?
What?
You're not putting it on.
No?
Okay.
I'm with you. Look.
Thank you, Father.
Look, listen, again, wild card teams in the last 14, 10 road wins. That's 2 out of every 3 wild card games in the last couple of years that you've seen. And so I don't know which other road team's going to win this week. I haven't chosen one, and I just think this is the likeliest. Cynthia Freeland is with the star. So there you have it. Cannot wait for that. Who's taking, are you taking the Steelers? Big Ben?
Man, I would love to see this story unveil for Big Ben, somehow getting this win, but I don't think it will happen. So I am going to go with Chiefs.
Chiefs.
Hey, quick,
yeah. The Chiefs are going to win this game, and Ben is going to play well. And Ben, thank you for 18 great years.
No doubt. Awesome. Awesome.
Yeah, I do believe the Big Ben Roethlisberger Steelers career comes to an end tonight. I take the Chiefs, and so does Cynthia Freeland. Another 30-burger projection right there for the Kansas City Chiefs. There's Devontae Smith. Yes, indeed. The Eagles made sure they got this guy in the first round, leaving Micah Parsons for the Cowboys, huh? Right? Yeah, his first play.
Thursday, February 10th.
Let me hear you. Come on.
Find out who will bring home the game's most prestigious awards.
Makes it look easy.
Keep rising. Keep changing the world.
NFL Honors, presented by Invisalign. Thursday, February 10th at 9/8 Central.
At Lowe's, you never have to be finished with your finishing touches, with aisles of ways to refresh and restyle for whatever style you're feeling and prices you're really feeling. Shop the Lowe's Bath Style and Save event now, in-store and online.
Pizza Hut's stuffed crust is the crust that made crust good. Topped and stuffed with over a half-pound of cheese. What are you so afraid of? Loving it? Original stuffed crust, just $12.99. Only from Pizza Hut. No one outpizzas the Hut.
Money is all about momentum. M1 Finance puts my money in motion so it multiplies. I invest, borrow, or spend with matchless tools to maximize my money. Because life keeps moving. That's why I am one. Get up to $500 when you open and fund an M1 account.
Rated T for teen.
Raid Shadow Legends. I mean, you pick your champions, they're glorious, and then you go to battle. The battle we would go, the battle we would go. It's like boom, boom.
Download Raid Shadow Legends. Play for free.
Right about now, we could all use a pancake. And that burger, and that burrito, and IHOP's all-new melts. Yes, please. Wait, or all-you-can-eat pancakes for $5.99? Well, I know where I'm headed. To all-you-can-eat my heart out.
When you make a same-game parlay bet on FanDuel Sportsbook, you can make this, plus this, then this, all add up to...
No way. No way. No way. We did it. We did it. I did it.
all game long. With FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook, make all your favorite moments of the game add up to one awesome moment. This week, all customers can place any NFL same-game parlay bet risk-free. FanDuel, make every moment more.
We're getting destroyed out there. We need a plan.
I have a plan. Right now, at T-Mobile, customers on Magenta Max can get the new iPhone 13, and T-Mobile will pay for it. I'm talking new customers. I'm talking existing customers like Ronald.
The new iPhone on T-Mobile. Let's do it!
New and existing T-Mobile and Sprint customers can upgrade to the iPhone 13 on us on our most popular Max plan.
Do we have a plan for the second half?
Nah, we're gonna get cream.
But we'll be on T-Mobile.
Let me tell you about where I'm from.
Where I'm from, the digital divide makes equality nearly impossible.
When I get a job, I'll make $10,000 less than white people with the same skills.
Where I'm from, we overcome. And soon, there will be many CEOs, CFOs, and CTOs that look like me.
The NFL and PERS scholars are providing training and access to people often excluded from tech careers because of education inequality. Together, our access can be equal no matter where we're from.
I am really hyped about what's going on in Dallas right now. To see this resurgence of Dak Prescott.
I just had to reestablish my identity.
After such a devastating injury, he's come back in spades.
4 passing touchdowns for Dak Prescott today.
On the defensive side of the ball, Micah Parsons could be our defensive rookie of the year. I'm saying that because the kid is performing well beyond his years.
What is he talking about?
It's like he got slacked into the Matrix and they said, Hall of Famer, I know how to sack. It could be too soon to say that they're once again America's team, but I'm calling it now. Dallas Cowboys, once again, America's team.
That's who we are. Hey, that's who we are right there.
Join us for the NFL Honors on February 10th on ABC.
That's who we are. Yeah.
There's the Cowboys and the Niners getting the Nickelodeon treatment.
Awesome.
So you're not just on CBS. You can watch it on Nickelodeon with your kids, or if you just like seeing slime and listening to Nate, Noah Eagle, and the rest of the crew explain the game of football. It was a fun watch last year with the Bears and the Saints. This year, a huge game on Nickelodeon. Super Wild Card Weekend. The Niners and Cowboys, and we got the Nickelodeon-ified treatment. Let's see what we got. There's Irv.
Yes.
I like that. Hooch, don't be jealous. I have all the burgers around me.
I mean, how come you get the burgers?
I don't know.
Cheeseburger.
Mayonnaise, I'm more of a ketchup guy.
Are you?
Yeah, to be honest with you. Mooch.
Yeah, I'm
just a little mini slime.
Yeah.
Kurt gets the full treatment. There you go.
You got the good slime.
But I did commend them last year. It was the first football game I got to watch with my oldest son. who was legally blind. And so he sat and watched the whole football game with me, with all the slime and the slime zone and everything going on. So awesome what they're doing, but it was an incredible moment for me.
Yeah, it was pretty neat. You know, there were so many different ways to take in that game last year.
You have kids at home, watch that game on Nickelodeon. It's unbelievable.
Oh, and I just hope Irv doesn't get the figurative slime later on today in that game. Tom Brady, man. Jalen Hurts trying to
Jalen Hurts gonna leave
get
your
the
mark,
Eagles
son.
in the win column. The fly, Eagles fly. How about the Eagles making the playoffs this year?
Nobody believed, but they will after the day, Jalen Hurts. If you can put a hurt on this team.
Yeah. Michael Irvin openly rooting for the Eagles on national television for 4 straight hours today because he wants the Cowboys to maybe get a home game, even though he's very nervous about them not even winning the current home game they have in about 4 hours.
Can you believe a couple years ago this guy was retired?
Yeah,
the way he's played. That's pretty amazing.
doubt.
You mean to tell me you were going to leave that kind of football on the field? Incredible. I'm so glad he came back.
8 behind Jerry Rice on the all-time list for career playoff touchdowns. Here we go, yeah. All right.
I like how Nickelodeon, they really kept
a lot of burgers there, Rich.
They
Share.
caught me good.
I'm more than happy to share.
Share some? Okay.
More than happy to share.
You notice how Nickelodeon, they were real careful not to mess up my face. They wanted some beauty in this picture.
Oh, my God.
Don't wait till Super Bowl 56 for a great offer. DraftKings makes you feel like a champion all playoffs long.
Hey, I want my parlay. Oh, yes.
Bet $5 to win $280 if your team wins. That's 56-1 odds. DraftKings, an official sports betting partner of the NFL.
Jen. Not the time, Jerry. Not the time.
Baby got back.
Unlimited cashback match. Only from Discover.
You booked a sunny Verbo ski chalet with endless views of snow-covered peaks. But the thing they'll remember forever? Grandpa coming out of retirement to give a few ski lessons. The time to plan your get-together is now. Find it on Verbo.
This is your Wendy's wake-up call. Start your morning with a better breakfast and get a free drink with any breakfast sandwich. Whatever your favorite drink is, if it comes in a Wendy's cup, it's free. Hot coffee? Free. Diet Coke? Free. Vanilla Frosty-Chino, you have no excuse not to try since it's free. Free. Whatever you do, don't sleep on this deal. Wake up with Wendy's and get any drink in a Wendy's cup free when you buy any breakfast sandwich. Choose wisely. Choose Wendy's.
If sweat is your body's natural way of cooling itself down, then condensation is a beer's natural way of saying, drink me. Michelob Ultra, superior light beer.
Monday on NFL Total Access, round 1 is nearly done. Who won and who got stunned? Plus, who has the edge in the final act of Super Wildcard drama? It's the Cards and the Rams. It's across the street, and we've got your access. Total Access, Monday, 6 Eastern.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Making your way in the world today takes everything you've got. Taking a break from all your worries sure would help a lot. Wouldn't you like to get away?
Make sure you make that corner nice and tight.
Sometimes you wanna go where everybody knows your name. And they're always glad you came.
We're all here for football.
Best in the league right now.
Your team.
We got the whole city behind
Our team.
This is such an exciting time for a fan.
Every team.
Wait till you see this.
What a magnificent ending.
NFL Network. We're here for football.
Miles Sanders and that Eagles running game, one would say their ability to make a difference today is the prime reason why the Eagles have a chance in the game and even made this game today. We'll see what happens in a mere matter of moments when toe meets ball. We're split on the afternoon game. On the Monday night game, Kurt's like, look, I've got to be in the building tomorrow night. I don't like picking the Cardinals there, but I do have to go home and live there all the time. Did I get that right, pretty much? Because you want both teams to win. That can't happen.
And it can't happen.
You know what I mean?
So
after Eagles-Bucks, check out game day highlights. And the same thing after 49ers-Cowboys, too.
When you're a quarterback, maintaining control is critical. Control of the clock, control of the game.
We want you to enjoy Caesars Sportsbook app, and we wish you success.
The Caesars Sportsbook app has the tools to help you set time limits, deposit limits, and spin limits. Please use them.
And if you are ever struggling to control your gambling, please seek help and support by dialing 1-800-522-4700.
You are all Caesars, and even Caesars need to know their limits.
Thank you.
Since retirement, I've been trying a lot of new things with Frank's Red Hot. It's the perfect blend of flavor and heat, like me. And it's great on all the recipes I've mastered. I put that on everything.
Old Trapper Beefs, last bag.
You know there's plenty for both of you.
Old Trapper, what's your beef?
Everything you've seen me do was made possible by what you don't see. We all have the strength to see what's possible. It's up to us to unlock it. Tonal, be your strongest.
Being in debt was just such a challenge as a working single mom.
I was working 3 jobs just to make ends meet.
I knew I wasn't going to be able to get out of debt by myself.
National Debt Relief negotiated with my creditors and reduced my debt by half.
National Debt Relief can significantly reduce the amount you owe.
National Debt Relief got me out of debt.
I feel like I'm in control again. I feel like I'm taking my life back now.
Call or visit nationaldebtrelief.com to get started.
What am I looking at here?
This is what great sleep looks like.
Tell me more.
It's called the Purple Mattress. The Purple Grid is made from a hyperelastic polymer that responds to your body instantly, so it feels like this. It supports your whole body, but also flexes around your pressure points. It's soft where you want it and firm where you need it. The Purple Grid is about 80% air. That means it can breathe, so you're not too hot and not too cold.
So it's soft and firm, responsive, and the perfect temperature. And Purple is all 3?
Only Purple is all 3.
As a DJ, I know all about customization. That's why I love Liberty Mutual. They customize my car insurance, so I only pay for what I need.
How about a throwback?
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Only pay for what you need.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Highlights, highlights, and yeah, more highlights.
Oh, look at this!
We've got you covered with every big play from this weekend's slate of games.
Woo! That is unreal.
NFL Game Day highlights, tonight at 7:30 on NFL Network.
Welcome to NFL Now. Every weekday, NFL Now has the latest from around the league.
This team is very mentally strong.
Keep pushing each other to get better every day. I'm sure he's got a point to prove. NFL Now, Monday at 1 on NFL Network.
All right. We're back for 2 more next week, noon Eastern and 11 a.m. Eastern time. Make a note of that starting time.
Are you going to get even taller? You got taller from yesterday to today.
What? It's just accurate.
It was all that sleep you got.
Accurate.
Get taller.
I ride into an elephant into work today. Very well done. Good.
Hey, all right.
Well, look at that Twitter address. Are there Rich Eisen hate bots out there? What is that? There it is. That's the way I came to work today.
Cold right
I have no idea.
We'll leave earlier next week.
Good idea.
Beast, man.
That's it. That's an accurate portrayal of
Dan Aykroyd.
Okay. Here we go. The world champs currently in Tampa, Florida. Coming out of the have a great divisional wild card Sunday. What a great way to end it. We'll see you next week.
Eagles fly.
And I guess one of the big questions, once you cut through all the excitement, John, has to be the availability and the health of Emmitt Smith. How do you think he is?
Well, I think he's going to be available. We know that to start. You can see he's out there now. He has a muscle stimulator on that pulled hamstring right now. So he's getting treatment right now before the game. And I think when we were talking to him last night, he said he wants to play smart. He has to play control. He wants to play the whole game. And they need him because the Dallas offense is based on Emmitt Smith, on his running and his pass catching. And if they get that going, they can play pass and they can get the ball to Harper and Irvin and Novacek and all those things.
Well, the 49ers beat the Cowboys here at Candlestick during the regular season. But to a man, the Cowboys feel they outplayed San Francisco that day. 49ers have made some changes in the way they'll approach it today. What are they, John?
Well, you know, they got off to a bad start, didn't they, offensively in the last game. In fact, in the first half, Steve Young only had plus 1 yard. So he figures that didn't work. They were doing a lot of 7-step drops. So in this game, they're going to come out and do more 3- and 5-step, get rid of the ball quickly, get some running game going, get that thing, and not let that pass rush take over the game early. But I think on defense, they have a big surprise for the Dallas Cowboys, and that's Deion Sanders. Everyone thinks that Deion Sanders is going to be on Michael Irvin. Well, he's not. Deion Sanders is going to be on Alvin Harper.
There is number 21. And the excitement and the get ready is just about over. It's time to get it on.
Yep, at some point, you get to the point where you just say, shut up and deal. And I think we're at that point where you just shut up and deal.
But today it's 65 degrees, showers possible, but right now it doesn't look like it. It's rained every day in 1995 in the Bay Area. Not today.
And a big part of that everyday rain was sitting right here at Candlestick. Yeah. But, you know, you get to a point like now, all that talking is over. I mean, the rain and what this guy said and what that guy said and who owns and the new coach and what, you know, happened last year, that's all over. Now it's right now and what you do on this field from this point on.
The winner of this game goes to the Super Bowl to take on the San Diego Chargers, who upset Pittsburgh today 17-13. Kevin Williams and Brock Marion back deep for Dallas, and Doug Bryan, the rookie, to kick off for San Francisco. The receivers are at the 10. Low kick. He didn't get it. Bounces to Kevin Williams. Williams gets it out to about the 34. And let's look at the Cowboy offense. Troy Aikman at the helm. 7-0 in preseason. Never lost. Last week. This is the offensive line. They're beat up considerably. Tournay, Newton, Stepnoski, Kennard, and Allen. Allen, the big question mark. Emmitt Smith, Darrell Johnston, Irvin Harper, and Novacek. And as John Madden said, Alvin Harper will be shadowed by number 21, Deion Sanders.
Deion Sanders just went up and touched Alvin Harper on the shoulder. Said, I got you.
He'll know it. And Aikman back to throw. Protection good. Irvin short. Incomplete. And let's look at a revamped and much better San Francisco defense. Jackson, Stubblefield, Bryant Young, the rookie, and Dennis Brown in front of Ken Norton, Gary Plummer, and Lee Woodall. A strong secondary. Sanders, Hanks, McDonald, and Eric Davis, the other corner. Sanders again comes with Harper. 2nd and 10. Irvin in motion. He slipped on his first cut earlier. Outside to Jay Novacek, who fell down. They're going to see a lot of that before the day's over.
And the other thing, I think it's going to take a while for the Cowboys to adjust to the fact that Deion Sanders is on Alvin Harper. Because if they're going to stay away from Deion, then that means that they're going to have to go to Michael Irvin with some kind of double coverage, or to Johnston and Novacek.
Harper goes left. This time Sanders goes with him. 3 wide receivers. Kevin Williams in the slot. That's to the right. Aikman back to throw it. Intercepted by Eric Davis. And Davis will score for the 49ers. Intended for Kevin Williams. 44-yard touchdown run by Eric Davis. They thought he might be the weak link.
That's a place they wanted to work on. And again, I think Deion Sanders on Harper has thrown him for a loop. They didn't expect that. They're going to throw away from Deion, and they looked and they threw that one right.
Skeniraj karticu lojalnosti i osvoji nagrade uz My McDonald's Rewards u McDonald's aplikaciji.
Святкові моменти стають особливими, якщо розділити їх із тими, кого любиш. Львівське різдвяне. Традиційний початок свят.
We welcome you to the San Francisco 49ers and the Dallas Cowboys. This place is loud. This is about as loud as we have heard it. AT&T Stadium getting set for the opening kickoff. Tony Romo and the offense will be on the field first. A lot of questions about the Dallas defense, the league's worst a year ago, and a lot of changes for San Francisco's defense because of injury and suspension. Should be fun. Glad you're with us on Fox. Harris will bring it. And Dwayne Harris is going to fight his way to the 20. DeMarcus Dobbs downfield to make the stop, and off we go. Joe Buck, Troy Aikman, Aaron Andrews, and here comes Tony Romo. Troy 8 months removed from his second back surgery, and there is a lot on that surgically repaired back.
Well, there sure is, because as you alluded to, the defense has struggled throughout the preseason, coming off a historically bad year a season ago. This offense and Tony Romo is expected to carry this team throughout this season.
Yet they want to run the ball more, and we'll see how they come at the 49ers here to start their day. They're going to start with a 1st and 15.
False start. Offense. Number 77. 5-yard penalty. First down.
Terry McCauley is our referee, and the man rewarded with an 8-year contract extension. Started too early. Play action to start the day. Romo's got him in. First down. That's Terrence Williams. And he should get a lot of work today because of the presence of Dez Bryant on the other side.
Play action in the backfield. Terrence Williams, you see he gets into the zone, and Tony Romo with all kinds of time in the pocket. Nobody within 5 yards of him, Joe, and that was one of the concerns coming into this ball game today defensively for San Francisco. They failed to get pressure on the quarterback throughout the preseason.
First chance from Murray, and DeMarco lowers his head, takes it to the 35, ball's out, live play. This is going to be a touchdown, 49ers. It's a scoring play. It's a turnover. They'll look at it. Scuda was right in there, and the guy who's playing in place of the suspended Aldon Smith, Dan Scuda, knocked it out, and they will give that a close look.
A lot of bodies in there as DeMarco Murray was going to the ground. You're right. Scuda gets the left hand in there and is able to yank it out. Joe, it looked to me like the ball was loose before Murray's knee is on the ground. I believe that's a touchdown, San Francisco.
It was returned by Culliver, 35 yards. And the touchdown will stand.
How about that start offensively? They start with a false start on Tyron Smith. The third play of the game, a fumble by DeMarco Murray, and touchdown San Francisco.
And a 7-point lead. Take another look as this ball was ripped out by Scuda before the left knee of DeMarco Murray came down on the turf. And Culliver was there to take it back 35 yards for the touchdown. And this defense, with all those changes, Troy Aikman, ends up with a score here in the opening minute. We welcome you inside our broadcast booth. I'm Joe Buck. That's Troy Aikman. Glad you're with us. And it's been a crazy day already on this first Sunday of the NFL season, and what a start here this afternoon.
Well, you know, opening weekend is always a little bit crazy. We saw that in the early games, and then, you know, how about the start here today with 3 plays in? You got the fumble, DeMarco Murray, and then Culliver returns it for a touchdown. Obviously not a great start for Dallas in an offense that is supposed to be carrying this football team.
Okay, so now we look at where these teams are and what they're looking at going into this season. You've got a Dallas team that's coming off 3 straight 8-8 years under head coach Jason Garrett. They've not been to the playoffs in 4 seasons. You've got a 49er team that's had nothing but success under Jim Harbaugh since he came there in 2011. A lot of changes. We'll get through those defensively here in a moment. But a good start for the 49ers. They made it to the NFC Championship game a season ago. And so now, Troy, if the Cowboys can hang their hat on one thing, it's what they have up front. Is for the 3rd time in the last 4 years they drafted an offensive lineman in the first round.
And they've hit on all of those picks, Joe. Tyron Smith signed a 10-year contract this offseason. Last year's first-round pick, Travis Frederick, in the middle. He had an outstanding rookie season. And Zach Martin looks to be the real deal at right guard. This is the first time, Joe, in a number of years that they feel they can block people up front and control the line of scrimmage.
Starting in a hole, 7-0 49ers. After the fumble and the return. A toss to Harris running right. Got to the edge and a 9-yard pickup on first down. Let's go to Kurt Menefee, the game break.
Well, a lot of your audience saw the Atlanta overtime win against New Orleans and missed Buffalo's overtime victory in Chicago. Cole College's own Fred Jackson inside the 1-yard line set up a game winner for Dan Carpenter, 27 yards away. 23-20 Buffalo with the OT win in Chicago. Joe, Troy, and Aaron.
All right, Kurt, thanks. Here it's 2nd down and 1. Throwing on 2nd and 1, and a completion to Dez Bryant. 20 yards and a first down for Dallas. And we'll look at this defense that right now is playing with 3 new starters in their secondary. There's no Navarro Bowman. There's no Aldon Smith. He's suspended. There's no Glenn Dorsey. He's injured. Whitner's gone. Carlos Rogers is gone. Change all over.
Yeah, and really for the first time since Jim Harbaugh took over as head coach, it's been a pretty consistent group on this side of the ball defensively. Not the case this year.
Here's Murray on first down. And a nice lane, but the flag comes in, thrown by the umpire.
Illegal use of hands to the face. Defense number 55. 5-yard penalty. Automatic first down.
So they get Ahmad Brooks for a hands to the face. It's tacked on to the end of a 7-yard run.
Ahmad Brooks, 55. You see he gets a hand up into the helmet area. James Hanna's the one who's trying to block him, and the shoulder pad there is fine. With the way Hanna's head went back, I see where the official might have thought that he had a hold of the face mask, but it looked to me, Joe, that was a poor call.
So first down at the 39. Quick setup and throw, and out of the reach of Terrence Williams, who gets a shot from Culliver at the end of it. And a flag is down.
Illegal use of hands to the face. Defense number 55. 5-yard penalty. Automatic first down.
They got him again.
Well, I didn't think that there was much there on the previous play. We'll take a look at this one here at the bottom of the screen. This time Doug Free, and this time he does get the right hand, as you see. That was pretty obvious, pretty clear, and that one was a good call.
There were 124 illegal hands to the face calls during the preseason this year. There were 103 all of last season. That's one of the points of emphasis that these officials are looking for, and we've seen it flagged on back-to-back plays as DeMarco Murray carries for 6.
This offensive line on this possession, Joe, is really doing a nice job. They've protected Tony Romo when he's dropped back to throw, but they've opened up some nice lanes for DeMarco Murray also.
Dallas trying to answer after that early fumble by Murray. Second down and 4. Right side, Murray going to fight, and he's going to get it. First down, Dallas. First guy there was Ray McDonald. And we'll talk about Ray McDonald and what his week has been about as we get deeper into this game. And that's been the story for DeMarco Murray, Troy. He has been very effective when he's been healthy. He has yet to play a full 16-game schedule.
Well, we visited with him on Friday, and he was sure looking forward to this season. One, because he's in a contract year, but more importantly, because of the emphasis that has been placed throughout the preseason about trying to be more balanced offensively. He expects to get a lot of carries, but he's got to stay on the field.
There's a new play caller here in Dallas. That's Beasley. And a penalty flag where Dez Bryant was blocking out on the edge. A loss of 3. And Bryant is pleading his case to no avail.
Well, they run the wide receiver screen. Dez Bryant trying to make a block. And
offense number 88. 10-yard penalty. First down.
He felt like he got held by the face mask, which he did, but that's not what was called.
So it's a hold against Dez Bryant. Penalties accepted by San Francisco. And it's going to move the ball back out to the 33. Bring up first and 20. Dez Bryant, last 2 years, has been a big play guy. 27 catches of 25 or more yards. 4th most in the NFL.
Well, he's had probably his best preseason this year, Joe. He was terrific throughout training camp and preseason.
On first and 20, a handoff. Here's Murray. Nice pickup. Do you believe, Troy, the Dallas Cowboys, when they say they're going to be more balanced and run the ball more, because their personnel just is set up, you would think, to wing it around?
I think that they will, because of this offensive line, first and foremost. And they've got to take some pressure off of Tony Romo. They also got to be able to rest that defense. We haven't had a chance yet to see how they're going to fare here today. But I do believe there's going to be more of an emphasis on running the football. They did not anticipate, because of what we've seen from San Francisco in years past, running the ball as well as they have already.
Ahmad Brooks may be guilty of his 3rd infraction.
Neutral
that they're going to call.
Defense number 55. 5-yard penalty.
Wait a minute now.
Second down.
The official on that side of the field came in and signaled a false start, but Terry McCauley, and that's what Jim Harbaugh is saying. Terry McCauley said that it was a neutral zone infraction, and so the call is against Ahmad Brooks, and that's what it should be.
Yep. Ahmad Brooks is in a tough series here. First one I didn't think he should have been penalized on the hands to the face, but the last 2 clearly he was at fault.
Now 2nd and 9. It was first and 20. Dunbar picking his way. He's got a first down.
Well, that's good patience by quarterback Tony Romo, recognizing the coverage down the field. Nobody playing underneath. He checks it down to Dunbar. And the reason he was able to wait on Dunbar after checking protection of his own is because, again, there's just no pass rush whatsoever. Tony has not been made to move off the point at any time when he's dropped back.
This was the 3rd best team offensively inside the red zone a year ago. That's Dunbar this side. Makes a move. Down to the 2. Went around Will Hoyt, who's getting a chance to start in place of the injured Navarro Bowman.
Well, Will Hoyt is trying to squeeze the crossing route that he anticipates that Romo's going to go with the football, and Dunbar swings out, and so they got essentially a horizontal stretch on Will Hoyt. and no one there to make a play.
There's Navarro Bowman, who had that gruesome ACL tear in the NFC Championship game in Seattle. He'll miss at least the first 6 games this season.
Dallas has been aided by some penalties, but they've made this look real easy.
Play clock is winding down. And they'll take a timeout.
Dallas, 30-second timeout.
So a timeout before a 2nd and 1 from the 2 for Tony Romo. Wednesday, be prepared for a new breed of fighters. 16 women compete for an historic UFC title. Don't miss the jaw-dropping season premiere of an all-new The Ultimate Fighter. A champion will be crowned Wednesday at 10 Eastern, only on Fox Sports 1 and streaming live on Fox Sports Go. So the early turnover, a defensive touchdown for Culliver. And now Dallas has marched it right down the field behind Tony Romo. People think Romo didn't have a good year last year. They're wrong. 31 touchdowns, 10 picks. Threw for over 3,800 yards and had a quarterback rating of over 96. Loud crowd here at home on 2nd and 1. Fake to Murray. Romo sacked. Brought down by Justin Smith.
Well, Des Bryant has been so good that even when he's covered, he's really not, because he's so aggressive at going up for the ball. And that's where Tony Romo wanted to go with the ball. They run play action in the backfield. He's going to take a shot, but because of corner or safety help, able to play him a lot tighter. I'm a little surprised Romo didn't at least give Des a chance, but Justin Smith finally is able to get to him.
Now 3rd and 10. Just got it away. Romo, end zone, incomplete, looking for Witten. And there are a lot of 49er fans in attendance here and making a ton of noise while the Cowboys are at the line. And after facing a 2nd and 1 from the 2, the sack by Smith and a field goal attempt is coming up.
Yeah, they, as well as the Cowboys move the football on that possession to get down there that close to the goal line and be settling now for a field goal attempt. Very disappointing end to that. Excellent job, Justin Smith, though, changing the tide on that drive with the sack.
Coming off offseason shoulder surgery, here's Bailey, one of the best in the NFL, to put Dallas on the board. But the big play at the end of that drive was turned in by a guy who's been to 5 straight Pro Bowls, Justin Smith. The 35-year-old makes a big play. 7-3, 49ers on top.
Sponsored by Southwest Airlines. Find Southwest Airlines fares online only at southwest.com.
The Cowboys able to move it, not able to get it into the end zone. 4-point game, and Bailey will kick it away. Bruce Ellington, the rookie, waiting for it. 49ers offense hasn't taken the field yet. They're leading 7-3 with less than half of the first quarter left. Jermaine Brock being carted off. Corner for the 49ers. Here come the 49ers on offense. Up 4.
It is sponsored by Bud Light, who reminds fans to stay in the game and drink responsibly.
Well, what are we going to see from the 49ers offensively? First unit did not score a touchdown during the preseason. Quick setup and throw. Passes caught. Bolger makes one guy miss and then is thrown to the ground by McClain, a gain of 7. Kaepernick, Troy has got some new weapons on the outside. They're a little deeper at receiver than they have been since he took over.
Yeah, that's for sure. Last year at this time he didn't have much. He had Anquan Bolden and Vernon Davis, and they're pretty deep there at that position right now, although Michael Crabtree's been nursing a calf injury throughout this week.
2nd down and 3. A lot of contact and a flag. Crabtree was working on Claiborne. And it's against Claiborne.
Well, this is certainly something that's being looked at. You see the grab right there.
Automatic first down.
No, that's Morris Claiborne working against Michael Crabtree. Claiborne, he's been battling some injuries of his own. He did not play throughout the preseason. The other corner for the Cowboys, Brandon Carr, he played all of 8 snaps in the last preseason game. So this is a defensive group that has not played much football together either.
Pressure. That's Bolden. Anquan Bolden is inside the 30. And a big play for number 81 of 37 yards.
It's a great job by Colin Kaepernick navigating the pass rush and hanging in there because he takes a shot at the end of this play. You see the inside pressure by Dallas, and he steps in there knowing he's going to get hit. And you got Anquan Bolden, who does an excellent job off the line of scrimmage. You see the route that he runs against Brandon Carr, and he threads it beautifully.
It was Rolando McClain who hit Kaepernick at the end of it.
That's as good a throw as we've seen all preseason from Colin Kaepernick.
Pressure again. Kaepernick is still on his feet. Davis, a juggle and a touchdown.
Kaepernick under pressure once again, and an outstanding job by him keeping this play alive, and a busted coverage by Dallas in the secondary. Vernon Davis, who juggles this one to bring it in, but he runs the wheel route. The corner collapses Brandon Carr. Nobody then runs with Davis up the sidelines, and it's an easy touchdown due to Kaepernick keeping the play alive.
He had 13 a year ago, Vernon Davis. Now has 54 in his career, and it's 14-3. So much for this is not a quick strike offense for the 49ers. Quick strike, Kaepernick, Vernon Davis. 14-3, 49ers on top.
This game on Fox is sponsored by your next truck, Ford F-150. By the new Samsung Galaxy S5, the next big thing is here. And by Warner Brothers Pictures, This Is Where I Leave You, in theaters September 19th.
First chance out there on the field. Good start for the 49ers offensively. Forget the preseason. We fall into that trap every year. Colin Kaepernick 3 for 3, 73 yards, a touchdown, and he picked apart this secondary, and teams did that all of last year against Dallas. Harris is waiting for it. The Cowboys down by 11 will start at the 20. So back to work is Tony Romo. Kaepernick kept it alive and found number 85. And the touchdown to make it 14-3. Volunteers to shoot that on our crew. I'll do it. Now just sit this one out there. Nope, I want to do it. We're back to football, T, and back to the same stuff for this Dallas defense, which was terrible a year ago. What he does best, and he finds Witten. That ball is live. Lemonnier back in for the touchdown. Let's take another look. It'll be reviewed because it's a turnover, and on top of it a score. Let's see if his knee's down.
And it's going to be close, Joe.
Oh yeah, he's down easily.
Yeah, that's a. I don't know how Romo even got that throw in there and how Jason Witten was even able to make the catch, but his knee is on the ground before the ball comes out.
So instead of the second turnover leading directly to a touchdown, this one should stay with Dallas. How about the years for Jason Witten? 9-time Pro Bowler in his 12th season. He's got 52 career touchdown receptions. And he is putting himself in the conversation for the Hall of Fame. Well, look at this. Don't look at this. As we take a break, we'll get the call when we come back.
The pass was complete, and the runner was down by contact at the 27-yard line. It'll be 2nd and 3 for Dallas at that spot.
Jason Witten has only 3 career lost fumbles. Last one was back in 2010. So he gets it. He doesn't lose it very often. And I was saying going to break that, he's kind of one of still the old school tight ends before these real athletic basketball types like Jimmy Graham or others came along. And I think you have to look at the overall career of Witten and say he's in the conversation for Canton.
Oh, I don't think there's any doubt that 5 years after he retires, his ticket will be cashed to Canton, Ohio, and he's one of the real pros. He's become essentially the face of this franchise in a lot of ways, and he's been a great player for a long, long time, and he's still got plenty of gas left in the tank.
Here's Murray on 2nd and 3. He's got a first down. We saw Tremaine Brock get carted off. Let's take you down to Aaron Andrews.
Yeah, no update right now, except 49ers are saying it's a toe injury. He's questionable return. Troy had said, I think off the air, that this was a guy that was dealing with an ankle injury during training camp. They don't obviously think it's related to that. Parrish Cox in for him, guys.
All right, Aaron, so a first chance to start as a full-time guy for Tremaine Brock and Culliver. Parrish Cox is in there. Chris Cook is a game day inactive. They're getting thin out on the edge. Romo, plenty of time, and he's picked. Intercepted. That's the safety. Eric Reid. The interception, and now looking for big things on the return. Witten gets a block, fights through it, slows him down. He is going to be ruled out of bounds around the 1.
Joe, I'll tell you, this is one of those plays that Tony Romo is going to look at, and he's going to kick himself. But he's got a chance at Terrence Williams right here at the post. He's got this guy completely turned around for a touchdown down the middle of the field, and just throws it into essentially triple coverage. Linebackers converge, the zone coverage, but you see how Parrish Cox, the one who just came into the ball game for Tremaine Brock, got completely turned around on Terrence Williams. But Tony just never saw it.
Eric Reid was a Pro Bowler last year in his rookie season. He played all 16 games. He had 4 interceptions. And he's got one here in the season opener. And then, for good measure, returned it 48 yards to the 2-yard line. Des Bryant went down after that hit. Was slow to get up. But now the 49ers have it. A 1st and goal at the 2. Kaepernick keeps it. End zone wide open. Touchdown is 2nd. Vernon Davis.
Well, and why wouldn't it be Vernon Davis, Joe? You think back to last year. Vernon Davis had 13 touchdown receptions on the season. 20 of 21 of Colin Kaepernick's touchdown passes went to either Vernon Davis or Anquan Bolden. You better cover those 2 guys when you get down here in the red zone. And Vernon Davis, he's able to get through the field. It really exposes the defense a little bit because you got to play the run and you got to try to play the play action. Hard to do, but an easy touchdown for Vernon Davis.
So Dallas, with a ton of question marks and the lack of talent defensively, they've turned it over twice. One for a direct score, the other setting up San Francisco at the 2. Here's the pick by Eric Reid. 49ers offense has been on the field for a total of 4 plays, and they lead 21-3. Great start for this San Francisco defense. The offense for the 49ers, as I said, going to break, they've been on the field for 4 plays. You see what the 49ers did off turnovers last season. They've got 14 points off the 2 takeaways here in this one already. 49ers, Troy, have had the ball for a minute and a half, 1:34 seconds, and they're up by 18 points as Dallas will get it back again. Dawson kicks it away. Harris will have it go out of his arms and out of the back of the end zone.
We'll go back and take a look at that interception, Joe, and You're reading this guy right here, the deep safety who can take the deep post away. That's your first read. He converges on Des Bryant. He levels off, and that gives you the shot down the field for the touchdown. Had Romo have seen it correctly, but instead he's trying to get it to Des Bryant. And Eric Reed, because of the zone coverage, he comes into the picture, and Romo doesn't see him. And that's a big hit for a guy who's been dealing with some nagging injuries, a back injury last year. And Des trying to fire his troops up, but that was an easy one for San Francisco.
Here's Murray. He's put the ball on the ground once when he's been able to hang on to the ball. He's been pretty good with room to run. He gets 6 on first down.
Well, you look at this game right now, Joe, and with San Francisco leading 21-3, I know the Cowboys came in wanting to be balanced, but because of how good San Francisco's been defensively against the run, kind of anticipated not having much success, but instead Murray's been averaging about 5 yards a carry. They've been able to do essentially what they want, but this game's starting to get away from them a little bit if they don't do something on this possession to where maybe then in the second half they're forced to throw it more than they'd like.
Empty backfield. Romo steps up, comes to the sideline, and what a catch by Terrence Williams. He's got a first down, and that was a terrific grab in front of Culliver. And Terrence Williams good for 9 yards and a first down.
Yeah, and I like this young man here. Terrence Williams is really just one of those hard-working young guys. He shows up each day to try to get better and does a lot of the dirty work. He runs good routes. He's not exceptionally fast, but he can get down the field. And he does like to block as well. And they'll utilize him within the run game, within the line of scrimmage.
Got nicked up during the week, dealt with a back injury on Thursday, but he's obviously fine. Here's Murray left side. And DeMarco cuts upfield and has a nice run on first down, gets another. A carry of 15 yards, and we go to Joel Klatt with a game break.
All right, Joe, not quite the fireworks that you've had in your game, but Derek Anderson starting for the injured Cam Newton finds Greg Olsen, and Carolina with an early lead, 7-0 over Tampa Bay. Joe, Troy, and Aaron.
Joel, thanks. First down here for Dallas. The ball on San Francisco's side of midfield. Delayed handoff. Murray. And so far, this good young offensive line has been able to move people out of the way, a gain of 6.
There's a look at Scott Linehan, and when he was hired and told that, hey, we want you to bring a little balance to the offense, it was somewhat of a strange hire, to be quite honest. That when he was at Detroit working with Matthew Stafford, they threw the ball as much or more than anybody in football. In fact, in 2011 and 2012, they did throw the ball more than anyone. But he has been committed throughout preseason. He's been committed here in this ball game, getting the ball to DeMarco Murray, and they're having success.
Romo, Dunbar, needs to make a man miss, and Scuda does not. Getting a chance to start. He forced a fumble early, and again playing in place of the suspended Aldon Smith, out for the first 9 games.
You know, Scott Linehan was the offensive coordinator in Miami back in 2005, and Jason Garrett was freshly retired from the New York Giants and looking for a coaching job, and Scott Linehan hired him, and that was the start. And so Jason Garrett returned the favor this offseason, and now he's calling the plays.
On third down and 3, Romo's got Beasley, and a nice catch for a first down. Had to reach, and little Cole Beasley, who comes in at 5'8", 180, a free agent out of SMU, good for 6.
And he used all 5'8", too, to get out and catch this ball. That's a nice job along the sideline of him being able to bring that one in. And, you know, he's a young player in this league that I expect to have a good season. Justin Smith, he drove Ron Leary right back into Romo. But Cole Beasley, now in his 3rd season, you know, he's one of those guys that can play the slot position, and he's so quick. Does an excellent job of creating separation.
Back to the ground, it's Murray. He's averaging over 6.5 yards a carry here in the first quarter. He gets 6 again.
Yeah, and it's not like he's had just an extremely long run. You know, I mean, he's been rattling off that kind of yardage just about every time he's had it.
Now Culliver's out.
Well, they're pretty thin back on the on the back end there for San Francisco now with Tremaine Brock already down.
They'll have to sit out at least one play, and they hope that it's nothing serious. So, as Troy said, Brock is out. Culliver is going to be helped off here momentarily as he gets attention down on the field with 18 seconds left in what has been an eventful first quarter. Early fumble, third play from scrimmage. Murray put it on the ground. Scooter forced it. Culliver returned it for a touchdown. And Vernon Davis, a juggle, a catch, 14-3. Romo throws a pick. Eric Reed on the other end returned it 48 yards to the 2. And Vernon Davis, with his 7th career multiple touchdown game during the regular season, makes it 21-3.
Yeah, this game, it should be closer than it is because Dallas has moved the ball, and they're moving it again here on this possession. It's been the 2 turnovers that you talked about, and then the nice play by Justin Smith that kept Dallas from scoring a touchdown and having to settle for a field goal. But this game really has been a little bit more balanced than what you would think if you just turned it on and saw the score.
So it'll be 2nd down and 4. The injury stopped the clock, and so a long look at Chris Culliver, who is a 3rd-year pro out of South Carolina. At least able to sit up. But he gets the attention. Meanwhile, Ray McDonald is playing in this game. He wears number 91. He was arrested last Sunday on suspicion of felony domestic violence after police discovered visible injuries on his pregnant fiance. The 49ers are allowing him to play until the legal process plays out more before they decide. He's been arrested, not been charged. His hearing is September 15th. He was arrested 3 days after Roger Goodell announced a more defined severe punishment for that type of crime, domestic violence. And if it's shown that he's guilty and did it, he faces a severe penalty. Right now, the 49ers are saying we're going to let this play out. And while that continues, he will play for San Francisco. Here's Murray right side, and he's able to peek through for a first down, and that's the way the first quarter will come to a close. The 49ers offense was on the field for 94 seconds in the first quarter, yet they lead this game 21-3. Back after this from your local Fox station. It's kind of hard to believe for the 49ers, first time scoring 21 or more points in the first quarter since December of '95 against the Vikings. Jim Harbaugh in his 4th opener as head coach for San Francisco. He's not only 3-0, but his team scored 30 or more in all 3 season openers dating back to 2011. On first down, it's Murray. And one of the few times the 49ers have been able to stop him as Ian Williams makes the tackle. We go back and look at the injury to Culliver, who has his head down on that tackle with DeMarco Murray. And if they were thin when they lost Tremaine Brock, they're really thin out on the edge in this secondary now for San Francisco.
Yeah, they're hurt. Now they're going with the rookie, the 4th-round pick, Dante Johnson, and you hope that Chris Culliver is okay. But that's the kind of hit that you see. You know, when you put your head down like that, that's what the league has completely stressed in terms of trying to keep your head up when you see what you tackle.
Here's Murray, gets to the edge. Nice fill by Parrish Cox. He made the stop, a gain of 4, 3rd down and relatively short coming up.
Well, it's been a long time since we've seen Dallas be able to hand the ball off on 2nd down, 2nd and long, and be able to pick up those kinds of yards and make it a pretty manageable 3rd down here. This offensive line, Joe, we talked about it early on about the 1st-round picks and how much better they are than they've been. They have proved it here in this first half.
3rd youngest starting offensive line in the NFL. Extra men on the rush. Pass caught. Beasley makes a move. First down. Out of bounds near the 5. "13 yards after going around Eric Reed."
Hey, see how quick he is just coming out of the break, and you get the ball into his hands quickly and allow him to try to make a move. And there's a bad angle there by Reed, and Cole's able to pick up some extra yardage, but a big 3rd down conversion for Dallas.
Former high school quarterback is Cole Beasley. One of those shifty slot receivers, and he's good for a first down.
Yeah, a guy who walked away from the game back when he was a rookie in training camp and gave retirement some consideration. He took a couple days off and came back, and he's been a key contributor to this offense.
Fake it to Murray. Looked like Harris was open. Romo didn't see him, and this one picked off again. Patrick Willis. And the Cowboys continue to shoot themselves in the foot. Boy, it looked like he had Dwayne Harris.
Yeah, you saw what I saw, Joe. Dwayne Harris comes off the ball. It's off of the play action. You got to drive it in there quickly. He doesn't, but then he just makes another poor decision on the throw.
Interception, Willis. 49ers take over up to 18.
Game on Fox is sponsored by Chevrolet. Find new roads. By AT&T, mobilizing your world. And by the new crime thriller, The Drop, starring Tom Hardy and James Gandolfini. In theaters Friday.
Cowboys offense coming off their third turnover of the game. The first two led to San Francisco touchdowns, and this last one prevents a Cowboys touchdown. Romo over to talk with Scott Linehan as he has thrown 2 picks to Marco Murray, a fumble. Bigger bodies on the left side of the offensive line. First time Gore. Frank Gore out across the 40. 21 yards to start his day. The 31-year-old running back, #1 all time on the 49ers career rushing list.
Take a look at that interception by Romo. Dwayne Harris is going to come in here on the quick slant, and they sell the play action fake. You get everybody to come up. You got a shot in there. You got to get in there quickly, but that's what you can't do, and just lob one up late with all the bodies then converging on the football. It's a poor decision, but what a heck of a way to start this drive for Frank Gore.
Kaepernick keeps it. Got around Carter out on the edge and turned it into a positive play, a gain of 2.
This is the thing that really had defensive coordinator Rod Marinelli the most concerned, was the ability of Colin Kaepernick to make plays not only on the read option but also from within the pocket. But what I like there, Joe, is you see where Colin Kaepernick went to the ground and he avoids taking the hit, and that's one thing that Jim Harbaugh and Greg Roman, the offensive coordinator, have done a good job of in preaching to him, is get on the ground and don't take any of the unnecessary hits, which he does a great job of.
Second down and 8. Kaepernick has to pull it down and now just throws it up and away. And pressure on the play. Mincy was in there, and he wasn't alone. So rare pressure by this Dallas defensive front.
I tell you, we haven't seen much of San Francisco offensively because of the turnovers and the way this game's played out. But here in this first half, Joe, Dallas has dominated the trenches on both sides of the ball. Cowboys offensive line has dominated it, and defensively, they've gotten far more pressure on Colin Kaepernick than I anticipated coming in this game.
That was Henry Melton in there with Mincy. Melton, his first action since last September was Chicago. Third down and 8. Kaepernick has got Bolden. He's got a first down. Wide open in the middle of the field. Good for 12 yards.
Like Justin Durant may have slipped when he was trying to drive on that. The Cowboys are best when they're playing man coverage. And they are afraid to play man coverage in this game. They don't want to run much of it because, again, the concern of Colin Kaepernick running the football and Anquan Bolden able to get in the zone and pick up the first down.
Bolden led the NFL in third down receptions last year. That was one. Here's Gore. And Gore runs into Davon Coleman. This is a Dallas defense, Troy, that allowed a league-high 415 yards a game, third worst in NFL history last year. An opponent quarterback rating of 96. Allowed 2 600-plus total yardage days, and they don't have Ware, they don't have Hatcher, they don't have Scandrick.
they don't have much. No, they thought they lost their 4 best players from that bad defense last year, and many people thought they would be worse this year. I know San Francisco struggled in the preseason, but for the most part, this defense held up better than I imagined.
Pass caught. That's Vernon Davis. Short of a first down by about 1.5 yards. Rolando McClain, who's a guy that the Cowboys traded for from the Ravens. He was a number 8 overall pick by Oakland back in 2010. He retired twice last year, but they're hoping that they found a guy to man the middle if they can get him straight. 3rd down and 1.
Hold on.
Kaepernick keeps it. First down. Kaepernick slides inside the 30. A flag is down.
Holding, offense number 85. 2-yard penalty. 3rd down.
That's Vernon Davis, the tight end out there on the edge.
We'll take a look and see what Vernon Davis did. Tyrone Crawford, he's the one who collapses, and they have no contain. And as soon as Wilcox tries to get away, then Vernon Davis grabs a hold of the jersey, so he wouldn't have had any impact on that play, but it gets called back. But Colin Kaepernick, he's able to get his legs going a little bit now. This is, other than that penalty there, the 49ers are moving the ball a little bit.
3rd down and 8.
Kelly Lucky.
Kaepernick has Crabtree, and the Dallas natives got a first down inside the 35. Got 70 tickets in this game for family and friends, and that's got Rod Marinelli upset. Another 3rd down conversion.
Well, Kaepernick really had his pick as to where he wanted to go with the football. You know, I talked about it. The Cowboys just, they don't play zone coverage that well as far as understanding, you know, where they're supposed to drop into those zones, and that's why they're better as a man coverage team. But that time they pretty much left everybody open.
Only 1 incompletion so far for Kaepernick. He keeps it, could flip it. He does. That's James. And nothing out there. Well played by the Dallas defense. Brandon Carr out there. Barry Church was in there to help stop that play as well.
Yeah, they do a good job, Dallas does, at least stringing it out. And that's how you want to play. You try to get him to the sideline. There was really nothing there for Colin Kaepernick to do. So, you know, we didn't see a lot of this read option stuff last year with Colin Kaepernick. Of course, they talk about the foot injury that he had throughout the season that he kept quiet. But the other thing was, they just didn't want to see him take a lot of hits. But they have. We've seen it a few times now here in this first half.
Play action. Kaepernick is in trouble. Carter's got it. And a sack for the Dallas defense.
You see, Mike Iupati comes out. They've got enough blockers. Colin Kaepernick's expecting it to be blocked up, but they both go to the same guy, and they free up Bruce Carter. Bruce Carter, who was in coverage on Frank Gore, and when Frank Gore stayed in then to block, it freed him up, and neither Gore or Iupati came off with the blitzing defender to pick it up.
A loss of 9 on the sack that drives San Francisco at the moment out of field goal range. Kaepernick steps up. Penalty flag on the play as Kaepernick gets hit by Moore, and he's knocked down short of first down yardage. It's another hold against the 49ers.
Holding, offense number 74. 10-yard penalty, 3rd down.
3-time Pro Bowler Joe Staley guilty of the hold. That erases a 16-yard run by Kaepernick.
And Kaepernick, you know, he's just trying to get as much yardage as he can to get the team in position to have a field goal attempt. So that time he lowers his shoulder and took the hit, but it comes back. This has been a good drive by San Francisco, but the penalties, it's just been the unraveling.
Gore is back in the huddle. They've had Carlos Hyde out there on third down, the rookie running back out of Ohio State. They're obviously not worried about his blocking on third down. Now 3rd and 30. Only 3 men on the rush. Pass caught by Crabtree. Gets blocking in front. Crabtree hit from behind, able to hang on. And they're going to mark him inches inside the 40. Nick Hayden made the play.
Oh, but I like the design by offensive coordinator Greg Roman. That's where Kaepernick was going with the football the entire time. They run the other receivers down the field to try to block. And the idea was not so much to try to pick up a first down as much as it was maybe they could get into a position in trying to attempt a field goal.
This is what the punt team looks like. Four-time All-Pro Andy Lee. Goes to the football down. Harris will let it go over his head. And it's going to check up around the 1. Jimmy Ward down there to tap it and receive it. Good punt by Lee. Cowboys have it down 18. This season, we're going to highlight the great players in these franchises we get to cover weekend after weekend. We look at Hall of Famer Larry Allen, born in L.A., a gigantic guard, played all but 2 of his 14 seasons right here in Dallas. 11-time Pro Bowler, whether he was blocking for Emmett or blocking for you, he was special. When did you know he was different?
Well, probably the first time we put pads on, Joe. He just did things at this level that you just don't see. I mean, he would knock people completely off the football.
Movement by Ron Leary.
False start. Offense, number 65. Half the distance to the goal. First down.
That'll bring it back to the half-yard line.
You know, Larry was probably the most shy football player that I ever played with, and he wasn't always a great interview, but I'll tell you, it didn't much matter. He did his talking on the field.
5.5 to go first half. Cowboys down 18. Up to say the least. Pass caught. Des Bryant trying for some breathing room, and he's got it out to the 6. Antoine Bethea, who has started all 16 games the last 6 years for Indianapolis. First year with San Francisco, trying to fill the gap left by the departure of Dante Whitner, one of the real good safeties in the NFL who went to Cleveland.
Yeah, he's probably not the hitter that Whitner was, but considering how young this secondary is, to bring in a guy like him who's played a lot of football in this league, I mean, he brings a veteran stabilizing presence to that group.
2nd down and 5. Handoff to Murray. He's out to the 10. 3rd down and a little more than a yard coming up.
Yeah, they're so thin right now, as we talked about there in the secondary, and you know the Cowboys they've had success offensively. They've been able to run the ball, and they've had time for the most part for Tony Romo to make throws, and you know it's these turnovers that they've had that have been the difference in this ball game. But I would have to believe that offensively, you know, Romo and the rest of this group, along with Scott Linehan, feels good about what they're capable of doing.
We've got 180 yards of offense so far, as Romo is going to use a timeout. They're left with 1. This has been for San Francisco a top 5 defense every year since Harbaugh and Fangio took over. 3rd and 1 when we come back.
This game is sponsored by Pizza Hut's Bacon and Cheese Stuffed Crust.
Obviously an important 3rd down for the Dallas Cowboys here. 3rd and 1, down 18 with just over 4 to go in the opening half. High formation behind Romo with a fullback Klutz in front of Murray. And Murray is going to dive, depends on where they spot it. And they're going to give him a first down. Murray forced his way to the first down on that 3rd and 1 carry.
He sure did. They had a chance, 49ers did, to get Murray in the backfield. They got penetration. Couldn't tell exactly who that was. Thought it was Ahmad Brooks. Sure enough, it was. He has a chance at him right there. If he makes that play, then the Cowboys are punting. But Murray, an excellent job breaking that tackle, getting past Reed, and then diving for the first down.
Time is a bit of an issue for Dallas. Down 18, only one timeout left. Just outside their 11. Romo can air it out. Throw is intercepted. Parrish Cox. And it's the third pick of the first half for Tony Romo.
Well, Parrish Cox, there's nobody holding the corner on the backside. Romo's late on the throw. He's just not seeing the field very well here today, Joe. You're going to see they're going to try to take a shot. They want to do play action. It's not there. He comes back and thinks that he's going to give one to Des Bryant, but Cox comes back into the fold and makes a play on the ball.
Cox, playing in place of the injured Brock, comes up with a pick for the 49ers. The Cowboys have had the ball 5 times. They've turned it over 4 times with interceptions on 3 straight possessions. Parrish Cox got the last one. On first down, Kaepernick too far for the fullback Bruce Miller. We go back to the interception.
You're going to see Parrish Cox. He's the one right here that you've got to be aware of when you're trying to throw that deep post as to who can take the throw away. He does an excellent job. Once Witten runs across the field, it frees him up then to play the deep post by Des Bryant. Now, he was kind of out of position as far as where his body was. He makes an outstanding play on the ball. I was talking about Des Bryant earlier. Even when he's covered, sometimes he's not because he's so good at being able to go up and make a play on the ball. Cox does an excellent job coming down with that one.
His second career interception, first with San Francisco. Now on second down, pass caught Bolden. And if you want a tough catch by a tough receiver in a tough spot, Anquan Bolden is the guy still in the NFL.
I tell you, he is as tough as they come. I don't care what position you're referring to. This guy shows up each day, not just each Sunday, every day during the week. They marvel at the catches that he makes during practice, but also the way that he practices. He sets the tone and the tempo for this entire team.
That one good for 11 yards. First down with 3 to play. First half.
Black Chicago cross! Black Chicago cross! Move it!
That's Gore. Nice play. That was McClain. And Rolando McClain, that had to feel good, getting his first real game for the Dallas Cowboys.
That was an excellent job by Rolando McClain.
Ever think if you were in charge, the world would be a better place? Well, this September, Fox is giving 15 people the chance to prove it by building their ideal society from scratch. It's a great new show. It's called Utopia. Witness the birth of a brave new world tonight at 8 Eastern, 7 Central on Fox. James in the backfield with Kaepernick. He gets it. Shakes one tackle. He got around Claiborne, but has nowhere to go. 3rd and long coming up.
This defense is playing hard, aren't they?
They have done as much as they can, but the Cowboys, trail by 18 to the 49ers. 2-minute warning. Today's game on Fox is sponsored by iTunes. Follow your favorite team all season long. Go to itunes.com/NFL. 3rd down and 8. 3 straight interceptions thrown by Tony Romo. Coming off back surgery. The rust is showing. Kaepernick out of the shotgun. Pass is caught wide open. That's the new guy, Stevie Johnson. He makes a move and he takes it down to the 30-yard line, and he was absolutely left all alone.
Yeah, the 49ers, they go trips with the bunch set right here, and you're going to see it unfold that when they then disperse and they get to their areas, how it opens up right there for an easy throwing lane for Colin Kaepernick. Well designed, but once again, just going back to the fact that the Cowboys, they struggle in zone coverage, and oftentimes they leave zones completely void.
Stevie Johnson was picked up from Buffalo for a 4th-round pick, adding to the depth on the outside for the 49ers. Here's Gore, and he's down inside the 25. San Francisco with all 3 of their timeouts left. Matt Ryan in that come-from-behind victory for the Falcons. There's his day. Jake Locker for Tennessee. They got a win, and Cordero Patterson. We get a chance, we'll talk more about him and about the Vikings, who just took apart the St. Louis Rams earlier today. This one's tipped and still caught by Anquan Bolden. And he's got a first down at the 17 as the 49ers take their first time out. Why don't we talk Minnesota? We don't get a chance to talk about other teams as we go through games like this, but we do here as the 49ers will talk about it. Minnesota, they've got your former offensive coordinator, Norv Turner, there. They look good offensively. They look great defensively today.
You know, they played well, Joe, throughout the preseason. They got Mike Zimmer as their head coach. He was a defensive coordinator in Cincinnati last year, did a great job the last several years. He's going to have that defense playing well, and they played well again today. And then offensively, you know, Adrian Peterson was excited without even having played in the preseason. He was excited as he has been at any time going into a year because he knows they're going to open it up a little bit with the passing game. And Cordero Patterson, I think he's going to have a monster year. He sure did today.
Yeah, good start for Patterson. Matt Castle, their quarterback. Here's the rookie Hyde. Now you know why they like him. First and goal from the 4 as Carlos Hyde, a star at Ohio State, hit the hole hard and picks up 13.
Hey, what I couldn't tell who that was on the back end trying to make a tackle, but he got steamrolled by the rookie. A good hole right in the middle of that offensive line. Does an outstanding job.
Let's find out what's coming up at halftime from Kurt.
Coming up on the Visa Halftime, we'll get you all caught up on today's thrillers, including Big Ben and the Steelers, EJ Manuel and the Bills go down to the wire and overtime, and Matt Ryan had a career day in OT against the Saints.
Hey, Kurt, what about me?
All that in TV on the Visa Halftime.
TV and tennis shoes under that desk. One time out left for the 49ers, a first and goal from the 4. As you can see, the run by Hyde.
Well, right at the end of it, you see it's Barry Church who tries to make a tackle. It's a big man, and he had a heck of a preseason, and they're excited about his future.
Hyde again. Welcome to the NFL. Touchdown. The heir apparent to Frank Gore. Back-to-back runs and a 4-yard touchdown. First in what should be a promising NFL career for number 28.
You see what that read option then does to the defensive end. He can't collapse on Hyde like you'd want to, so he's got to play it soft. He's got to play the quarterback. Barry Church, once again, trying to be the guy to stop him from scoring. It's a great job by San Francisco of taking the ball before the end of this half and coming away with a touchdown.
Hyde is a big body back, something the 49ers haven't had behind Frank Gore in years past. And they're going to manage Frank Gore better now as he's 31 years old. Hyde is 6 feet 235. And the guy who had over 3,100 career yards at Ohio State and 37 touchdowns has his first here today. There are still big games to come. Week 1 action continues tonight at 8:30 on NBC, and tune in tomorrow for a Monday Night Football doubleheader.
You look at this first half, Joe, on how this has unfolded. Certainly the turnovers defensively for Dallas. Yeah, San Francisco has moved the ball. They haven't had the ball a lot. They've had success, but that was anticipated. Coming in, it was the Cowboys offense that was supposed to try to help carry this team, and you know, they've let this defense down.
4 turnovers, 3 straight interceptions by Romo. People will talk about Tony coming off the back surgery, his second. He was limited in practice, didn't practice consecutive days really until this week when he went 3 in a row, and that's been getting better and better, but very limited action in the preseason. And as you said earlier, he just doesn't seem to be seeing the field all that well.
No, he doesn't. And you know, when you're not playing in games, it's hard to get a feel for it all just in practice as a quarterback. Hard for any of these players.
Harris going to take it out. Hoping for a quick strike, but that's not going to happen. 35 seconds left in the half. How about the turnovers? It was early. 3rd play from scrimmage. Murray. Scuda forced it. Culliver took it for a touchdown, and then Romo threw one to Eric Reed. Had a 48-yard return that set him up at the 2. Then it was Willis in the end zone. And most recently, Parrish Cox. And a frustrating day for this Cowboys offense in some regard. They've shown that they can.
5 yards added to the end of the.
They were offside on the kickoff. The 49ers were.
5-yard penalty, re-kick.
And they're going to make him re-kick. So they've shown the ability to move the ball. They've shown the ability to open up holes for DeMarco Murray. Romo's had some guys open, but see the passer rating, the interceptions to go along with a fumble by Murray. That just killed them.
Yeah, I mean that's why it's 28-3. I think if you take the turnovers out of this, this could be one heck of a first half. I mean, we could be looking at a shootout here in the first half. I mean, the Cowboys have run the ball exceptionally well. They've protected Tony pretty well in the pocket. It's just the turnovers, and the 49ers have capitalized on that.
Well, that's what the 49ers have shown the ability to do over the years. They're always good in that turnover ratio. 49ers only 44 giveaways under that man Jim Harbaugh since he took over in 2011, by far the fewest in the NFL. And this is a guy, Jim Harbaugh, who in the 3 previous years has taken his team at least to the conference championship game. Nothing but wins and success.
And we don't know if he's going to be around next year.
Here's Harris, and he's going to try it again. The offside leads to this. Takes it out across the 35, and a late flag comes in. Craig Dahl on the tackle.
During the return, holding, receiving team number 53. 10-yard penalty, first down.
It's Cameron Lawrence. So there's Jason Garrett, who is in his 4th full season as head coach of the Dallas Cowboys. 3 straight 8-8 years. Enjoyed 3 straight opportunities in Week 17 to win and get into the playoffs. They lost all 3. One to each of their divisional rivals. And the jury is out as to whether Jason Garrett will survive another 500 or less season here in Dallas.
It is interesting that you have to remind yourself that each time at the end of the season they have been playing for the division title.
There's Murray with a nice run out across the 30. The clock continues to wind. Only 1 timeout left for Dallas.
Nobody in Dallas is happy with 8-8, but but they have been close in terms of at least getting into the postseason. But this is a roster, at least defensively, that is very challenged, and offensively now they've got their work cut out for them as they go into the second half.
49ers have scored 21 points off turnovers. The Cowboys have handed it over 4 times in this first half. Dominance by the 49ers. We'll send it now to Kurt in LA for the Visa halftime. It is America's game of the week here in Arlington, Texas. Here is our Nissan performance that excites. Stat of the half, 21 points off 4 takeaways for the 49ers. So you can look at that first half as we welcome you inside our broadcast booth a couple of different ways. First of all, the 49ers know how to win, and they took advantage of the opportunities and the chances for takeaways. And for Dallas, what couldn't happen happened, and that's their offense turning the ball over.
Yeah, I think if you look at the score, I think there were some people that maybe thought that could be what the score would be here at halftime, but not the way that it happened. I mean, offensively, for them to turn the ball over the way that they have, and as you said, the 49ers have certainly capitalized on that. But having said that, Joe, we've seen this before from Dallas. Last year, Romo did not play well in the first half, a lot of turnovers, got down by a lot to the Giants. They came back with a chance to win. I would expect Romo to play much better in this second half and get this team back into a position to at least try to make a run at it.
49ers will start this second half with the football as Bailey kicks it away, and the 49ers will start at the 20. And before we get a play from scrimmage down to the field, here's Aaron Andrews.
We talked to Jason Garrett heading into the locker room, asked what he would attribute Tony Romo's interceptions to. He said it's not the back. He said, look, San Francisco's a good defense, but he said with each one of those interceptions, he thinks it's a different thing. Maybe not seeing the field very well, forcing a throw here and there. But he said the good news, we are doing some good things on this offense. We just need to eliminate these mistakes. Guys, the hits do keep coming for San Francisco's defense, though. Chris Culliver is out with a concussion. Still no word on Tremaine Brock.
Aaron, thanks. So Brock is out. Culliver is out. The 2 starting corners. They are very thin in the secondary for San Francisco. This is tipped. This ball is incomplete as Bruce Carter got his hand up and knocked it into the air. 2nd and 10 coming up. Yeah, I think knowing that offensively for the 49ers, knowing how beat up this defense is and that the Cowboys, outside of the turnovers, have moved the ball, is some importance now for them to be able to protect the football, get first downs, try to keep their defense off the field as much as possible. There's a day for Vernon Davis, 2 touchdowns with his 3 catches.
Dallas, get it.
Here's Gore, tripped up. Back to the line of scrimmage. That's it. 3rd and 10 coming up. Take a look at Alex Boone, who reported this past Monday after a contract holdout. He's got raw power, size. He's also the backup tackle. And a guy who has played all 38 games over the last 2 years, splitting time with Joe Looney here today.
I would have thought he would have played by now, Joe. He has yet to take a snap.
That was the plan coming in, at least what we were told. Kaepernick over the middle. Pass is off the chest of Vernon Davis, incomplete. Kaepernick had him, and that ball got in on Vernon Davis a little quicker than he expected.
It was a good job, though, by Colin Kaepernick of going through his progression. Initially, he wanted to throw the ball underneath, and he saw the coverage very well. He comes back inside and actually delivered a pretty good football. But Barry Church, he drives on it. Vernon Davis, on the other hand, is waiting for it, and so it falls incomplete. But a good defensive stop and forcing a 3 and out to open up the second half by Dallas.
Lee will punt it. Dwayne Harris waits for it. And it's a beauty. 49ers have come to expect that. This one is muffed, and Harris just happy to get on top of it. So now the Dallas offense, after 4 turnovers in the first half, back to the field. 3 of them on interceptions by Tony Romo on 3 consecutive drives, and then the half.
Well, it's going to be interesting to see what Scott Linehan does as the play caller. If he sticks to the game plan like he was, the way he was calling the game there to open up this game and there in the first half, or do you start to panic a little bit and feel like you've got to throw it a little bit more? Clearly, plenty of time. They don't have to abandon anything that they came into the game wanting to do.
So they started with Murray, and Murray is closing in on a 100-yard day. He picks up 4, maybe 4.5 for the 49ers coming in. They've gone 17 straight games without allowing a 100-yard rusher, and DeMarco Murray is knocking on that door.
Yeah, I was going to say, Joe, I mean, this defense, they're not used to people running the football on them the way that the Cowboys, have here in this game. Last year, 4th best in all of football against the run. They've been good for a number of years.
They stick with Murray. Ray McDonald lost his helmet. Murray's got 100 yards, but a 3rd down coming up. 8th career 100-yard day for number 29.
Well, he's a tough, hard-nosed runner, and Ray McDonald does an excellent job playing through the block and not giving up any ground without a helmet.
Movement by the tight end Witten.
False start. Offense. Number 82. 5-yard penalty. 3rd down.
Jason Witten has been, for the most part, shut down today. 1 catch, 7 yards. That's all. And Gavin Escobar, who last year was a 2nd-round pick, has not been a factor yet either.
Well, that's against a depleted secondary, too. I would expect that to change here in the second half, but they really have not yet been able to take advantage of the depleted group for the 49ers.
3rd down and 9. Romo throws. He's got Williams. Ball's out. Incomplete, and it was well played by the rookie Dante Johnson. So they're down to the rookie Dante Johnson, and he closed on it and knocked it away from Terrence Williams.
They're trying to get as much out of that route as they could. It was going to be close as to whether or not he picks up the first down. He's right there where the sticks were, but you see he drives back. An excellent job by Dante Johnson. You can tell he's probably just a little bit nervous out there in his first game, but he's held up and he's made some plays.
4th round pick out of North Carolina State. So 3 and out on the other side as Jones punts it away. Fair catch called for and hauled in by the rookie Bruce Ellington. And so that means the 49ers have it for the second time this second half. But there is a late flag before we go to break.
During the kick, holding, receiving team number 54. 10-yard penalty, first down, timeout.
Well, there you go. Terry McCauley tells you, timeout, take a break. 49ers have it, up 25.
Today's Game on Fox is sponsored by Southwest Airlines. Find Southwest Airlines fares online only at southwest.com. By Microsoft Surface, the official tablet of the NFL. By DirecTV. If you call yourself a sports fan, you gotta get DirecTV. And by Nissan. Innovation that excites.
Welcome back to Arlington, Texas, as the 49ers have it, starting inside their 10 by inches, up 28-3. The rookie Hyde in the backfield. He gets it. He's got some room. Brandon Carr makes the stop, a gain of 6. Before the game, had a chance to shake the hand of and catch up with Michael Sam, who was the co-defensive player of the year in the Southeastern Conference last year. Playing for Missouri, 7th round pick by the Rams. Had a good preseason, had 3 sacks, 11 tackles, and was cut at cutdown day and added to the practice squad here with the Dallas Cowboys as they look for reinforcements on their defensive line. A defensive line that's played okay here in this opener, 2nd and 4. Hand off to Gore. A lot of dancing, not much running. And Gore back to the line of scrimmage. Durant made the play.
The Cowboys defensively have done okay. You know, and the linebackers in particular, that was a real concern coming into this season, was all the shuffling and the movement of the linebacking core. And Rolando McClain, he played awfully well there in that first half. Made some plays, and then on that last play, Justin Durant steps in. So another big 3rd down here for this Cowboys defense.
Having to take a timeout, confused by what they were looking at. Talked about Frank Gore. You see him there. Gore is the 10th year player out of Miami, a guy who tore both ACLs in his time in college. And Troy, I think he's going to be one of those guys that when he's gone, 49er fans and maybe even the 49ers will realize all that they had, because he does everything, including blocking brilliantly for whatever quarterback he's played with.
Well, I believe in the organization. Jim Harbaugh, Greg Roman, Trent Baalke. I think everybody knows how valuable this young man is. But, you know, it just seems like when you're someone who just goes about your business and is unselfish, I think he's one of the most unselfish players in all of football, and as tough as they come as well. And when you just go about your business and don't, you know, draw a lot of attention to yourself, people tend to overlook you. And he has been an underappreciated guy, I believe, around the league.
On 3rd down and 4, Kaepernick throws, and the pass caught by Bolden. He survives 2 hits, hangs on. Claiborne and Wilcox, 1st down.
And Anquan Bolden, I mean, you get the impression all the years when you watch him that, you know, he likes getting hit like this. He likes the tough catches. He likes being challenged. The simple curl route off the ball. He knows he's going to get hit. He's going to take one in the helmet. And he hangs in there and he makes the play.
Another 3rd down catch for a 1st down for Bolden. And there's his day.
Yeah, you know, we talked about how he contributed last year and was basically the only receiver they had. You know, that's kind of been the case here this afternoon once again.
Blitz off the edge. Kaepernick steps up, has a man. The pass incomplete, and the flag is thrown. That's Brandon Lloyd, who was out of football last year. Incomplete.
Holding, defense number 54. 5-yard penalty, Automatic first down.
But a hold on Bruce Carter.
A lot of times these young running backs come into the league and you really worry about how they're going to do in pass protection. And Carlos Hyde, he holds up pretty well, hangs in there, and he sees the blitzing defensive back. In fact, in visiting with Greg Roman, I said, is there any situation where you're reluctant to put Carlos Hyde in the lineup? And he said, not one. And usually it's either around the goal line, they worry about fumbling, and when you're throwing the football in pass protection.
Here's Gore. Looney loses his helmet. Gore pushes the pile and picks up 4. So Boone held out throughout all of camp, missed the entire preseason. And he has now the opportunity to make at least $6 million over the next 2 years, as opposed to the 3.2, and he is one of the real good guards in the NFL.
He's outstanding. He's tough. He brings a nastiness to this team. And I asked him if he was ready to come in and play right now without any practice, and he said, hey, you either got it or you don't. And so I think he meant that he's got it.
See, Gore now over 10,000 rushing yards in his career, all with San Francisco, and he ran into a wall right here. A gain of just 1. Third down and 5 coming up as Coleman and Bishop, 2 young defensive linemen, combined to make the stop.
Well, this has been a down where San Francisco has been really good here in this game. Cowboys have had a hard time getting off the field on third down, and Colin Kaepernick, with all of the concerns that there were coming into this ball game because of how he had struggled in preseason, I think he's played exceptionally well.
He's been looking for Bolden on this down. Now he's got Johnson. And Stevie Johnson's got a first down. They say Stevie Johnson is an unorthodox route runner, and it's taken time to get the chemistry. But he's another weapon that these 49ers have added for 2014.
Well, Colin Kaepernick, he knows he's got the slant on the backside, so he starts looking to his front side, hold any underneath coverage that may try to get underneath this route. And a really nice job by Stevie Johnson. You're right. They've had a tough time connecting, and sometimes that just happens. It doesn't always come together the way that it did for Anquan Bolden and Kaepernick a year ago.
Here is a pass in the direction of Vernon Davis. Incomplete, 2nd and 10.
It looked like they had different thoughts on what exactly was being run there, but they did get the one-on-one look they were hoping for.
Colin Kaepernick making his 24th career regular season start. He's 17-6. Took over week 11 in 2012. Started the Super Bowl that year, Super Bowl 47. When the 49ers got up off the mat and almost came back and won that game. Blitz. Kaepernick is protected. Now he gets hit. Pass is intercepted. Ball comes out. Flag is down on the play, and the 49ers are back on top of it. About 6 things happened on that play. But a flag is down at the 41. The interception, then the fumble, and the recovery by Johnson.
There's no foul for illegal contact.
So they're going to pick up the flag. And now the question is, will the knee be down on that pick and the return? Right now, they are saying it's the 49ers football.
The pass was intercepted and then fumbled and recovered by the original offense. By rule, 1st and 10, San Francisco.
So it's a change of possession. Jim Harbaugh saying, what about the penalty? They picked up the flag. And let's take a look at this interception.
First of all, I think they did a good job of picking up the flag, Joe. There was contact down the field. There's the interception by Justin Durant.
I don't know if he secured that going to the ground. He was going to the ground during the process of the catch. There's not really much there anyway, except the 49ers on the recovery, and it was Crabtree who got on it, get a fresh 1st and 10. Here's the penalty they picked up because the ball was tipped. There's the hit, and it was Tyrone Crawford who got the hit on Kaepernick. And they're still now having a discussion with Jason Garrett about the call. He's looking up at the board. And he wants Terry McCauley
is under review.
He wants Terry McCauley to give that a look, and they will. So we'll sort it out, as will Terry McCauley. And the group back in New York will get the call when we return to Arlington in a 28-3 game.
After review, the defensive player lost control of the ball when he hit the ground, going to the ground. By rule, his pass is incomplete. It'll be 3rd and 10 for San Francisco on the 47-yard line. Please set the game clock to 7 minutes, 38 seconds.
Well, Jim's going crazy, but that's the right call. We checked in with Mike Pereira. The interception by Durant doesn't stand, so it's just an incomplete pass. You go back to the previous line of scrimmage, which is the 47, and it's 3rd down and 10. So because of the review, which happened because it was a turnover, not a challenge, right, instead of 1st and 10 from around the 42, it's going to be 3rd and 10 for San Francisco from the 47.
Yeah, I'm not sure what Jim's so upset about. It was, it was the right call, and I think he's still upset that they picked up the flag. But whether they picked up the flag because of the ball coming out on the sack, or I don't think there was illegal contact anyway. The defender was in position, but it's nothing more than an incomplete pass.
So now 3rd down and 10. But the 49ers up by 25. Kaepernick fires, pass incomplete. It's 4th down. Looking for Brandon Lloyd. And time for the 49ers to punt.
It's a good job in the zone coverage of the Cowboys getting underneath that throw. Kaepernick didn't have much of a chance to try to complete that pass, and so a big 3rd and 10 for Dallas, trying to get as many opportunities as they can back to their offense, is able to get off the field here.
So Lee will punt it. Dwayne Harris muffed the last opportunity he had, waiting back around the 10. End over end. Harris will receive it on a fair catch at the 12. So the Cowboys will take over. They need to get down the field and make something happen. 49ers, all San Francisco so far.
This game on Fox is sponsored by Nissan. Innovation that excites.
So the Mad Dash, once the gates open here in Arlington. Cowboys medical staff working on the left arm of Dez Bryant, so a rookie Devin Street is in there. And they start this drive with a run. DeMarco Murray's had a nice day. Still going out across the 25. Brought down by McDonald after a carry of 15 yards. And Dez Bryant back in there for Dallas.
Pretty impressive job right there by this offensive line. And then DeMarco Murray keeping the play alive. You see the rookie there, Zach Martin. He pulls, leads the way. DeMarco Murray just keeps it going. I just keep feeding him the ball and see what happens on this drive.
And now Bryant back on the sideline. So he came to the field and then went back out. This one's tipped incomplete. Devin Street, the rookie, a 5th-round pick out of Pitt, is out there for Dez Bryant, and the job gets that much harder for Tony Romo if he doesn't have number 88 out there. And now it looks like Bryant's going to walk off the field.
And we saw him working on him, and then he came out and he's heading in. It didn't look like it was anything that would keep him from playing. Hard to tell.
On 2nd and 10, Romo in trouble. Justin Smith's got his second. Career sack number 84 as he swallows up Romo, a loss of 11.
Well, Zach Martin and Doug Free, they don't see the twist here. And you got Justin Smith comes around. Free sees it late, but pretty interesting play calling by Scott Linehan. And I understand what the score is, but you open up on 1st down, you get the big gain by DeMarco Murray, and then 2 consecutive passes, and now you're staring at 3rd and long. And The way DeMarco Murray has run the ball, I think I'd give him a few more opportunities than they have. 6 tackles, 2 sacks for Justin Smith. The other part of that twist up front was Aaron Lynch, the rookie from South Florida. 6'6", 270. Romo with a flag down. Incomplete for Murray, but if this is against the defense, it'll be an automatic first down.
Prior to the pass, illegal contact, defense number 33. 5-yard penalty, automatic first down.
And it is. It said 33. There is no 33, but there was illegal contact downfield, which we saw. It's 43. Craig Dahl with that little shove. That's what drew the flag. Wow. I don't think they're going to be real happy about that call back in New York. Dahl's not. So he comes out. And that just gives a free set of downs to Tony Romo. Delayed handoff Murray. Nothing there this time. Well played up front by San Francisco. Let's go to Joel Klatt standing by with a game break.
All right, thanks, Joe. Back to Tampa Bay. Remember Cam Newton out of this ball game with a rib injury. Derek Anderson, though, goes to the rookie, Kelvin Benjamin from Florida State. His first touchdown, 26 yards, 17-0. Joe, Troy, and Aaron.
All right, Derek Anderson may make himself some money playing in place of the injured Cam Newton. There's a catch by the rookie, first in the NFL career of Devin Street, and that's good for a first down. He's a big body, 6'3", 200, playing in place of the injured Des Bryant. Yeah, that makes things a little bit easier for the San Francisco defense without Des Bryant on the field, and they don't have to focus as much attention over to him. But Devin Street taking his place. On first down, pass is too high for Street. Had him, but Romo too high. By the way, Tremaine Brock, we heard Aaron Andrews say he left with a toe injury. He is available to come back in for San Francisco if they need him later on today. Yeah, it's interesting considering how young they are on the back end, that if Brock were available and yet he's not playing. So it tells you that, you know, it's an injury that they prefer to let rest. But if he has to go in, then he can and be a body out there. But you can see that Romo hasn't had a lot of reps with Devin Street, particularly on that last play. On 2nd and 10, pass to Beasley. Flag is thrown. Beasley is wrapped up near the 40, but a flag down.
Illegal use of hands to the face. Offense number 70. 10-yard penalty. Second down.
And they get the rookie, Zach Martin. Let's find out more about Des Bryant. Here's Aaron Andrews.
Cowboys just saying it's dehydration, Joe, and they're expecting him to return.
Interesting, as they were working on his left arm, like his forearm is cramping, or yeah, it didn't look like much, did it, when they were working on his arm? But that's a hard one to imagine that it would be dehydration here. You know, of course, they haven't played an entire game, but Des Bryant is about as well conditioned an athlete as there is on this team. 2nd and 20 now. Gets around Will Hoyt and crosses the 35. On 2nd and 20, a gain of 13. It's a good job by Tony Romo. They're playing coverage. They're playing deep. They're dropping underneath the intermediate deep throws and, you know, take what's there, and he dumps it off to DeMarco Murray, and he's done a nice job running the football, breaking tackles, and he breaks some tackles there on the completion.
57. Hey.
On 3rd down and 7. Over the middle, pass is broken up. And well covered downfield. A flag is down by the rookie Jimmy Ward. Beasley, the intended receiver.
Prior to the pass, illegal contact, defense, number 45, number 25, 5-yard penalty, automatic first down.
That's against Jimmy Ward, who made the play on Beasley downfield. You take a look at it and see you cannot hit the receiver after 5 yards. It was just enough when he's coming around. They see that there's contact. Was Beasley's trying to take it to the middle of the field. Didn't look like a lot. I didn't think the first one looked like a lot either.
2 on this drive. First one by Dahl, this one by Ward. On first down, it's Murray. Scooter can't bring him down. But well played. Justin Smith out there and Antoine Bethea, a loss of 2.
Those are the kinds of runs I used to see Barry Sanders make. You know, he'd break about 5 or 6 tackles on a run and not have anything to show for it. DeMarco Murray, who kept the play alive but loses yardage.
There have been 4 illegal contact calls or hands to the face in this game. Get used to those calls during 2014 in the NFL. Romo is sacked, and it's Ahmad Brooks. Scooter was there as well, and a loss of 6.
Well, Tyron Smith, their Pro Bowl tackle, he's one-on-one with Ahmad Brooks. You can see that Tyron Smith just gets tangled up there, tries to stick his leg out to slow him down, and Ahmad Brooks with the inside rush has a straight line on Tony Romo.
Romo got sacked 3 times in the one preseason start he made. Coming off his second back surgery, the last one 8 months ago, for getting hurt in week 16 at Washington last year. Wincing after that hit, who wouldn't, back surgery or not. Romo looking for somewhere to go. He's going to go down the middle. And it's Harris down near the 10.
Well, you see Dwayne Harris, he's on the deep post. This is another throw that's late. And typically bad things happen. Cox is in a position, but he just is unable to make a play on the ball. Harris is able to. And so a big completion for Dallas, putting them down here in a position now to come away with points.
It's like slow motion happening. 56 yards to Dwayne Harris to the 11. And the longest play of this game. Harris and Romo not on the same page. It stops the clock with 1:20 left, third quarter.
Yeah, that's the thing. I mean, this drive has taken some time off the clock. But they get the big play, and that's what they desperately needed. They're going to need a lot more, regardless of what happens on this drive, to get back into this game.
First-year play caller Scott Linehan. 2nd and 10. Romo underneath the rookie. He's down to the 2. It's Devin Street. It will be 3rd down and less than a yard.
Now this is 2-down territory for Dallas. I mean, they're gonna go for it even if they fail to make it here on 3rd down. Des Bryant back out of the dressing room.
Checks in with Garrett. 3rd and 1. The same page with Terrence Williams.
No, that's the throw, Joe, that you see so many times between Romo and Des Bryant. Des obviously not on the field. Terrence Williams, doesn't get the check or whatever communication that they have between the two of them. But we've seen this throw between Romo and Bryant many, many times. When Bryant's able to come back off of that and make a play on the ball, you're throwing it towards the front pylon. But Williams, just probably something that the two of them haven't worked on as much.
Play clock is at 12. 4th down and 1. That's Dez. Murray is going to score. Touchdown.
like the call by Scott Linehan, and I think it shows confidence in the job that this offensive line has done throughout this game on a critical 4th down to hand it to DeMarco Murray and trust that he's going to be able to pick it up and that the line's going to do their job and they get the touchdown.
2-yard touchdown run to DeMarco Murray. He's been a bright spot. 22 carries, 118 yards in a 28-10 game. Well, they got the big one to Dwayne Harris. It set him up, but a long way to go for the Dallas Cowboys. 49ers leading by 18. For the Cowboys, they get the 7 points. The bad news for Dallas is it took almost 7 minutes. The big 56-yarder to Dwayne Harris set it up. Now with 29 seconds left in the 3rd quarter, 49ers getting it back. Michael James will let it go over his head. He's got to get on it and take a knee. The drive will start at the 20. For San Francisco, they got the ball and an 18-point lead here in Texas. Along with our producer Richie Zients, our director Rich Russo, America's Game of the Week, we welcome you back. 29 seconds left, 3rd quarter, 1st down, San Francisco up 18. Difference in the game right now, the points off turnovers. Pass is caught as Anquan Boldin takes a seat with a gain of 7, and that will likely do it for quarter number 3 here in Arlington. It will. 28-10. That's the score after 3. Fox NFL Sunday will return after these messages and a word from your local Fox station. 4th quarter coming up. 4th quarter begins right now. 2nd down for San Francisco. Worried about the injuries on defense, the suspension to Aldon Smith. They've played very well defensively. Offensively, they have made the most of their opportunities. On 2nd down, Gore for the 1st down, but a flag.
Holding offense number 78. 10-yard penalty. 2nd down.
3rd-year pro Joe Looney playing in place of Alex Boone, who was deemed not ready by the 49ers coaching staff.
Well, there's Looney right in the middle of your screen, and they call him with the hold there on Justin Durant, which then eliminates the 1st down and puts them in 2nd and long. And you know, for the most part, the Cowboys have held up. They've given up a couple long runs in the running game. Outside of those 2, they've held up well. So that was a nice run to pick up the 1st down, only now to have it 2nd and 10.
Opening minute, 4th quarter. Kaepernick throws. He's got his big tight end, and Vernon Davis is wrapped up immediately. A gain of 6. Play made by Sterling Moore, who's one of the backup men in the secondary. Brandon Carr was in on the play as well. So now 3rd down, and for San Francisco needing to convert. So far on 3rd down, they are 5 for 8.
Yeah, you talk about the clock, and you know, with the Cowboys here down 18 points and still 14 minutes left in the game, and so this is it's a big 3rd down for both sides.
Four men on the rush. Pass is caught. There's Bolden again. He is a machine on 3rd down as he picks up a fresh set of downs and a catch of 9 yards.
Now, there's just no underneath coverage, so you play soft, but then you got Wilcox here, 27, who's not covering anybody. There's nobody in his area. He's got to be that flat defender to make it a more difficult throw for Colin Kaepernick, but Kaepernick saw exactly what he had. He holds the defense with his eyes, comes out and hits the ball to Anquan Boldin for the 1st down, and I think Colin Kaepernick has really managed this game and has played very, very well here this afternoon.
3rd time Bolden's made a 3rd down catch for a 1st down. Here's Gore. He loses 2. Good play up front. Jeremy Mincy, Nick Hayden. Good push.
The Cowboys, they certainly understand the situation. They're stacking the line, and they're not going to let, as best they can, Frank Gore just pick up yardage and run this clock down. They're going to make them complete passes to pick up first down.
Saw Rod Marinelli, his first year as D coordinator. Monty Kiffin was running this defense a year ago. Second down and 12. Handoff is to Hyde. And Carlos is ripped to the ground after a gain of 5. This October, history will be made as baseball's postseason moves to America's new sports network. Fox Sports 1 is your new home for baseball's National League Division and Championship Series. It all begins this October on Fox Sports 1. Third down and 7. Cowboys back out of the blitz. Pass is caught wide open. Vernon Davis. Flag is down, and so is Davis inside the 30. A bust in coverage, but they're going to call it against San Francisco.
Pass interference. Offense number 84. 10-yard penalty. Third down.
See Brandon Lloyd come off the ball, and he doesn't have to do anything. I mean, they get him with the arm, which is, I don't know they really did much there, Joe. It looked like the defender was grabbing him more than anything. The coverage was busted. Vernon Davis, who went to the backfield, got to the flat and was wide open, but I didn't see. I thought it was more on Morris Claiborne grabbing Lloyd than Lloyd with the elbow there at the very end of that play.
It brings up 3rd and 17 and negates a 32-yard completion.
They blew the coverage, Joe. The Cowboys had nobody on Vernon Davis. That had no bearing on what happened on that play.
Where you going? Hey, come on, Ryan, come on. Help him.
Just 3 men on the rush. Kaepernick going to run. Not going to get it. 9 yards shy of a first down. Justin Durant made the play. And at some point, we're going to hear from Mike Pereira before the end of this game. It's 4th down right now to talk about what we've seen here in the first week of the regular season after a flag fest during the preseason with all these calls against defensive players. The emphasis on calling offensive pass interference, which we just saw on Brandon Lloyd. It was a big call here in this most recent possession. Lee will punt. Line drive. Harris can't make the clean catch. And a good punt by Andy Lee. Take a break. Cowboys will have it as they trail by 18 with over 10 to play here in Arlington.
Today's Game on Fox is sponsored by McDonald's, official sponsor of the NFL. I'm loving it. By State Farm, pump up your savings with a discount double check today. And by Bud Light, who reminds fans to stay in the game and drink responsibly.
So much discussion in the preseason about all the illegal contact penalties, the hands to the face calls, the defensive holds, the offensive pass interference. There's Mike Pereira on your screen. What have you seen in this first week of the regular season, Mike?
Well, I'll tell you, there hasn't been as many, but there's still been a lot more than last year. And I think probably your game, Joe, this game kind of has seen the ones that are really, in my mind, marginal. The illegal contact calls where you get slight contact, but it's beyond 5 yards. It's really, there's certainly been an uptick.
Starting from the 9 are the Dallas Cowboys trying to set up a screen, it looked like. He finds DeMarco Murray. And Murray is out of bounds near the 15-yard line. Just to keep you, Mike, for a moment, we just saw a big call against Brandon Lloyd on that last possession by San Francisco. Troy didn't think it was a good call. What did you see from out in L.A.?
Well, you know, I always agree with Troy. Watch this. The receiver's going to try to go to the inside. That's not a pick. And to me, that's not a pick. And you could claim really that the defender grabbed onto him. But, you know, once you get into points of emphasis, you start calling things maybe that are too marginal.
Here's one for Williams. Well covered by the rookie, and the pass incomplete. It dropped, and downfield it was Dante Johnson with Terrence Williams. And just to finish, Mike, Dean Blandino and the league said that all those flags during the preseason that was not a show, that it would not then calm down during the regular season. Are you buying that as we make our way through the first weekend?
You know, I'm buying it to a degree. If you look in the first 11 games this week, there's been 16 defensive holds. There's been 10 illegal hands to the face and 10 illegal contacts. But you so far in your game, 2 illegal contacts, 3 illegal hands to the face, 1 defensive hold. We're going to see a lot more penalties than we saw last year. But it's not going to be at the rate that it was in the preseason because I think teams will adjust.
Mike, thanks. Tony Romo in the offense just made it 3rd and 8 with a delay game. But now I think in officials coming off the sideline saying that Jason Garrett may have called a timeout. We'll get the call.
1 of the clock expiring. Dallas calls its first charge timeout.
So the play clock expired, but the sideline called a timeout. So it'll be 3rd down and 3 for the Cowboys, down 18 when we come back. Tony Romo and the Cowboys facing a 3rd down and 3. 4 for 7 on 3rd down in this game. Is too high for Beasley, and it's 4th down. As that throw got away from Tony Romo, and the punt team comes on for Dallas.
You see Tony in the pocket. He had to shuffle, and he sees Beasley, but he just isn't able to get his feet underneath him to where he can make an accurate throw. Beasley has an opportunity there in the middle. There's nobody out in front of him. The 49ers are playing zone coverage, and Romo hasn't been as sharp as what we're used to seeing him, but you got to give this 49er defense and secondary some credit. They've been depleted. They've got young players, and they've held up. Between Bryant and Witten combined, just 3 receptions amongst those 2 guys.
Ellington, the rookie, makes the catch on the move. Gets around 1 guy and is knocked out of bounds near the 40. And so here in the 4th quarter, under 10 to go. It's an 18-point game, Joe and Troy. And so now San Francisco. I mean, you look at a game like this that's been lopsided. You think about it from the Dallas side. San Francisco has taken advantage of just about everything they've been given and made their own breaks here in this game.
Well, they have. I mean, we talked about it in the first half and the way that the Cowboys, they had the turnovers and stuff. But give the 49ers some credit here. It is a different defense. We talked about that coming in. It's not the same defensive group, certainly, than the one that even started the game, with the secondary. They've done a nice job against a really explosive offense. But as I mentioned just a moment ago, Tony Romo hasn't been the quarterback that we've seen from him before.
Here's Gore. Nice run by Frank Gore as he picks up 6. Brandon Carr on the stop. And just to go back to what you said about Kaepernick, after all the questions during the preseason and no touchdowns being scored by the first unit, Kaepernick's made some plays in this game.
Well, he's been good. I mean, he's been really good because, there was a bit of a question mark as to not ultimately. I mean, we did their preseason game, and I expected him to have a breakout year this year, but there was nothing to really think that he was going to come out and play as well as he has here today from what we saw in preseason. But he's been really good.
Here's Hyde. They trust the rookie. He's electric. And may be a steal in this draft for San Francisco's 2nd-round pick out of Ohio State. Gets 15.
Well, you can see, I mean, he's a big guy. Carlos Hyde is 235 pounds, but watch the moves that he has for a guy that size. He's got excellent feet, and that's what Trent Baalke talks about. It's what Greg Roman talks about. He's a different backup running back than the 49ers have had. They've had smaller guys. They had Kendall Hunter, who was a terrific player. But because he's now lost for the season, it gives this guy, Carlos Hyde, an opportunity. And what a pickup he's been.
Over 8.5 yards of carry for Hyde. They're well coached. The head coach to the 2 coordinators. Here's Gore. Right side. Breaks loose. 1st down. And they've got great scouting and a tremendous general manager. Good thing working for San Francisco. Here is Joel Klatt for the game break.
All right, Joe, back to Tampa Bay. 10-point game. Josh McCown leading the Bucs down the field. He finds Bobby Rainey on 3rd and goal. 6 yards. Makes it a 3-point game. 2-minute warning. Carolina with the ball and the lead, 17-14.
Good game there, and Lovie Smith's debut and his return to Tampa Bay. Now the head coach.
Lovie Smith's got him shooting the cannons again there in Tampa.
1st down, San Francisco. Here's Hyde. He's just got a lean about him where he just looks like even if there's not much there, he's going to make something positive happen, and that's how it's always been with Frank Gore.
Well, yeah, in fact, he says that if you ask him who he runs like, he would tell you Frank Gore. That's a pretty good guy to certainly emulate. And Frank Gore, even Greg Roman said last year we just leaned on him too much. He got the hot hand and we went with him. But every year we talk to them, they want to pull back the workload on Frank Gore. He's just so valuable and too good. It's hard not to give the ball to Frank Gore.
Here he is. Nice play. And that's McClain. Let's go down to the field and Aaron Andrews.
Some updates on the Cowboys defense for you guys. Justin Durant, questionable right groin injury, and I'm watching Barry Church right now get work done on his right calf. So frustration mounting here, and so are the injuries.
Yeah, the injuries to an already thin defense. Turnovers the story of this game, but now injuries with Church and Durant. Third down for San Francisco as they lead it by 18. All 6 plays on this drive have been runs. And it's Carlos Hyde again, short of a first down, got 3. 4th down coming up.
Yeah, you saw where the 49ers were on the field and 3rd down there, and they still run the ball with Frank Gore and take time off the clock. They're in field goal range. Try to add 3 more points to this lead, but take the clock down as far as they can.
37-yard attempt by the guy Michael Crabtree calls OG for old guy, Phil Dawson. 39, 16th year in the NFL.
I call you.
From 37, OG just yanked it. And it's still an 18-point game with about 5.5 to go here in Arlington. Cowboys will take over.
Game is sponsored by Visa Checkout, the easier way to pay online.
History lesson, Troy. Late 1960 and 61, former 49ers head coach Red Hickey ran the shotgun offense, which he created. He drafted Billy Kilmer out of UCLA, who at the time was a single-wing tailback. His offenses ran through the tailback. He comes to Dallas in 1975 while Hickey was a scout for the Cowboys. Tom Landry's team began using the shotgun formation, which was successful, has been a staple in the NFL ever since. Its roots go back. The former 49er head coach, Red Hickey. First down for Dallas with the ball at their own 27.
You see Tony Romo in the shotgun.
And underneath, he finds Des Bryant. And Bryant not downfield, but over the middle and underneath, makes the catch, gets 10 and a first down.
You know, back then, Joe, there was just, the Cowboys, and then as we move through the years, a handful of teams here and there would run any plays out of shotgun. There for the longest time when I was playing, we never ran shotgun. You rarely see anybody take a snap from under the center.
Romo, Murray. An 18-point game. DeMarco Murray on first down gets 5, but 5 minutes left and counting, and only 2 timeouts for the Dallas Cowboys, who will look back on this game at 4 first-half turnovers that dug the hole they couldn't climb out of, and watch the 49ers throw dirt on them all afternoon. 2nd and 5. Romo in trouble. Vintage Romo, and Witten can't make a one-handed grab.
Well, a couple things, Joe. I said it during the week. I think as an offense, you've always got to be a little careful when you start talking so much about the defense, or when people start worrying so much about the defense, and that, then offensively you're going to do this, because no one would have thought the Cowboys offensively would have had the turnovers and done the things that they've done in this ball game. And overall, as I said, for a defense that's just been pretty depleted, the Cowboys, and not a lot of expectations for them. Overall, they held up okay, but this offense just dug a hole that they just couldn't get out of.
Now 3rd down and 5. Figure to be 2-down territory, and that's just the 2nd catch of the game for Jason Witten. To all the fantasy owners, he had 1 catch for 7 yards, now has 2 for 14 on the day.
The other thing is, we talked about this week was the first time Romo had practiced 3 consecutive days. Well, now he's gone through an entire ball game. You just wonder, how he's going to feel next week coming off of this game.
Here's Bryant. He almost got away from Jimmy Ward, but the rookie held on. 19-yard completion, and the ball is inside the 35 to 31. Clock continues to move. Bryant ready to go. He jogs down the field, and the pass is for Witten, incomplete. And I think Des Bryant's going to check out. He's not right. Or he's worn out and still dehydrated, because he was, in a time when they need him, just coasting down the field.
Yeah, just for him to be dehydrated, that surprises me. I mean, used to back at the old stadium, it was so hot and humid. But here in this dome, it's not that hot. They practice out in Southern California where the climate is good. But as I said, he's one of the, if not the best conditioned athlete on this team. So I'm surprised by that one.
On second down, Romo steps up, finds Beasley, who's to the 21. Brought down by Patrick Willis with under 3.5 to go. A 10-yard catch and run and a first down.
Yeah, right now San Francisco, I mean, as we've seen, they're just trying to keep from giving up the quick score. They'll allow these underneath throws and then make tackles and just use the clock to their advantage.
Bryant back in the lineup. Romo is going to slide, flag down on the play. See who the call's against. Tony Jarrett-Eddy was applying pressure, looks like against Dallas.
Personal foul, unnecessary roughness. Offense number 77, leg whip. 15-yard penalty, first down.
So a leg whip call against Tyron Smith.
Yeah, we saw it a little bit earlier that he wasn't successful trying it, but they didn't get the call either when Ahmad Brooks was able to get the sack there on Romo, and this time he's right here.
And he got the left thigh of Dan Skuta.
Yeah, a little different situation there from the one I was talking about earlier.
Now first down, Romo has Williams. Williams is down to the 15.
Pretty remarkable, though, Joe, when you think about it, coming in with the young corners and then those two guys go down, and you've got Paris Cox and the rookie Dante Johnson, and they weren't able to exploit that any more than they were able to in this game.
Here's Beasley. He gets dumped at the 2 by Antoine Bethea, and a lot of that has to do with the brilliant coaching of Vic Fangio, the defensive coordinator.
He's outstanding. I mean, he came in pretty optimistic, even with the changes. I think he was excited about a lot of these young players. It's going to have a different look than we've seen, as we've talked about, but Vic Fangio is as good a coordinator defensively as there is in all of football.
Timeout is taken by San Francisco. There's Vic. And because of the success and the postseason success, it makes it harder for the coordinators and the assistant coaches to get an opportunity to at least interview for head coaching jobs. He's not alone. I mean, you got Fangio on the defense and Greg Roman, who is as smart as you're going to find on the offensive side. Jim Harbaugh's got a great staff.
Great staff, and those two guys were with him at Stanford. Of course, Vic Fangio, a longtime coach in the NFL before he went to Stanford that one season. But, yeah, this team is extremely well coached. You see it each and every week. They do a terrific job, and because they've been so successful, as you said, unfortunately for those two, they've lost out on some opportunities to go out and run their own programs.
Jimmy Ward comes out. Tremaine Brock is back in. That's good news for the 49ers. And now with a stopped clock on the timeout or the injury, they wind it, and we're at the 2-minute warning. Here in Arlington, first and goal for Dallas when we come back. That Utopia is going to be a fun show. It starts tonight. And reading about it as the season winds on, viewers actually get a chance to potentially be a part of the show. They've already had controversy. It begins tonight The OT is following this game broadcast in what is now an 18-point game. Tony Romo and the Cowboys have a 1st and goal at the 2. That's thrown away in the direction of Gavin Escobar, who was not a factor in this game. And Romo took a hit at the end of that play.
Yeah, he does. And, you know, I mentioned earlier, the protection to start this game was pretty good. We've seen Romo now having to move around. He's taken a few more hits. He takes a hit here on this play. And that's why I say, I mean, when the adrenaline's flowing and everything else, your back feels good. I've been through it, but it's going to be real interesting after having now been through an entire game in how he's able to respond and come back. That's going to be the real test as to where he's at.
They're at Tennessee next week. Touchdown, Williams. Working on the rookie Dante Johnson to make it a tighter game with no doubt an onside kick to follow.
Well, they clear out. They got Terrence Williams just coming underneath the 2 outside routes or inside routes, and it's just a foot race and an easy touchdown there for Terrence Williams. But you know, a lot of yards on that drive, and for Dallas, of course, San Francisco just playing soft and not trying to give up the big play. So essentially, they did their part in making Dallas take time off the clock to come away with this points.
Flags are thrown.
Start offense, number 70, 5-yard penalty from the 7-yard line.
It took over 58 minutes for that touchdown pass streak to continue for Tony Romo. The extra point will make it an 11-point game. There's Brandon Whedon, who's the backup. I don't think the Cowboys are set up as well as they were the previous 2 years when the team had Kyle Orton as their backup. He's now in Buffalo. Romo takes a seat. Onside kick when we come back. It's an 11-point game, and the Hands team is out there for the 49ers. Bailey will kick it. He's 2 for 7. Trying to be successful on an onside kick attempt. That's what's expected. With 1:52 remaining, and now San Francisco will spend one of their 2 timeouts to talk about it. As we welcome in a new crowd, those of you who were watching, Carolina went on the road at Tampa Bay. Big road win in that NFC South. Inside our broadcast booth, I'm Joe Buck. That's Troy Aikman, Aaron Andrews down on the field. And this was a game, if you're just joining us, that had 4 Cowboy turnovers in the first half. The 49ers have taken those opportunities and run with it. And for all the question marks for San Francisco defensively, offensively, they played well here today.
Yeah, I think they did. I mean, we talked about it that they had struggled coming in offensively. San Francisco had. I don't want to. Colin Kaepernick did a heck of a job. I just think he's played really, really well in managing the game, and at times when you don't want to force something and turn the ball over yourselves offensively and allow Dallas to get back into it. I think he's done that. I think he's made key throws when he's had to make those. And so overall, I mean, anytime you can win on the road, it's big.
That one's right to Bolden, and an easy recovery by Anquan Bolden. 49ers have it with 1:52 left, up 11. Here's a recap. Third play from scrimmage, DeMarco Murray fumbled it, forced by Scooter. Culliver took it for the touchdown. Then Kaepernick kept the play alive, stayed upright, found Vernon Davis for a juggling touchdown catch. Here's interception number 1. Eric Reed. Here's interception number 2. Actually, touchdown number 2. That was Vernon Davis. We're not going to show all the picks. There were 3 thrown by Tony Romo. Vernon Davis had 2 touchdown catches. There's the day for Romo, below the day for Kaepernick. And that top line, that's hard to overcome in the NFL. 21 points off takeaways. And San Francisco in a position to start 1-0 for the 4th straight time under Jim Harbaugh.
Yeah, this is a nice win for the 49ers. And I said it at halftime, Joe. I really expected Dallas offensively to come out and get it going. I mean, they've got a lot of weapons. They've got a lot of ways to come at you, and the 49ers hung in there. I mean, they gave up some yardage, but That secondary with young players being asked to come in and play, they did a heck of a job and never allowed Romo to get real comfortable in the pocket. How much that had to do with the 49ers, how much of it had to do with Romo not having played a whole lot in the preseason, I don't know. But the Dallas offense just never really got it going the way that I thought they would at some point in this game.
Dallas will be at Tennessee next week. We'll be there while the 49ers have a home game as they open up Levi's Stadium for the regular season. A beautiful facility in Santa Clara. Take on Chicago. Here is Gore. Give you a look at the schedule for next week. We showed you that the OT presented by Lowe's is coming up after this game. And then the 2-hour season premiere of Utopia next Sunday. You see the Cowboys and Titans, Cardinals, Giants, Lions, Panthers, Saints and Browns, the Seahawks and Chargers late, Rams and Buccaneers. It all starts with the Fox NFL Kickoff Show at 11 a.m. Eastern on Fox Sports 1, followed by Fox NFL Sunday at noon Eastern on Fox. No timeouts left now for Dallas prior to a 3rd and 2 play run by the 49ers. There's the upcoming schedule. As you look at it for Jim Harbaugh's crew, that's how it stacks up early. But they have their home and home with Seattle late in the year when they'll have Aldon Smith back. They hope to have Navarro Bowman back. Maybe even Glenn Dorsey. That's a big thing in their schedule is they're heavy late. They have reinforcements on the way. Here's Gore, and that's the end of the day.
Yeah, I would agree. I mean, if you're in San Francisco, you're thrilled that you're going to get a lot of these guys back. You don't know who you may lose in the process of getting to that game. But pretty interesting by the NFL stacking those games the way that they did late, you know, for two teams that have been so prominent within this conference. That's what is facing the Dallas Cowboys. That's early. 5 of their last 7 games are on the road. 49ers host Seattle on Thanksgiving, November 27th. Then 2 weeks later are at Seattle on December 14th. A bit of a different look to the 49ers with their personnel, but man, they're still good. One of the top teams in the National Football League. There's the rookie Hyde, a nice debut. And Jim Harbaugh now has gone 4-0 in openers. His contract running through next season. People don't expect he'll go in as a lame duck coach next year. Who knows what the future holds for Harbaugh. And this game really not as close as the score would indicate. 49ers dominant today. Harbaugh's club is 1-0. The Cowboys 0-1, 28-17. Take a break, come back to Arlington, Texas on the other side on the heels of this win for the 49ers in Week 1. It may be 61, but it's breezy down on that field. Partly sunny. Roof is open. Off we go. If you're not ready for this, it's too late. It's just flat out too late. It's the Cardinals and the Cowboys. 6-1 against 6-2. And Ted Ginn waits for the kick from Dan Bailey. Thanks for joining us today on Fox. And a little pop-up kick. Ellington will let it bounce. That wasn't a good idea. And sliding to save it is Ginn. And why that was not handled by Ellington, I have no idea. That was almost a brutal start for Arizona. Here's Carson Palmer. He's thrown for over 34,000 yards in his NFL career. 34-year-old quarterback rating of just under 100, and he seems to be in the very good hands of Bruce Arians, who knows how to handle a quarterback.
Yeah, Bruce Arians has worked with some good ones, of course. Ben Roethlisberger there in Pittsburgh. He had Peyton Manning early in his career at Indianapolis. Andrew Luck, and now he has the pleasure of working with Carson Palmer, a guy who just a few weeks ago we weren't sure we'd even see him again this season.
Blitz coming from Dallas to start the day. Palmer gets hit. This one is almost picked. Church came in with a diving attempt, and Carson Palmer gets a shot. The reason you say that, Troy, is because of that damaged nerve in his right shoulder, but he's back and he took a hit.
Well, the Cowboys don't have a lot of sacks, but what they have been able to do this year is they've been able to move the quarterback off the spot. And this time pressure just right in the middle on Carson Palmer by Tyrone Crawford, still looking for his first NFL sack of his career.
Blitz off the edge. Handoff is to Ellington, and he is brought down immediately by Anthony Hitchens. The rookie starting for the injured Justin Durant, who was lost last week with a torn right biceps. And here are the guys to keep an eye on. Larry Fitzgerald coming off one of his best days of his career, and they love that guy on the far end, John Brown.
John Brown coming off a big game as well last week against the Eagles. Carson Palmer has some dynamic playmakers there at the skill positions.
Five guys spread out. Pass is caught for a first down by Ellington. And that's a matchup that Bruce Arians talked about coming into this game. Spread them out and get Ellington on a safety or a linebacker, and that time good for a first down. Here are the defensive players to watch. There's Hitchens getting the start at weak side linebacker, and we'll see DeMarcus Lawrence, defensive end, who they traded up to get in this past draft. Pass caught. Carlson, the tight end. And he drags a couple of guys for some extra yardage, a gain of 12. Rolando McClain on the stop.
Well, you talked about Bruce Arians liking some of the matchups. We saw the third down conversion to Andre Ellington, a guy who they would like to use more as a wide receiver. He's dealing with a foot injury, haven't been able to utilize him as much, but they are there on third down. The Cardinals have come out throwing the football, and I expect that to continue because of some of the matchups that Arians likes.
Here they hand it off. Nice move. Ellington gets to the edge and has got another Cardinal first down. So a conversion on that first third down of the day. Now an 11-yard run, and Nick Hayden, who's the starting defensive tackle, is injured. Maybe that foot's getting better for Ellington. Pretty good cut to get outside.
You know, we had Arizona in their only loss against Denver. I know in visiting with Bruce Arians then, as far as where Andre Ellington was, it was a concern. It's still a concern. They've been having to manage that throughout the season, but he is a special player.
Here he is again. And behind that offensive line, a group of five guys that came in without a lot of fanfare. This group has done a nice job protecting Carson Palmer, now opening running lanes for Andre Ellington. Guys like Valdir and Larson, Senline, who was a college free agent, Fanica, Massey, who was a fourth-round pick. As a group, they're very good.
Well, they don't feel like they want to come in here and have something to prove. They've been reading all season long how Dallas has the best offensive line in football. This group's been pretty good all year as well.
Ellington starts in the slot. Carson Palmer is wrapped up and brought down by Melton. And a big sack for this Dallas defense. Only their 11th of the season as a team.
Well, Henry Melton had 2 sacks last week. He's right here in the middle. You see the job that he's able to do. Ted Larson's is the one who's responsible for blocking Henry Melton. He came off a major knee reconstruction a year ago. Just has not been completely healthy, and you wouldn't expect it this soon after the surgery. But I thought last week was his best game, and he's off to a good start with a great move there for the sack.
Now third down and 12. Palmer steps up, fires, picked, intercepted back the other way. Patman, Tyler Patman down the sideline. A defensive score for Dallas.
You see Tyler Patman right here at the slot. He's going to drift back into coverage, and Carson Palmer just loses sight of him. He thinks he's got an easy completion there on the dig route. Patman is underneath that throw in zone coverage. A great job of being able to secure the catch by Tyler Patman and then take it in for the touchdown.
That's only the second interception thrown by Carson Palmer this year. And this one leads to 7 points. Patman takes it in. Melton got the sack to set it up. Just what Dallas needed with Whedon starting today for the Cowboys.
Today's game is sponsored by Southwest Airlines. Book your low fare now at southwest.com.
Well, how about a defensive score? First NFL interception for a college free agent, Tyler Patman. And by the way, I said it was Ellington. It was Robert Hughes, 39, who let it bounce the last time Dallas kicked it to start this game. And now Ted Ginn will back out of the end zone. And Arizona will start at the 20. How about that little shocker to start the day with Arizona moving the ball and getting first downs, and Carson Palmer doing what he hasn't done, which is throw interceptions.
Yeah, he's done a great job. In fact, the entire team has. You know, they came into the game with just 5 turnovers, second best in the National Football League. I think that's really what they've done best offensively is protect the football. And here the opening possession, Carson Palmer throws a pick 6. And you know, he has said that the reason the interceptions are down, he's got a much better feel in his second season in this offense, but a big mistake on the last possession.
At 22 last year, his first year with Arizona. Wide open Floyd, his first catch in a couple of weeks. And he's got 11 yards and a first down. Michael Floyd did not have a catch in that come-from-behind win over Philadelphia last week, and over the last 4 games, kind of been a forgotten guy. Just 8 catches coming in.
Yeah, to the point to where, you know, I spoke with Bruce Arians and asked him what the health was of Michael Floyd. And, you know, sometimes stats are misleading, but he got off to a great start this season. 200-yard games in the first 3 weeks, but hasn't been nearly as active, as you said, Joe, the last month of the season.
Here's Ellington. He gets 2.5. Meanwhile, our director, Rich Russo, showed you DeMarcus Lawrence. He's a rookie. The Cowboys moved up 13 spots to draft him out of Boise State. Second-round pick. He broke his right foot at the end of July. And so now this kid is getting his first NFL action. And he's a guy that the Cowboys want to see step up. They could use him coming off the edge.
He was their best pass rusher in training camp prior to the injury. They lose Justin Durant for the year, but they pick up DeMarcus Lawrence.
Handoff is to Ellington, and Andre a gain of just 3. Third down coming up. McClain on the stop.
You know, you look at this Arizona offense, Joe, and they have had a tough time running the football. You know, they opened up the year, and the first 2 weeks of the season had some success on the ground, but since that time, it has really dried up, and it's a real concern when all of the pressure has been on Carson Palmer and his ability to get the ball to the guys outside with not much help in the running game.
Just 4 men on the rush. They're down and 5. Palmer fires incomplete. Brown, the intended target, with Church on him. And there was pressure by the rookie, DeMarcus Lawrence, on that third down play.
This is where DeMarcus Lawrence is going to get a lot of the work. Just coming off the edge right here. They get in his face. Carson Palmer was working to his left. Had he have started to his right, he had an opportunity for an open receiver, but another good stop defensively.
This ball just gets away. Harris waits. The Butler punt. And Dwayne Harris has it outside his 15. At the 17, we'll see Brandon Whedon when we come back. Cowboys up 7.
Today's game is sponsored by Bud Light, who reminds fans to stay in the game and drink responsibly.
Well, what'll it be? NFL start number 21 for Brandon Whedon, former first-round pick of Cleveland. He is not in Cleveland anymore. He hands to Murray, and he's swallowed up immediately. lost 2 yards on the play, and the top rushing offense will start the day with -2. And we look at this group. Williams is the understudy to Des Bryant, and Mackenzie Bernardo gets the start for the injured Ron Leary at left guard.
Yeah, Mackenzie Bernardo and Ron O'Leary, they were battling it out in training camp, and Ron O'Leary out for this ball game. Bernardo, who was their starter at right guard last season, he gets the start, and he'll do just fine.
Blitz coming. They run right. Murray gets to the edge, and a nice gain on second down. He gets 11, and he's a yard shy of a first down. Cromartie on the stop, and I guess if you come in your Arizona's defense, you know you're going to see a lot of 29 here today with no Romo.
You know what we've seen a lot, though, from the Cowboys, especially on that Monday night game. They run the ball a lot on first down. They average over 5 yards a carry on first down, which is outstanding. But on second down, heavy pass. I'm sure defensive coordinator Todd Bowles was expecting pass there. The Cowboys handed off to Murray for 11 yards.
Well, they're all bunched in on third down and 1, and a first down from Murray, who's got more first down pickups than any player in the NFL. And he is over halfway to 2,000 yards for the year. Foot on the stop. And they've got some players. They are still injured and shorthanded defensively, but these guys, overall, the 24th ranked defense in the NFL. And there's coordinator Todd Bowles, who was here in Dallas and worked on the staff put together by Bill Parcells.
Well, considering all the injuries that they've had and the departures, Todd Bowles has had a great year.
Wheaton out to his right. He's got Witten. He found Witten for a touchdown when he relieved Tony Romo last week on Monday night. Okafor on the tackle, a gain of 1.
Well, Brandon Whedon, and visiting with him, he decided to come to Dallas. He had a number of opportunities to go elsewhere, but he wanted to go to a team where he felt he would get a lot of work. Tony Romo was coming off the back surgery, so he got all the reps throughout the OTAs. He gets every rep on Wednesdays as Romo sits that day out during the week. There's not a more prepared backup to come in and play at the midway point in the season than Brandon Whedon.
Second and 9. It's Murray brought down from behind. And a good play by Calais Campbell. Let's go to Kurt with a game break.
All right, deeper in the heart of Texas than you guys are down in Houston. Texas boy Nick Foles hooking up with Jeremy Maclin. 59 yards for a touchdown reception. And the Eagles lead the Texans 7-0. Joe, Troy, and Aaron.
And people around here, Kurt, are paying attention to that because Philly comes in with a record of 5-2. Already had their bye. Half game behind Dallas. 3rd and 10. Setting up a screen. They've got it. An easy first down to Dunbar and more. Still going. Down near the 30. There was nobody out there defensively for Arizona.
That's a great call by offensive coordinator Scott Linehan. 3rd and long, expecting blitz. Redskins were successful with it on Monday night. Nobody accounts for Lance Dunbar on the screen play. He's got blockers out in front. Zach Martin, what a great block he has.
Wow.
That's an outstanding job, and Romo likes it.
I mean, he just swallowed up his guy. And a first down at the 30 for Whedon. Here's a back shoulder throw incomplete for Des Bryant. Look at this block by Zach Martin, the rookie, first-round pick out of Notre Dame.
Yeah, Rashad Johnson, the safety, he's just trying to get in the way and slow Dunbar down somehow. But Zach Martin, really, enough has been said about these 3 first-round picks on that offensive line. They got power and strength, and they move people off the line of scrimmage, but all 3 of those guys can get out and run in space. They're great athletes for 300-pound men.
Tyron Smith left too soon. 2nd and 15.
False start. Offense, number 77. 5-yard penalty. Still 2nd down.
Let's talk about Brandon Whedon. He was a pitcher. He was a 2nd-round pick, the first pick by the Yankees in 2002. Traded to the Dodgers in a Kevin Brown deal after 2005, picked up by Kansas City as a Rule 5 pick. Then he goes to Oklahoma State redshirted. I mean, this is a 31-year-old guy who was drafted in the first round in 2012. And while the numbers, Troy, weren't that great in Cleveland, he didn't have much around him.
No, he did not.
Set the clock to 4 minutes, 42 seconds.
And Joe, he knew it was going to be a tough situation when he got there. I think he realized it was even going to be tougher than he imagined. And I asked him the other day if he wishes maybe he hadn't have pursued baseball. And he said, you know, baseball was always my love. From as far back as I can remember, I was committed to baseball 100%. It wasn't until he decided to put the glove away that football became an option, and he doesn't regret any of the decisions that he's made.
The defensive score has Wheaton and the Cowboys up. Here's Murray out of the backfield. And there was no room out there because of the work done by Lorenzo Alexander. 3rd and long coming up.
Well, we've seen Calais Campbell now a couple of times come in off the edge and be able to get pressure at the end of these plays.
Ooh.
He knocks Brandon Whedon down, and the official right there taking a look at it. But what a great start for Brandon Whedon and the Dallas Cowboys. You've got the pick 6 by Patman, and then you throw a screen pass and you get down here, but now he's faced with another 3rd and long.
3rd down and 14. Whedon, and that is dropped by Dez Bryant. Had a long way to go to get the first down anyway. And we'll see what the Cowboys want to do with the ball sitting at the 34. About a 52-yard try by Dan Bailey, who would get my vote for the best in the league. Franchise record, Troy, 14 field goals of 50 or more yards.
Yeah, his leg strength is incredible. If Dez Bryant catches that ball, like you said, he probably doesn't pick up the first down, but makes this a much easier attempt.
Breezy down there on the field, and so what? Says Dan Bailey. It's 10-0 Dallas on top. And he's now 16 of 17 for the year. 10-zip, Cowboys on top. Weather is pretty much ideal on the 2nd of November. It's week 9 around the NFL. 10-play drive orchestrated by Brandon Whedon. And it ends with a 52-yarder from Dan Bailey, who's going to kick it away to Ted Ginn Jr. It'd be really weird if he kicked it to Ted Ginn Sr. Well, the vet is helping the younger guy, kind of younger. Romo and Whedon, Dallas up 10-0. Sunday Fun Day's coming later, but we'll talk about that in just a bit. 1st and 10 from the 20. Arizona, 3rd possession. Floated for Fitzgerald, and so far Carson Palmer's a little bit off here at the start. Tonight on Fox, Sunday Fun Day, brand new night of the best comedies on television. It all starts at 7 Eastern, 6 Central, tonight on Fox. So brand new episodes tonight and brand new episodes every week in the NFL. 10-0 Dallas. 2nd and 10. Ellington. Flag is thrown as Ellington got 3.
Illegal hands to the face, defense, number 55. That 5-yard penalty will be added at the end of the run. First down.
It's Rolando McClain, which gives the automatic first down to the Cardinals.
Yeah, that's a significant penalty. It's going to be 3rd and 7. Instead, it's a first down. There's Rolando McClain in the right hand to the face mask. Rolando McClain, as we've talked about before, when we've had these Cowboys, the year that he has had and the addition that he has been for this team, a real playmaker. He had a tough game on Monday night against the Redskins, missed some tackles, a number of guys did.
That was a costly penalty. Here's a good play in the backfield. A missed tackle, and Ellington gets smoked on the boundary by J.J. Wilcox. Kurt Menefee standing by with a game break. Kurt.
Well, Nick Foles throws his second touchdown pass of the game. Unfortunately, it's to the Houston Texans. Hit as he throws, it's picked off by A.J. Boye, and he takes it 51 yards to even the count at 7 in the first quarter. Joe Troynero.
Kurt, thanks. The Eagles could not hold down the Arizona Cardinals last week in a 24-20 final. A big reason for that loss was the turnovers that they had in that game. Second down and 8. Handoff is to Ellington, and over the right side, he picks up 6.
Well, Ellington's had a little success running the football, which is good. You mentioned it just a moment ago, Joe, that Carson Palmer, off to a tough start, just not really seeing the field all that well. He had the interception, and then on that previous pass play that we saw, just a miscommunication between he and Larry Fitzgerald and what the two of them were expecting of one another.
Ellington last year averaged over 5.5 yards a carry, which was best in the NFL. He waits back there on 3rd down and 2. He's only at 3.5 yards a carry this year. Palmer's got Fitzgerald, and Larry Fitzgerald's got a first down near the 35. And there you go, Troy. It's 3rd down and short, and they will take a shot at any time.
It doesn't matter. And when you come up and press these guys, here's what's going to happen. And you've got Larry Fitzgerald, who then is in the slot. He's got all that room to work the field and use his speed. It's an outstanding route on Orlando Scandrick and a well-thrown ball by Carson Palmer. And you called it, Joe. Anytime, anywhere on the field, they will take a shot if it's there. And if you press them, doesn't matter if it's 3rd and 2 or not, they're going to take it downfield.
That's what Carson Palmer loves about this offense. False start, Arizona.
False start. Offense, number 15. 5-yard penalty. Still first down.
Carson said with Bruce Arians, we'll take a shot anytime. Doesn't matter the situation, as they proved last week on the game winner against Philadelphia. But he said, I don't have a receiver that's screaming for the ball. He used to throw to Chad Ochocinco, Chad Johnson. But he'll spread it around. He's got a rookie in John Brown who he lockers next to. They are an attack that can get you a lot of ways. They're 6-1. 1st and 15, pass is caught. And that is the rookie, John Brown, 23rd catch of the year, good for 10.
Well, that was a really well-thrown ball by Carson Palmer, because the defensive back for the Cowboys, he read this the entire way, and Palmer had to stick it on Brown. Sterling Moore was in a position to drive on that ball, and it's really the only place that Palmer could put it. It's an excellent job of putting it on the receiver and allowing him to make a play.
Here's Ellington. Short of a first down. Hitchens in there to help make the stop. Lawrence as well. A couple of rookies combining on that stop. A gain of 2, 3rd and 3 coming up. Under a minute to go, first quarter.
This is Anthony Hitchens. He's had some opportunities already this season. 4th-round pick out of Iowa, and he is 100 miles an hour, Joe. He plays downhill. He's aggressive. He's not an overly big guy. But they've got him playing the will linebacker position for Justin Durant.
Durant, the top tackler, lost for the rest of the year with a torn biceps last Monday night. 3rd down. Pass is caught. That's a first down. And one of the rare catches by Jerron Brown. Only his 4th of the year. So a conversion with 10 seconds left in the opening quarter. And here's Arizona at the Dallas 22. And that's going to do it for the first quarter. Good to be back with you there, number 8.
Yeah, welcome back, buddy.
Yeah, good to be back. There you go. 10-0. Back after this from your local Fox station. After the catch by Jerron Brown, first down for Arizona at the Dallas 22. There's your little stat pack after one quarter. That bottom line, the biggest of the first quarter, the interception by Palmer, returned by Tyler Patman for a touchdown. Here we go. Carson Palmer sets up. Hands off. Ellington right side. Cuts upfield. Picks up 2. Nick Hayden on the stop.
This Dallas defense, Joe, when you watch them, they have surprised, as we know, a lot of people coming into the season, the things that they've been able to do. And if you didn't know who the names were, who was out there on the field, and you just watch the film and watch the games, I mean, this group really flies around the football much better than they've gotten credit for, really. I mean, now that offense protects them and their ability to control the line of scrimmage and control the clock, but they've got some guys on this defense that have really stepped up and played at a high level this year.
And that's the last thing Dallas needs, is to lose Anthony Hitchens. He's out on the sideline. Ellington at the top of your screen. Passes. What a catch by Fitzgerald. And Larry Fitzgerald's going to spin forward for a first down. A good catch in traffic.
You see Larry Fitzgerald inside, and he makes those kinds of catches look routine. He's pretty impressive. He's got defender all over him, Kyle Wilbur, and yet he's still able to haul that in. They were about ready to write him off earlier in the year. He had that game last week and ran away from some defenders and kind of put a lot of those questions to bed.
On first down, Palmer steps up, gets rid of it, and almost got a touchdown. Thought he was throwing it away to avoid a sack. Carlson was the intended target. Selvey almost wrapped up Carson Palmer.
As I said earlier, the Cowboys have been able to get pressure on quarterbacks. They're able to get through on him, and Carlson, I was wondering what happened as to why he wasn't able to make the catch. Selvey got a hold of the face mask. It looked like they're on Carson Palmer, but Carlson, who put together some big years there when he was with Seattle, he drops one.
Delayed handoff, Ellington. McClain made the stop. Troy, I don't care what Carson Palmer says, and he's a positive athlete, but there was no guarantee that that nerve was going to start firing again in his throwing shoulder. And when we talked to Bruce Arians, his head coach, he said, I didn't know. I didn't know if we would get him back at all. They put on a brave face. But he saw Peyton Manning's doctor out in Denver. He had a therapy that he thought made a big difference, and here he is. And he looks like he didn't miss a beat.
Yeah, that's kind of when it all turned around for him, is when he went out to Denver.
Thirteenth play of this drive. Palmer over the middle for the touchdown. And he's got Carlson this time. John hangs on for his first of the year. And the Cardinals are on the board.
Well, the Cowboys, they come with a three-man rush, and that's why you can see the defensive lineman here. He drops out. You've got three guys on the rush, and it affords Carson Palmer a lot of time then to try to find the open guy. Even with dropping 8 defenders into coverage, you give a quarterback that kind of time, somebody's going to get open, and this time Carlson secures the catch.
What a good drive. 3 third-down conversions on that drive, including on the touchdown. And it's a 3-point game. 10-7. Carson Palmer has touchdown number 9 on the year. Good game here in Arlington, Texas. Cowboys up 3. The Arizona Cardinals have huge tight ends. Carlson, 6'5", 248 out of Notre Dame. His backup is a guy to the right. They just got him back. Troy Nicholas is 6'6", 270. Second-round pick. Been bothered by a bad ankle. Missed the last 3 weeks. The other guy is Rob Hausler. They help block for Ellington, and now Carlson has his first touchdown of the year. It's a 3-point game as Catanzaro drills it. Harris will return it from about 5 yards deep. Across the 20, out to the 22, brought down by Demmons. 27-yard return. Here comes Wheaton with his Cowboys up 3.
Today's Game on Fox is sponsored by Corona, who invites you to find your beach. By the all-new LG G3. the world's first smartphone with laser autofocus. And by Burger King. For a limited time, get 10 chicken nuggets for just $1.49.
It's 2 of the 5 teams with 6 wins left in the NFL meeting here today. Brandon Wheaton, the backup for Tony Romo, out with 2 small fractures in his low back. And the second time Dallas has had the ball. They lead by 3 thanks to a defensive touchdown. Murray. Left side, and DeMarco gets 2. About an injury update on Nick Foles. Here's Kurt.
Yeah, it's not a good situation. Foles sacked by Whitney Merciless. Falls on his left shoulder, leaves the game with an injury. They say his return is questionable. Mark Sanchez now in at quarterback for the Eagles. Joe, Troy, and Aaron.
All right, Kurt. Well, we saw Chip Kelly light up about Mark Sanchez.
He loves Mark Sanchez. Doesn't think the offense would suffer at all if he has to come in, and we're going to find out.
So opportunity there for Sanchez. Opportunity here today for Wheaton. Tossed to Dunbar running right. 3rd down and long coming up as Cromartie came off the edge to make the tackle.
Well, the big question coming in was whether or not the Cowboys were going to be able to have success running the football. DeMarco Murray has a 10-yard run. Other than that, Joe, this defense has held up very well. Now, the Cowboys, this is the second time they faced the league's #1 ranked run defense. When they faced Seattle about a month ago, they were #1 at the time, giving up just 62 yards a game. The Cowboys went for 162 yards. So there's still a lot of football left to be played, but through a little over a quarter, this defense has been very good.
Blitz coming. 3rd down and 8. Pass is incomplete. No flags as Wheaton went down. And he was under heavy pressure. Alex Okafor was right on his back.
Well, Okafor, he comes off the edge. Just nobody accounts for him, and that's not one that Brandon Wheaton is expecting. He had a clear shot on Brandon Wheaton. So last week, we saw a number of times the Redskins with free runners on the quarterback. This time the Cardinals get one with Okafor.
Good punt by Jones. Again, from the 25. Forced out of bounds by Escobar. 17-yard return by Tenkin. There's the hit by Okafor on Wheaton. Cardinals have it. They trail by 3. Arizona Cardinals are currently the #1 seed in the NFL. Seeding started back in '75. They've never been a #1 seed. If the season were to end today, Dallas has been it 5 times. Here is Ellington, a nice run on 1st down. A gain of 6. So Carson Palmer is the last man standing from this draft class in 2003. Carson didn't play that first year. John Kitna did, but look at all these names that have come and gone in the NFL. 13 quarterbacks drafted, and Carson the only one still going, and he's playing well.
He sure is, and when he came into the league, Joe, I really felt he was going to be an absolute superstar. He had that major knee injury in the playoff game against the Steelers.
Here is Grice, and a running back they picked up from San Diego's practice squad, good for 1.
And that became a pretty tough situation for him there in Cincinnati. Of course, he held out the trade. He went to Oakland, and now here he's found himself a home. But I think he's one of the more gifted quarterbacks to come into this league when he did.
Well, he's smart. Heisman Trophy winner. Hitchens was in, so he's all right. Back on the sideline on 3rd down and 3. Palmer throws, pass too low for Brown. And it's 4th down. Brown was open. Palmer missed him.
Yeah, it was just a miss. That should have been an easy conversion. I like what Bruce Arians does. They motion John Brown down, and then it forces Sterling Moore to play soft. He can't then press him. And with all that space, you don't see Carson Palmer miss that very often.
End over end by Drew Butler. Fair catch, hauled in just outside the 15 by Dwayne Harris. So a miss on third down by Carson Palmer. Dallas has it again, under 10 to go, up 3.5.
Today's game is sponsored by your next truck, Ford F-150.
Expect to see John Wayne riding toward the sunset. That music. First down. Number 22. Make it from the 17, and now flag thrown as Murray crosses the 20, and it's against Dallas.
Holding, offense, number 44. The penalty is half the distance of the goal. Replay, first down.
Well, it's been 8 straight 100-yard games to start the season for DeMarco Murray. And he's got his work cut out for him today if he's going to make it 9 in a row. He's already got the NFL record.
Yeah, the only real blemish for him is they take a look at Andre Ellington over there, wonder if they're putting him through the protocol that you would if he suffered some type of head injury. Ellington, who's ran the ball very hard here in this first half.
Now 1st and 18. Play action. Whedon is in trouble and finds Witten. And Witten with a minimal gain of just 1. And Brandon Whedon was awfully calm while he worked in his own end zone. That was close.
Well, he's able to move just enough to get the ball off. You're right. I mean, they had 2 defenders that were there in his face with an opportunity to make a play on him. They've gotten some pressure here on Brandon Whedon here in this first half, but he's able to avoid it. Not much of a gain, but he avoids the potential sack safety.
2nd and 17. Screen from Murray. Campbell slows him down. DeMarco Murray to the middle of the field. Gets a little breathing room out to the 15-yard line, a gain of 5.
That's kind of exciting. You know, you talk about DeMarco Murray, Joe, in the year that he has had, really the only blemish has been the fumbles. He's put the ball on the ground 5 times. He's lost all 5 of those. And I think that Monday night game would have been a different ball game had he not have fumbled where he did after the big gain. And but he's too good. There's not many backs that are good enough to continue to play when they put the ball on the ground the way that he has. But they're riding him, and they're dealing with whatever the consequences of that are.
3rd down and 12. Whedon slings it sideline, incomplete. No flag. Des Bryant got up looking for one on Patrick Peterson. And we'll take another look. It's 4th down.
You can see the safety here. He's going to work towards Des Bryant, and so Peterson knows that he's got a little bit of help. He can play him tight, and he does. Does an excellent job. There definitely is some contact at the top of that route. Patrick Peterson, who typically does not go with the other team's best receiver week in and week out, has been shadowing Dez here this afternoon.
Good punt by Jones. Back-to-back 3 and outs. Forced by this good Arizona defense. And the running game has yet to get on track for the Dallas Cowboys, who punt it to the Cardinals. Dallas up 3. One thing the Dallas Cowboys have been able to do this season is run the ball and therefore keep the ball and limit the exposure of this Dallas defense. They can't run it today. To this point, only 13 rushing yards. So another possession for Arizona's offense, down by 3 over the middle drop by Robert Hughes. Carson Palmer has been under pressure today by this Dallas defense.
Well, he really has, and as I said, the Cowboys have done a good job of pressuring the quarterbacks throughout the season. They just haven't been able to accumulate many sacks, but Henry Melton, coming off 2 sacks last week, has one here in this game, and he helps them a lot. And then, of course, with the return of DeMarcus Lawrence, who missed all season, they're hoping he can provide a little something as well.
2nd down and 10. Palmer, quick setup, no throw, and now the pass dropped by Carlson, who has a touchdown. So this Dallas defense, which started the year with no DeMarcus Ware, he's in Denver, no Jason Hatcher, he's in Washington, Sean Lee, their top linebacker, lost to a torn left ACL. They lost Claiborne, now Duran. No defense has faced fewer plays this year than Rod Marinelli's Dallas Cowboys defense. This will be the 31st play they face with over 7 to go in the first half. That's well above their season average. Third down and 10. Palmer steps up and is going to buy time. He's been moving well in the pocket. It pays off. First down, Floyd. And they say Palmer's moving around better than maybe he ever has. Sliding in the pocket, good for 12 to Floyd. Well, this time the Cowboys, they bring the blitz off the edge. Tyler Patman comes right here. And they're not able to get to Carson Palmer, and he's able to escape the pocket and buy just enough time. That was a big third down for the Arizona Cardinals to start this drive with great field position. That would have been a great job of the Cowboys forcing a punt after a 3-and-out, but Carson keeps the play alive, and it's first down. Good work by Palmer. Handoff is to Ellington to the edge. Andre Ellington with a nice carry inside the 35, knocked out near the 31. A 19-yard run by Andre Ellington. The Cardinals do a good job of securing the edge, but this is another missed tackle by the Dallas Cowboys, something that hurt them Monday night. Brandon Carr this time has an opportunity. He overplays it and allows Ellington to get on the edge. So already in field goal range with over 6 to go in the first half. First down for Arizona at the Dallas 31. And they are going to have to hurry up. Play clock at 8. And a timeout taken by Bruce Arians. He came off the sideline.
Timeout, Arizona. The 30-second timeout.
So with that, we will welcome you inside our broadcast booth for the awkward shot of two guys in suits just talking into the camera. What have we seen so far? We've seen good defense, I think, most recently by Arizona, and a big defensive score by Dallas to start the scoring today.
Yeah, Joe, that's been the key in this ball game for Dallas. Obviously, the interception for the touchdown. The Cardinals have moved the football. The Cowboys, beyond that, really haven't done a lot. They were able to get downfield and come away with the long field goal. But Brandon Weeden, he's been under some pressure, but they have not been able to get any plays down the field in the passing game. And the Cardinals have shut down that running game. We'll see whether or not it can continue as we move through this game.
Well, the Cardinals defensively seem to be able to suffer whatever they're handed and just keep on plugging away. On first down, it's Ellington right side's got blocking. He's down near the 10. They fake the play to the near side, threw it to the right side, and a 20-yard catch and run by Andre Ellington.
Yeah, you try to get everybody flowing to the left. Carson Palmer, once he gets the ball, he's going to act like he's throwing the quick wide receiver screen to his left. He comes back. Ellington slides underneath it. It's a well-designed play, good execution.
Sendline was out in front of it. The 8th-year center out of Texas. And it's first and 10 with the ball at the 11. Now almost like a tight end screen left side, and Carlson can't make the catch. He had blockers in front of him.
Yeah, the ball jumped up on him pretty good. We saw the one that he did drop in the end zone. This ball here, Carson would have given him a little bit easier throw, but Carlson he had blockers out in front of him too, and they would have picked up a pretty nice game.
Second and 10, Cardinals. Dallas 11.
Carlson's got the only touchdown for Arizona. Tyler Patman the only touchdown at corner for Dallas. Ellington going to try and reverse field and then slides down, avoids a hit by Wilcox. No gain, third down coming up.
That was a good decision by Ellington getting on the ground. And, J.J. Wilcox, here in his second season, he's become a much better football player than he was a year ago. And one thing that he really likes to do, and what Rod Marinelli loves about him, is he loves contact, and he was going to lay it on Ellington. That was self-preservation there on his part.
Ellington not that big, 5'9", under 200 pounds. Now third and 10. Palmer, end zone, touchdown. his first of the year, and the Cardinals take the lead, but a flag is down late. And they have it thrown just outside the end zone.
Interference. Defense, number 13. That penalty is declined. The result of the play is a touchdown.
Defense number 13 might have been playing number 13, and it's a touchdown for Carson Palmer.
Well, Brandon Carr was sitting on the route. I mean, he's not going to go any deeper into the end zone, so he was in a position to make a play. That was just a perfectly thrown ball by Carson Palmer. So he's had a couple get away from him, but he's thrown some real strikes, and that was one.
And for Palmer, 2 touchdowns, and they both come on third downs. This is a good one from number 3. The veteran has got his team in first place and now in the lead today for the first time in Texas. How about Jerron Brown, second-year player out of Clemson? He came in with just 3 catches all year. The frustration by Orlando Scandrick. And it's Jerron Brown with 2 catches today, the latest for an 11-yard touchdown. And this defense, which came in, nobody expected anything out of the Dallas defense. So far this year, they're 14th ranked, but as we said, not exposed to many plays because of the way the ground game has worked for Dallas. Dallas comes in with 161 rushing yards per game. They have only 13 here today. Catanzaro will kick it. And Harris will take a knee. So Brandon Weeden will start down by 4 at the 20, 4.5 to go. 3 timeouts. Minor league pitcher, played for the Yankees, Dodgers, Royals, Oklahoma State football from 2008 through 2011. Beat the Andrew Luck-led Stanford Cardinal Fiesta Bowl, 41-38. First round pick for the Browns, 22nd overall. Oldest player ever taken in the first round at 28. Released by the Browns after a 5-15 record as a starter. And after a weird contract thing with Kyle Orton, who's now starring for the Buffalo Bills, here's Weeden, the backup for Tony Romo, for a 6-2 Cowboy team. Here's Witten, nice throw. And Witten out across the 35 with a first down for the Cowboys.
Well, they come out now here on first down. Jason Witten with a good release off the ball in that zone coverage, and Brandon Weeden finds him, and he needs to make a few more of these types of throws and start gaining a little bit more confidence in their ability to throw the football against these Cardinals, because they have not run the ball for the first time this year, Joe, in this game.
Cardinals come in ranked last in the NFL against the pass. Put it up again. Weeden slides, and pass interference is going to be called on Peterson as he got an arm around Dez Bryant.
Well, here's that matchup. Patrick Peterson, and the right arm's going to come around the waist of Dez Bryant as he tries to then extend the left arm to knock the ball down. And
pass interference. Defense, number 21. That ball would place with a spot foul, automatic first down.
For a minute there, Joe, it looked like they were going to let that go, and I thought, wow, this is going to be a pretty physical matchup if they're going to let that kind of contact go at the top of that route. But they get the flag. First down, Dallas.
For Patrick Peterson, that's his 5th pass interference call this season. He also has 4 defensive holds. The 3-time Pro Bowler. Here's Murray. And DeMarco down inside the 40, just inside the 39, a gain of 6.
Pretty strong finish there by DeMarco Murray at the end of that play. And there's Dez Bryant. You talk about the game that he had on Monday night. You know, by his standards, pretty modest. Just 3 catches in that game for 30 yards. And Redskins did a pretty good job against them. And so far, Patrick Peterson, he's held up pretty well, too, even though he did get called with the penalty on that play.
2nd and 3, Weeden. Pass is caught for the first down Murray. Good block by Mackenzie Bernardo to protect Whedon. A catch of 5 yards and a first down Dallas.
Well, you're not kidding. There was a nice pocket there for Brandon Whedon to step up and deliver the football. I know in visiting with him, one of the things that he was really focused on in this game was just not holding the ball. You know, as I said, 5 sacks Monday night. He knows he's going to see some pressure from the Cardinals and just wants to get it to the guys who can make plays for him.
It's Arizona defense missing 28.5 sacks from a year ago. Because of injury, suspension, and free agent departure. Here's Williams downfield and worked on by Cromartie, incomplete. Here's Joel Klatt with a game break. Good game there in Houston. And you can see Bryant shaking his head. 2nd and 10 as Dez is on the sideline. Blitz. Here's Murray kicking his way. What a run. Down outside the 15 and a first down for Dallas as we approach the 2-minute warning. 17-yard run. And there was a lot of contact for DeMarco Murray. First down Dallas when we come back as they trail by 4. Follow your favorite team all season long. Go to itunes.com/NFL. Welcome you back to the action. 2 minutes left. Good drive being put together by Brandon Whedon. 4 first downs. It's a first down play. Murray doing all he can. Well pursued, and DeMarco Murray is going to be dropped for no gain. Patrick Peterson out there to make the tackle. 2nd and 10.
Well, that was a great job by Patrick Peterson being able to make a play on DeMarco Murray like he was able to. Patrick Peterson, who suffered a concussion last week, some early concerns during the week as to whether or not he'd be able to play, but that's outstanding for a guy who's regarded as one of the best cover guys in all of football.
Whedon is brought down. Sacked back at the 25 by Dan Williams. And a big sack to bring up 3rd and long. A loss of 9.
Yeah, Dan Williams right inside. He's right here over the nose. Travis Frederick is the one who's trying to handle him, and he splits it.
Loss of 9.
He's able to get Brandon Whedon. Brandon Whedon was looking for Des Bryant. Jason Witten came clear, but it was too late. Williams had already gotten to him.
First sack of the year for Dan Williams, and for Arizona, only their 8th. They've been frustrated not getting sacks. That was a big one. Now 3rd down and 19. Handoff is to Murray. And DeMarco Murray is going to make the field goal try that much easier for Bailey, a gain of 8. Acho on the tackle for Arizona. And the field goal unit will come on. The Cowboys will let some time leave the game clock, and almost fumble number 6 for DeMarco Murray. That nearly knocked out.
That's pretty amazing. Yeah, you saw that it started to move a little bit, and said he never had a problem with fumbling until this year, but he's made up for wherever he was good at in years past.
35-yard field goal coming up. But first, what's coming up at halftime, Kurt?
Coming up on the Visa Halftime, we'll catch you up on everything happening all around the league here in Week 9, including Alex Smith with a wild and crazy touchdown you've got to see, and A.J. Green returning to the field in Cincinnati. It's all coming up on the Visa Halftime.
Kurt, thanks. We'll have the 35-yard try from Dan Bailey, who was already hit in this game from 52. Cowboys will get the ball to start the second half. It'd be a 4-point or a 1-point game. It's going to be a 4-point game blocked. And now return. Maybe it'll be more than 4 points. Peterson on the return. It's written downfield to save a touchdown. You think the 32-year-old, 12-year pro, Jason Witten, is mailing it in at this point? He just saved a touchdown and who knows what for the Dallas Cowboys. That was impressive as Bethel blocked it.
Well, just a great job of Bethel coming off the edge. You wouldn't expect from that distance to see a blocked field goal like this, but he's able to lay out with speed. Nobody gets a hand on him. And a good thing for Jason Witten. Otherwise, Patrick Peterson takes this thing to the house to end this half.
I mean, Patrick Peterson, one of the best return guys in the NFL. He's been a Pro Bowler because of that. The Cardinals, their 18th blocked field goal, second of the year since 2008. And Witten, the hustle by number 82, saved a touchdown. Here we go. Visa halftime coming up now. 4-point game in Texas. $14-10 game as we get ready to begin the second half here in Arlington, Texas at AT&T Stadium. Today's excitement brought to you by Nissan. Carson Palmer, his right arm has accounted for all but 3 points today. The pick six and then 2 touchdowns followed. 14-10 Arizona with a record of 6-1. Currently the number 1 seed in the NFC. Harris backs out of the end zone, and before the start of the second half, at least from scrimmage, let's go down to Aaron Andrews.
Joe, I talked to Bruce Arians coming out of the half, and he said his defense did exactly what they set out to do, stop DeMarco Murray. He said he did pop 1 or 2 runs out of us, but we're going to look to continue that here in the second. Another thing he's telling his team he wants, Brandon Weeden on his back. Jason Garrett said we've got to keep some drives alive here, and Weeden has to stay steady for us, Joe.
Yeah, Aaron, he was good the last time they had it. Got it down into deep into Arizona territory, but a big sack by Dan Williams threw a wrench into that drive. Here's a pass behind Des Bryant from Brandon Weeden. And Des Bryant has required a lot of attention so far here today.
Well, he sure has. You watch Patrick Peterson, and he's going to get up and press him. There's going to be contact. He's been called already, but you have to get up on Des Bryant and play physical. You have to play his kind of game to have any type of success with him, and then it's a matter of whether the officials let you play that way. But Brandon Weeden had an opportunity on that first down pass and just made a poor throw.
Here's Murray right side. 3rd and long coming up. So far, Des Bryant has been targeted 5 times, does not have a catch. And if you look at the numbers in the 6 wins for Dallas, he's been targeted at least 10 times a game, averaging 7 catches, 89 yards. In the 2 losses, he's kind of a lost guy. He averages 4 catches for 43 in today's Zippo.
Well, you can be assured that the frustration is starting to mount for Des Bryant. They like to get him involved early so that he doesn't get frustrated because he wants to take over a football game. We'll start to see that come out if they don't begin to get the ball into his hands.
Blitz coming from Arizona. Weeden is protected. Pass out of the reach of Bryant. He had Beasley underneath. Bryant was led too far, and Brandon Weeden, not a good throw. It's 4th down.
Well, he had an opportunity. He actually does a great job of hanging in the pocket because he knows he's going to get hit, and then can he deliver a strike to allow Des Bryant to make this catch? A good route there by Des Bryant, but just too far out in front of him for him to be able to make the play.
3rd punt for Jones. Not as pretty as the first 2. And it will hop out of bounds near the 40. We'll take a break, and the team on top at 14-10, led by Carson Palmer, back to the field here in Arlington.
Today's Game on Fox is sponsored by Southwest Airlines. Book your low fare now at southwest.com. By Chevrolet. Find new roads. By Burger King. For a limited time, get 10 chicken nuggets for just $1.49. And by Miller Lite. Back in its original look, it's Miller time.
Back in the house the triplets built. First possession for the Cardinals to start their second half, up by 4. And Palmer will start with a handoff to Ellington. Flag is thrown. A gain of 6. It's a hold. We welcome you to the San Francisco 49ers and the Dallas Cowboys. This place is loud. This is about as loud as we have heard it. AT&T Stadium getting set for the opening kickoff. Tony Romo and the offense will be on the field first. A lot of questions about the Dallas defense, the league's worst a year ago, and a lot of changes for San Francisco's defense because of injury and suspension. Should be fun. Glad you're with us on Fox. Harris will bring it. And Dwayne Harris is going to fight his way to the 20. DeMarcus Dobbs downfield to make the stop, and off we go. Joe Buck, Troy Aikman, Aaron Andrews, and here comes Tony Romo. Troy, 8 months removed from his second back surgery, and there is a lot on that surgically repaired back.
Well, there sure is, because as you alluded to, the defense has struggled throughout the preseason, coming off a historically bad year a season ago. This offense and Tony Romo is expected to carry this team throughout this season.
Yet they want to run the ball more, and we'll see how they come at the 49ers here to start their day. They're going to start with a 1st and 15.
False start. Offense, number 77. 5-yard penalty. First down.
Terry McCauley is our referee, and the man rewarded with an 8-year contract extension. Started too early. Play action to start the day. Romo's got him in. First down. That's Terrence Williams. And he should get a lot of work today because of the presence of Des Bryant on the other side.
Play action in the backfield. Terrence Williams, you see he gets into the zone, and Tony Romo with all kinds of time in the pocket. Nobody within 5 yards of him, Joe, and that was one of the concerns coming into this ball game today defensively for San Francisco. They failed to get pressure on the quarterback throughout the preseason.
First chance from Murray, and DeMarco lowers his head, takes it to the 35, ball's out, live play. This is going to be a touchdown, 49ers. It's a scoring play. It's a turnover. They'll look at it. Scuda was right in there, and the guy who's playing in place of the suspended Aldon Smith, Dan Scuda, knocked it out, and they will give that a close look.
A lot of bodies in there as DeMarco Murray was going to the ground. You're right. Scuda gets the left hand in there and is able to yank it out. Joe, it looked to me like the ball was loose before Murray's knee is on the ground.
Today, down a number of key guys. You lose your starting right tackle in the first quarter, and yet 9 different receivers caught passes. What can you say about what the offense did today?
Yeah, they did an awesome job today, scoring and just doing their thing, and that's expected, man. You got to go back there running it, so that's expected.
How do you carry this into the divisional round, and is there anything else you feel like you guys need to shore up before you move on?
Yeah, we just got to make sure that we finish the games. As you see, we didn't want to let up any points, but we just got to make sure we finish and keep the gas going.
Antoine, thank you. Congratulations.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
He's got reason to be
be pumped up. My goodness gracious, 5 tackles and 1 sack.
Well, I worry about Tristan Wirfs. You know, he's, in my eyes, the best right tackle in football, and they lost him in this game. I don't know how significant that injury is going to be, but Tom Brady's ageless. You know, we keep talking about it, and we kind of just take it for granted. And again, another game in the playoffs where he's had multiple TD passes. He runs the whole show. You could see it on the field. He wasn't great today. He wasn't totally sharp, but man, I'll tell you, losing Tristan Wirfs could be a problem down the road.
You talked about the front of the Tampa Bay defense, but you're talking about Whitehead and Winfield, those 2 safeties. They made a lot of plays in this game today. Todd Bowles, once again, put up a great game plan. They're getting healthy on the defensive side of the ball, and they're going to need that defense, like you said, because the offensive line is banged up. But great performance by Tom Brady once again.
Yeah, listen, he's a great thrower of the football, one of the greatest that's ever played the game. Bruce Arians made this comment, and I won't forget it. He goes, I've never seen anybody like to throw the football more in practice than Tom Brady. It shows the way he comes out in the field. Now, Philadelphia, they had their chances in this game. Every time they made a play, there was a penalty. 3 interceptions by Jalen Hurts. He missed some wide open receivers. So Philadelphia, they look back and say, wow, we could have made this game a lot closer.
No matter the number of losses on that squad, he is like E.F. Hutton. Brady, that is, when he speaks, they listen and they perform.
He is the man.
Hey, folks, and as of late, Jimmy G has been cashed in the clutch over his last 6 starts. Folks, he's completing 70% of his passes in the 4th quarter and overtime. That's a good omen for the Niners, but we'll see if he has the juice today.
Hey, look. Hey, by the way, look who it is, guys. It's Stephon Diggs, straight off of his victory last night with his teammates, Buffalo Bills. He's down in Dallas to watch his brother today. Phil, could you ever imagine doing that?
It's good to have money.
It is.
We gave it headlamps that shine through the darkest days. It has an engine that can take us farther than ever before. Its truck bed has the capacity to carry the weight of the world. And its color can change everything. Because when called upon, this Ram is the only truck built to serve the greater good.
Is that true? Geico's been saving folks money for 85 years?
Yep, that's right.
Wait, so if Geico's 85, that makes you...
Are you asking if I'm 85 years old?
I mean, sea turtles live to be 150, so... No, I was not.
Do I look 85?
What? No! You look young. You look young for however old you are.
Geico, saving people money for 85 years.
Local restaurants have been hit hard by fees from delivery apps.
They take a huge chunk of our bottom line. All of that comes out of our pocket and goes to them.
So Domino's franchisees went to local restaurants and bought $100,000 of their gift cards to give out to our customers. That way they could support a mom and pop by ordering directly from them.
And no one got hit by delivery app fees.
I can't believe one restaurant is buying another restaurant's gift certificates to give out, but it sure is wonderful.
So if you're not getting Domino's, skip the delivery apps and order directly from a local restaurant.
Verizon is going ultra, and so is our best unlimited plan ever. Mary, welcome to Verizon's new plan with 5G ultra wideband now in many more cities. Cool. Up to 10 times the speed at 0 extra cost. Our 5G data is for reals unlimited, no matter how much you use.
Did you just say for reals?
Sorry. Let's put it to work with 6 premium entertainment subscriptions included.
Shh, I'm in the lead.
Go on, watch all you want.
I love this show.
And because a better plan deserves a better phone, how about a new one on us?
Seriously?
Yep, it's our best plan ever. Verizon is going ultra, so you can too.
In the words of Dr. King, our lives begin to end the day we become silent about things that matter.
The NFL Today is sponsored by Geico. You could save even more by bundling home and car insurance. Verizon, the official 5G network of the NFL. And by Ram Trucks, J.D. Power's #1 brand and new vehicle quality.
Montana looking, throwing in the end zone. Caught it! Dwight Clark!
No doubt about it, the catch is one of the most historic moments in league history, and that iconic play is symbolic of this rivalry. Dallas leads the series 5-2, with the winner lifting the Lombardi Trophy on 5 different occasions. Hey, folks, the last head-to-head, of course, was the '94 NFC Championship, a record 6th NFC title game match.
Well, you look at these teams, 2 iconic franchises, no doubt about it. 10 Super Bowls between the 2 of them. Dak Prescott, Jimmy Garoppolo, they want to join the likes of Troy Aikman, Roger Staubach, Joe Montana, and Steve Young and win Super Bowl titles for their football teams. This rivalry, all I can say is I did my part in it. I lost plenty of games to both of these teams.
Okay. Hey, you won a few as well.
A few,
buddy,
not
no
enough.
doubt. Hey, time now to deliver our picks with Game Day Delivery presented by Amazon. Niners, Cowboys, who comes out on top?
Hey, listen, I'm taking the San Francisco 49ers 27-21. I love the San Francisco 49ers. To me, it's all about their pass rush. And for the Dallas Cowboys, how can they win on the defensive side? Can they stop the San Francisco running game? That's a big question.
Well, I think part of that's going to have to be with the Dallas Cowboys throwing the ball on offense, and that's why I like their chances. They get Tyron Smith back, their left offensive tackle, CeeDee Lamb, and I like a healthy Tony Pollard. Zeke Elliott, you can start the game. Tony Pollard, I would be my bell cow, because you know what? I'm going to pick the Dallas Cowboys 31-27. One caveat.
What?
Greg Zuerlein. Ooh, man, he's missed 6 field goals and 6 extra points. Just do your job, Megatron. Just do your job.
You know, guys, we sit here all week long. We look at statistics. We look at numbers. We look at players. But one thing about the 49ers, they have been on a roll. And they have been on a roll with big plays. When you take a look at big plays in the NFL, 20 yards or more, the San Francisco 49ers offense, they have produced the 3rd most in the league, 75. Who has given up the most on the defensive side? That would be the Dallas Cowboys. They've given up 76 of those types of plays. That's why I'm taking the 49ers, and I'm going to take them 30-27 over the Cowboys.
Wow, you know what? And folks in San Fran have certainly been skewering Jimmy Garoppolo, but boom, he has an opportunity to do something again with them.
That's right. Take him back to the Super Bowl. He brought him back to Super Bowl 54. And you know what? He's been under a lot of pressure. He's often injured. That's why they went and drafted Trey Lance, number 3 overall. You know, if he can win a Super Bowl, then he joins the likes of Steve Young and Joe Montana, legendary quarterbacks that led this legendary franchise to Super Bowl wins. I will tell you this. He's a really good, solid player. The thing I worry about is pass protection and pressure to force him into an interception or 2.
And it's a statement game for Dan Quinn going against Kyle Shanahan and his opportunity, because you talk about the big plays. Well, that defense has been big plays, too. We talked about earlier in the show, Trayvon Diggs, 11 interceptions. They lead the league in touchdowns off the defensive side of the ball. So they're going to need Micah Parsons, DeMarcus Lawrence. They're going to have to step up big, Phil. And I tell you what, this is going to be their offense against the defense. And it's played in the trenches. The one thing San Francisco can do is wear you down so the offense of Dallas stay on the field.
Jimmy Garoppolo has been hot. He's been playing well for quite a few weeks, but everybody's waiting. As soon as he doesn't win the game, of course, we're going to focus on him, and that's just the way it goes if you're an NFL quarterback. For the Cowboys, to me, on the defensive side, play zone coverage. And everybody, what's that mean? Keep your eyes on the quarterback, because the 49ers throw a lot of passes over the middle. If you're watching him, the tips, the interceptions, that's how you can get them.
Ooh, baby, I'm getting fired up. Kickoff. Just a few minutes away, folks. We will see you back here at halftime. But coming up, it's history in the making. It's the Niners. It's the Cowboys. Hey, and let us channel our best Nate Burleson and say what? Next!
There you go.
Watch all the FBI's anytime, on demand, and streaming on Paramount Plus.
Sophia Bush is Good Sam. New Wednesday, 10/9 Central on CBS.
Wicked weather moving into the tri-state area. Stay with CBS2 for continuing coverage.
Introducing the Grubhub Guarantee. Our promise to deliver the food you love on time and give you the lowest price. Or you'll get $5 off your next order.
Something make you shake it, shake it. You better get yourself ready, 'cause I'm about to do my thing. Oh, hey, hey. I've seen it from the van, now I'm dancing on the half price. Oh, hey, hey. I'm turning on the dime,
Dear Winter, I'm coming. My squad of 16 vehicles with all-wheel drive and four-wheel drive is ready to take you on. Safety is the name of my game. So you better bundle up. Toyota.
Right now, you can get 2.49% APR financing on a new 2022 RAV4 Hybrid. Find yours at Toyota.com. Toyota. Let's go places.
Right here. Oh.
Can you do that here?
Of course. Now I can bet the game on FanDuel Sportsbook anywhere in New York.
But is a pig allowed?
You mean my service hog? Long as I rent her shoes.
FanDuel Sportsbook is now available everywhere in New York. Download the FanDuel Sportsbook app today and get a risk-free bet worth up to $1,000. FanDuel Sportsbook. Make every moment more.
Introducing the Grubhub Guarantee. Our promise to deliver the food you love on time and give you the lowest price. Or you'll get $5 off your next order.
It's one of the NFL's most historic postseason rivalries, and now it's rekindled with the next generation of playmakers. It's the 49ers and Cowboys next on CBS.
Montana looking, throwing in the end zone.
What a play by Montana.
Caught. Garvin did it again. Rice touchdown.
It's up in the air, and it's caught. Touchdown, Cowboys. You couldn't ask for anything more. Everyone has been looking forward to this one. Touchdown, 49ers.
Prescott will throw deep. Touchdown. Perfect pass.
A perfect throw by Young.
Throws over the middle's got an open man. Caught. It's a touchdown. Touchdown, Elliott.
Is going to get hit and pulled down by Nick Bosa.
Kittle makes an unbelievable catch. There he goes. Off to the races. Deebo Samuel. Touchdown run.
Throw deep middle. All alone, Jerry Rice. He's got a touchdown.
Unbelievable.
Going to the side. Do it again. This is going to be played at the highest possible level. These guys are ready, man.
Well, the words of Pat Summerall and John Madden, who called all those memorable games a generation ago, they still apply today. This is going to be played at the highest possible level. The 49ers and the Cowboys coming up on CBS. And hello, friends. Jim Nantz along with Tony Romo, Tracy Wilson, Jay Feely. We're all set now for a peek at what possibly could line up next week on the NFC side with the Tampa Bay win earlier today. A Cowboy victory would send Dallas to Tampa, right where they opened the season. A 49er win would send San Francisco to Lambeau Field to take on the 1 seed Green Bay. And Tony, you know perhaps as well as anyone what this one's like around here and what this means.
I think this is bigger. I mean, I'm nervous right now. I mean, it's palpable, the energy. And for the Cowboys to have a successful season, I really believe they have to win here at least today, Jim. But, I mean, if they lose this, it's going to be not just not a successful season, but all the memories of all the losses, everything comes right back. And the Niners are for real. They can win this game. They're good on offense, and they're good on defense, and they have an incredible coaching staff.
If the Cowboys are going to win it, it's most likely going to come on the arm of Dak Prescott, who had a sensational year for the Cowboys with 37 touchdown passes, a franchise record.
He played outstanding, and the question marks coming in after the injury last year, they were answered right away. And like all quarterbacks, the ebb and flow of a season, not always perfect. But right now, they're hitting on all cylinders. Had a great game last week, but it's the nerves. You got to overcome them early in the game.
Boy, was he nerve-free, though, at the end of that game last week, talking about Jimmy Garoppolo steering his team down the field, tying the game with a magnificent drive and winning it in overtime to get into the postseason.
You're not kidding. One of the biggest moments of his life, and really, literally, we don't know what his life is going to look like going forward. And today, that's going to show him what's going to happen in his future, because it opens up a lot of possibilities if he plays great today.
Well, you think the folks around here are excited? This is not exactly the gold rush of California 1849. This is a Cowboy stampede to get this one started, and it's coming up next.
Playoff time, baby. Games, snacks, drinks. I mean, what else can you ask for, bro? Really?
Hand me some Lay's.
Eli, road trip to the Super Bowl.
We're not going. I'm going to get more chips and drinks. Do not leave this room.
Technically, I didn't leave the room.
Good for you. You doing good without me, baby. God, I wish that I could do that.
It does kind of open things up a little bit.
Amazing. Jerry, you got to see this.
Saying it. Trust me, after 15 walks, gets a little old.
Stop waiting. Start investing. E-Trade. As kids, they told us to follow our dreams.
I want to make candles.
But the minute we started chasing them, they told us we were being unrealistic. Told us to think about our future. Said it was too late for us. And passions don't pay bills. But what they didn't know is that dreamers make their own victory.
Boom! I was able to boost my credit score 21 points using Experian Boost.
I boosted my credit score with Experian Boost, and it was free.
Experian Boost has helped millions of people. How can it help you? Boost your credit scores instantly. Free. Download the Experian app now.
CBS Sports welcomes you to the following presentation of the National Football League.
San Francisco will receive the opening kick, but first, here's Tracy.
Jim, both quarterbacks dealing with a different type of pressure today for Dak Prescott. He told us it's Super Bowl or bust. He said that is the expectation when you're the quarterback of the Cowboys, but he embraces it. He says pressure is privilege for Jimmy Garoppolo. He told us he is treating it like this could be his final game in a Niners uniform. He said he's been thinking about it for weeks, but it's all about harnessing emotions and focusing on trying to extend this run just another game longer.
Can't wait to get it started. Thank you, Tracy. Dallas defers. And Greg Zuerlein will be kicking to Jermichael Hasty. It's the first time that both of these teams make the postseason in the same year since 1998, after they were a dominant duo over the span of 25 years, winning 10 Super Bowls between them. And that kick is unreturnable, and that'll bring out Jimmy Garoppolo and the 49ers at the 25. A 10-7 year, the number 6 seed. And again, that magnificent comeback last week, down 17 in that first half, winning it in overtime against the Rams. And Jimmy Garoppolo, Tony, the second half of the season since week 9, third highest rated quarterback in the league. It got better as the year went on.
Yes, and a lot of that you're going to find today is because of Samuel. They move him all around. The wide receiver on the outside, he plays running back. After the Rams game in week 10, teams have really had a hard time with it.
And the throw, straight drop back to begin it. Pass across the middle, and it's caught. And that is Samuel. But there's a flag, and it might be a pre-snap penalty against San Francisco.
Yeah, you saw the left tackle right there, trying to jump out of his stance. Williams.
Luke was on infraction. Defense number 94.
So the play will hold up.
And that means that 94 is across that line right there. And that made Williams' 71 jump, and it's a right call. And this is the nerves, right? At the beginning of this game, you got to keep it in check, Jim. Kyle Shanahan talked about it. So did Mike McCarthy. Stay even-keeled. You're going to have plenty of energy.
Well, the pre-snap penalty actually rules, so it's a 1st and 5 for the Cowboys.
Right here's the key we talked about.
For the 49ers, and here you want to talk about what we're going to be watching all day long. Debo.
Debo Samuel, 19, a wide receiver. In week 10, they put him back there, and it's really helped this offense. It shows you defensively, some of these corners who are guarding him got to get in there and help in the run game all of a sudden.
Here they toss it to him. He's going to go right between the tackles, and look at him go. What a blend he is of power and speed. And they have found something special with him being able to run, not just on the outside, but on the inside. It's been a big difference maker for him.
It's just rare. I mean, to have the ability to have a wide receiver come in. I'm starting the game in a playoff game and putting him at running back and giving him the ball right away. And you can see it's really hard on defenses because you kind of have to play zone. But the Cowboys don't like playing zone, Jim. They play man all the time. So it's going to be a cat and mouse game today, and that's going to be interesting to watch as this goes along.
Again, it's back to Debo. And Gregory's on him quickly. Flattens him after a gain of 1. Dan Quinn's defense for the Cowboys. This team, this defensive side, led the league in takeaways, Tony, with 34.
Yeah, they're really good on all 3 levels. They can run, they're fast, explosive up front, create a ton of turnovers, and the ball's in the air, they get to it. But I think you just saw, to me, the really exciting part is what they're doing early in the game up front to stop that run. Because if the Niners get that going, everything opens up in the play-action game. They went all-out pressure on the last one. That's aggressive early in a game, Jim.
Elijah Mitchell now, the running back on 2nd and 9. They fake it to him, bootleg. Garoppolo looks down the field, lofts it softly, and it's caught. That is caught by Travis Benjamin. Not exactly who you would have thought would be the first guy they throw it to. Gain of 17 for number 17.
Well, and they get everyone. It's a zone coverage. When someone doesn't run all the way across the field with you, normally the Cowboys do that. But that's what you talked about earlier. When he comes in the game, you're like, oh, it's probably a run. He doesn't get a lot of targets. Well, Kyle Shanahan knows that. He's really gifted at understanding the analytics side of it.
Yeah, Benjamin, who's made his mark in this league, you could argue it primarily as a punt returner for Cleveland and the Chargers. Now, 1st and 10 from the Cowboy 43. Garoppolo able to find Ayuk. And he's got another first down. And let's get a peek at the Romo report when the 49ers have the football.
Well, this is a really difficult thing because no one is better than Kyle Shanahan at making the eye discipline down here. You can't get caught up in all the stuff going at you. The Niners stay on schedule is basically run the football, screen, quick passes, play action, but the eye discipline, you saw it on the last play, 27 Curse gets out of position because he thought it was a run. You just got to stay in your position, play physical football.
2 tight ends, Warner joining Kittle. 1st and 10 run. Mitchell gets past the wave, and he's inside the 20 before he's thrown down by Van Der Esch. Tomlinson with a big block that opened up a hole for 13.
Well, this is the part of the game. Pressure earlier stopped it, so they bring it back. You're going to see 27. He's going to come in, curse, and try and disrupt this play. It gives you opportunities. He's faking like he's not coming, and boom, the Niners gash it. And if they don't hit you in the backfield when they pressure, Jim, it's going to be a long day.
Boy, Kittle threw some block on Parsons, didn't he? That's 3 straight plays for 10+ for San Francisco.
How good is he at blocking? I mean,
at everything.
Yeah, and we'll get another one here.
Set up a screen, wide receiver screen. Samuel breaking tackles, carrying Cowboys with him down to the 4.
Thought there was going to be an offside or
no flag though. I did too.
Shocking because but it's a screen. It's actually not a bad thing to let them get further in the backfield when you're throwing a screen out to the side.
15-yard pickup, 4 straight plays for 10+, and now set up with 1st and goal.
And this is the #1 red zone offense in the National Football League this year, scoring touchdowns more than 2/3 of the time.
Juszczyk, the fullback. Mitchell, the running back. They toss it to him. Juszczyk out in front. Throws the block. Mitchell to the corner. And the 49ers take it the distance on the opening drive for the touchdown.
Wow, what an opening drive. And you're nervous right now if you're a Cowboy fan. As a Niner fan, you felt comfortable coming into this game. Having a coach like Kyle Shanahan right there, one of the top minds in the National Football League. Watch right there, 44. Juszczyk. I mean, he gets out. He's juiced to everyone around in the facility. 44 juice. That's what I'm going with the rest of the day.
And Ayuk also 11 on 11, taking out Parsons. And Mitchell finds the corner. What an impressive start in 7 plays. They take it to 75 yards. Gold extra point is good. Just a little more than 4 minutes to make a statement.
Yeah, that was, if you're a Niner fan, this is outstanding. You feel really good right now. Nervous as a Cowboy fan.
The extra twinkle. That extra swagger. Feeling healthy by leaps and bounds. Making a dinner that makes their whole day. And giving your best friend the best nutrients for their best life. Science did that.
There's a lot that could be said about the new RDX. Could be.
Well, someone's not doing their job.
Okay, let's keep going. Shopping for the game can be a minefield for young homeowners who have turned into their parents.
Can you believe how many different types of water they have in this aisle? Kim, did you just change blades back there? This is perfect. Jackpot, variety pack.
Remember, it's a football game, not a play date.
Roger that. One more slice.
It can be a lot.
Oh, good, the manager. Brian and Produce, very helpful.
Progressive can't save you from becoming your parents, but we can save you money when you bundle home and auto with us.
Pulls to the left a little bit. Nope.
Wake up with Wendy's and get a free drink with any breakfast sandwich. Hot coffee or Diet Coke, free. Frosty Chino, that's cool and free. If it comes in a Wendy's cup, it's free when you buy a breakfast sandwich. Choose wisely. Choose Wendy's.
Son, it's time we had the talk.
No, Dad.
T-Mobile has more 5G bars in more places, so even here, I can use my new iPhone 13 Pro with 5G to share this video I made with your mom in cinematic mode. What? Plus, with speeds as fast as Wi-Fi nationwide, I can upload this fast.
I'm not sure you want to share that.
Too late. Already hit send.
T-Mobile has more 5G bars in more places than anyone. Just one of the reasons T-Mobile is the leader in 5G.
Welcome back to The Amazing Race. Travel safe, go!
A new Amazing Race, Wednesday at 9/8 Central on CBS. February 2nd, Big Brother is rolling out the red carpet. We're back! A new season of Celebrity Big Brother premieres Wednesday, February 2nd on CBS.
What a find in the 6th round out of Louisiana, down in Lafayette, Louisiana. Elijah Mitchell, second leading rookie rusher in the league to Najee Harris to Pittsburgh. And he had over 1,100 scrimmage yards for the 49ers. Played only 11 games this year.
That's a great find right there. You got to give
John Lynch
credit.
All these people. Yep.
Someone in the 6th round is playing such a big role.
And Kyle Shanahan telling us they couldn't believe he was there. They wanted him in the 4th or 5th, but they went with some needs, and they had to take him 6th. Meanwhile, you got Dak Prescott at home this year. Look at the numbers. He's thrown for at least 2 touchdowns in every home game. 23 versus 2 total. And here come the Cowboys, the NFC East champions at 12-5. Rolling out, rolling, and throws it away in the area of CeeDee Lamb.
Well, this is the part right here. You got to control your nerves. Garoppolo got a little help with the penalty call in the first. Dak actually misses the over route coming across, but gets it out. A lot of that's just getting settled into the game. You'll see coming across the field underneath right there. Schultz is wide open. Actually,
Alshire was moving in on Prescott. There you see Bosa ready to tee it up with his 15.5 sacks. 2nd and 10. They go out, and he is swamped right after the handoff exchange by Greenlaw.
Oh, and he came back last week, and you saw it leapt out on the tape. He was out for the majority of the season, but that adds another element, and this offensive line has its challenge ahead of them today, Jim.
Hey, Tony, you know, this is only the 2nd time all season that their base 5, this 5, have started a game together. Just the 2nd time all year, with injuries, suspensions, and just the ever-changing lineup. And now they've got what they want.
What a time to have it, right?
Yeah, but 3rd and 13 to start. Pressure, and Bosa's there! Nick Bosa got to him back at the 10-yard line. And a loss of 10.
This is a great stunt. You're going to help out on Bosa. So we're going to go ahead, Dalton Schultz. We're going to help chip you. Nope. I'm going to go up and under. And this is a wonderfully designed play, right? I'm going to chip you right here, so we got double team help. No. You go up and under, and that creates, you got to have movement. The Cowboys are too good to go toe-to-toe and win over and over again. You got to have movement up front.
Here's Hanger. Bosa was saying this week he thought the Cowboy offensive line was beatable, and he beats him on the 3rd snap of the game for Dallas. Travis Benjamin shakes off the first hit, turns it upfield, and the 49ers will love this starting point, the 42-yard line. After already having put up a quick 7, Bosa backing up his words with an early sack.
New jerseys are here. There you go.
All-American Club? Did you just turn us into Subway ads?
Yep. Subway's got so much new, like the new Turkey Cali Fresh, that they couldn't fit it in their ads. So they bought space on your jerseys.
Go long, Italian BMT.
This is Antonelli's Cheese Shop. And we're the Antonellis. Do good, eat good.
That's our mission.
We chose our new Spark Cash Plus card from Capital One because it gives us unlimited 2% cash back on everything we buy.
And it has no preset spending limit, so our purchasing power adapts to our business needs. We use our 2% cash back to help cover our employees' healthcare costs.
That's how we take care of our most valuable asset.
Our people. It may sound cheesy,
but we like it that way. What's in your wallet?
Look, Serena Williams, Matrix. Serena, Matrix. Serena, Matrix.
Get your TV together with the best of live and on demand. Introducing DirecTV Stream.
Jake from State Farm. What's good?
Yo, Patrick?
Nah, fam. Just your typical sneakerhead working here for the employee discount. But speaking of deals, I heard regular guys like me are getting the Patrick price. That can't be real, right?
Listen, State Farm offers rates that fit any budget. Even yours, typical sneakerhead.
Wow, just anyone now?
Yeah.
Man, these just sold out then.
For surprisingly great rates that fit any budget, like a good neighbor, State Farm is there. Call or click to get a quote today.
So much fun happening on a new
Columbus! Woo!
United States of Al, Thursday at 8:30, 7:30 Central on CBS. Missing a new B positive can make some folks cranky.
What are you doing? Flipping you off with arthritis.
A new B positive, Thursday on CBS.
The NFL and Purse Scholars are providing training and access to people often excluded from tech careers because of education inequality. Together, our access can be equal no matter where we're from.
The NFL on CBS is sponsored by State Farm. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there. DirecTV Stream. Get your TV together. And by the Eat Fresh Refresh at Subway.
There you saw the 49ers and Cowboys, 3 straight postseason matchups, 70 through 72. Dallas won all 3 meetings. Second possession. 49ers from the gun started. And the heavy pressure influenced that pass intended for Mitchell. That opening drive, it was a beauty for San Francisco.
It really was. You see just the movement they get displacing the people up front. I mean, look at this. The cutoff block and then Kittle getting up on Parsons. And you see the crack block. You can juice right there. Really, that's concerning for me. Dallas, we knew it was going to be hard in the interior, right? But, oh, boy.
Parsons was putting pressure on Garoppolo, and they got shaken up and helped to the sideline.
Oh, yes.
Helmet hit. The Trent Williams, the decorated rookie who had 13 sacks, replaced by Gifford. Here's a 2nd and 10. Pass out of reach. Trying to get to Jennings.
Well, the ball goes at Diggs on a slant, which is the right kind of a call here. You kind of wish you'd run the ball a little bit after the first drive having so much success if you're a Niner fan. But this is a huge stop right here for the Cowboys. You do not want to get down 2 scores and have that energy you feel, just get away from you. A lot of pressure to open this game by Dan Quinn. A little different. I mean, they're doing it on early downs, Jim. This place is going to get loud.
Here's a 3rd and 10. Watch Kittle, curses on him. Garoppolo lofts it. Caught! Jennings, first down. Got with a yard to spare.
You talked about it in the opening on the big-time throws on that drive to get the Niners in the playoffs against the Rams last week. And this will go right up there if they somehow come out of this with a victory today. Jennings had huge 3rd down catches last week and shows up again.
Boy, he plays with some kind of passion. Kyle Shanahan extolling what he could bring to this team. We met with him this week. Here's Mitchell. Got hit, bounces off of it. Able to make something out of what looked like no gain, picks up 4. Broke away from Van Der Esch.
He's good after contact, 4th in the NFL. Yards after contact.
Here's Elijah Mitchell. He's had at least 20 attempts his last 5 games he's played. And again, we talk about another guy drafted in the 6th round at 199. He was at 194 before somebody finally took him, and the 49ers were elated that he was there waiting for him.
That's just a great find, and he's in as big a moment he's ever been in right now.
2nd and 6. Gets another handle. Got all kinds of room. What a job by that offensive line. They just blew out the defensive front for Dallas, and he picks up another 9. You wanted to see him run the football. They've done it the last 2 plays, Tone.
Yeah, they have. And this is where once you start to feel like they're an outside zone team, which means they're always running out and wide, they all of a sudden pull everybody and come back inside. See everyone, the width? That's the eye candy, which is the eye discipline. Key for the Cowboys. You got to do your job. Don't see all the randomness happening. And right now, they're not doing a good enough job with it.
Brunskill pulling on that one, and one of those that opened up that gap. First down from the Dallas 34. 3rd straight carry. Mitchell chugs along for another 4 or 5. Well, one thing Shanahan had 2 years ago when he won the NFC is they had a running back that they could rely on in Mostert when they got to the postseason. Remember, he had that 220-yard game against Green Bay in the NFC Championship game, and he feels like he's got that back again this year in Elijah Mitchell.
They're just different. I don't think everyone really knows how good this team, like the metrics tell you, this is a top 10 team on offense and defense. They're one of only 6 teams in the league like that. It's just a tough division they played in.
They fake it this time to Mitchell. Garoppolo swings it over to him, and oh, what a loss this is going to be. Back at the 41. Dorrance Armstrong was waiting for that to come back his way, and it's a loss of 11 on the completion.
Well, it's going to be a throwback pass, and Wilson, you just made one of the biggest plays of the day in the Cowboys, because go ahead and watch Kittle coming up back this side. He's going to be a play fake. He's going to come out over here, and look at Kittle going up that sideline. That was a touchdown that Wilson saved.
Parsons remains out for the Cowboy defense. 3rd and 16. That's awful close to a delay of game. No flag. Garoppolo. Not now. There was a whistle. So loud in here, I think no one heard it on the field.
Delay of game. Offense.
Alex Kemp, the referee today.
Yep.
And Jimmy's trying to go. It's just really loud. That's a huge penalty. Can they kick a field goal from here, Jay Feely, who's with us today?
Well, Tony, Robbie Gould, long of 52 the last 3 years, although he went back to 55 in warm-ups.
That means they got to get at least how many yards, Jim?
They need another 7 or 8 yards.
Okay,
there you go.
I'm back out.
3rd and 21. His use check. Well, they've got the yardage for the field goal attempt that we just calculated. That's down to the 36. Would be about a 54-yard attempt. Gregory was putting pressure on Garoppolo, and Robbie comes out.
Jimmy does a great job of getting that ball out and checking down. You're going to want to get that first down, get a lot of yards, with the ability to get it out of your hand and create positive plays for a possible field goal.
You heard Jay say it. His season long was 52. He was making them from 55 in warm-ups. This will be 53. 20 of 23 on the year. What a week he had last week. Emergency duty as a punter as well. And Robbie Gould has never missed in the postseason. Now 16 of 16 in his career.
I know you waited till he kicked. You were not going to
do it. I was not going on the front end of that one. Had the back end that note. Here, Rocky.
I don't care about any award show. I haven't seen my Cleo in a week.
It's the industry's highest honor.
My queen. My beautiful queen.
Caesar, what are you doing?
A romantic evening of tacos and chill.
Here's your acceptance speech.
Oh.
Do not improvise.
Oh. Ladies and gentlemen, we are all Caesar's pause for ovation.
Not that part.
But I was but a young Caesar.
Didn't I say don't improvise?
Verizon is going ultra, and so is our best unlimited plan ever. With 5G ultra wideband now in many more cities and up to 10 times the speed at no extra cost. And how about a 5G phone to go with it? On us.
Seriously?
Yep, it's our best plan ever. Verizon is going ultra, so you can too.
Hey, USAA, it's Gronk again, and I'm here with my man, Frank. Frank, say hi.
Hi.
Frank was in the Army, and he's been enjoying that award-winning USAA service for like
10 years.
Anyway, he's in. And Frank, don't you love me, man?
Sure, Gronk.
And don't you think I deserve a USAA membership?
Did you serve? Are your parents members?
Nope.
Then no. I love that. It's for the military community.
Frank, that's not the line.
USAA. It's still only for the military community.
Welcome to Mountain Dealership. Excuse me, I'm looking for a low-mileage SUV with a V8. Let's do a deal.
Excuse me, do you have any V8 SUVs, bro?
Bro, I've got a sick SUV back here. Has your name all over it.
Never be ignored at a dealership again.
V8? Yep. Nice.
Buy your car entirely online on vroom.com.
This is the move right here. Boom. Boom.
My turn. My bag of chips or your crunch wrap?
I think we have different definitions of sharing.
Next time you can divvy it up.
Wow, so generous. This weekend is for us.
Right after I get this.
Your boy's back.
Oh my God.
What do we have here?
Wheels.
Jameson just asked me out.
Oh.
Congrats, man. You finally grew up back.
Game recognized game.
Our research team pointing out that the last 7 home playoff games for the Cowboys, they have not managed a touchdown in the first quarter. Concerned looks on the
they're going to need to do something here.
Face of the Jones. And Pollard pauses, takes off, gets a good block from Turner, and a fine return, but there are flags. There are 3 flags between the 20 and 30.
And this is part of what I thought was going to be a big key to this game, is just neither one of these teams are very good with penalties. And the Cowboys untimely this year.
During the return, holding, receiving team number 57. Half the distance to the goal line. First down, Cowboys.
Called on Luke Gifford. Considered the league's most prestigious honor, the Walter Payton NFL Man of the Year Award, recognizing players who not only exhibit excellence on the field, but their passion, they bring it to impact lives of others beyond the game. It's led to a positive legacy in their communities. This year's nominee for San Francisco is Eric Armstead. For Dallas, it's Dak Prescott. This year's winner to be announced at the NFL Honors on Thursday, February 10th, 9 p.m. Eastern on ABC. That ball goes out of bounds at the hands of Cooper, and it's incomplete. As the leader of the 49ers Player Social Justice Council, Armstead focuses much of his attention on providing underserved youth with equal opportunities for success. And meanwhile, Dak's Faith, Fight, Finish Foundation aims at empowering individuals, families, and communities to find strength through adversity.
Well, he's going to need to find strength through adversity, because this is it right here.
They're facing it right now. Here's a 2nd and 10. And that's the first positive yardage they've managed in their 5th snap. Cooper with the catch. And it's a first down for Dallas.
And that'll let you breathe a little bit. I mean, right there, it's like you just need to get a first down. You can't come out here and go 2, 3 and outs, to start the playoff game. Do you remember the last time these two played? It's going to be a big matchup there with Collins and Bosa in '94.
Yeah.
In the playoffs.
NFC Championship game for the 3rd straight year.
Yeah, and that was like wow, that was the biggest kind of thing ever, it felt like.
Elliott for about 4. Let's go to Trace.
Jim, you saw Dallas linebacker Micah Parsons in and out on that last drive. Athletic trainer's not looking at him, but remember, he missed last week with COVID. He said he did have some symptoms. He said he came in really refreshed, but you wonder if the stamina is a little bit of an issue right now.
Okay, we'll keep an eye on him. Such a vital part of that Dallas defense. 2nd and 6. Out of the backfield, and that's incomplete off the hands of Elliott. In that '94 game, we were talking to Dak. who grew up being a Cowboy fan, calls himself a nerd of the Cowboys history. Knew all about that 94 game and the other ones, too, those 3 straight years for the right to go to the Super Bowl.
Yeah, and that was such a big one. In that game, Cowboys got behind just like this, and they just couldn't make it up. You can't get too far behind. Eric Davis with the interception on the first drive, and then he got a ball and knocked it out. They got a fumble, and all of a sudden you're in a huge hole. They came storming back, but it was just too much to overcome. And it's getting to that point where it's like you can't get down another score.
3rd and 6. Bosa goes low, and Prescott tiptoes around. There's a flag down in the backfield as Lamb catches it, but it's probably coming back. Tackled down by Greenlaw, but once he looks the other way, he's going to see everybody retreating. Wiping out a 32-yard gain.
I'm going to guess it's Connor Williams, 52.
10-yard penalty, 4th down.
And that's his 11th holding penalty this year. 52 Williams, that's leading the National Football League. And that's why you see 52 right there.
Bosa try to
pulling him down. Wow, what a rush right there by Key, who comes in 3rd downs. Number 98, specialty rusher there.
This defensive front last week, what a game they played, especially in the late going all over Stafford, making the Key stop once they decided to punt away inside 2 minutes.
Yes, I mean, that's why this is a really tough opponent. They just rush forward. They don't blitz very often. It's just sprinkled in once in a blue moon. But this is a wide 9 technique. They get out there and rush.
3rd and 16. There's Wilson tossing it back and out of bounds. That was a design play to come back over to Pollard.
Wow, that was actually a brilliant play by Kellen Moore. It kind of looks silly now. But you'll see this is going to be a 1st down if he just tosses it. He just felt a little nervous there. But if you see, there's wide open space in front of Pollard.
Missed by that much.
Yeah, that was just a bit outside.
Yeah. Benjamin waiting for the return. Anger. 4th highest in NFL history net average this year. With 45 a punt. And he earns the fair catch of Benjamin back at the 22. It's been all Niners in this opening quarter. 10-0. San Francisco getting the ball back.
At Chipotle, this is our best chorizo ever. Charred and grilled with a rich, smoky flavor. It just happens to be made from plants. Everything you love about Chipotle, but 100% plant-based.
Excuse me, is that a plug-in car?
This Santa Fe has a plug in it. How does that work exactly, you wonder?
Is that a voiceover?
Well, it works just like a Santa Fe, except it has both electric and gas. Sometimes you don't need the gas at all.
So how's the power?
Oh, yeah. Plenty of power, especially off the line.
Are you done?
Yep, uh-huh.
Great.
Well, no. One more thing.
Okay.
Evolve your journey in the first ever Santa Fe plug-in hybrid EV.
Napoleon was born and raised to conquer, but he was just kind of over it, you know. Watching Prime Video, he realized he should follow his dreams. So he ordered a microphone with Prime next day delivery. Now the only thing he cared about conquering was his audience.
Tout le monde peut me voir derrière. Ok, je me lève.
Prime changed everything. Oh, here it goes! Okay.
Come seek the Royal Caribbean.
The PGA Tour on CBS begins with some of the biggest names in the game teeing it up on a special day and time. Past champions and future stars will be on the course at the Farmers Insurance Open, Friday, January 28th on CBS and streaming on Paramount Plus.
My team is the international arm of the FBI.
Major operation is about to land in Europe.
FBI International. Watch anytime on demand and streaming on Paramount Plus.
The NFL on CBS is sponsored by Chipotle, for real. And by Royal Caribbean. Rise to the vacation. Come seek.
First 2 drives for the 49ers, producing a touchdown and a field goal. Parsons back out there for the Cowboy defense. They run it. Mitchell. And they're on him quickly for a loss of 1. And let's take a quick look at Next Gen Stats powered by AWS.
Well, when you talk about guys who can run when they get the ball in their hands, plus 782 yak, which is yards after catch over expected. Samuel, most in the NFL. But right behind him is another really good one, George Kittle, who's exceptional in his own right when he gets the ball in his hands. But those are the way for the Cowboys to stop the Niners. It's the negative plays. They have to be able to get some of those and make it so they turn into a drop-back team, not a run play-action team.
Here's the handoff again to Mitchell. And Samuel lined up in the backfield as well. He's going to set up 3rd and about 5. So Parsons, we saw him get taken out on a couple of plays, blocked brilliantly in that opening drive, and then he got shaken up. But what a season, Tony, for the rookie out of Penn State.
Wow, did they hit a home run? The Jones family, Will McClay coming out and making that pick. I mean,
shattered the Cowboy rookie record for sacks. DeMarcus Ware, Harvey Martin, Willie Towns, some of those who had big numbers. Oh, we got movement again on the Trent Williams side against Gregory.
Oh, this is a killer if you're the Cowboys, if they call a offside here, or is it that Williams moved? Because this is going to be really close to a first down. One of the keys to the game, the Cowboys too many timely penalties.
Neutral zone infraction. Defense number 94.
That's twice.
Penalty, that's enough for a first
That's
down.
twice in the neutral zone for Gregory.
You just can't. I mean, these are playoff games, and you know, it's like things, right? It's not a big deal. But they only catch up to you when they catch up to you. And when the season's on the line, you're not great at something, you need to change it, and they haven't been able to. You see the left side over here. Gregory trying to get that start. You lift the leg on the road, the center goes up, and sometimes the ball comes. Sometimes they have to lift the leg twice.
McCarthy not agreeing with that. Samuel, the running back.
Well, right here, Gregory's got to look at the football, not the people.
Little jet sweep. Ayuk around the corner and a gain of 9. Quarterback, he splashes out of bounds.
Now, they're so creative, so diverse. Just watch this left side. Gregory's going to think he's about to get blocked. Goes into someone. Oh, just the momentum there. And then that's all it takes sometimes. Because if all of a sudden he expects that play, he can make it a 3-4 yard loss.
Garoppolo, this is his 51st career start, regular and post. Remember, 2 of them were with New England. 48 in the 49ers uniform. What a record he has. 2nd and 1. Timeout called by the 49ers. Timeout San Francisco. We're back in 30 after this from State Farm.
Jake from State Farm. Thanks for the great rate on my insurance, man.
Wait, but I said Byron got the Patrick price? Thought that was our thing.
Thanks for the killer rate, Jake.
Shreddy Betty got it too?
Patrick, State Farm offers rates that fit anyone's budget, even a man handstand.
Thanks again, Jake. Up top.
I'm gonna go work out these feelings.
For surprisingly great rates that fit any budget, like a good neighbor, State Farm is there. Call or click to get a quote today.
The Garoppolo record, including the 2 wins as a starter at New England, is 35-15. He's a winner. Look what's happened without him at San Francisco.
Yes, I think, I mean, right now, people, they want to be like, well, he's not good enough. I'm like, he wins. Kyle definitely is a special coordinator, but you see what he does. When Jimmy's on the field, I mean, they're really tough to beat. And this team has a chance today, I think, to change his future himself today. If he wins this game and plays good, and what he did last week, wow.
There they go with Mitchell, and the Cowboys with the perfect pursuit, including Parsons, making his first play of the game.
And that's a big one. Vander Esch, Parsons come flying in, making it a more difficult 3rd down now.
Which will come at the start of the 2nd quarter. 10-0. 49ers on the road with an impressive opening quarter.
Real Cowboys get customized car insurance with Liberty Mutual, so we only pay for what we need.
Hey, Tex.
Did someone else get a turn?
Yeah, hang on. I'm not breaking on record.
Only pay for what you need.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Life's kind of unpredictable. Like when your groceries arrive, the moment you remember everything you forgot. Or when your kid says, "It's a big so at school tomorrow." Tomorrow? Or when you discover art couture is a thing you have to try, like now. Or when you could go to the store, but you also need to walk the dog, pack the lunches, and, oh yeah, take the kids to school. You have children! For anything today brings, fresh groceries and more, free same-day delivery. Walmart Plus.
Oh, man, that's a whole lot of wrinkly.
At least my shoes look good.
Help prevent wrinkles with Bounce Wrinkle Guard, the mega sheet with 3 times the wrinkle-fighting ingredients.
I love a good deal. I love finding good deals like this because this Fritos Chili Cheese Junior Wrap is 99 cents.
I feel like they just marked it wrong, but I'm not telling.
Right.
Sonic Fritos Chili Cheese Junior Wrap.
At Fidelity, your dedicated advisor will work with you on a comprehensive wealth plan across your full financial picture. A plan with tax-smart investing strategies designed to help you keep more of what you earn. This is the planning effect.
We gave it headlamps that shine through the darkest days. It has an engine that can take us farther than ever before. Its truck bed has the capacity to carry the weight of the world. And its color can change everything. Because when called upon, this Ram is the only truck built to serve the greater good.
Mr. Lundy is selling makeup. I think I'd be good at it.
You should be advertising the product, and you're not wearing any.
Mom, I know what happened to your face?
This is for my new job.
Is your new job fighting Batman? Because you look like the Joker.
A new Young Sheldon, Thursday at 8, 7 Central on CBS and streaming on Paramount+.
Aerial coverage on what's been a blue sky day in the Metroplex. Aerial coverage provided by Goodyear. AT&T Stadium. We start the second quarter.
Bring one guy back in, bring the other guy back in. And now see what, oh, they're in zone. They got what they wanted.
3rd and 3. Parsons ready to pounce. He's coming. Garoppolo across the middle. Got the first down. Debo down to the 42-yard line. Pick up a 19 on a 3rd and 3.
Well, they get the zone in and out right there. Both guys are off too much right there. You got to get closer and tighter on 3rd and medium and short. Samuel does a great job, catches a lot of passes on the inside, him and Kittle. And they're great, as we showed you earlier. Next-gen stats, yards after the catch.
49ers have more first downs, 9, than plays run by the Cowboys, 8. First down from the 42. Samuel out for this play. Handoff. Mitchell tries to turn it upfield. The Cowboys do not bend. Again, Parsons makes a tackle at the line of scrimmage. No gain.
Parsons really has made 2 or 3 plays now. I mean, he's key. His ability to be in there, just winning the one-on-one matchup.
Parsons first team All-Pro named this week, along with Zach Martin for the Cowboys, Trayvon Diggs, first teamers, Trent Williams, and Deebo Samuel, first team All-Pro for the 49ers. Second and 10. Samuel back in. Look at these 2 backs. Who do they go to? They go to Deebo. Surveying, looking, and the edge is cut off. No angle. Maybe picked up a yard. You're back to that math again. How much yardage do you need to pick up enough to maybe give Robbie Gould another chance for a field goal? You're probably about 4 or 5 yards away from that.
Well, I think his long this year is 53 yards.
Very good of you.
It was 52 earlier.
That long-term memory of yours never fails.
Never fails. What were we talking about?
3rd and 9 it is. Cowboys need to come up with a play.
So they got Juice in the backfield. They're going to motion him out. There he goes, 44. You get to understand it's man-to-man coverage.
Garoppolo stepping up. Throws on the run. What a catch. Wow. And reaching out for the first down, Ayuk. And they give him the spot. They'll move the chains.
Wow, what a catch by Ayuk. I mean, that was really high level. Watch 11 on the right side of your screen. He's going to go up, and it's almost like a one-handed. Ayuk. Oh, my goodness. That was right there, the extra effort, because you might not have been able to get that spot. And there's been a few of those extra effort plays. Jimmy playing really, comfortable right now, especially in those uncomfortable situations.
Just the awareness of Ayuk to know that, am I going to get the forward progress or not? Let me make another effort. Picks up the first. Back to the ground. And an opening for about 4, maybe 5. Already, 49ers with 54 rushing yards in this game. Cowboys 1. They've run 24 plays. Again, Dallas offense has barely been on the field. Only 8 snaps. Third drive, third time in Dallas territory. They've scored touchdown, field goal, first 2 times. Garoppolo, there you see it. 9 of 11 overall for 91 yards. Second and 5. Tripped up, gets away from that in the backfield. Picks up 2. Is able to sidestep Basham, who had him for a loss.
It was a really good cut. Basham comes flying in and disrupts the play. That's part of what you have to do. I mean, the plays that have been successful for Dallas to stop the run is one guy almost disrupting, 2 people. When all these guys start flowing, you've got to knock someone back into somebody, and they've been doing that on the minus plays. But not enough on the other ones, obviously.
Another third down coming up. 3 out of 4 so far converting.
Well, you got Samuel in the backfield, the wide receiver. Juice motions out, so you actually have your running back out here. When he gets back in there, you can run the ball.
Debo able to fight for 2 yards. Could have been a no gain. Well, it's going to be a long yard on 4th down.
And that's one of the things every week that Kyle Shanahan looks at. When you put the receiver in the backfield, does a corner like Diggs, let's say, oh, you want him to cover your top receiver? He goes in there. Well, he's got to stop the run as Kyle elects
to go for the points. 4th and 1 in a year where all you see is everybody going for it on 4th down, playoff time. Hey, you never know. You got Robbie Gould. He's already made it from 53. This will be 40. Trying to add another 3. And no problem. Right down the middle. 13-0. The 49ers. 9:40 to go first half.
Can I ask you a question? Am I out of focus?
You're fine.
Yeah, but I mean, look at me. I'm all blurry.
Well, you're supporting cast.
What?
The camera focuses on the most important character, which is me.
Well, what if my character had a big reveal?
Like what?
Like maybe I'm the killer.
Are you?
Yeah. No. Could have been. Could have been the killer.
Get ready. It's time for the savings event of the year, the Home and Auto Bundle Extravafesta Save-a-thon.
And this Home and Auto Bundle Extravafesta Save-a-thon, there's no telling what we might bundle.
Home and Auto Bundle Extravafesta Save-a-thon. Bundle cars, trucks, colonials, bungalows, and that weird hut your uncle lives in. So strike up the Home and Auto Bundle Extravafesta Save-a-thon band for the deal that started forever ago and will probably never end. Home and Auto Bundle Extravafesta Save-a-thon. Say it with me.
Home and Auto Bundle.
No one's leaving till you say it right.
Home and Auto.
It's a touchdown, football fans. Come into Arby's now and touch this brisket, bacon, and beef dip down into a cup of au jus. Arby's, we have the meat.
The best part about doing things yourself? It's free. Like doing your own taxes with H&R Block Free Online, where more people can file free than with TurboTax. Help is here.
The league's 88 best players are set to face off on the Pro Bowl field in Las Vegas. Catch the 2022 Pro Bowl presented by Verizon Sunday, February 6th, 3 p.m. Eastern. Buy your tickets today at ProBowl.com or watch the excitement on ABC and ESPN. Tracy's report, pretty accurate there. Stamina could be an issue with Parsons getting oxygen on the bench. Here's Pollard. To the 33. He is some weapon in the kick game.
They got to use him today. I really think he's one of the big keys for them to win this game.
Well, the Big O, the leading scoring offense in the league, 31.2, second most average in Cowboy history, 64 total touchdowns. They had, 40 overall by the team as far as touchdown passes. And second best as far as total yards per game. That led the league in total offense, 407. They had actually 22 different players score a touchdown, which is an NFL all-time record in a season.
Yeah, you're seeing the Niners do what the Cowboys usually do to opponents.
Elliott for about 5. They had 9 non-offensive touchdowns, 6 by the defense, and 3 in the return game, including 2 punt return or block punt returns for scores. So the Cowboys, they put up a lot of points, but nothing to show for so far.
The Cowboys really are they're really difficult to beat, I should say, when they can run the football. San Francisco is very similar because they both get the lead. Then that D-line gets the tee off. But that's why this beginning of the game is so important in a game like this.
We go back to Zeke, and he surges ahead for a first down.
Because if you're Dallas, it's like, how long do you stay patient? They should. Right now, there's a ton of game left, right? But every drive that gets away from you, and they go kick another field goal, it gets harder for Kellen Moore right there. Keep calling these simple run plays, but they can mash you. The Cowboys are so physical. 11-0 this year when they rush for 100 yards. It's not rocket science with this team. It's been like that for a while with this offensive line. They need to stick with it today.
Now Pollard with 2 offensive linemen in the backfield, including McGovern. Here's Pollard turning it upfield. He's got a gain of about 8. McGovern, I mentioned, got a nice block on Bosa to help open up that. So the Cowboys going back to the run game, first 3 snaps of this drive.
Yeah, and earlier they had a good drop back pass to get with the 2 guys in the backfield. But you see they're still lined up over there, 2 linemen on the outside, which shows it's going to be a run over here or a simple pass play action down here.
It's to Lamb. It's like a backwards pass, but Lamb able to pick up the first down, and they've crossed midfield the previous play for the first time in this game.
That's the thing. Kellen Moore, Dan Quinn, I think you expect 1 or 2 of these guys to be gone. The coordinators for the Cowboys, outstanding this year with development plays. They're diverse. Their scheme is, yes, they got talent at each position, but a play like the last one to stay on the ball, as you see Dan Quinn there.
First and 10. Fred Warner, who had 137 tackles on the season, holds him to 1.
Oh, 54. Fred Warner is like just one of those rare guys you don't see very often on the tape. He just stands out. He can cover anybody. I mean, like wide receivers, tight ends, running backs. And he just has great instincts.
Bootleg throw to Wilson. Slips through the tackle. He's got the first down and a whole lot more down to the 24. He got away from Mosley. And the Cowboys now getting a little rhythm going.
And this is the Cowboys at their best. I think they're the most difficult when they just hand the ball off and then next time just bootleg, like high school football. Like stop the run, bootleg, screen it, run it, run it, run it.
Wilson play action with his second catch. That was the longest play for the Cowboys so far in this game, 19 yards. On first down. It's Pollard right behind Smith. He runs, and Greenlaw ends it after 4.
And this is a big drive for multiple reasons. Another one is that it gives the Cowboys defense a break, a breather.
They need one.
They really do. They've been on the field. That's a lot. And just to be able to give them a break, if you're going to score a touchdown, it'd be better to go 12 plays than 2.
2nd and 6. Pollard again. This time nowhere to go. Gibbons on him. Now you got a 3rd down coming up for Dallas.
Well, this is the right tempo on this kind of drive because this D-line, is really one of the top D-lines in the National Football League when they know you're passing it.
And they just brought in
their
4 fresh defensive linemen for this play.
Yes, they do. And the big key is going to be watching this left side, right? We talked about Connor Williams having the most holds in the season. Let's see. Bosa's lined up on him. They're going to get a 5-man rush.
3rd and 6. From the pocket to the end zone and the touchdown. Amari Cooper. The Cowboys strike back.
Well, this was really easy because one-on-one, they don't leave him out there a ton. Williams was really good in the slot, but he gives up the leverage. You can't guard Cooper on the inside. That's way too much space. I mean, they don't go man-to-man a ton, but they did there trying to create the matchups up front. But Williams is not going to be able to cover Cooper with the whole side of the perfect throw by Dak and much-needed touchdown.
Yeah, the pass was perfect. Zerline for the extra point, and he knocks it through. Much needed. Cowboys, 67 yards and 9 plays, ending. That's Amare with the Cowboy touchdown.
We love our new home. Lots of windows, great light.
But the birds. They're back.
Yes, I hear them.
Uh-oh. Why are these birds so angry?
At least Geico makes bundling our home and car insurance easy.
We save a lot.
I'm going.
Hurry.
I know.
For bundling made easy, go to geico.com.
She's beautiful.
Does she like other dogs?
No, not really.
No, you're just a demon.
Her handler was my buddy. I'm driving her across the country to his funeral.
What is your deal? Just take crazy down. Maybe we can have some fun.
Never in history has a blind veteran and his hero dog not gotten a free room.
Oh, thank you for your service.
Dog. Oh my God, I can see. Rated PG-13.
Let me tell you, you want to be successful? You gotta hustle. You gotta go the extra mile. Make a name for yourself. Have a firm grip. Always dress for success, and you gotta show them who's boss.
Thanks for coming in. We'll get back to you. Hustle, sure, but for what matters. When you do, it leads to amazing.
Welcome to the next level. The all-new Lexus NX.
NCIS.
NCIS Hawaii. We're practically family.
No, we're not hugging.
Been a blast.
Nice job.
A new NCIS followed by a new NCIS Hawaii, Monday on CBS.
When I was a kid, I wanted to be an incredible doctor.
Sam, you stole my job.
Dad, I am not backing down. I am good at this.
A New Good Sam, Wednesday, 10/9 Central on CBS.
The NFL on CBS is sponsored by Geico. You could save even more by bundling home and car insurance. AT&T 5G. Fast, reliable, and secure. And by BetMGM, the king of sportsbooks.
Receiving team looking into the sun. Zerline kicks it long and out of distance for the return game to be a factor that time. Now, meanwhile, part of our parent company, Nickelodeon showing this game. And you get slime every time there's a touchdown or a field goal. SpongeBob will give you the reaction here. Was the kick good from 53? Yes.
Do you know how long it took them to get that slime in here? Boy, they were working on that all morning. Oh, that took a long time in that break to clean it up.
And there's our teammates, Nate Burleson, Gabrielle Nevea Green, Noah Eagle, young Dylan down on the sidelines. From the 25. Garoppolo has time. Fires it to an open Ayuk. Look at that zigzag. Gets a block from Debo, and he's all the way to the Cowboy. 38. That's a gain of 37 yards.
This is one of the most unique plays. You're going to watch him come across the field. But look, it's an over, but he sees he's covered, and he turns up. And Diggs, they use his leverage against him. And Jimmy just patiently waits it out for him. Wow, what a play design. Kyle Shanahan's play-action game, from his dad, Mike, really special.
Here's the toss. And the Cowboys converge for a loss of a couple for Mitchell. Trayvon Diggs' brother, Stephon Diggs, part of that incredible Buffalo performance last night. He is here in attendance. There he is.
Got to go support your brother. I mean, how cool is that, right? You're both in the playoffs. You can feel, though, that it's nervous right there, and you got a family member. And Diggs had an incredible season this year. This is just crazy, right?
Unbelievable. They both did.
Yeah, they did.
2nd and 11. And for the catch, it's Juszczyk. His second reception of the game. Well, Stephon Diggs and the Bills scored on their first 7 possessions last night. 7 touchdowns. It's a Juszczyk in the middle of the field. 49ers have scored their first 3 possessions. Not all touchdowns, but 3 for 3.
Yeah, that's a key to winning, right? You're able to score points, but like the ability to hold the ball. These are the plays right here, though. Dallas obviously did it. In the last 3rd down, scoring in the red zone. Opportunity for Jimmy to try and match that.
Still no targets for the decorated tight end, George Kittle, lined up on the left side. 3rd and 6. Pass deflected at the line. He was trying to get it to Kittle. And he took quite a hit. Gregory in on him.
Yeah, and Parsons really gets on Williams. Watch, you'll see the right side here, but it's the top of your screen. Parsons pushes all the way into Williams, into Garoppolo there, and allows Gregory Armstrong with it.
All right, Jay, he's already made one from outside 50. This is 52 this time.
Well, hopefully you didn't jinx him, Jim. Jim talking about how successful he's been. Good as gold, Robbie's been.
There's the kick. And the gold rush continues for San Francisco. 3 field goals in the first half from 53, 40, and 52 yards.
We're going to the Lost World. Your breath, dude. You gotta brush more.
Buck Wild at your service.
Where are those 2?
If we don't find them, I'm gonna kill them.
Hang on, Crash and Eddie.
It's time to get Buck Wild.
Destiny awaits. Is the team getting back together again?
You stay out of it, you.
Do you sense some tension between them? Maybe a little.
Ice Age Adventures of Buck Wild. Rated PG. Only on Disney+.
I always dreamed of having kids of my own.
There was a dream.
Now, I'm ready for someone to call me Mom.
At Northwestern Mutual, our version of financial planning helps you live your dreams today.
Woo! Papa John's just took their fresh, never frozen dough and hand stretched it New York style. So you can fold it. Or not. But I ain't gonna lie, though, I fold it.
Ideas are nothing until we make them real. Even the best ideas take passion, perseverance, and determination. Everything we've ever done is nothing compared to what we imagine for the future. Harness the power of dreams.
Yeah, a win feels good. But you know what feels better? A BetMGM win.
hitting overs, hitting unders, covering those spreads. Woo! That's how we do, baby. Now hold on a second. Now you're winning with the king of sportsbooks. Let's go.
The best choice is to suspend the race. Welcome back to the Amazing Race.
To be able to finish it, it's like we could do this.
Travel safe, go!
A new Amazing Race, Wednesday at 9/8 Central on CBS and streaming on Paramount+.
Back here in Arlington with our crew, Jim Rickoff, our producer, Ryan Galvin, our extraordinary replay producer, and Mike Arnold, our director, who was a broadcast associate back in the catch game 40 years ago this week. Out in San Francisco, and Mike, our superb director, seen it all in this rivalry.
Yeah.
Tonight, Steelers and Chiefs. That's on NBC. Now, Chris Michelle will be there. Cardinals and Rams tomorrow. ABC and the Monday Night Crew getting ready for that one. Next week, the divisional weekend presented by Intuit. TurboTax Live. Here was the famous play called by Vin Scully on CBS with Hank Stram as the analyst. It would be the legendary Vin Scully's last football broadcast. What a way to go out with that one. He did a few more baseball games, by the way. Across the middle. And Cooper on the receiving end again.
Just a few more.
Yeah.
Pressure right there. Niners don't do that much, but this is where the Cowboys have been really successful this year, getting up on the ball and getting to the right play. And Dak looks up here, and the teams have disguised this, right? Keep him down, keep him down.
2nd and 1. They're going to mark him back at the line of scrimmage.
Trying to get up there and just get an easy first down.
Jordan Willis prevented that, but he is still on the ground.
But basically, when the Cowboys get on the ball, Jim, it's not like always just for fast pace. It's to get to the right play. Dak studies the opponent, and a team who can disguise it has given them a little trouble. We'll see if Kyle comes up with that plan.
You could spend half an hour preparing for the half-hour status meeting. Or you could cancel the meeting and share updates in Slack instead. It's where your whole team is in one place so everyone can stay up to date. Slack, where the future works.
You don't believe in miracles? Well, then what's this? Introducing Beyond Fried Chicken, only at KFC. It looks like scrumptious chicken, it tastes like scrumptious chicken, but it's not chicken, it's made of plants. KFC's Beyond Fried Chicken. It's a Kentucky Fried Miracle.
So at AT&T, everyone gets our best deals.
Aren't others doing that?
Others say that, but not everyone gets the best deal. Like, what if I give you a lollipop? Then I give you our best lollipop.
That's not fair.
At AT&T, we think it's only fair that all customers get our best deals. And you get a choice of plans.
She said everyone.
It's not complicated. Only AT&T gives both new and existing customers our same best deals, like up to $800 off our most popular smartphones.
Willis able to walk it off. D'Amico Ryans is his first-year defensive coordinator. The 49ers got a big play coming up here for his defense. 3rd and 1, Cowboys. 15 years ago, D'Amico was the defensive rookie of the year in the league for the Houston Texans. He told us he's more fun playing and it's more nervous coaching.
Well, he'd play right here, and he'd have to be the guy to go in here and make this play.
Elliott trying to go outside. Bad angle. Fighting through it. What an effort. Zeke, will he give him the spot? 49ers think they stopped him.
It looked like he got by. What an incredible effort by Zeke to have this 1-2 punch, short yardage, and then Pollard on the other stuff. But Warner was there, but nope.
He got the first down. He got the first down. 49ers lead it. The 2-minute warning, 16-7.
Jack Reacher, 7 bodies since you set foot in my town.
I'm going to uncover this whole operation, then burn it to the ground.
Looking for payback?
Payback, justice. Looking for the whole gang.
things are happening and Reacher can help us.
You're gonna kill a whole lot of people, aren't you?
Already started.
Watch Reacher, coming soon. Only on Prime Video.
With Farmers Auto multi-policy discount, the more policies you have with us, the more you could save on your auto insurance.
Hey, hon.
Hi, honey.
Like what?
Well, you'd get a discount for insuring your jet skis and boat, RV, life, home, and more. You could save up to 45%.
That's a whole lot of discounts.
Well, we offer coverage for a whole lot of things, and you could save a whole lot of something with Farmers Policy Perks.
What's up, Dad?
17-car garage you got there?
We are farmers. Bum, 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 bum.
Subway has so much new, it didn't fit in that last ad. Like the new deli-style oven-roasted turkey and new hickory smoked bacon. It's the Eat Fresh, Refresh at Subway. There's so much new, we don't even have time for this guy.
But I'm Tom Brady.
Oh, and there's smashed avocado, too.
It's playoffs time, America, and it all comes down to this. So I just got one question. Whose back you got when the game is on the line?
We got your back.
When it's 4th and long?
We got your back.
When you need a big stop?
We got your back.
When it's all or nothing?
We got your back.
Who's got your back?
We got your back.
It's the NFL playoffs. Whose back you got?
TV's #1 new comedy.
You were a terrible husband, Elias, and my least favorite cousin.
A New Ghosts, Thursday, 9/8 Central on CBS.
Want more stats? Just ask Siri. Who leads the league in sacks?
Well, here we go with 2 minutes to go, and the Cowboys have been brilliant in the last 2 minutes of the first half. They put up 68 points. 49ers are best of all, 70. But here's the pass off the hands of Wilson.
And Dak just missed him. I mean, it really, Wilson's wide open. This is going to be a huge play. And the ball's just high and behind him. If he just throws it a little earlier, he could have had him. If he throws it behind 51 right there.
By the way, Cedric Wilson,
he would have been fine as well.
Cedric's father, Cedric Sr., played 7 years in the league, including 4 years with the 49ers as a receiver, primarily a threat in the return game. Pass thrown in the direction of Elliott. That play busted up really by Kevin Givens.
Yeah, and it's a screen pass, and Givens disrupts it.
Coming up, the Verizon Halftime Report. JB, Phil, Boomer, Coach Cowher. We'll look back at the early game, the Tampa Bay Bucks advancing to the divisional round. Highlights of this one coming up. Verizon Halftime Report.
Well, Dak steps up. He brings, motion him back in right there. Who comes in? No one. A little zone pressure. You'll have time to be able to throw this.
Colton Schultz, who had a big year, tight end, has not been targeted in this game. Lined up on the left side. 3rd and 10. Prescott looks over. He finds Schultz. There he is. First target, first catch, and a first down. Pick up 12.
Now, this was a really fortunate job right here, but watch this side. They're going to overload pressure, and they're going to have too many guys for the Cowboys to block. But Zeke takes both of them and allows you to have the time. What a job by Zeke, giving Dak that extra time.
Pollard comes in for Zeke on a new set of downs at the 47. To Cooper. Spins around for a gain of 8.
It does feel like these playoff games, right, especially against teams who are kind of close, evenly matched. It's like which quarterback under pressure, under duress, in these 3rd down critical moments is going to make the plays.
2nd and 2. They're bringing it. They pick it up, and they go back to Schultz. Shoved out after another first down. 1:19 to go in the half. Cowboys with all 3 timeouts.
And San Francisco, you can see their plan, dialing up the pressure in a 2-minute situation. Trying to get the ball out, and Dak does a good job finding Schultz when he pressure. You always love your tight end, don't you?
Oh, yeah.
You used to throw your tight ends all the time.
All the time. Always my favorite.
Yes.
Go-to guy. 78 catches on the season for Schultz. Go with 8 touchdowns. Here is the pass across the middle. What a hit on Pollard by Fred Warner. We've got a
Heard. Even help get your foot in the door.
I got it.
An Indeed resume never stops working for you.
It's a nice truck.
Yeah, it's a Chevy Silverado. Check out this multi-flex tailgate.
Multi-flex, huh?
Comes a step.
Mom, Dad's flexing again.
That's not all. You can extend the bed for longer stuff.
Is he
Still flexing.
That's right. And it becomes a workspace. You can put your laptop here. I'm sending an imaginary email.
Hey, Dad!